another guy was saying, you feel good to come over there. I say life is slow. But I could say, some barrier, the barrier too, no, but the parents are saying, so it is like that. So, Cyril Ramaphosa, as you know, as sellout as he is, but he's dealt with them, all of them. Cyril Ramaphosa has defeated all of them. I mean, I can mention Umbeki. He's beaten Umbeki repeatedly. Even now, I think it was Umbeki was saying Cyril Ramaphosa must step down so that he can come in as an interim president. Umbeki, he thought that is the Messiah. And this is the guy who has failed on all economic policies. And in South Africa, because we've got tribal politics, the Xhosas, especially the influential ones, they think Umbeki was the best. Zulus think Zuma was the best. In the main, I'm talking in the main in general. The vendors think that, Ramaphosa, even though they're suffering, some of them, or many of them, even in Shawela, they're suffering. Hulumisa, let's face it, we may try to deny it. South Africans are tribalists. The people who are not tribalists in this country are township people, the very same people who've been excluded. Go Sharpeville. These are people who've contributed. The people of Sharpeville. The landmark we struggle to say to post 1910. It was the people of Sharpeville. They put South Africa on the map. The people of Soweto 1976. They put South Africa on the map. After 1960, South Africa was sanctioned. There was a boycott because of what the apartheid government did to South Africans. In 1976, it's another struggle. And as sad as it is, they buried one of the surviving leaders, which was 16, a friend of mine, a person that I have known for ages, Bani Mokhatle, says he's the king of his royal tribe in the Northwest. He's the man who was supposed to be king, but because of the squabbles, he was shot at some point. He went back to Alexander. His father is supposed to be king. I am told with his father, I don't know, back in the days, I don't know how to speculate on this one. Because back in the days, during apartheid, you find that I'm the rightful heir, I'm supposed to succeed my father and become a king. But you find that I'm anti the government of the day, they'll take my younger brother to be king. And then from there, they've created division amongst the family. So, now, another thing, he's supposed to be king. And his land, it's rich, but he was confined to Alexander. He lived in London, he went back to Northwest, and girlfriend, and I was supposed to be, I missed it, for other reasons. The way he was buried, those who were there, it's sad. Because sometimes we marry people who don't understand our history. And I know families, sometimes they will say, where were his friends? In South Africa, it is tough. It is tough in South Africa. Money in circulation is scarce. The civil, Ramaphosa economy is bad. And sometimes when a person dies, we do say, what, we'll support the family, the kids. Yes, we mean that. But unfortunately, not we are trapped. We are trapped. We are fighting to pay bills, electricity, ESCOM, and all that. School fees for the kids. And we're finding ourselves which we can no longer fulfill those promises. I remember even when Deborah Fraser passed, I was there, and I still call Chico Twala and what's happening, in his state, Deborah. I hope she's taken care of. Many people will come and say, we'll never leave. I'm going to Deborah. Including now, I haven't been there for some time, but sometimes now we're facing our own struggles. So it is tough. So if I made it, sometimes feel now you're getting. Where were they? I'm burying him now. Bunny passed, I think, on Sunday, I don't know. Not on, quick. Well, during the week was buried. And even the people in the neighborhood didn't know, some of the chiefs and kings, and say, we are under this guy, but we don't know because the wife is from the Lesotho. That's what happens when you marry a young girl who came in here as a domestic worker, and this girl, was recruited by your daughter to become a worker in your house. I'm reminded of the story of this lady, a white woman. Her father, wealthy. She recruited someone from those countries, for Philippines, these countries, what's this country where Bangkok is the capital city of Thailand. So she brought this woman to take care of the father. Of course, as a helper, a maid, the father ended up marrying the maid. And then she left everything, inheritance, to this wife, excluded his kids. I'm talking mega millions. You see, that's what happens if Mandela. I'm reminded of that. And I don't believe, personally, that the Mandela that died, who was married to Krasha, wrote that will. He has to be called to exclude Abantwana Bakhe, to make Abuzinzi pay for what he has given them. You cannot be that cold, which I've given my daughter 500,000, therefore I'm deducting. It sounds like Russia to me. That's what happens. One thing that I remember, Uguti, one of the daughters got nothing because they said during your lifetime you took 1, 2, 3, and therefore there's deductions. And for me, it cannot be. Krasha's children, they were blessed. Mandela's house, taken away from Winnie. So for me now, I understood why Krasha had to be, closer to Mandela. Even when Mandela was sick, I think she was somewhere outside the country. She came back quickly. Winnie was coming now. It was that battle. We must secure his signature. I must not sign anything. And the Mandela that I saw in 2010, he was no longer in his senses. who came lapha stadium kick-off concert FIFA. He was told when to greet, when to smile, when not to smile. So the will there, but we the latter. I don't believe what he will react. That's what happens, the wife buried him like a nobody. And I'm thinking, even now, there are talks, he must be exhumed and be given a proper funeral. Not there, not west. This is the king, buried him in Kukwini, sold his house. Some of the properties I think he bought belonged to the wife. His children cut out. Even his children were not there. Sometimes the people that we marry, they become our enemies. And I believe when you marry someone must come into your family to add. Even if you're fighting, you have issues with your siblings, your mother, but your partner must say, baby, it is not right for you to be fighting your siblings. You cannot be fighting your mother. Go make peace or shut up if you cannot add something of positive significance. So it has happened here with people like Bani, Mukhatle, they've been forgotten like that, like Titi Machine, forgotten like that, the hero, 2016. So it is the township people. But I'm trying to say, in the townships, there's no tribalism. The people who came with tribalism, Mutwa Coast, Mutwa High, these people, they were employed in government institutions because the people in the townships did not want to work for the government that is oppressing them. Same way as the Zulus did not want to work the land that they used to own. They brought in Indians to work in the sugar fields. Same with township people who do not want to become police, who do not want to work in government institutions, because we view them as institutions belonging to the government of the day. The government of the day, it was termed illegal and illegitimate. They brought in police, recruited Limpopo for people to come here to arrest us, to harass us with the number of people to get it left. Bo Transkei, blackjacks, CIDs, call them, I don't know, investigating officers, crime investigating officers from KZN, from the homelands, the CBDs, and my clinics. They push this tribalism. Tena, we lived amongst ourselves. So to Tosa, you can find people talking, 5 people, but we understand each other. I lived in Sutu section, they tried to divide us, but we integrated ourselves because we had clubs, youth clubs, soccer clubs. We use the same infrastructure, trains. We use the same train. Schools, 4 languages in one school. We pay rent. I'm office in the same. We go to a clinic. We become friends. We date each other. We've got kids. Yeah. Across our tribes, but people who come from KZN, they're people who've never met Nabatwana. They don't know the difference between Msotho and Mtwana. People who say Eastern Cape, if you don't belong to that clan, we are nobody. And I don't know why people sometimes they like to impose their own culture. What if you do not circumcise, you become Nkwenga? I'm not Nkwenga because I don't subscribe to that culture. It's like you, if you're a Christian, then you expect everybody else to subscribe to your culture. Not everybody is a Christian. Not everybody is a Muslim. You cannot define me in terms of your own outlook. I don't go to the mountain. Till now, our mountains are gassy. Bullet, petrol bomb, and I can tell you, there is no South Africa. If you took away the township people, and the township people, I mean the people of Toboza, Katlehong, Foslo, Soshanguve, people of Atteridgeville. I'm talking people, Val Triangle, Kailicha, Crossroads, Mlazi, people who were not oppressed by their own black people as tribal leaders, people who rose and fought the government of the day. And we know who did what. Current boycott, Lewa, consumer boycott, Lewa. When our students went to some of these homelands bush universities, they were named and termed with their bad elements. Gongoye, IFP are taking our students, 84. It is our students. So we've contributed immensely when other people were comfortable, studying, enjoying the benefits of apartheid. And today, the very same tribalists came back to town, pushing tribalism through these political parties. Something that we don't know. So now we are our people. Kalamazoo is from Ekasi, Esintoleng from Ekasi, Kaizer Chiefs from Ekasi, Paris from Ekasi, who's feeling who Thomas Kawani, the most expensive player 1982, 22,000. Hellenic. NPSL dominator Manchester Ekasi. We refused in apartheid, but white teams cannot play in the Black League. Orlando Pirates at some point was expelled from the league because it refused to expel colored players. Because they were forced by government of the day, which no, you must play as blacks. They said no. That's when we had about Wits University coming, Highlands Park, Kaizer Chiefs lost Men's Day Cup to Wits University. All eyes on Kaizer Chiefs because those days it was black and white. Men's Day Cup, what am I saying? About Tsipa, Simon Skosana, Tep Makatini, about School Point Lab. I grew up watching those guys. Go Pona magazines. Go Bob Marley. But when 3 months later, you'll be told Bob Marley has died. Because news was slower. So in the police stations now, you find people, much police aita, uchi, you machoro. Which now you must talk the language. No, I can hear you talk machoro in Kulmiaita. As a case, maybe we are. Because we refuse, to be subjected to this nonsense. Well, Ben Neighbor is fine with Cyril. I don't see Cyril, winning a Soweto, not that era. Mbengena was of song is younger, of course. People will be ignored. Somebody who walked straight. But shy township like Orlando. That's why many people had to come to the townships, like Soweto, Mandela, Sisulu, Sobugwe. They lived in Soweto. jazz musicians, soccer players, derby. We gave you culture, music. Abo Brenda Fassie, they had to come here. Bahlale kuma backyard. Everything started at Emakasi. So we've contributed, but to Cyril, I can tell you, going back to Cyril, Ushaye Umbegi, Judge Slope for the first time. I don't know whether we've, but I don't know whether, I don't want to say vote of no confidence. Where a judge has been taken off, like Abumdada, taken off. I think those are the first good democracy where a judge is stripped off. Ushaye, the public protector, Mkwebane. Ushaye no Isma Khashule. Gayton is quiet. Gayton has become an ice boy. Ice boy. I remember one guy saying, Gayton, but he's joining. I'm worried about Gayton. He's overhyping things. Once you hear somebody overhyping things, you must know, that person is not genuine. But I said, okay, benefit of the doubt. This is the man who was supporting Zuma. Now he's Cyril. He's supporting his own pocket. That's why these guys, they want to be in Joburg municipality so that they can chow tenders. He's hit about Musimaimani. Have you ever heard Musimaimani criticizing Ramaphosa? Have you ever heard the media, as in South Africa, they are all CR17. Cyril Ramaphosa has collapsed this country during COVID. Everything is low. Even the ANC has collapsed it. For the first time, it got below 50%. The media is quiet. Yeah? Even whites, they are quiet. The middle class, they are quiet. Whites were complaining about Zuma. The middle class is quiet. Black and white, middle class. When you go buy a ShopRite, Woolworths, there are no special prices for black middle class, white middle class, the poor. The petrol the same, hitting us, the same. Even vendors, they're quiet. They feel the pinch. That's what I like about Cyril Ramaphosa. He doesn't discriminate unless you're a billionaire. His billionaire friends. ANC, they feel. Helen Zidane, quiet. Hemen Mashaba, quiet. Supra gone. Isma Khashule, Jongo Supra, Nangula gone. Mapis. Washaiba Kuzuma. Zuma is a chess player. He was playing chess in jail, yeah. Forget jail, or Pumalapa, MK has no direction. If Cyril dies, or Zuma dies, it's the end of MK. There are good people in the MK, but many are opportunists. So that's where we find ourselves. Cyril Bashaibonge, and he's defeating them because he's got a strong lobby group behind him, not because of something that he's doing extraordinary. They are scared because when Jacob Zuma took out Ugodan, or Weekend Special,
now our next story comes from Poopella, and just to give you a trigger warning before we do get into it, it contains sexism and slurs within the story, although, I usually just call them slurs anyway. And coming back after the story, just to throw in an extra little trigger warning that if you're eating or anything right now, you might want to skip this one. There is talk of toilet behaviour, nothing extreme, but I know some people love a little warning on that, so just to warn you there. But the title of this one is, My 21 female boyfriend 21 male of 7 months just threw me out of his apartment because I sent him a poop sticker on Facebook. Is he being immature, or am I? I'm embarrassed by how childish and petty this sounds, especially compared to other stuff on this subreddit. However, this is my first relationship and I honestly don't know what to think about what just happened. First of all, my boyfriend Greg and I have a pretty immature sense of humour, and always have. We like to tease each other a lot, and commonly partake in body humour. Like we'd joke about if one of us farted, or after a night out at dinner, we'd drive home and pretend to be in labour and call dibs on the bathroom to deliver our food babies, aka poop. It sounds so childish typing it out, but we have a lot of fun and are very comfortable with each other. Also, we never had a fight before communicating openly about things, but have never had a real problem to communicate about. Tonight I was at his place to marathon Netflix. Greg got up to go to the bathroom and I asked him if I should pause it, aka would he be taking a long time. He answered no, so I figured he was just going to pee. However, 15 minutes later, he still wasn't back from the bathroom. No problem, I got up to make myself a snack. On the way to the kitchen, I walked past the bathroom and heard the sounds of an app that Greg and I commonly play on our phones. I thought this was pretty funny. On Facebook, there are sticker sets to use in the chat feature, which are basically like unique emojis. One of the sets feature an anime-looking poop character and his toilet paper friend. No idea why someone made this, but I think it's quite funny and kind of cute. One of the stickers is the poop character sitting on the toilet, looking intently at his phone. So I playfully sent this to Greg. Me, poop sticker of playing on phone. Hope he then said, "You right now," and he just replied, "Wow." I laughed to myself and put my phone away, made my snack, went back to the living room. Greg came out and we continued to watch Netflix. However, I noticed he was being physically distant, not putting his arm around me, not sitting close to me on the couch. However, I gave him his space. He He was quiet for about 20 minutes. Then he said, "Do you have a friend you could get to take you home?" I literally did not know what he was talking about. I said, "What?" And he repeated what he'd said. I asked him what was wrong, but he wouldn't answer for a while. I asked him if he was upset with me, and he just said, "I just can't believe you did that. That was just really upsetting." I said, "What are you talking about? You mean the sticker?" He said, "Obviously." I was stunned. I had no idea why he was so offended or what exactly I had done wrong, but I immediately apologized. I said, "I'm so sorry that I offended you. I had no idea. That was not my intent at all. I was just joking. Could you tell me what about that upset you so I don't do it again in the future?" Greg flipped out and said I was the arsler if I couldn't see what I did wrong. He said there was something wrong with me and that I had the mentality of a fucking child. I was really hurt by this and asked if he seriously wanted me to leave. He said yes, and I asked if he was going to drive me home. I'd ridden with him and didn't have my car. He said no, because why would he after what I just did? I was so pissed off that I stormed out of the house. Keep in mind this was 11 p.m. in a crappy part of town. None of the buses were running and I felt too ashamed to call my friends, so I walked all the way home. Nothing happened, but I'm just so mad he would force me to walk home by himself in a shady area just because of this. And he showed no concern for me whatsoever. So now I'm sitting here, fuming. I'm actually considering ending things over this huge overreaction because he refuses to talk to me and explain what's going on. He keeps saying, "You should know." Then he said, "Whatever, I'm going to bed," and cut me off. Reddit, what is going on? Can you shed light on this? Is this even worth trying to salvage? I find his rage at this and refusal to communicate very immature, to the point where I almost don't want to be in a relationship with him anymore. Like, if he has sent me out in the cold for this, is he going to leave me on the side of the road next time we disagree on something? I'm so confused. He has never reacted like this or gotten mad at anything before. I just don't think I did anything really bad. However, this is my first relationship, so if I'm in the wrong, let me know. Thanks. Now I'm wondering, what is the real reason behind this? It can't be just because the poop sticker, because this is their humor that they've established over a period of time by the sounds of it, so it doesn't sound like it'd quite be that, so there's got to be another reason. My first one has come into the usual reason, is he just trying to break up and doesn't have like the spine to do it himself. So he's using any old excuse, because he's not giving you like a reason, he's just saying you should know basically. Like, how the fuck you meant to know? But a commenter says to OP, "That's ridiculous. He made you walk home at 11 p.m. because of a poop sticker when you make poop jokes all the time. I mean, even if you didn't make poop jokes all the time, there's no reason to make anybody walk home in a sketchy area at night over. Not to mention calling you a BR slur. That's quite literally never okay. This is a serious red flag. I'll dump him harder than an actual shit." Oh, dearie me. I'm such a child. Commenter says, "Yeah, the arsler language was shocking and horrifying. We joke around, but I never call him a name, let alone an arsler or anything with fucking in front of it. It seemed totally irrational. I think I'm going to break up with him, but I'm wondering if it's worth it to try and get an explanation for his behavior first, or just never talk to him again." Commenter says, "Do you think there were maybe some other issues?" And he immediately just pinned it on the first thing he could blame it on. The poop sticker. Sounds like an arsehole for making you walk home so late. Bye, Felicia, his ass. OP says, "I've been wondering this myself. If this is really because of some other underlying issue, but for the life of me I 100% can't think of anything that would be bothering him. He acted totally normal, and we've had a great last couple of weeks. Lots of fun dates, went partying with friends, etc. This is totally out of the blue for me, and I just want to know if he's really upset about something else. But he just won't talk to me." Another commenter asks, why has nobody suggested that maybe their mutual poop humor isn't actually mutual, and he'd been trying to make that clear for a while. He said directly that she was immature. Who knows if it's true? That's immediately the explanation that came to my mind. And another commenter which says late to the post, but there is clearly something else going on here. My guess is that he was cheating on you / Tindering / etc. on the phone. and got way paranoid and offensive when you coincidentally messaged him. It's some kind of spontaneous persecution complex stemming from guilt. So OP does come in with an update. It says thank you everybody for the advice and support. Just to clarify from the last post, I literally only sent Greg the poop sticker and the "you right now" message, so I'm sure I didn't accidentally write or send anything else. And I sent that through a private chat with only me and him. I did not post it to his wall or through a group chat, though even if I did, I wouldn't really see a reason for extreme offense. Anyway, I hope that answers some posters' questions. After taking today to think about it and talking it over with my best friend, I decided to follow my instinct and the advice of everybody here and break up with Greg. He didn't contact me at all since he abruptly cut me off last night, and after he posted a picture of having a grand old brunch with his buddies on Facebook, I decided enough was enough. He didn't seem to have any remorse, and it really stung to see how few shits he gave about me. Pun intended.
I like it when I see stuff, my mind says it the way it looks.
My body
Jesus Christ.
telling me yeah.
Abraham, Moses,
Moses had a
and
run, yo.
Jesus. Yeah, that's a crazy top three. You really can't just knock that. That top three is hard to beat,
You gotta
bro.
give it to him.
I mean, God
You
damn.
gotta give it. Now here's the question
Jesus,
though.
Moses, and Abraham, bro. That's the only other three that can do that is Style, Shake, and Kiss. That's a hell of a top three right there. That's a crazy trio.
Shoes got a great top three, bro. They got a great top three.
That's a hell of a top three.
All right, top three blacks, go.
Let's do it. Let's look it up. Top three, top 10 African Americans. No, don't put African Americans. Let's
It's top
put black people.
Top blacks.
Yeah, top 10 black. There you go. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
so
you
good
put bottom, if you put bottom blacks, Al's gonna pop up on that like 3 or 4 times.
Come on. You gotta do it too. Come on. Yeah, did he?
I'm sorry. I got the Christmas spirit in me.
That's a good one.
I got the Christmas spirit in me. All right.
Muhammad Ali. Is this a list?
Unbelievable.
I don't know if this is a list though. Because I want to know.
Well, this is African Americans. You're not counting like the King Mensa from.
Mansa Musa?
Yeah.
I mean, he did Google top 10 black people, but they just said African Americans. So
That's a little
Google
crazy.
don't care about the rest
All right,
of the
let's
world.
just go. Top.
Look, find that list you had, Chris.
Can we go top blacks? Top 10 black people of all time. Go.
And that's Wikipedia though.
Just do top 10 in your heart. What's in your heart? What's in your heart? Michael Jordan.
Nah.
I'm okay.
Over Jordan?
Yeah.
See, it's hard to be objective.
come on.
See, I can't be.
6 for 6 in a final? Civil rights?
Yeah, MLK definitely over Michael Jordan.
Over Jordan?
But see, I got Elijah Muhammad over both of them. I got the honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Over Jordan? Did Elijah Muhammad go 6 for 6 in a final?
But listen, when you talk
he
about
come for the free
when
throw
you talk
line
about-
with a
listen, when
gold
you-
chain on?
See, I talk about
Competitiveness.
I talk about who bore fruit, right?
Yeah.
You talk about honorable Elijah Muhammad, man.
Don't talk about his followers like that, bro. They're not fruit.
Mix.
They're not fruit,
Fruit
bro.
of
That's
Islam.
disrespect. That's disrespectful,
Fruit of
bro.
Islam.
That's disrespectful to the nation, bro.
Fruit of Islam.
Can you take that back?
No, it's fruit of Islam. No, what you trying to do is disrespectful. You don't want no problem. Listen,
I'm defending them.
with the honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? So that means Malcolm X.
No, you don't get credit
Muhammad Ali.
for what you birthed. You get credit for what you did.
Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He built the Nation of Islam. So you don't even get Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You don't get all of these people who converted to Islam without the Honorable Elijah
All right,
Muhammad.
so fine. Muhammad Ali isn't as good as his coach.
Something to that.
Then-
There's no Muhammad Ali without the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
No, I'm
That's
talking about his
great.
boxing coach.
Who was Muhammad Ali's boxing coach?
Custom model.
Yeah, but without Michael Jordan, you
Oh,
would
no,
have
come on,
great
come on,
NBA
come on,
player.
come on,
I really, hold on one second.
No, we're bugging.
We're talking about fruits
Listen,
and
listen, we're
Michael
bugging.
Jordan.
Michael Jordan!
We're bugging about something.
6 for 6 in the finals!
Muhammad Ali is Muhammad Ali because of what he did outside of the ring.
All right,
Let's
all
be
right.
clear about that.
All right. Can we-
You're bugging. But what he did
Y'all
outside
bugging.
of the ring,
You guys are
made
bugging.
his legend.
But we wouldn't have paid attention to him if he wasn't the best heavyweight
Top
boxer.
10, top 10. All right, can we just do top 5 black people of all time?
Top 5. Oh, that's tough, man.
All right, you want to go? Y'all want to go MLK?
Okay.
You want to go
okay, no,
MLK?
I got you. Top 5 black people of all time. Number
Okay.
1, Jesus. All right. Number 2.
yeah.
But number 1 is Jesus. number one is Jesus.
Yo, no, he's not. Jesus is more Arab, bro. We're gonna get to them next.
Okay, number 1 is Jesus.
No. Let's just do top 5.
Look, give me the list. Give me the list, Chris. This is tough.
I can't believe
right there.
I can't believe you're not going to put the greatest great of all time. Michael Jordan is the greatest competitor in the history of organized or unorganized sports. How could you not even?
But see, I don't know.
He's not even coming up for y'all.
I don't know where he ranks when you talk about all time.
I put Michael Jackson over Jordan.
Ooh, that's not controversial, Alex. That is not a controversial take. I think
Yo,
that
come
is
on
not
now.
controversial.
Yo, hold on.
I got Michael over Michael too.
Is Michael Jackson the greatest Is he the greatest black man of all time?
Michael's top 5.
Because here's the thing, what we're doing. We're putting like social impact and we're ranking that higher. What we just got to talk about is the greatness in your field and look at the fields equivalently. So if you're in sports, that counts the same as if you have social impact, which counts the same as if you have business impact, which counts the same as if you're a political leader. So
what was the criteria for Jewish people?
Noses. Isn't that what Chris started it with that? You said that in the beginning.
Black people can compete with that. Black people can definitely compete with that. They can definitely compete in the nose.
Yeah.
Okay? Nelson Mandela got to be up there.
Nelson Mandela
got to be up there, bro.
No, you got to throw Nelson up there.
Because I look at the degree of difficulty, too.
Crazy.
You know what I mean? Nelson, that's what I'm saying. Nelson's degree of difficulty was crazy, bro.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Nelson Mandela.
Top 5, though.
Yes, top 5 easily, man. A global symbol of resistance, freedom fighter, South Africa's first black president who led the nation out of apartheid. Come on, man. Did 5 in prison? And it's all about what you do once you face the difficulty. He did 25, then came home and became the president of South Africa.
But also united the country. It's not like he created a country that was completely flipped and now subjugated the white people in it. Got the country out of apartheid and united the country to be a functional democracy. This is a fit.
It's fantastic.
Bro, like that is...
Okay, I got it. I'm going Jesus.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
What about like Amenhotep, like one of the ancient Egyptian architects?
I was gonna go Mansa Musa.
Okay.
So give me Mansa Musa.
Okay. So the
world's richest person ever.
Do we know that?
Allegedly.
I mean, that's what the screens say. You know what I mean? 12th century emperor whose pilgrimage showcased the immense wealth and power of West Africa, influencing global trade and perception.
All right.
Give me Mansa Musa. Give me Nelson Mandela.
Okay.
Right. Give me the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Give me Martin Luther King Jr.
No women on this list?
Damn.
You ain't have no
Damn.
Black women.
Damn.
Rachel?
Was it no women on the Jewish list? Chris? Was it no women on the Jewish list?
Rachel.
Nah, you could put
Cleopatra?
Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Mary.
Jesus' mother.
If we're really talking about the people who bore fruit, Mary. But we can't.
You can't put Mary if I can't get Jesus.
Mary is I think Mary's Middle Eastern.
So what was Jesus?
Middle Eastern.
Semitic.
I don't know about that. They say his skin was bronze.
Yeah.
Semitic.
Semitic.
He got some bronze.
You don't got no bronze.
Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Nelson Mandela, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Nelson Mandela, Mansa Musa. Who's the other person I said?
You didn't say Martin Luther
King Jr. and
Kodak Black.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. There we go.
That's a list. All right, Chris. Top 5 Asians of all
I
time.
feel like I gotta put Oprah up there too, though.
Nah.
Yeah.
No,
man.
yes, sometimes.
No. I'm gonna tell you what. Oprah, yo, bro. There's not too many people.
What she carved out.
Oprah changed the world.
Also, the other thing to look at is like.
Yeah, but look at her fruit. Dr. Phil.
And Dr. Oz.
And
Rachel Roy.
I'm not liking them.
Before you knew their politics, they was top of the world, bro.
Yeah, but forget the.
Well, remember earlier you said you can answer questions directly in your open book. And
Man, Brian, what do you mean it's online? Like there's going to be a bet between he and I. There's also a charitable contribution.
but I love that you guys are doing a charitable contribution. I love more that you guys have a personal bet. I'm wondering what's on the line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The personal bet. What are you asking?
What do you guys bet?
I mean, I don't think the numbers are important. I think everybody here.
It's not important, but I'm curious.
Yeah, it's we have a nice little 6-figure bet between us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Low 6 figures, high 6 figures.
nothing crazy.
A quick Google search says that your net worth is $400 million.
That's a quick Google search. I don't know what that means.
Is that accurate?
You can't. I don't really think you can trust a lot of that stuff that you read on the internet. Right? Like the internet is weird. So some people just say stuff. You know.
Is that accurate?
No, it's not.
Is it far off?
With that number, yes, of course. It shouldn't be far.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
You're saying you're worth a lot more.
I'm saying that number's far off.
Okay.
What is worth, right? I think the abundance of value comes in happiness. So my.
All right. I remember a time you told Gayle King that by the time you were 45, you would hope to be a billionaire. Did you fail?
Did I fail? Did I fail? No, I think failure is in the eyes of the beholder. You know, I'm still
right here.
I'm still working to accomplish. And you know, numbers are numbers. You know, as you get older, you realize numbers are important, right? There's goals that you have, and all right, you get to those places where you're accomplishing goals, and then you're like, let's go to stupid.
So did you fail the billionaire vote by 45?
So you say, are you asking?
You said, Gail, how you doing?
Watch out. Vehicle on shoulder
I
ahead.
would like to be a billionaire. It's a goal I set out to achieve. Today you tell me you're 46 years old. I'm wondering if you accomplished or failed that mission.
I think that we're where we're doing good things in business, and you know, right now it's just about keeping my head down and grinding.
Congratulations. It's beautiful. To billions.
I'm cheersing you just for
To billions.
I'm cheersing you just for being a great guy and a great number one on call sheet. That's what I'm
Number 1 billion. When is the last time you took a commercial flight?
Was the last time I took a commercial flight?
Delta, JetBlue, American Airlines, United, Southwest. To your spirit.
I think I just did. Was it? Did I just do it? Like, it's been a long time since I've been on the pedestrian plane. It's been a very long time. I want to say probably like 14 years, maybe 15 years.
Wow.
15 years.
Do you remember what it's like to get Biscoff cookies? And
What is that? What is that?
that is the level of wealth I.
No, I'm asking, what is that?
No, I want to be so rich that I don't even know what a Biscoff cookie is.
What is that?
It's a cookie. As a billionaire, you would know, but it is a cookie that the brand is called Biscoff. It's almost like a shortbread cookie. They're delicious, and if you stay awake while the flight attendant comes down the aisle, she asks if you want Cheez-Its or Biscoff cookies. That's what you get.
Huh. Okay, nice. All right, I gotta get one of those.
To not even know what it's like, to not even know what a Biscoff cookie is a level of wealth I truly aspire for.
I'm saying I'm gonna get one.
So
Yeah.
you've been quoted saying that Hove is a guy whose brain you've got a chance to pick just over the course of being friends with him. I'm wondering, what is a lesson that you've learned from a guy like Jay-Z?
Oh, your likeness has a significant amount of value to it, and in the right rooms, your likeness is what you're able to leverage to gain big opportunities and big partnerships. I think from a business side of things, I don't think nobody has done it better than Hove. You know, coming from the game of rap and then somehow being able to flip the coin, and become like a bigger business guy than you are a rapper. Like some really don't understand how big Hove is in business, and you know some of the deals that he's been able to pull off. You know, the brands that he's built, the company that he's built. He's done a lot of amazing things, but the partnerships that he has around him are huge. So I think I am the way with relationships and partnerships. Of course, I'm watching those in front of me done correctly. So he's one of the guys that I think has done it unbelievably well.
When you look at a lot of our heroes in our culture, Jay-Z, LeBron, yourself, you notice that they all have a team around them, a group of guys maybe that they've been with for quite some time. What would you say is like the importance of that, and the importance of the guys that are around you knowing you're with?
There's nothing more important than your circle, right? And if you really choose correctly within like your choices of who is in that circle, and it's a very like lean number of people, and those people are dedicated to protecting the thing that you're building, you'll find that because there is no get in, get out with like a volume of new, your source of energy is like it's kind of gathered through the sources that you trust the most. So my team of guys has been around me for the duration of my career, right? Like we've watched each other respectfully turn in like boys to men, from just friends to husbands to fathers. We've built a family and an ecosystem within our family that operates like a well-oiled machine. I think it's the most important thing after, of course, family that I have in my family. I'm talking about my wife and my kids. Like that sector of family is just as important. So to anybody in the business, like you need something that you can trust, that gives you honesty, transparency, and has your best interest as a interest of theirs. And I think through ups, downs, good, the bad, the ugly, that hasn't changed. Like we've all kind of been a part of this game of entertainment, and we've seen so many people come, go, and fall apart. And those that have kind of fallen apart haven't had a good system around it. You need that. And I think it's so dope that when people see you, they know that they see some of the familiar faces with you all the time.
That was a great answer. Thank you. First good answer, man. What do you think you rank in all-time Kevins?
In all-time Kevins? That's a tough question. There's a lot of great Kevins.
There are. Would you like to hear a few?
I know them.
Let's hear.
Let me hear what you said.
Which one's coming to mind for you?
Kevin James.
Kevin James is there.
Kevin James is a good one.
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, yeah.
Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary.
Kevin O'Leary, yeah.
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner's a great one.
Kevin Gates.
Kevin Gates, another one.
Yeah. Where do you feel you rank in all-time Kevins?
Where do I feel I rank in all time? It's tough to rank is because we've all done so much stuff. I don't think there's another name that shares this type of success. So ranking us against who? Like, if you rank us against ourselves.
Which is the greatest Kevin?
Which is the greatest Kevin?
Yeah, where do you rank in all-time Kevins?
I mean, Kevin Durant is a great Kevin.
That's a good Kevin.
Kevin Durant is a great Kevin.
Maybe the number one. Maybe, but I'd like to, maybe feel.
I mean, if I'm ranking myself with Kevin Durant, I think that's a fair Kevin conversation. But
so again, number two today.
I'm a Kevin Durant fan, so I have no problem taking the number 2 slot to Kevin Durant.
Twice today, too.
I think you've really taken the call sheet of like this. I want to see the call sheet. That's the thing. I don't even think that you have a call sheet.
I want to talk about your things that you have going on very quickly. The Tequila Space, Grant Cormino, is your congratulations. Unlike some of the other endeavors, proud of you for that one. I have seen that you are very good at giving toasts.
Yeah.
You gave one, or quite a few at the Rock Nation brunch.
Yeah.
Didn't see you at the last one, but
They didn't have one. They didn't have one this last year.
The last one.
Yeah.
Not last year. The last one.
The last one. I mean, it was hard to track those things. We're all busy. What were you doing?
I was there.
Oh,
Didn't see you.
my schedules are different.
Well, anyways, you seem to be great at giving toasts. I was wondering perhaps if we can pretend there's some Grant Corvino in here. Maybe we can toast to you being the third best comedian that's ever been on the show.
That's right. Who you had? You had
Eddie Murphy.
Eddie.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's up to you being the third best comedian on the show.
Well, are you giving a toast or am I giving a toast?
No, you. That was my contribution, and now you.
Oh, got it.
You're good at the toast thing,
Yes.
so I'd love to.
All right. Hard work definitely is something that we should celebrate. And I say in Grant Corvino that hard work is different. This toast is also to the culture and the voices that are best navigating in our culture. And speed to you, sir, by becoming a voice of our culture, for our culture. So as you're talking about the greats and the people and who's been able to sit in this chair across from you, I think that's a testament, of course, to you and your success and your progression. So I think that also deserves a toast. But now we ended on the good stuff. Me. I think that we should toast to greatness, right? And
That was good.
And
Strong.
greatness rubs off, right? And
It generally trickles down from 1 to 2.
well, in the case if there's an align, like obstacle where that can happen. In this case, I'm saying greatness is an energy that people pull from. I got nothing for you. No, man, I'm joking, dude. I think it's dope as hell. I wanted to come on here. I wanted to talk to you. It's been long overdue. And shooting the shit is the best format of content. So I say I toast to you, man. Unscripted content, a dope format, authenticity, and dope dialogue. And you prep. You actually do the fucking job, man. So good for you. Don't be lazy and keep going. All right. That's a toast. That's actually a good, genuine toast.
That was great.
I mean, that's what I do. I'm a good toaster.
I see.
Yeah, it's very good.
What is the Mount Rushmore?
Mount Rushmore comedians. It's so tough to pick for, man. Pryor always is on there first. Murphy always on there. I think you gotta go Chappelle. And I think it's a toss up and mine's always changed, but I think Chris Rock is for sure on mine. Chris Rock is for sure mine. I think I can give you reasons for all. Chris Rock became a multi-hyphenate in business of entertainment, right? The writing, the directing, the producing, the developing, and still staying true to the craft. Still hasn't taken time off from comedy. People realize that Chris Rock has been touring forever, coming up with hours of material forever. Chappelle, just the voice of comedy today. Eddie Murphy showed you what a star looked like. The rock star, or the idea of rock star, attached to comedy, is all Eddie Murphy. Nobody was bigger. Nobody will ever be in that conversation, right? Like right now, you're seeing a lot of comedians have success, and we all have these crazy fan bases, and we're doing arenas or stadiums or whatever. Nobody will ever touch the rock star level that Eddie Murphy did have when he was in his prime, and then taking that and going on to the box office and becoming the big movie star. Pryor was doing movies. Pryor had a great movie run as well, but Eddie's movie star run was unprecedented. That forever has its place. So they're all GOATs for different reasons, but they all did something amazing to the business of stand-up comedy. So I'm only able to do what the fuck I do at this level because of the doors that they all kicked open separately, right? So I don't think that can change. That's my fault. It's a great fault.
This comes out in a couple weeks, but you are making some sort of announcement today. By the time they see this, that announcement will have already been made. So why don't you tell the people what you got coming?
I expect to drop my non-comedy special. Of course, on Netflix. It's called Acting My Age. 9 hours of comedy. Just think about that for a second. That's a lot of comedy, man. It's like 9 hours of stand-up comedy that I now have in the catalog. I'm like, shit, when does it stop? When does it end? How does it get better? How do you find more excitement in what you do? You gotta be energized. And this is when I was energized. I fell in love with the idea of getting older and the ups and downs attached to it. And Acting My Age is a pure justification of just where I am in my life. Raw, I just want to go back to the raw element of stand-up. I tapped into the family side of it for quite some time because of the branding and the global opportunities and where the movies were at that time. And I want to keep feeding that machine and make it bigger and bigger. And this one is just like getting back to the roots of real and raw.
When does this special come out?
Thanksgiving Day. So dropping it. So while you eat, you can laugh.
That's a big day to drop something. Smart man.
See that right there?
I want the deal that you have at Netflix, brother. I don't know what deal you got. You have them in the biggest 360 of all. I mean, the amount of things you have on there.
They're unbelievable partners, man. They get me, I get them, and
They might be the reason you have that multiple in the house.
Well, I think what we're doing together.
It's a live multiple?
I think what we're doing together.
You ordered that.
I think what Netflix and I have developed is a amazing rapport of shared opportunity. They're global. I'm global. Their platform puts me in 250 different places at one time, and for them to be able to get their consumer new content and great content, that's their priority, and we're making a lot of it. So the stand-up special is one of many announcements that are coming. I got a couple more big bombs I'm dropping the rest of the year. Right now, enjoy the special.
All right, can't wait to see it. Check it out. It comes out on Thanksgiving. Cam, again, I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're a busy man these days, and you've avoided us for years, and so for you to finally show up this early in the morning and still being late means a lot.
Well,
so thank you so much.
I don't think I was late. Respectfully, I was giving you time to get your shit together here, and clearly it did work. Right?
Anything you want to leave the people with?
Yeah, man. You know, things definitely shouldn't happen fast in life, which is why names like Speedy don't make sense. Take your time. Take your time. Okay, rushing to do things means you only get there to do it wrong. Slow down. Maybe we take this, we change it to 360. We slow down. Okay.
Congratulations on this special.
Okay. Thank you, man. Nothing but love, man. I appreciate y'all.
So excited, and you must understand why people are excited about your responses there. You are a journalist.
Yes.
And journalists, in most instances, would paint the country in a way that the interviewer is taking them. Journalists are not brutally honest when it comes to patriotism and politicking. And I think even Zuma raised it at some point that the media is painting a bad picture about the country. They are supposed to do PR for the country. So people were excited, people were happy that you came out as a patriot, as a South African. And you know, the only party that has got that particular word, patriot, is the Patriotic Alliance. So you feature, you will fit in well in the alliance.
I know you're campaigning. Can I just very quickly, before I want to move on from this, journalist's job is not to actually do PR for the government or for the country. Our job is to hold leadership accountable. That's how you serve a nation. By being able to look at leadership, we're having this conversation now. By being able to ask probing questions about the work being done. That is actually, in and of itself, believe it or not, an act of patriotism. My last part on all of this, my point of departure is, if you listened, I spoke that crime is actually a problem. I'm not going to lie for South Africa, because that's also not how you get South Africa right. But anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for campaigning for me to join PA. I'd rather stay on this side of the political landscape. So you've been jobbing MMC for how long now?
Since 2023 February, so which is 2 years and about 3-4 months.
How are you finding local government?
See, government in general, not just local government. Yes, I'm here, but I think this is what happens in the province and at national. You need to have political leadership that understands how the system works, that understands profit, production, holding people accountable. So when I came in, and I'll make an example at JRA, one of the regions was on strike for 2 months. From January, I came in February, they were already on strike for over a month. For what? For bonuses. Because some of them were not paid bonuses, others were paid bonuses. So they were doing a sit-in. It is just after a rainy season. The roads were badly damaged at that time in 2023 when I became the MMC of Transport, Roads and Transport. And I went there after about 2 weeks of me being the MMC, because I had to go from department to department, entity to entity, just to understand what the department is about. What are the entities doing?
To get a sense of, yeah.
Yes. So once I did that, I then went to this region to go and hear the cries. The leader there was saying, as we were working towards them, these are the guys that will patch your potholes, do resurfacing of roads. He was saying, whoever opens his mouth here must give us the time and the date when I'm being paid bonuses. Now, I am with the acting CEO, very tall white man, Louis Nell. I'm the political accounting officer. I'm with the administrative accounting officer. So the two highest people in the department. are being told by the lowest ranking people that when you come here and you open your mouth, you must give us the date and the time. And I watched senior officials trying to talk to them, say, but the MMC wants to understand your issues. He was just appointed. No. Even that MMC of yours, when he opens his mouth here, must give us the date and the time. That was the first time I was blessed with understanding the attitude of officials, employees of government. They have no regard for authority. And I decided to leave because I wasn't going to do what I'm being told. So I said to the CEO, let's go. We left. But as we are leaving, I see one of the senior officials at the depot is talking to this leader wearing a t-shirt of a union, is talking to this leader as we're leaving. Then I stopped the car and I said, Mamelam, call me that gentleman there and call me all other senior guys here at the depot. I'm standing outside of the car. I said, now I understand where the problem is here. Those people there are not the problem. I want to see HODs, depot managers, everyone on Monday the following week. It was a Tuesday. I said Monday the following week, 7 o'clock. And I wanted to get a sense. Then we left. But I'm boiling, man. How can you haven't spoken to me? You haven't had my response to your issue, and you just decide to instruct me like that. So I then said to the CEO, I called him, I said, can you just park behind me on the highway? Came out, I said, CEO, I want you to call the depot manager now and tell him if these people are not at work by 8 o'clock tomorrow, I want him to dismiss all of them. He must fire all of them. Once, tell him that when you drop the call, he must talk to HR to start preparing dismissal letters and an advert. I'm responsible for service delivery here. He said, no, labor processes. I said, don't tell me about the labor processes. I'm talking about service delivery that is affected here. That's my responsibility. And we left. Wednesday morning, 7:45, the CEO called me. MMC, there's no need for letters. The guys are on the back of the trucks. They are going to work. That region is the hardest working region since 2023. That region works at night when there is flooding. That region is so on Monday, the boardroom was full of depot managers, regional ops managers, HODs. And I said to them, I now understand why there's no service delivery here. There was a rumor. I saw pictures of asphalt being dumped on the parks because people want to go home early. I saw potholes not being fixed for months because people don't care. But the problem is not these people. I showed leadership and the people are back at work. From last week Wednesday, they've been working. Today they are at work, which means you are not managers. You are not leading these people. You come to work at 8, you leave at 9. That's why you can't even track when they are leaving. You tell them to go and patch people's driveways with asphalt of the city that the city pays for. So you cannot give them instructions because you instruct them to do corrupt things. So even when I'm there as the MMC and the CEO, you have no authority over them. So if the depot is not functional, I am firing the depot manager and the HOD because I need the money. That's how I started.
Let's speak about the now, because when you speak about that kind of intervention, then in my head I think this should have reached the entire city. But Kenny, I use these roads and it's very hard to believe that there's improvement. So that suggests to me that people are still not able to do their jobs as they ought to, or there are no resources for them to do their jobs. Have you seen London Road?
Right.
Perpetually in a state of disarray. But just generally though, the question I'm asking to answer is the lack of improvement on the Joburg roads. It's a constant cry from motorists.
All right. I introduced a different work ethic at GRA.
Yeah.
It's spread all across the 7 regions, and the regions are working. You can ask councillors; they will tell you that things have improved. That's when I got the nickname Papa Action within the city. The challenge that we are sitting with is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, and this I was told by a SAMU leader who works at GRA. He said to me, MMC, a few months after we started, after I started, he said, MMC, we appreciate the work ethic that we've introduced. Crack the whip. He said over 30 years ago, there were between 18 and 25 members in a team. Now, a depot would have about 6, 7, 8 teams, depending on how big the region is. So those 6, 7 teams would have 18 to 25 people in that team. Now today, GRA has got 6 people in one team from 25. That's why GRA has become a 10-111, an ambulance. That is the first challenge, human resource. The second challenge, the city is not collecting enough. So the city is not able to give a CAPEX budget to JRA to mitigate all these challenges. Number 3, when it rains, the road gets damaged. Water is an enemy of asphalt. Number 4, you have a road infrastructure that has outlived its lifespan. These roads were built 40, 50 years ago, some of them 60 years ago. The mining underground has also caused damage to our roads. Now, illegal mining has exacerbated the situation. That's why we have sinkholes on our roads.
Yeah.
Because of illegal mining underground, the Department of Minerals does not care to assist with budget. I took them to Davidsonville. I showed them when it rains, how that mining sand gets into people's houses. I said to them, can you put a budget aside? Let us mitigate. They don't care. They went with me. They saw. When my team made a follow-up from my office, the region said we have written to national. There's no response. That's 2 years ago. So, but then, with all these things, those are the challenges. So when you patch a pothole is but a symptom of a damaged road. That's why the potholes keep coming, because we have.
I've always wanted to paint this picture that we, like Caesar's wife, are beyond reproach. We are the countries that are supposed to tell the world what to do. We are the ones that are the home of this, or the homes of these institutions, whether it's Transparency International, all these non-governmental organizations whose claim to fame is that they look for faults everywhere and to characterize administrations which they call regimes as being corrupt. And this is the kind of narrative that they wanted to push. They wanted to push a narrative that to ensure that Russia is besmirched. They characterize every administration that is seen to be pro-Moscow as corrupt. And they did that very effectively. And riding on the crest of that propaganda, Zelensky then rose to power, as I've already indicated, rising to power on the basis that we are going to fight corruption. But we all know that corruption is alive and well in all societies. That is the reality. It's just the degree that varies from one society to the other. And in certain societies, it is the exception rather than the rule. In certain societies, it is the rule rather than the exception. So when Zelensky came out as this messiah who was going to liberate Ukraine from the chains of Russia, and the only way to do is to cut the umbilical cord and to join the European Union and ultimately to join NATO. He was then projected in the manner that normally Europe does. When Europe wants to hoist people to a certain level, they do a number of things. They propagandize, they characterize you as holy. Sometimes they give you awards, and the Nobel Peace Prize is now being used quite frequently in this regard. They give you accolades across, and you get interviews at BBC, at CNN, and all those media outlets. And once you do that, you then begin to get good press. And once that happens, the population is also was a beneficiary of that kind of propagandization, and ultimately, of course, started changing his rhetoric. And the rhetoric is, we are moving away from the Russian bear, we are going to Europe, and we are going to be part of Europe, we are going to look to the Brussels administration, we are going to look to NATO for our defense, and all these in breach of an understanding that the former countries which belong to the Soviet Union in that sphere would not be sucked into the NATO arrangement. So, understood in that context, Zelensky had to be depicted as white as wool in order to ensure that his opponents were as red as crimson in terms of corruption. And that, in my view, is what was made known to the world. That is what the world believed, and I'm using the word world very loosely. And ultimately, we are now discovering that what was sold is not what was bought. And that is why we see the resignations now, and the accusations are corruption of the mega kind. You know, somebody once told me not too long ago that lies take the lift, the truth takes the stairs. And that is exactly what has happened. They had this loud voice that we had brought to Ukraine, this white as wool individual. They are fighting a country that is expansionist. Russia wants to extend and is going to use its military might to decimate the entire Europe, and that the Russian administration is corrupt. We saw their hand in an American election. We see their hand in Belarus. We see their hands in the neighborhood. But now, confronted as they are with smoking gun, they are tongue-tied. It's only the German chancellor who has said something, saying we should not have corruption in Ukraine. Macron, silent for the moment. Kashtama, silent for the moment. Ursula von der Leyen, silent for the moment. But I'm quite certain that they will issue some pro forma statement, if only to tell the world we are concerned. But they are now beginning to realize, if they did not know already, that indeed they were running and supporting a scheme that was from day one characterized by corruption and underhand deals, and that the war actually facilitates it. Remember, you are buying weaponry, remember you are buying provisions, you remember that war in itself is an industry, and they only look the other way when the accusations or when the fingers are pointing in the direction that they want them to point. But now, the chicken, in a manner of speaking, have come home to roost. You know, whenever I hear that the West is speaking about values, I always wonder, which values? These people who ran slavery, these people who ran in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, is kept in the West. So when they talk about values, we must look at them and say, who are you to pontificate? Who are you to tell the world what the world should do? Who are you who are so culturally arrogant to tell the world what the world should do and must not do? So they can talk about their values all they want, but we know that mega corruption is alive and well. And when we remove that veneer of hypocrisy, we'll then be able to confront the West in the manner that we should. And once we are liberated of those illusions, then we will be able to confront the situation. They are now finding it very difficult to support their project, because there is a sense in which the war in Ukraine is a proxy war. And that is why every attempt at midwifing a peace process is being torpedoed by the European powers. You never know, and you can never say never. You know, the European powers are very interesting. If you look at history, they can lift you. And if your sell-by date in their view has passed, they begin to undermine you. They begin to reveal information that they knew existed all along. So it's a question of timing. Remember that the legitimacy of the Zelensky administration has been called into question because an election was not held during the due date. Perhaps they are now beginning to hold the view that Zelensky has run his course, and it is the time for Zelensky to leave. And you can see the timing is very significant, that the Americans appear to be moving very close towards resolution of this conflict in some way. And Zelensky, on his part, appears to be responding to the entreaties of the Trump administration. But the appetite for the continuation of the war in Europe is high. For that reason, perhaps they are looking for somebody who will not do tango with the Trump administration and therefore by extension the Putin administration in Moscow. You never know. But remember, in saying this, I'm swimming in the sea of speculation. I'm sure that even within Ukraine, they are wondering who is Putin.
Challenge. Maybe we should think of different words, Afrikaans words, that you need to use in your next interview. Because you're going on to RSG again.
Yeah.
So maybe we should think about a few words and you need to sneak it into the conversation. You need to be able to use it very convincingly. Tabo, you had a suggestion, but I don't think yours is actually...
I'm barely coherent as it is. Now I've got to throw words in there.
What kind of word? What kind of word?
You
Like it has.
say
Yeah. Like
There's other things I don't
yeah,
think
maybe we should use the
plural.
Geheime.
Meer as
Yes.
een.
Geheime.
Ja, meer as een secret.
Okay.
You're now speaking in Afrikaans. Meer as een.
Because we're talking about recipes.
Yeah.
Ja, wat is die geheime? Er is ook een geheime ingrediënt in jou kos.
Bestanddeel. Ja, ingrediënt,
Wat is die
bestanddeel.
woord? Bestanddeel, ja, een geheime bestanddeel,
I was
ja.
thinking phantasmagories.
No, man, what
Since
is
you
this?
had Paula on
Yeah.
politics
Okay.
recently, and she even said phantasmagories. You can say the escape
isitaduka stadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyawuzincedisa into yobana bonke abantu base-Buffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona.
Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo?
Umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo minyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amasebe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambekambeni ka-health isebe belisokola kakhulu lona kuba besinika lisise amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwathi kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto sithethiwayo
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uxolo into yoba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke.
Utyabiswe yintoni namhlanje? Amahlaba neenaliti ndisholo iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha ubungazisukile zokudala siphathela i-probiotics. I-probiotics inamandla okuzileyo ichiza lonyawo lifumaneka ngaphandle kokuba kubelezokudla sifanele inyako namhlanje nakwindlela ifamasi emfuphi kuwe. I-probiotics umdalo unosisa amaqondo esukile egazini akhandela kwakho.
BLM because slavery existed and this isn't a racism, then I'd say, okay, fine, fair bait. But it feels exceptional to me that the same people who applauded me for this exact same rhetoric, and I'm going to give you an example here, David Horowitz of the Horowitz Freedom Center, he's a despicable human being. How dare you give me a literal award in a war and say you are so great for tackling BLM and talking about all of the ills of Black Lives Matter and talking about how we're using this one issue and they're destroying communities and they're doing all of that. And then when I say, oh wow, look at this issue going on post October 7th, you suddenly go, no, you're an anti-Semite of the week and you deserve to have your entire life destroyed. I don't accept Jewish supremacy, and that's what it sounds like to me when you have individuals who didn't care when I said the exact same thing, who still don't care, as I still cover Black American issues like Sexy Red and Cardi B and talk about how their fame is completely fake and that there's some system that allows this stain to float to the top, and yet you're so sensitive if it has to do with a Jewish person. Also white people. The people that get the most coverage on my show are white people. I'm constantly pointing to what's happening in their TikTok trends and what they're doing, and they're not offended. So it actually, to me, is like snowflake culture that's gone writ large in the Jewish community, and they're just calling everything anti-Semitism like Black Americans called everything racism in 2020, and I'm consistent. I find it boring, and I'm not going to be like persuaded against talking about these topics because there's a Jewish sensitivity. So this is a great conversation. I mean, Ami and I are just talking purely. You know what I appreciate? A brand that is not afraid to stand by me as I do that. A brand that allows me a platform to speak freely about the most important issues that we are facing as a country. That's why I'm so happy to say Pure Talk is still my wireless company. If you haven't made the switch yet, I encourage you to switch now. Pure Talk puts you on America's most dependable 5G network and offers unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month. Why would you still be with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile? You can literally get the best coverage, 100% US-based customer service team, plus your family can save up to $1,000 per year. They'll also be supporting American jobs, the U.S. veteran-led company, and the great charities that Pure Talk supports as well, like America's Warrior Partnership, who's on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide. So go to puretalk.com/Owens and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month when you make the switch today. Again, go to puretalk.com/Owens and support a wireless company who shares your values.
Right. Well, I mean, I find it really interesting because I think the way you're coming at it is as if the Jewish community is acting woke and snowflakey, and the way I'm coming at it from seeing what you're saying is that is like using woke collectivist sort of leftist tactics and sort of generalizing about groups and using like using the identity as paramount, as if that's relevant in any way to the stories you're covering.
But I didn't say
You know what I mean?
say it was relevant. That's what I'm saying. I never said that it was relevant that Magnus Hirschfeld was a Jew. No more than I said that before other people that I had mentioned before I got to Magnus Hirschfeld. Sigmund Freud was also in that segment. He happens to be Jewish. But I also didn't say that their Judaism was the reason for this, or if they view it as a race, that because they're racially Jewish, that this was the reason for this. I never connected that dot. I simply said their names, and Jewish people got offended. They just cannot handle that there could have been a Jewish pervert that existed and had a weird sex institute. He wasn't a pervert. I'm sorry. Magnus Hirschfeld's a pervert. I find it weird and extraordinary that someone would race to defend a pervert. Like if someone was like, hey, here's a black pedophile, I'm not like, how dare you talk about this black pedophile? We're going to defend this black pedophile. How dare you talk about this at all? I find that to be quite bizarre. Like you're actually not required because you're a Jewish person and this guy happens to be Jewish to defend him, Magnus Hirschfeld, because he has nothing to do with such fame.
Right, but if you went on to say every time you said, I'm just asking questions, it's a black pedophile, I don't know what's going on with black people, but something's going on here, and then when black people got offended, you'd say, why can't I, like, making it part of the narrative is what's.
But you're making that up. You don't have several episodes where I said, I'm not going to, that's just you kind of saying that right now. You gave a specific example about Magnus Hirschfeld, and I told you this was an episode where I was talking about psychology, and I had listed 4 Christians in that exact same monologue. No Christians. Okay. No Christians were outraged because no Christians are snowflakes, right? So they weren't like, why is Candace pointing out what the Christians are, that there were Christian perverts in the past, and yet the Jewish community post October 7th has gotten a little snowflakey. Everybody can see that, except even speaking to your point, by the way, and I'm sorry to cut you off here because this kind of even proves it further. When we first began that conversation with Dave Smith, and you were talking about these people online that hate Jews, you know, these anonymous accounts, and I had a Jewish friend who had messaged me and asked me, can you publicly disavow these people that are saying bad stuff about Jews? What an absurd notion. Welcome to the internet. Every time I've logged on since I was anti-BLM, I'm being called a coon, I'm being called an N-word, I'm being called a house N-word, and I've never reached out to my Jewish friends and said, hey, do me a favor and disavow these random accounts on the internet. It's like, grow up. I'm sorry. If this is too much for you to handle on Twitter, log off. You're adults. This is how the internet works. Have you even played the stupid game the boys like to play? Have you ever read that chat on, what is it called? Grand Theft Auto. I don't know. I think it's Grand Theft Auto or one of the ones that.
Yes, there's a troll just
it's like suddenly October 7th, like, where is everybody going to defend us from these anonymous trolls online? I'm like, goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm 35 years old. You need your hand held because there's anonymous accounts that are saying memes of you on the internet. And you gotta log off. You just gotta log off. You shouldn't be in politics at all. You really shouldn't. You're too soft to be in politics.
I didn't bring this up in the last conversation because I think it just was distracted from the issue that we were discussing, but a clear example of this that I'd say raises legitimate concerns. So, and I saw you talk about this with Piers Morgan too when you brought up Kanye West and those remarks. Okay, so I know you're bored of the subject, but just for the sake of clarity, what Kanye West said, I'm going deaf country on Jewish people. Nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with policy. He said deaf country on Jewish people. And you admitted, I think, in the videos after that, from what I've seen, and it looks like I haven't seen, but from what I've admitted, I fumbled on that a little bit.
Baby daddy equals simp. Interesting. A young woman is saying that. Very interesting. Shout out to Cassie who says, seeing beyond the arguments, misunderstanding, and mistakes is realizing perfection does not exist in relationships. Their beauty is in the effort to stay united as a couple. Shout out to Marriage Politics. Again, 77% of black women have children out of wedlock by 24 years old. Black men have been left with very slim pickings for black men. Black women, I'm assuming saying, what about the disrespect black women give to the stepdaddy? Interesting. Shout out to High Quality Women, one of our very own initiatives. She's added at least over a year with that purple badge. Shout out to you.
There you go.
Anton has a cute, privileged perspective. Anton has a cute, privileged perspective, I think she's saying. He speaks from an ideal utopian world that doesn't exist. Single moms need to pursue God, self-actualize, and get educated on how to peacefully coexist with men. Man, y'all are really, really supporting the channel right now on the platform. So shout out to NDBA going crazy. And that's no Dusty Bums Allowed, just in case you didn't know, okay, which I support. And shout out to big Bag Chasers, which I also support because I'm a bag chaser myself. Shout out to Silent Sniper says, well, since Yada believes that childless men should date women with kids, how about he addresses the lack of respect those women have for stepfathers? That damn accountability. Shout out to Chantel Jones, one of our lovely initiates, says, I really wish Harley Initiated would stop giving Anton a platform. His views are biased and based on his own experiences, non-compassionate, not considering human error and redemption, and erroneous as you know what. Shout out to Practitioner Her, another one of the initiates. Ain't no debate if he gonna deflect like a man with concepts of a plan. Are you not entertained? Y'all are going nuts.
Make sure we go over 10 because it's going crazy.
It's all over 10.
Wow.
Shout out to Zeta. We have to increase it.
We're gonna have
Shout out to Zeta Nintendo. These women choose those men when they see red flags. They say that's her fault. All of us men get blamed for actions of those few guys. They opened their legs, no protection. She chose to be pregnant free will. Shout out to AR Smith. That boy Yada throwing the Hail Mary. I'm gonna do two more. Shout out to Word Customs. Always use the extremes to move goalposts. How many of us know women who purposely got pregnant by a bad guy who ain't want a baby and think she can change him, then want to be victim? Nope. Accountability. Last one, guys, from Initiate. Shout out to this thing glitching. Shout out to Erica Denise. Ryan, your face is so intense when you're listening to the responses. You be so into it. I am into it. This is riveting.
And I'm gonna tell you conversation. One thing about Harley Initiative, we're not gonna lean away from no tough conversations. In fact, I want to make sure our platform is the platform to galvanize and bring together the brothers so we can have the toughest platforms. I actually want to thank both of you brothers for coming from different sides of the world, different places, and sitting here together as men and having these conversations, bringing all of our followers, our listeners into one environment and having hard conversations. Because I believe, honestly, if we did this at home in our families, had the hard conversations in our own kitchens and dining rooms, we'll probably be in a better situation as it is. So if we ain't doing it in the dining rooms of your house, we're gonna do it in the dining room of the damn Harley Initiative Studios. So this is where we at right now. We're moving into round 4 of the conversation, and we're about to get it. We got Yada in the building. Absolutely. And we also got my brother Anton in here. And let's go ahead and get into round 4. This one here is a this one here also trigger, man. This whole conversation is a trigger one, to be honest with you. Right. Because we had a situation a few episodes ago. I had my brother Anthony O'Neill on. I had my brother Wall Street Trapper on. There was a sister who claimed that brothers over 40 and single were actually red flags. The interesting thing is, a lot of the culture actually says the same about the ladies. We didn't talk about the ladies, but I want to bring that here to this conversation. Because who we started with last? Did we start with my man Yada last round?
We started with Anton and ended with Yada last round.
So we're going back to Anton. Because here we go, Anton. Would you say it is a red flag if a woman is, let's say, 35 plus and single? Is that a red flag?
I don't think that that's a red flag. I don't think that a lot of things that society and the culture says is red flags is a red flag. I don't think that a woman that don't have children by 40 is a red flag. Right? I just think that, again, I don't think that we're a monolith. I think that everybody is different. Their circumstances determine what their decisions are going to be and then ultimately what their outcomes are. A woman that's over 35 and single, that's it? No, I don't think that that's a red flag at all. I mean, if she's single with children, then I think that that's a red flag, because then you have to start adding context. Well, why do you break up with the person that you was with? And how many children do you have? And how many different baby fathers do you have? And all of that. But a woman that's 35 and single, she could have just been intentional, right? She could have just been focused on, her career, or, taking care of somebody that was at home, or, a lot of times it's a lot of men and women that are playing son husband or son, wife to parents that then had children to take care of them, which was selfish on the parents' part. But that woman could be responsible for that parent in that way, and she could have taken on that burden, which is not her fault, and she shouldn't have to take on that burden. But I think that it's nuance and it's context. So I don't personally look at a woman over 35 that's single, and that's just the criteria alone as a red flag. And let me also say this before you go. I think that we all have red flags.
Right.
Some of them bigger than others, right? Some of us have some things that we have to work on. It's a lifetime of work that we're doing, and we're evolving as we go. You're not going to be the same person at 20 as you were at 30. You're going to be a different person at 40 than you were at 30, and so on and so forth. And so I think that everybody has red flags, green flags, and so on. The conversation I think that we miss is, what are you willing to live with and work with? Because we're looking for this ideal person. We'll say, okay, well, they have to make this amount of money, or they have to be this far in their career, or they have to be a Greek, or they have to be in a fraternity or a sorority, and all of these different criteria. But we're not looking at the thing that you're willing to work through, because the thing that determines whether or not you're going to stay together is the problems, not the things that you like about the person. The things that you're willing to endure through when they're growing and evolving past that point. Even when it comes to financially, again, I spoke a lot on younger people, 20, 21, 22 years old. You may be looking at a guy that has all of the things that you want in life financially, and he may be 30, 40, right? He may be 40, 50. And you don't want to endure with this guy that ultimately is going to get there. And he has your best interest at heart. He has better character. He actually believes in God, right? And we see a lot of women walk away from that for the glitz and the glam and for the highlights. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that that's a red flag on him. I just think that that's a growth opportunity, but she don't want to be with that guy. Because the culture that we live in is saying to go with the guy that got all the money instead of going with the guy that actually has the better interest in you, that ultimately is going to translate to the best situation for the both of you. So I don't look at a woman over 35 alone as just a red flag. I don't do that.
Yada, what's your thoughts on that question, brother?
I agree completely with the brother. The only thing that I disagree with is him saying if the woman is over the age of 35 with children. Some women have given men their youth and been married 20 plus years, and the relationship just didn't work. They parted ways, some peacefully, some toxic. But I believe that woman is in a place of healing. So I think all women, regardless of their age, if they're single and working on themselves, I don't see that's a red flag. And like my brother said, I believe that we all have red flags, and we should really get with people that can deal with that red flag.
There you have it. Honestly, man, again, I think a lot of overlay and overlap. And it's interesting because I know you brothers very well as far as your content and what you speak about. And although you guys have a lot of differences, there is a lot of overlap in your perspective, which is very interesting. But that's why I'm happy that we was able to get some nuance here in this conversation. What I actually want to do here, because we always like to get
before you end, I want to say this to Antoine, brother. Thank you.
No, thank you
for coming here, man, and being respectful. You're a funny guy. you're a funny guy, but man, you came here, man. Your brother's very intelligent. You articulated yourself very well, man. I'm blessed to have you as my brother, even though I might not agree with everything. I am blessed to have you as my brother, and this is my little brother, man.
No, but let me also say that I do appreciate him, right? I do appreciate you, and that I actually see value. Of course, we don't, acknowledge the stuff that we agree, right? But I see value in engaging in conversations, respectful dialogue with people that may have a difference in opinion. And I think that a lot of times people want to see people in an echo chamber, but I don't think that there's any growth in that, because there's some things that he said that I'm going to take into consideration and evaluate and say, you know what?
did he have something there that I kind of overlooked? And so I see value in you. I see value in your conversation. I think that you are a blessing to the culture, especially as an example of how it is that you guide over your family. And so I have a lot of respect for you, even though we may disagree and we don't have some dialogue. We entertaining for the people and stuff, but I do respect you and I do have a lot. Hey, I have to add this too. I watched a few videos last night of this brother. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen this brother so respectful, and I believe. hold on. But I believe that it is because he was also given respect.
Absolutely, and that's a fact. And I also believe it has something to do with it's just some kind of Holy Spirit. It's a Holy Spirit in someone that's only initiated the studio. So it's something about the studio that does that. But I appreciate y'all coming. In fact, we're not done. Y'all listen. I understand we get the closing statements going. If you're familiar with Hardly Initiated, you know we always get the family involved in the conversation. But I understand that this was a passionate conversation and you will come up here and try to give me your narrative and life story. So I'm going to challenge you because I'm going to want the family to be brief and brilliant. Please, Lionel, go ahead and drop the link in the chat for people to come backstage.
Link in the chat and link in the description right now.
What we're going to do, I'm going to only give you 30 seconds, all right? So we're going to make this fun. 30 seconds. I want to hear who you think won tonight and why. Okay, and what I'm going to do, just so we can spread it out, we're going to bring a few ladies up, we're going to bring a few guys up. So I want you to come backstage and let us know what your thoughts on this.
What happened when they were trying to control us? We left because you see my brother, my father, and my grandfather. They said Yabas, Yabas. You see me? I can never say Yabas.
Never say that. So,
and the people that I lead, they can't say
it appears to me that Helen Zilla doesn't trust the PA because she feels you guys can always pack up and leave when you don't get what you want. Because
like
when
whatever
you
want.
in the city of Johannesburg, for instance, there was a time you wanted a particular portfolio for your members, one of your members or one of your leaders to be an MMC of one of the portfolios. When they didn't give you that, you packed up and you joined the ANC.
Yes, because I'm not here to be liked by Helen Zilla. My Dexter, my partner loves me. Why would I want her to love me? I'm not here to be loved by her. I'm not those greats that need white love. Let's be clear on that one. I will never ask her permission. I'm not there for her satisfaction. I am being invited by the Secretary General of the African National Congress, President Balula, invited us. I am there. He's the principal of this agreement by virtue of the number of votes that they got. Now she wants to be... Imagine you come to a man's house, you say, no, before his wife was make food for him, you must first be consulted. That's what she's saying in general.
What would you like, because you're saying you're not going to go around and criticize President Cyril Ramaphosa if he doesn't, give you any ministry, as long as you get power somewhere. Somewhere is the legislature. So if you don't get a ministry, what would satisfy you as a Patriotic Alliance as being consulted and being taken seriously by this government of national unity? Would you like a committee chair in Parliament?
No, I'm not there for committee chairs. My issue is that if they don't feel they need me, I can add value.
Which is in the ministry.
I believe, people have this, particularly we black South Africans, have this problem of ridiculing people when they put up their hands. Making fun of people, but their hands are down. You mustn't laugh at the person. I am saying here now, I grew up in the gangs. I went to jail at a young age. I spent my whole youth in jail. I led the prison gangs, I led the gangs on the outside. They came out, I transformed my life. I understand how criminals think. I became a very successful businessman in my life. So I'm saying that I think I'm best equipped to fight crime. I understand the mafias. I understand the gangs. I'm not going to go read. If I get appointed, let's say the president appoints me Monday morning, I already know where the first place I'm going to go to, which is the airport. Because it's a crime scene. Tambo is a crime scene. You need to rearrange the whole airport. Because it's a crime scene. You have one little dog sniffing. There are 20,000 people passing a day. That dog can only sufficiently sniff 20,000 people. There's so many ideas that I have that I know I can fight crime. And I want to offer that to my country. And if the president feels I'm not the right person for that job, or he is a better person, I must not be angry. But I have the right to say, no, we're going to set this one out. Because we also don't want what Helen Zille is doing with the ANC now to happen to us. Voters are looking at us. And she has just detailed paying the ANC big time. That they must report to. Imagine people go past the DA and vote ANC to hear a week thereafter that the very ANC they voted for can't move without speaking to. It is racism, it is this white supremacist attitude that she has. She has no business. She's not only embarrassing President Cyril Ramaphosa, she's also embarrassing her own president. In the PA, imagine if one of the negotiators go and talk this nonsense. In the PA, the negotiator will be gone. So she must be gone.
If the president asked you, motivate why I must appoint you the Home Affairs Minister, what would you explain to us now what you would do if you are police ministry and where you would focus on? What fundamental changes would you bring about if you are appointed Home Affairs Minister?
Brother, you know, the issue that we don't want to accept in this country is that when we say Abahambe, we're not just talking about deportation. We're talking about job creation. When you have, let's say, people say there's 12 million illegal foreigners, and let's just be more reasonable for the sake of this argument. Let's say there's 6 million. Of that 6 million, 2 million are criminals, that I can tell you. 2 million are still looking for a job. 2 million have they got a job at the moment in the restaurant, for the houses, and some of the government departments. Once you let's deport them, you've immediately solved 3 problems. Problem number 1, there's 2 million jobs. That's in the market. That's on the market. Secondly, you immediately make sure that 2 million criminals are out. Thirdly, these people, load shedding, using the load on the grid. Now the grid does not even provide many people. And they go further, hospital lines will get shorter. These people apply for RDP houses, they apply for RAF, the road accident fund.
The Constitution allows for it.
No, but the Constitution doesn't allow for it, my brother.
That's what the RAF is trying to change right now.
The Constitution doesn't allow for a criminal to claim from them that he's illegal here. The Constitution does not recognize you unless you claim with asylum. Yeah. And the asylum, you can't jump from Nigeria. As the law of seeking asylum is very clear. You go to your neighboring country. Are we the neighboring country of Nigeria?
Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
Because I'm feeling the juju. Nobody rolling. But I'm gonna tell you the story. I gotta be your man. I gotta be your man. Let me talk to you. Say a few things. Cause I'm feeling you. What is up to you? Say it like I guess. I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. There's nothing about you. There's nothing about you, about you. I like your mini skirt, very, very fancy, If I tell you say I love you, my money, my body, now your own, oh baby. I can't see your money, I love you. Versace and Gucci for your body, oh baby. Hotel food, that.
Get the latest trends, good vibes, and everything cool.
Welcome to CJ Family Club with me, my campus, my youth, my radio. This is indeed the Weekend Pulse with myself, Tassin, and Stewie Frost. Today I'm in the studio with the one and only Retabile Marukwa on the news desk. Rita, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, You look stunning, Rita. There we go. The time right now is 15 minutes right after 1 o'clock. And of course, we are going to make sure that you get the best today. You know, this is the first hour of the show. And during the first hour of the show, the first segment, it is now us checking on you now. That is hashtag Vibe Check. And Vibe Check is where we are checking, trying to find out what are you doing today or what are your plans for today. Maybe if you don't have anything, tell us what is it that you were doing this past week or during the week. Or whatever that, of course, we are going to be giving you from us to you. And on from us to you later on
course, airport, yeah.
sometimes you'll say something and it makes me think, it surprises me. You're very rarely predictable. You're one of the people that said in regard to Trump that you thought, and you can tell me if this is inaccurate, that his foreign policy would be actually more palatable than Biden or the Democratic establishment. Before we go into the nuts and bolts of what's happening in Venezuela and Iran and elsewhere, have recent events over the last couple of weeks, and I mean purely on the foreign policy stuff, have recent events made you reconsider that?
So, to be clear, I certainly never thought Trump was some kind of pacifist. I didn't think that he was shy about using military force and military power. What really had happened was I'd been mostly associated with the left wing of American politics. I started writing in 2005 at the height of the War on Terror, was vehemently opposed to that about George Bush and Dick Cheney, so developed a large Democratic Party, liberal left audience. And then when I started criticizing Obama's foreign policy, that was in many ways similar to the Bush and Cheney's, despite his promise to renew it. I think that was a critique that was perceived as being from the left, and I got associated more with the left. But one of the things that happened was I began seeing that if you attach yourself to the Democratic Party with this attitude like, yeah, we're going to work within the party, we're just going to elect better Democrats, it doesn't actually change the foreign policy. The foreign policy in Washington for decades has been extremely bipartisan. I think people actually saw that when they saw Joe Biden be the one who armed and funded Israel diplomatically or protected it, deployed troops on its behalf. Obama ordered CIA dirty wars in Syria. And this is the kind of thing that I had been observing and feeling frustrated by. And so when Trump's 2016 candidacy emerged and he ran against the establishment candidate Jeb Bush, he positioned himself as vehemently opposed to neoconservatism, condemned the Iraq War, other regime change wars, and was touting this kind of isolationism, or at least anti-interventionism, that I think Ron Paul had laid the foundation for within the Republican Party, really kind of spurred this view on the anti-establishment right. And so I just saw an opportunity to try and get out of this Republican Democratic prison, where I wanted to try and explore some of that and help that and cultivate that anti-intervention, anti-military, anti-deep state mentality that was emerging, at least more than I had ever seen before, on the right. But I was never disillusioned about the fact that Donald Trump is a very unpredictable person, isn't really deeply rooted in any ideology. I always felt like my view really was that I thought the ceiling was higher in terms of what might be achieved in the Trump presidency, but I also thought the floor was lower. But I thought it was a risk we were willing to take. And I guess the one thing I would say is it is true that in his first term, he was the first American president in decades, this is just a fact, not to involve the United States in any new war, either fighting it or financing it or being on the side of it, which I think is not trivial. But I think clearly in this term, the voices that are far more bellicose, more imperialistic, more war-seeking, have become much more influential than I was hoping they would be. But at the same time, it is a little nuanced, because you see in Iran, he did bomb Iran, but for one night. He bombed Yemen, but stopped the bombing after a month when he saw that it wasn't working the way he was promised. And even in Venezuela, I think the assumption was, we're going to take out Maduro, have a massive standard American regime change operation, and plant the unpopular opposition. And it seems, at least thus far, Trump's not interested in that. He's not interested in regime change, doesn't really care if Venezuela is actually liberated or free. He just wants the oil. So we haven't had the kind of long-term quagmire type wars or regime change operations that we've had over the past 30 years. But clearly, there's the foreign policy that is prevailing in the Trump administration is one I find repellent.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting jumping off point, because there's the vibes and there's the people on X talking about, American imperium reasserting itself. There's the talk about Greenland, there's the talk about Canada, but it's mostly talk. And actually, when you look at the operation with regards to Maduro, we'll talk about that more in a moment. When you look at what Trump is saying with regards to Reza Pahlavi in Iran, for instance, it's not the identikit neocon talking points or actions or sequences that we might have expected. You're sort of implying it's quite different, although maybe not as different as some people are stating. It's quite different to that first term. Why do you think that is? Because, of course, you had John Bolton famously at the White House, close to hand in that first term. No new wars were started. And yet, this time around, he's seemingly more belligerent when it comes to foreign affairs. Why is that? Is it a change of personnel? Is he looking for legacy? Has he been co-opted by the establishment to a significant extent?
It's interesting. He did have John Bolton in that first administration. He had a lot of neocons in that administration. Part of that was just he had no idea what Washington was, how it worked, never been there before. He's easily manipulated by people who flatter him. Everybody knows that. But I think he talked about John Bolton specifically. This is a crazy warmonger, but it's good to have at your side because it scares other countries about the possibility. But Bolton was really pushing regime change in Venezuela in that first term. Convinced Trump it would be easy. Trump sort of authorized some operations. He immediately saw it was a lot harder than he was led to believe, and that's what led to John Bolton's ouster. I do think it's clearly a more belligerent foreign policy And part of it is the fact that I think it's so important to remember that between 2021, when Trump left office, and 2024, when he won the election in November, his life was basically dominated by a multi-pronged attempt to imprison him for life. And he probably would have been in prison had he not won the 2024 election. And this makes somebody quite desperate. And that desperation led to this kind of state of vulnerability where he was very easily exploited. So you had Mary Madelson and all these hardcore Israel loyalists, but also a bunch of Silicon Valley tycoons, military industrial complex types who never really trusted Trump before. They were actually hoping Ron DeSantis would be the president. They trusted him a lot more, but once it was obvious Trump was the only choice, they all poured huge amounts of money into him, and I think they extracted a lot of promises that he was willing to give because he knew winning the election was the only way to stay out of prison. Now, that's not exonerating, but I think it is a factor, but not the only factor. I also think if you look at Trump's whole life, he venerates the attribute of strength, or what he considers to be tough and strong, making people bend to your will, making them fear you, intimidating them. That's the world that he emerged from in New York real estate. I was a litigator in Manhattan while he was doing all of that, touched against some of his operations and cases. And this is, Donald Trump's reputation. He loved Roy Cohn, the close associate and the kind of enforcer of Joseph McCarthy. That was his mentor. And this is like one of the most amoral people of the 20th century who believed in fear and power and nothing else. And I think Trump is now kind of getting this sort of psychological fulfillment from showing the world that he is stronger than any other country, can bend countries to his will, and that he feels some kind of psychological benefit. Like he feels finally that to be the kind of powerful, strong person that he wanted to be. I think it's very important not to downplay the psyche of human beings, including political leaders, which plays a big role. And I think that it's a combination of all those things. The fact that he's very heavily influenced by his large donors who benefit from a more aggressive foreign policy, and by the psychological benefits that just come. He when he asked the Israeli president to pardon Benjamin Netanyahu, he said the reason is because Benjamin Netanyahu was a war hero, which is usually a term that is reserved for people who actually go fight in wars. And I think Trump was clearly talking about himself as well. He sees himself as a war hero for that successful operation with Iran. And I don't think that kind of impulse should be underestimated.
You mentioned Adelson, and then you said people around Silicon Valley. I mean, who do you mean specifically? I presume Peter Thiel is one of them, but do you have other characters in mind? Because I suppose amongst the most high-profile corporate leadership in Silicon Valley, people like Zuckerberg, Bezos, particularly Zuckerberg, really, and of course there's Musk, park him. But they kind of got in line once it appeared inevitable. Who were the people in Silicon Valley jumping on the Trump bandwagon when he was at his lowest ebb and they were thinking, hey, there's an opportunity here?
Interestingly, most of them did not jump on the Trump bandwagon when he was at his low ebb. Like I said, they didn't trust Trump. They were eager for somebody like Ron DeSantis, a very traditional Republican, kind of just standard warmonger, Bush Cheney, old school Reaganite Republican with that foreign policy. Ron DeSantis was doing things as Florida governor like flying to Israel and signing laws that would expand hate speech laws for people in Florida and the United States. He was signing it in Israel to punish criticisms of Israel, reclassifying it as anti-Semitism. He really was trying to cultivate that group of people, and those funders were largely behind him. It was only once his candidacy proved to be kind of a flop, he had no charisma, Trump was the inevitable nominee, only then did they all migrate. I'm talking about, obviously Elon Musk was the biggest funder, Mary Adelson was second, he definitely placed a big bet on Trump, but it's really these kind of second tier type people in the military industrial complex in the world of intelligence, like Palantir and Mark Andreessen, who is an investor in all of these AI companies that are the future of these massive defense contracts. Trump just yesterday said he wants to increase the budget by $500 billion, which is just that increase alone is more than any other country in the world spends on their military for a year, from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. And that's money is going to all go right into the coffers of all these Raytheons and General Dynamics and Boeings, but also this new version of the military industrial complex, this higher tech AI stuff, as exemplified by Palantir, but there are a lot of others. These are the kind of people who really got behind Trump. And then you have as well the fanatical Israel loyalists who always want a very aggressive, large U.S. military because they understand that benefits Israel. You look at any, I don't know of a single Israel supporter who's opposed to what Trump is doing in Venezuela, for example. They obviously want him to engineer regime change in Iran. They are big supporters of U.S. financing of the war in Ukraine. All of these things are very connected, and I think a lot of these people who Trump feels a debt of gratitude toward because of how much money they gave him, and it's not just debt of gratitude. Trump's not exactly a loyal person. He respects people who are very rich, especially when they flatter him and help him and support him. Those are the people he cares about, and these are the people who want endless wars, constant military conflict, massive military buildup, and those are the people to whom Trump is most listening.
So we talked about interests, huge military contracts, particularly for this new range of AI companies like Palantir. We're talking about people spying long-term interests with regards to Israel. But also there are some kind of wacky things that can't really be explained through the lens, it seems, of maximizing national interests. And the paradigmatic example here is Greenland. So for our audience here at Novara Media, what's your read on Greenland? Is Trump serious about it? Because breaking NATO, which is such a massive extension of US power into Europe, over basically a block of ice with 50,000 people on it, seems insane. Is it just a kind of meme, or is there deeper strategic thinking at work? And if there is that coming from people outside of Trump's inner circle? Or is it just, something that captures media attention?
I think most people, and I would put myself in this category, assumed it was not a particularly serious proposal when first unveiled, for the simple reason that it came out of nowhere. It's not like, during the 2024 campaign and US elections, campaigns are 18 months long. So everything that the candidate is thinking generally ends up being expressed. Greenland, the idea of annexing Greenland was never once mentioned. But then again, abducting Nicolas Maduro and trying to change the government of Venezuela wasn't either, which is, I think, part of the reason why that made so little sense to so many people. So I think when Trump started talking about Greenland, it kind of seemed part and parcel of this idea of his obsession with calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Just sort of this idea that we're going to go and take things that are ours. And I think a lot of people felt like it made no sense. The reality is, and I think where people have learned about this issue, is that the Arctic has become a more strategically important location than ever. It has access to a lot of oil, a lot of minerals. China and Russia both see it as a strategic location. And I think, I don't know who it was, some foreign policy extremists convinced Trump that it's not enough to have what the US has, which is guaranteed access to Greenland. We can put military bases there if we want. That the United States has to own it, that it has to actually be made part of the United States. Remember, this is at the same time Trump was talking about making Canada the 51st American state. I think that ended up being more trolling, but I think people put that in line with Greenland. So I think now it's becoming a lot more serious. I mean, certainly Denmark and the EU and NATO are taking it a lot more seriously, because the signals are being sent diplomatically and at the highest levels that they are very serious about this. And I think when they saw him do Venezuela, threaten Colombia, bomb Iran, that builds up this notion that things you assume wouldn't happen under Trump very well might. And I think the other aspect of this, Aaron, that's so important is that if you go back and look in 2016 at what really first prompted this neocon hatred of Trump and distrust of Trump, but then a broader Republican establishment dislike of Trump, it was really when he started questioning the most taboo topics in American foreign policy. One of which was he kind of blurted out at one point, obviously turned out not to be what he did, but he blurted out, I think the US has been way too pro-Israel. We need to be way more even-handed with the Palestinians if we want to get a deal, which certainly was true, but you don't say that. That was one thing that raised the alarm of neocons. But really it was this constant questioning of the NATO alliance. Why do we need a NATO alliance when the whole purpose of the NATO alliance was to protect Western Europe from communist Soviet Union that no longer exists? Trump has contempt for Western Europeans. He knows that they have contempt for him. This is not a natural fit. I think Trump feels much more comfortable with the dictators and tyrants of the Persian Gulf, even more with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin than he does with, like, say, Emmanuel Macron or Germans or he seems to get along okay with Keir Starmer, because Keir Starmer gave him that letter from King Charles, and Trump's family comes from that area. But I think Trump really doesn't view the Europeans as an important ally, doesn't see NATO as a crucial alliance any longer, and you can make the case that it is less important than it once was given geopolitics. So I don't really think Trump is going to be that constrained by the prospect that it'll create tensions between the US and NATO. And just this week, Trump said, what is NATO if the US doesn't support it? I mean, it's basically a protectorate of Europe that the United States finances. That's how Trump sees NATO. I don't think that's a big impediment for him to do something like take Greenland, just the fact that NATO might be angry or it even might contaminate the relationship.
So on Maduro, there's an argument that this is a complete break with status quo politics. You've kidnapped, essentially. I know the BBC aren't being allowed to say that, but you've kidnapped the head of state. Yes, they were doing certain things that the State Department weren't happy with, but it's not like Kosovo or even arguably Serbia in the 1990s. It was a country that was under sanctions. Had those sanctions not been in place, it would be a middle-income country with some dysfunction, but it would get on. To kidnap the head of state of another country seems kind of extraordinary. But on the other hand, you have the argument, which is, no, actually this represents a continuity with US foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere. You had Noriega, who was of course picked up a few decades ago. You've had various people like I think it was Aristide in Haiti removed. This happens all the time in the Western Hemisphere. It's not really a break with precedent. Where do you stand on that? On Maduro, on the kidnapping, is that continuity or change?
It's absolute continuity. I mean, not necessarily the means by which it was done, although that too is not entirely alien to American behavior. It was more common, I guess, this brazen during the Cold War, but since the Cold War, the United States has found endless ways to interfere in all kinds of countries, in Latin America, but around the world too, to at least the extent that we just did in Venezuela, if not more so. I think, Aaron, the thing that I'm finding most interesting about the discourse surrounding Venezuela is that, you do what I do, and when people do what we do, we encounter like arguments all the time that we just are so frustrated by because it so blatantly falls the byproduct of nationalistic propaganda or whatever, and you have to develop a thick skin, and I presume you have, but one of the things that still gets to me is that there are so many Americans who really do believe and are susceptible to the government saying that the reason we're going to go to war, the reason we're going to change this government, the reason we're going to overthrow that government is because we want to liberate the people of the country. We want to bring freedom and democracy to them. And it always amazes me that Americans can watch, and this is actually true for British people as well. The British Prime Minister can go visit Saudi Arabia and the Emiratis and heap praise on them and give them weapons and strengthen the UK relationship or Egyptian relationship, all savage tyrants. We help them stay in power. The US does as well. And then the next day you can turn around and say, we want to go to war with this country because we don't like dictatorships and we want to free the people of that country. One of the things that Trump has done, and it isn't really a break from policy, but it's a break in terms of the discourse, is Trump really, for the most part, is dispensing with this pretense that the United States is motivated by bringing freedom and democracy to the world. In fact, the Trump administration just issued this national security strategy at the end of 2025, and there's this whole section in there clearly designed to justify the close U.S. relationship with the Saudis and the Emiratis and the Qataris, but it was expressed as a kind of principle that we're done caring about the kinds of governments other countries have. We're not going to lecture them that they need to have the elections the way we do, that they need to be liberal democracies. That's their culture, that's their tradition, that's up to them. And all we care about is partnering with them if it advances American interests. And I do think it was so notable that when this happened with Maduro, the assumption of everybody was, okay, it's time for Maria Machado to go back or Edmundo Gonzalez to go back and run the country. And Trump immediately threw cold water on that and said, yeah, Maria Machado's a nice lady, but she doesn't have any support in Venezuela, which maybe an exaggeration, but there's a lot of truth to it as well. And he made clear that they're not really interested in freeing Venezuela. That's not what this
beef and going back into the past. Now, let's address the whole idea behind beef. I hate beef. I hate getting angry at people, and I am not currently in any beefs, all right? So I want to just make sure that we're very, very clear about that. Even when you have disagreements, that don't necessarily be beef. And even when you have miscommunication, it's not necessarily beef. It's really just that, miscommunication, and sometimes misunderstandings, but beef is a whole nother concept. So I want people to really understand that I have no ill will and no negative feelings or sentiments towards people. When you get past a certain age, that stuff is old, because the goal, getting out of the hood and the goal growing up, is to get to this point in life to where you can enjoy life, things are awesome, you know, you want to be able to ride your bike and have fun, and you know, you do all of the things that make you happy versus giving energy or negativity to things that don't necessarily add value into your life. So if you ever dealing with something where you feel like it is putting you in a negative space, and this is not directed towards anything or anyone in particular, that's a fact. But if you ever dealing with something to where it's drawing you into a negative space, or it consistently, and this could be a girl, right? It could be a chick that you're talking to. It could be a circle that you're surrounded by. It could be a job that you in. It can be an environment that you continue to subject yourself to. You got to remove yourself, and you got to surround yourself with things that make you or put you in a better space that allow for you to be a more complete human being. You see what I'm saying? You are the sum total of the people that you surround yourself with. And so you're going to evolve throughout your life, and you're going to see things, you're going to go through things. It kind of reminds me of high school. When I think about high school, when I think about a lot of times when you run into people that are only focused on how great they was in high school, it's like you telling me that was like your apex, that was the top of where you was at? You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to my high school reunion one time. I went to my 10-year high school reunion, and it was cool, running into everybody. And then after that, like, man, I'm not going to all of the meetups. I'm not going to no 20-year. I'm not doing none of that because, and it's not that the people aren't cool or whatever like that, but especially when you talk about this social media era, you already can see where I'm at. You can see what I'm doing every single day. A lot of people already know what's happening with me. I know, or I keep in touch with the people that I'm really, really cool with, or the people that I've been friends with since high school, or even all the way down to kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? And it's because we are equally yoked and we're going into the same direction. Sometimes people are only there in your life for that time, and that time is awesome, but you don't have to always relive it. You don't always have to go back to it, because you're going and you're growing. Both of y'all are growing into different directions. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that what people don't understand a lot of times, especially when you get older, and I'm going to assume that a lot of people is of mixed ages. I looked at my demographics. We study them every month because we also got to submit them to the sponsors and stuff. But I looked at my demographic, and my demographic go all the way from maybe like 18, 20 up to like 54, majority men. And so when I speak to the majority of the audience that is resonating or following the content. I don't speak in general just to the general sentiment of people. Now, it can be applied for everybody, but my whole point is that growth is good. Growth is good. For me, specifically, if you notice, I never, ever am looking to go backwards or taking 200 steps backwards just to recapture a feeling, and I certainly, and this is really, really the biggest thing, I never do what people tell me I'm supposed to do. I do what I think makes the most sense as far as the direction that God is leading me in. And like I said, sometimes you link up with people, or sometimes you go, and it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. I'm not going to try to go back into something for money. I'm not going to try to do, like, I don't even want to go back to previous jobs. I could amicably split from a job, and I never leave a job on bad blood or in a bad space. And I never feel a certain type of way with that job. But I'm going to just tell you, honest to God, there is nothing in my life that I feel like, or I look back in the past and I say, man, I want to go back to that, or man, I want to recapture that. I'm not interested in that. It ain't a job that I've never been to that I'm saying, y'all want to go back to that, because I'm so focused on where I'm going instead of where I come from. It ain't a woman or a hoe that I didn't deal with where I'm like, man, that was a great, no, she was there for a moment, and she was there, and we had a great time, and now it's time to move on from her. You know what I'm saying? The only things I like old is money and classic cars. That's it. But I prefer new money more than I prefer old money, and I prefer newer cars more than I prefer the classics. I drive the new ones, but I look at the classics, and sometimes I pull it out, and it's a nice thing, and then I get into it, and I'm like, damn, these windows is different to try to roll up, or I gotta get this check engine light. Nah. I like all of my shit new. I like growth, and just because you like new and you like growth does not mean that you don't want everybody else to win. I want everybody to win. I want people to be successful in whatever it is that they're successful in. but I'm always going to be searching for new. I'm always going to be searching for growth. And when people grow, it doesn't mean that they have to be, it just means that they grow in two different directions. Now, of course, you know, this is the internet, so people are messy, and so they always take it to mean something else or whatever like that. It doesn't. Genuinely in my heart, it doesn't. It just means that I got people in my own family that I grew up with. When we see each other, it's love. But am I checking for every single person that I used to rock with in my past? Absolutely not, because I'm too focused on my future. I'm focused on living life. And I think that when you get past a certain age sometimes, for some of us, not all of us, there's a lot of us that still live in our past. When you get past a certain age sometimes, you realize that life is too short to be focused on any kind of negativity as far as trying to have problems with people. And life is too short to be doing what everybody else tells you to do. I am 1,000% focused on growth. I'm 1,000% focused on enjoying life. And next year, I'm going to have newer cars and I'm going to have newer growth. This year, I'm going to continue to trend in a positive direction. It's funny because even when I look at my numbers continue to evolve and grow. It's all about slow growth, progress, and continuing to push yourself to be successful. That's what life is about for me. So that's my message for the morning. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all focus on growth. I hope y'all focus on the money. And I hope y'all focus on balling and getting to it. That's what life is about. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all for the Millionaire Morning Show. We rock out with that at around between 7:30 Eastern, so adjust for your time zone. And we're going to have a great week. I got a lot of dope stuff coming in. I got my homegirl Mika flying in. I got some friends flying in. I got a whole lot of stuff that I'm working on. And we got some pre-recorded shows that we're doing for this channel in particular that I really enjoyed. We piloted them a couple of weeks ago, and now we're about to go full-fledged. Now that we're able to look at the analytics and the statistics, we see the opportunities that's in there. Even when it comes to this platform, I want to grow, and I don't even care about like what other people think. I want to grow in a certain direction, and I want to continue to evolve. And I don't want to be the same person that I was yesterday. And I love you guys. I absolutely do. Thank y'all for continuing to rock with me. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description. And then teach Hanley 40% off your first order plus a free gift. Plus 20% off for life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. See y'all today.
Exactly. So that's what
everybody don't get it though. Like to me, dad means to discipline and direction. That's what I'm here for my child. So if I leave my child on the wrong path, then it's the path she gonna take for life.
Okay.
But a lot of times look at it like Diane and Canaan. Not Canaan, Cain.
I watch that one.
Okay, Power, they was done, like the kids was done from the start because the way Monet raised them, they got no choice but to live this life. Mm-hmm. So it's always kind of the parents' fault.
But it's a choice that we made.
You're making them choices based on the things that you normalize. A lot of your morals and the way that you move comes from your parents. It comes from your surroundings. It comes from the things that people normalize when you were younger. So when you adopt that's the only way you know how to move. Now, yes, at a certain point, you have, as for yourself, you have to stop putting the blame on your parents and try to adjust. That's if you want change, though. But if you don't want change, you just want to always look back to what your influence is. People don't even recognize how much those influences guide their judgment, the way they make decisions in their everyday life.
But you gotta be aware of that to even change that. If they don't know that's why the way that they is, they just think they just that way.
Well, who taught them that awareness though? Everything you know you was taught. The way that you think, somebody taught you how to think that.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it's an and, it's not an or.
It's an and. It's all encompassing.
It doesn't absolve you from being responsible. Listen, you go out and you kill somebody, you want to fucking jail. I don't care what the previous history was. The other side of it though is, and he was raised around killers. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it's a clear-cut answer. I think it's all on an individual basis. But yeah.
why fast food chains taste different in different regions sometimes.
I wonder when you think like this, right? And then I think back to your dad. It's interesting that you say, I didn't know him. And yet, from my reading of you, so much of you seems like a deep knowing of him.
Because I'm him. And that's also a mind fuck. Is looking at yourself and going, oh, I see, I care about people. Check. Okay. I figured out a way to use my gift to enrich and educate people. Okay. Check. Healthy distrust of close relationships. Check. Damn, I'm just doing what he do. I'm just a little funnier than him. You know, I still have, I was looking at my phone earlier because I was trying to find this, but it's like I will have like a random premise and then it's something that gets to a deeper theme, but I don't know how to make it like funny to me. And like there was a movie called The Assignment with Michelle Rodriguez where a male hitman is turned into, to get revenge on a hitman, a male hitman is turned into a woman.
Sounds familiar. When was this
And so
movie
now
called?
the woman hitman is looking for the surgeon that turned her into a woman to get revenge. Correct. And so, this movie was 2019.
Okay.
So a bigger conversation about transphobia, like that movie in its core, is to me. How I get to the joke, I don't know. But the challenge of that, like that's the stuff, that's the material that excites me.
But that's
like
that's what I mean. But this is what I mean about being your father's son, right? And what your book goes through in so many ways is your dad was living this life. Like I love that you do the checking of the boxes. And the natural question that it brings me to is, how do you then choose? You talk a little bit about auditing. One of the most beautiful lines in the book, and I'll paraphrase it in case I get it wrong, but you basically say, nothing makes you audit your relationship with your parents like having a child of your own.
Yeah.
Because when you have a child of your own, you then have to ask yourself what you want them to take of you. Yeah. But then you then have to ask yourself who you really are. Mm-hmm. And in asking yourself who you really are, you have to ask yourself who made you.
Yeah, what are the worst parts of you?
Exactly.
And how do you not accidentally infuse those things into the child unknowingly? Which means you have to be conscious of the fact that something as simple as saying I love you. Pops didn't do that. From the old school, so he just buy you some food. Like, it's like one of them old school black jokes when your mama come in, you hungry? After she done gave you a whooping or some shit. Like, that's what my dad was. My dad was
educator and provider.
I'll tell you something that scares me to that point where I don't know if I'm doing what he did. So my parents were separated until third grade.
Yeah.
That's when my parents got back together. So my mother and I lived in Memphis before we moved in with him in Birmingham. My pops would come to Memphis once a month. And he'd stay for a day and a half, maybe 2 days, but he would sleep half of that. And knowing what I know now,
Love TV.
you're older dude, you want a nap. I'm 46, I want a nap. This movie was knocking 70. So yeah, you want a nap. And you drove 3.5 hours, and you worked mornings, and he did morning radio for 5 hours, and then he did an evening jazz, and he'd do a talk show in the afternoon, and that would roll into a jazz show. So yeah, just tired. But he would always bring me a truck. He'd bring me like a little toy truck from some truck stop or some shit or whatever. And I play with the truck, but they were all forgettable toys, nothing that stood out. And then fast forward, I'd say maybe 2 years ago, let's just say second grade, when my son was in second grade, he's in fourth grade now. Let's just say second grade. First grade, it became sentient about me being gone.
Yeah.
You know, because I move out of the house. So it's kind of a, you know, Dad, where are you type thing. And we're explaining to him the dynamics of what co-parenting would be. And then I think that second grade, I felt my relationship with him becoming a little bit more sentient and him missing me. Like, man, where you been, man? I want to throw out, you know, he wants to do the things. He just wants to be with his pops. And that would have held true even if I were under the same roof.
Yeah.
But that shit hurt. Ooh. They never been missed by nobody. You know?
Or no one's told you they missed you.
Okay. And so this idea of, all right, well, when I'm gone, he needs to know why I'm gone. So the relationship becomes a little bit more communicative when I'm gone.
Yeah.
Here's a video or the thing, I'll send that to his tablet. We'll FaceTime here and there, but I more so enjoy sending him, perfect example. He loves trains, transportation, planes, all that. So if it's a city he's never been to, I'm first person POV camera from the time I get off the plane, show him the whole airport, shoot that nice 7-minute video, break that bitch down in a 2-minute chunk so he can send quicker. And then I'll get on the train that morning. We did 20 cities in 30 days through Canada last year. And every day I rode mass transit in the morning to go get a paper. And we just ride the train all day. Here's the transit. So I look like a tourist, which really used to scare me because now I look robbable. You know what I'm saying? Like my spidey senses, it's just...
Yeah, your paranoia's off the charts right now.
I'm from at the time, the most murderous zip code in Birmingham. Like facts. So my paranoia is justified. That PTSD, that comes with you in a nice little knapsack. So I'll send videos, and sometimes I'll bring a little toy, a little souvenir, and now I rack my brain on when he's older. Does he equate that to me trying to be connected, or does he look at it the way I look at the trucks? It's just a fickle, lazy,
It's an interesting one.
But you don't know for another 30 years. You don't know till he has his kid, probably.
You know, the thing yesterday was when we were discussing this episode, if you'd allow me, was I knew I was not going to read the book, and I didn't want to, because I wanted to experience the book through you. But I experienced a bit of you from him. Then I remember saying, I don't think from this conversation Roy has ever been a child.
Yeah, you didn't say that.
I said he's never been a child. But what we find is, what you've explained about kids and parenting, is that kids, if there's more than one sibling in a household, they'll experience parents differently, because children allow you a chance to reinvent yourself. So you become whoever you want them to be. I mean, you want them to see as it goes. Having one child is the ultimate gift and curse, because they experience you transforming in front of them. So you can never have that one idea that you think they will have of you. But what happened was, I think your dad, his practicality showed up in real life when you were growing up, and in your life right now as a grown up. Because when he was older, obviously, and you were younger, he understood that he didn't have time. He wasn't going to see you as a 25-year-old man if you take the age gap. So he knew that he had to be practical with you. So what he had to do was, he had to make you a father. And your child made you a son. Because you're out here now, you're playing, you're taking videos, you're taking pictures of things, you're looking like a tourist, you want to be a child, you want to hug him, you want to show him that you love him. So those are your gifts. Those are the things that he left you with. He made you a father, your son made you a child. And that's what you must take with you. But often it happens that we want to live vicariously sometimes, and we get fixated on the mistakes of others. And in life there comes a time where you equalize. Now you understand why your dad had to take that nap.
Yeah.
At first you might have thought, he's avoiding me, he doesn't want to be it. Now you understand exactly why he had to take that nap.
So
after working at Queen Street, you understand. and that's what I find whenever Troy and I have conversation, we get to that point where we like, how do we reconcile our pasts and make peace with it? And I think with this conversation right here, from the little that I know of you, and I'm sure there's a lot to find out, is you are reconciling, balancing the books. You took the good, you discarded the bad, and you're infusing it now in your life. And your dad lives through you, and your son lives through you. So I think that gap and that distance between what your dad could have been in your life and what you want to be in your son's life is visible in how you show up in your son's life.
That's beautiful. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I try now with him to just be very verbal about feelings, sharing feelings. To me, the main thing is love, and how does that manifest? How do you receive it?
Yeah.
Teach him how to receive it, teach him how to show it. I can do that. I'm good.
Does he know how funny you are?
Funny? No. But he knows, he is aware of what I do.
No. Does he know how funny you are?
I make him laugh.
That's what I mean.
Does he laugh at the jokes that I do on CNN?
No, forget that. I'm saying, does he know how funny you are?
How funny? No, but I can make him laugh at times.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
because he's got a sense of humor too.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's one of the things that I think we take for granted is. This is what I felt when I was reading the book, right? And I was thinking of your dad, and I was going, I think one of the greatest acts of love that you've committed in this book is you've processed your father through the most generous lens possible, which is love. You've got a man who had another family in the same town as you, and it wasn't a secret, but it still holds a bit of shame, and you and your mom are fighting against this thing. You've got this world where you're trying to cement yourself and have the things that you could have but you don't have, and your dad's withholding them from you. He's not paying the gas bill because he's fighting with your mom, or he feels like you and your mom are up against him, so he's going to make you both pay and not pay the gas bill or not pay the electric bill. He's going to teach you both a lesson. And you're like, no, but I'm on your side. And he's like, no, you're not, boy. You're not on my team. You know what I mean? Despite all of that, I read the book and I went, damn, I felt for your dad. I saw him as a human being. I didn't see him as a villain. I didn't see him as. You spend so much time trying to give him the benefit of the doubt in a beautiful way, by the way. And I was like, damn, what an act of love. And I think what it got me thinking about, because I think so many people go through this, is when your parents or when you are forced to focus on survival, we take for granted how many elements of living we put aside. Love, intimacy, fun, joy, fiction, imagination, vision, just random things. We focus so much. Think about how many people have grown up and are growing up in worlds where the only thing they're allowed to think about is surviving. So your dad goes, Roy, I need you to be educated, and I need you to know how to navigate the world.
And watch out for these white people.
Exactly. But I can't teach you joy.
And don't pay your taxes because they're taking a black man's right to vote away in 2040. This is the type of shit we're talking about in the car.
But if you think about it though, if you think about it though, he has to tell you that because he can't tell you how to have fun because he didn't come from fun. He didn't have fun. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's like, I need to teach you how to survive. And I was thinking, man, it's so crazy how that becomes the thing that sort of we lose out on. The way I was thinking of it was I was going, we always have to be careful, especially for the next generation. If you have the luxury of being the next generation that can move forward, I think it's very crucial to remember in life that you are trying to survive. But on the other side of survival, you need to remember all the luxuries you couldn't include in survival because those are the things that make surviving worthwhile. Do you know what I'm saying? You want to win the war, but you want to win it so that you come back to your friends and family and laugh. If you can't come back and laugh, that's exactly it. Because otherwise, what was it for? Like, what were you actually fighting for as an idea, or do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the whole point of it was for my son to be able to be relaxed and not have to think about
exactly
a million different things. But how do you prepare someone for the world while also giving them agency to still be a child and making sure that there's a balance in that? Which is why I try to let them laugh with me, crack a joke. You have the one thing, and this is more from my mom. He always has freedom of opinion. You can share it respectfully, but like all of that, be quiet and stand shut up. You think this up? Tell me why. Break it down. Get give me the logic of it. I still might not agree with you, but we can have. Don't ever be afraid to bring something to me or to share something or talk to me about stuff. And I think that those were the things where I think as parents, we are either the parent we wish we had or we're a carbon copy.
The parent we wish we didn't have. Yeah.
And this the right balance is somewhere in the middle. But I mean, man, we laugh but you know, me and my son laugh at. It's a lot of inside joke stuff.
Yeah, no, that's all comedy. That's all comedy, if we're honest.
We watched Interstellar a couple times, and Matthew McConaughey's character's got that robot Tars that he's always telling to do stuff. So if we're telling another one to do something, Tars, I need you to go in there and get the bed. Tars, I need you to take a shower and get ready for bed. Does not compute. He'll say, does not compute. Like, no, I just told you. So it can be something as silly as that. I talk to you as if you're an AI robot.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
So funny.
You have to have a stamp at the airport to say you are legally leaving this place. You are not a fugitive, because the system will say that, hey, man, you're a fugitive, you're wanted by the law, which then gets complicated because of the situation that side. But they didn't have the legal requirements to enter the country. And my thing is, fuck Palestine or Gaza is far. How far is it?
Very. Where's things like Egypt?
Egypt! All these Arab countries where they'll feel at home, you know, where there's no haram taking place as much as there is in South Africa.
Yeah, India, all these other places.
India's a Hindu mostly, but Pakistan, for example, right next to India, there's so many countries they could have gone to. Why? So the president didn't ask that. He was like, oh, these are people from a war-torn country, you know, escaping a genocide. Oh, no, bring them in. Doesn't make sense. It's similar to all these other guys with the spices and their hair on asylums. But they leave their wives and they leave their women behind. It's only the men. Then why are you leaving the wife in a place where she's in danger if it's an asylum that you're seeking? You know, all these guys. But it's only men who are coming. Hasn't that made you ever wonder?
According to IOL, it states that their flight was within 13 hours. So they were on board for more than 13 hours.
That's how far it is.
That's how far it is.
And there's so many other countries that can help. Yes, we went to the ICJ, we took Israel to court, but hey man, domestically we also got a lot of our problems of our own, you know what I mean? We've got people who are running away as well from other closer countries. Now that makes sense. If you're gonna jump off from Zim, you know, it's like, well, it is your closest greener pasture is South Africa if you're in Zim or in Mozambique. Bro, your greener pasture, why is it South Africa when you're all the way so far, bro?
Why should we care about the story of South Africans?
Because they're here.
And because who's in charge? Is it the NGOs or is it government? Because the guys, PMA, Border Management or that authority said, no, they can't enter. They said, we can't allow these guys to enter. They don't have the right documentation. Who are they? Where are they from? Okay, we know where they're from, but who's put them on a plane? No one knows who put them. What's going on? And then gift of the givers comes, and then it vetoes whatever decision the Border Management Authority has come to. So that's why we should be worried. Who's in charge of the country?
Nell,
who's in charge?
What's your take on this? When you saw it, what did you think, man?
Like I think what Saul said, I think is because they took an advantage that we were the ones who were in the forefront of, you know, calling out the injustice that is happening.
Yeah, which was right of us to do.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's something that is repeating itself where during apartheid, when there were a lot of countries that were calling injustice that is happening in South Africa, and those were countries that were accommodating South Africans for when they were going to exile. So I think that's something that is kind of repeating itself, that we might as a country be the country that's going to welcome a lot of people from Palestine come here to accommodate them, because, you know, they're running away from their country where there's a lot of injustice that's happening.
So
okay, I get
possibly
that.
there's more to come.
I get that.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. But bro, there's so many conflicts in the world out there. There's so many conflicts in the world out there. Do we then accommodate everyone? We're a small country, bro. You know? Like, we're a medium country, let me say. Do we accommodate them? Is it practical?
But we're already accommodating the whole of Africa. So, is it shocking? Because we always cry that we're a small country, but at the end of the day, our borders continues to be open for more people to come.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This should worry us, because who's in charge? And remember, we've been seeing a string of lieutenant generals, vice admirals coming out. The latest guy, Monde Lobese from the Navy, vice admiral from the Navy, came out now saying, well, politicians are making it difficult for us to do our jobs. For real. There's crazy crimes happening at sea, human trafficking, drugs are coming out of the country. It's a free-for-all. Yeah, he made a statement now. And then earlier on, I think it was the mass funeral of the guys, you know, who died in Congo, but it was a soldier's funeral. Another general, Chabeni Mapaha or something. This was February. This was before Mkwanaz. He literally said, you politicians have decided to make our defense force a Mickey Mouse. Our borders are porous, want to play Big Brother in Africa, we're out there in Congo, but the resources have been cut from our national defense force. We're a joke. We don't have borders. Pretty much we don't have borders. And then Mkhwanazi came out and spoke about the infiltration of the justice system by criminals, and that was in July. Then Shamila Botoi came out saying she can't do a work at the NPA because they've been deliberately under-resourced, and all the best attorneys and lawyers and prosecutors are going into the private sector.
Speaking about Gift of the Givers, an old clip of Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, founder of Gift of the Givers, resurfaced online. In the video, he states that he's not accountable to anyone and only to Islamic law, not state law. This resurfaced as the NGO faced criticism for reportedly pressuring the SA government to allow 150 Palestinians into the country without standard immigration procedures such as the use of passports and asylum papers. Suleiman went on to book accommodation for those people. Background of Gift of the Givers: it's one of South Africa's biggest humanitarian organizations, known for emergency response for work in Gaza, Syria, Malawi, Mozambique, and more.
Where's the video?
Do we have the video?
Please try to find the video, because
try to find the video.
Yeah, if there's a video, we've got to see it. I don't think.
And apparently, this guy he ran for elections in '94.
Yeah, I saw that. The Islam party, or it's an Islamic party, or a Muslim party. Yeah,
it's a Muslim party.
It's a Muslim party. Yeah, I saw that, man. And I was like, oh.
And then you look at what's happening in London. They've taken over there, the Muslims. You look what's happening in New York as well.
In New York, you mean the mayor being a Muslim now?
Yeah.
That's even they've taken over.
Damn, dog. You must see videos of what London looks like now, bro.
Nah, but London and the UK, bro, I feel like to some degree they deserve it. And the French and Paris, because they're taking over. Yeah, because guess what? These are the results of colonizing. If you go around colonizing and making people very far from your country dress and look like you and do all these things like you and speak your language as well. Yeah, guess where they're gonna flee?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. And also due to the you know, London is a hub of cleaning money, right?
Yes, I can believe.
Yeah, so Gangs of London, that Gangs of London series, yeah. Then there was a documentary I watched. I forgot the name now. Literally, it's the world, like it's where the filthy money is, and people own land there now, and are not the Brits. It's the Russian oligarchs. Wow. It's the Arabs. You know. Yeah, and all sorts of people from all over the world. They send their money there to clean it.
So did you get the video? Oh, you can't find the video. Okay. Is that the
what are you searching for? What did you search there? Google Imtiaz Suleiman and then go to the videos and see which one pops up at the top. Because maybe there isn't that video with all those words necessarily. Oh, Google Imtiaz Suleiman Islamic law and search for video results.
Maybe party.
That's gonna show us 94. We're trying to find. There it is. You see? Man, come host for a day. Let me run that thing here.
Yeah, play the video. Let's see. Is that the video?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes, sir. It looks like it from here.
I really didn't want to speak, and I told him that very specifically yesterday.
But
I can't say no.
I think this wants to speak, but now this is the entire thing.
Yes, Satan, thank you very much. You know,
man, I did see that video, bro, and he sounded very passionate. That's why I wanted you to play the video. He was so passionate, you know, so passionate. And there's also another video where he speaks. I think it's the same video where he speaks that we must crush the enemies of Islam, and it was a very passionate and very radical speech. You know, so for a humanitarian, it did raise some alarm bells that, hey man, this is very radical. You know, it's very radical. Because it's very radical. Because I mean, enemies of Islam, you know, that's like, whoa, bro. Yeah. But you do help everyone, even those who are not Islam, even those who commit haram, you know, as a humanitarian cause, you know. Who would be enemies?
What's this I hear about Cyril Ramaphosa ready to resign? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. What's going on there? She said give him time and date. I don't know. There's obviously a pressure. I know somebody had told me that I trust that he was ready to resign. This is not now though.
Yeah.
This is like last year or a few months back, and apparently Uncle Gwede Mentashe was like convinced him not to. There was a time where he was, because obviously people are not happy. There's factions within the ANC. You know, Zuma did a number on them as well, calling him the guy who's here to kill the ANC. And then obviously we've been seeing everything happening, falling apart.
So is there trouble in paradise right now in the ANC currently?
Of course, bro. They're sharing power with the DA, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying just the ANC himself.
Yeah, but it's always been factions there, man. Always been factions. It's always been, you know, these guys versus those guys, and it's about which faction is in power. And then now there's obviously Cyril is as they put it metaphorically, is in the departure lounge. You know, because they've got an elective conference coming up. So you always start seeing the ground shake before the elective conference. Scandals, somebody getting suspended, this and that. So yeah, it's
and
power,
it starts
bro.
from within the body.
Power infights.
It all starts from within the body. Damn.
And obviously they're fighting that he shouldn't resign, because they have to literally have that last kind of control, because obviously by him just removing himself, imagine the chaos, and already they are hanging on a thin thread with the GNU, you know, already. So it's like the ANC is on its last breath, let's be honest, but anything that will rattle them would be just a sudden resignation. But so then who will step in? You know, who do they trust? Who does even the country trust? It'll be over for them. It's not good.
Fact checker, yeah?
According to Business Tech, there has been a letter that was circulating amongst the ANC members in the Eastern Cape, and in this letter they had stated that the president needs to be disbanded, and that the former task team that was helping with President Thabo Mbeki should step in. However, Zigalala has come to Business Tech and stated that those were rumors and that the president would not be stepping down after the G20 conference. But it seems like it's something still.
Yeah, something is.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ghost Lady, before we come to you, our good friends at Hollywood Bets are running an incredible promotion. It's called the Habanero Jackpot Race. You can stand a chance to win at 10:30 p.m. A race phase between 8:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. During the race time. The link to get started. When you sign up, don't forget to use our promo code.
I still believe when celebrities say that they are becoming sangomas.
Nah, man.
Isn't that like 2018? That's like 2018, man.
Yeah.
Well, guess who?
But I don't never follow through.
Okay.
And then one day they burning the clothes, you know, the sangoma stuff. They burning it. So one did that.
Vusinova has entered the Ndumba.
Oh, enter Vusinova. Whoa,
yes,
bro.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Hey, man.
So he publicly confirmed that he has completed his journey of becoming a traditional healer.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, obviously the public is a bit like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but it just felt like at some point in time, people were just doing it for PR, man.
Yeah, and
not for the real cause.
Yeah, and those guys ruin it for maybe the guys who do it genuinely. If he is one of those, we don't know. But a lot of us are like, nah, come on, man. And it always happens with the guys who've had maybe a troubled journey along their times, be it maybe substance abuse or whatever. Like he's come out and spoken about his substance abuse issues in the past. So from outside looking in, it always seems like maybe. Maybe I won't. I don't know.
If someone came up to you and said you had a calling and you gotta be a sangoma, what would you do?
I'll get a second opinion, or a third opinion, and a fourth opinion, and yeah.
But is it something
because a calling doesn't have a time limit, right, or an age limit? So what can I say? But look for. I won't just try jump in head first. You know, like no. Can obviously get a
soul as a sangoma with pants? While he's doing the video.
Yeah, it's like that's room of my pants. Room of my pants.
Would you become a sangoma if someone told you?
No.
But it's not. You don't decide, bro. What do you mean, no?
I think with me, I'll be one of those who becomes in denial and say, nah, I'm not going for the training and all, because I think I'm just one of those, because I've watched what has happened with celebrities and how they've made a mockery of it. You know, same with like your pastors. For me, like who be sangoma and being a pastor is kind of
but
like,
the rumor is if you don't heed, the rumor is if you don't heed the call, then isn't Ozambi right?
Let's see how bad it goes. Let's see how bad
it goes. We're to go blind and deaf and then get a stroke on top of it, because it can get really bad if you don't heed the call.
I've heard people, obviously they become very fearful of what could possibly happen to them. But I'd literally just wait. I'd wait it out. I'd wait it out. Like, is it real? I need to have signs. I'm one of those people.
You, my dude?
Yeah, why not, man? It's content.
Guess who came to consult? Who, bro? You won't believe it, bro.
You'll be here and the beats. Like, guys, I'm in my chair.
If I had a calling, I'll take it. I'd heed it, man. Really? You know? Yeah.
Immediately. You don't even try and like question it, get a second opinion.
What's bad? I mean, you're helping people, you know?
It's
a gift, bro. Yeah.
You're the chosen one of the few special ones. Well, you should be a few of you. There's a lot now, and some are fake, but it's a gift.
It's a gift, you know what I mean?
It's not an easy journey, I've heard. Yeah. But I'll definitely have a few opinions before jumping in.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to waste all these years, you know, of your life, and then you're like, I'm no longer a sango. I'm like, whoa, you know, after going through all of that.
What else you got for us,
Okay, guys, remember Wise Man Nube?
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, sweet. The king.
Yeah, that's a sad story.
Great actor, yeah.
Great.
Oh, incredible actor, bro.
Yeah, we can't put that.
Amazing actor.
What do you think is better between him and Tembi Sinkos?
Yo.
One must die. One must die.
They're on the same.
Man. Tip and goes, in fact.
Must go.
No. Wiseman must go. Wiseman must go. Yeah. Hey, I'm a bigger fan. I'm a fan of both, but bigger of Tim and Goose.
Yeah. I'd say Tim and Goose must go.
Okay. Who's your type there? Would you give it up to?
Not like that.
Well, he's asking.
Okay, but I like dark skin guys. I'm more for dark skin guys.
So Wiseman.
So Wiseman. Oh wait, was the first decision based on that?
Yeah.
Of that, Tim and Goose must go.
Yes, it was based on who would be who would be better. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tim Goose must go.
Who would be better at what?
No, at being alive. At sharing oxygen with on Earth. At sharing oxygen and on Earth.
And Dubi, who would you give it up to?
Who would be better?
Dumi or Dudu? Both. He said none of the above.
Yes. Wiseman, what's Wiseman doing here?
Oh, okay. So Wiseman recently, there's a story about him coming out from it's a ex site has revealed that obviously got her pregnant, and when she went, because actually she released DMs conversation between them. This first DM happened in December when she tells him that she's pregnant. Obviously the guy wants to deny it and say that he is not linked to that. Okay. Fast forward, she's been wanting a DNA test, and now he also refuses that. Now, apparently, he also just got married to his wife of 8 years. They've been together for 8 years.
Oh, beautiful! Well done, guys. Great choice.
Again, now the wife was DMing the side about please just stay away from my husband. And obviously, the girl is like, well, and even threatening her, saying you know what I can do to you, right? And this girl's like, so she posted that as well. This is a DM of the chat. Yeah. Now, for me, it treated me on the part of as a wife. It's like, why are you defending a man? Like, as much as yes, it's your husband, but
he's the prize.
It just ends up looking bad. It ends up looking bad as wife to wife. Also, for me, it was just like the guy's wrong for cheating, and because clearly this happened while they were still together, and they get married.
How old is the kid now?
Clearly this kid is still a baby.
Oh,
the pregnancy was revealed last year, December. Yeah. And this was on a DM, a conversation between the two. Now, she stepped in. And obviously, remember, he also refused to take a DNA test. And this girl just keeps on going back to this guy. Like, guy, just be there for your kid and take a DNA test and confirm because it is your kid.
Yeah, that part.
Deny it.
Yeah, that part, come on, right? Yeah. Like, if you want to impregnate anyone, if I'm going to impregnate anyone, and I'm going to sleep with somebody and they say they are pregnant, then it's the only responsible thing because you don't want to be...
get off there. You're gonna stop there. You're gonna see now down, nice. You're gonna take everything.
All right.
In 600 meters, drop off on the left. Drop off on the left.
Here now you sit down. Now you take everything. Thank you, Mama.
Probably do it out of necessity, and then there are those who are corrupt just out of pure greed, and you may find. Remember, Jackie Silem was a senior, paid handsomely, but because 1.5 million a year, pure greed. That was just pure greed. However, those that do it out of necessity, not justifying it, but it's there. So I think it's a bit of both. You know, but there are those who do it out of necessity, as fucked up as it is. You know, to be corrupt, to take a bribe. But I think they're not paid enough to answer you.
I don't know what you're looking at, FHX, but I'm interested in the number of cops that are either going to trial or that are arrested. You know, all of those small dynamics, what's happening there. It'll give us a sense of really how deep is this problem that we're facing of cops that are equally criminals. Now, it's a civil servants issue, it's not just cops. You know what I'm saying? Because our country has political right where I was saying this about the other day. We contribute to the problem because we're not giving the traffic cop 100 rand for your convenience so that you don't have to deal with whatever it is. It's contributed to that. So you've done it. Yes. So when was the last time? This morning. You know, when you don't want to queue at the traffic whatever, and then you have to pay somebody, you know, to skip the. Can we do that too? I don't do that all the time.
You can just give when you go to the traffic department.
Oh yeah.
There's guys who will run for you. Who've got a connection.
Exactly. All that stuff like that. So I think it's a civil servant issue. It's not just a cops issue because if you go into the medical field, you'll find that there are also some corrupt, you know, people who work there who misuse funds, who hire cousins and all of that stuff.
Oh no, there's a funny story of a cop. He's also in trouble, so there was a cover-up. They said there was a break-in or whatever it is. Oh, turns out he brought a sex worker home, and then she cleaned him out. Gun, laptop, phones. And now they Lushaba is the surname, and there was a cover-up, and now him and the guys who helped him are arrested. And I'm like, damn, bro,
that's crazy.
Yeah, in his home.
What do you have for us?
To answer Saul's question at first, you asked how much do parliament members get? Approximately the basic salary is about 1,275,000.
100K a month?
Yeah, I see. Yeah. And then you'll still find something.
And then a cabinet minister earns approximately 2.6 million.
sometimes money doesn't deter people from not being.
I think as South Africans we know that. We've seen that. That it's not the thievery or theft that happens has little to do with poverty. Poverty plays a role in certain sectors of our society. However, at that level, you can't say I stole because I'm poor. Because part of this case is that they asked for 1,000 rands bail when they were given bail. And the highest, most senior in this group of people, particularly Lieutenant General Dusan Kumalo, he earns 1.2 million. Not a month.
A year, so a month is
surely he should be able to afford the 10,000 rands bail. And if you know the law, you get that money back if you are found not guilty. Salaries, policemen?
Okay, before I answer to the salaries of policemen, you asked how many police officers were arrested. Since 2019, this was an article that was posted by DA. Approximately 4,000 police officers have been arrested. 4,000? Yes.
That's a big number.
It is. Considering I think we've got 200 cops in the country.
Houses
of what's 200,000 cops.
We have 176,000 cops.
So 4,000 is a huge chunk. If there's that little number of
Their salaries range about 150. That's an average. And then if you are a brigadier, you have 200,000 per year.
Yeah, I'm a constable. Yeah, how much is the loan?
200,000 a year.
Yeah.
that's not a lot.
It's you see,
that's not.
Does that justify the behavior though? Because here's the thing. No,
that's how I started.
Never. Gentlemen, have you ever watched these shows on Moja Life, right? Where you hear people say, I went to the police station, they told me go to Moja Life, go to X Repo. And you wonder, what are the police doing? But now when there might be an argument there, these people are fair up, they're not getting
but it also has to be mentioned that South African police are one of the most traumatized policemen in the world. They are one of the most overworked policemen. They're exposed to so much nonsense of us doing all sorts of stuff because they're policing a country that is arguably one of the most violent countries in the world without a war. And that's what they deal with as well. It's easy to dismiss them as do your work, but some of them, they are physically and mentally incapable of executing their job. You remember the reason why Dudu took leave?
But now if you're a brigadier or you're a commissioner in a police station,
that's why
you not embarrassed because I'm assuming you are getting paid well. I'm assuming you are not in the streets, right? Aren't you ashamed when you hear that your station is on TV and somebody's saying, I went to that police station and I was told, no, go to X-ray or go to Moja Life.
Justice. It's a reality show.
Does it show that I stumbled upon? I posted the thing. They went to a police station with this guy who raped his own.
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Johnson, I just wanted to ride on Professor Fikeni's comment. This one is a comment just to say I'm a bit concerned about your level of vigilance, because one would expect it to be much higher than an ordinary person. Not belaboring the issue of the deductions that started in 2000. They're going for 20, I don't know what years now, 26, 25 years. And that is worrying to me because that has got an impact on who you are in the eyes of certain people inside. That's one of the many reasons. But secondly, I also, why I had to bring it back, the issue of referees, I would expect somebody who has got a friend who is maybe a scientist or something to say they were acting as a judge and write that, not you and me. Correct. We are lawyers. Correct. And it's worrying me that we had to pick it up here. You know how judges act. This person is a magistrate. Correct. You have written a senior judge. It's almost, it's bordering, if not full-blown, misleading. Because if some of the panel members or all of us did not know what an acting judge is, it gives it a different turn altogether. One of your referees is an acting judge, correct, as opposed to a magistrate. Those things worry me. They're small, but they worry me. A third one is the Estina matter was also thrown out of court as fundamental. It goes because it goes to the heart of justice and a fair trial and access to the courts and therefore access to justice. You know, so it's worrying me that there's the way you look at things or the way you couch them. It has a different certain level of a truth as you see it, but not necessarily an absolute truth. I think I'm also trying to distort it.
No, I
hear me.
No, I
it's
hear you.
already 3 examples.
Yes.
Wherein, at the end of the day, you have not been entirely reported ahead. Let me just put it out there.
Absolutely, and I want to be very clear. I have not been dishonest. Should we then conclude that your ability to pay attention to detail is a bit of an issue? Let me tell you why. Let me give her the CV. Your CV is full of flaws. There's inconsistency between your CV and the form that we've sent you. Sure. And that's it. That is worrying for me. I just looked at it. Now, your CV is meant for us to be able to use as a determining process as well. So that's why I would correspond between the CV and the question form. And that's what I'm saying. If you're saying that it was not misleading, then I conclude that you do not pay attention to detail. In this instance, I didn't. I clearly didn't. Unintentionally, I didn't. I really sent my CV. And if you'll allow me, Minister, there can be no excuses. But I'd like you to hear the following. I don't apply for jobs. It's not something I do. But I take the point that I'm supposed to be more vigilant with the CV. I sent my CV and I accept that I was wrong. I should have checked it first and then sent. That is why when I had to do the questionnaire myself, I was vigilant in the questionnaire and was able to properly set out, because that was then the document I was penning myself. But I can't argue from the point. I hear you are taking it, and I think this is just beyond here, because we published this CV before we could get the form. We've never published the form. We took your CV and published it. I accept that. The team emailed you to say, please verify this CV because we are going to publish it. Because I asked them to get permission from all of you before we could publish the CV. So that you are not found wanting. You're not anything that you're not comfortable about. Please take it out. This is what you sent us, and that's what I'm saying. It's my issue. It's the ability to pay attention to detail. It's the membership of the union who didn't pay attention to detail. It's the CV. It has did for a prosecutor, senior prosecutor, and a head of an investigating directorate that has the work that you carry a huge weight in your shoulders, not to be able to pay attention to detail. I know that, yes, you are correct. I really am vigilant. When it comes to my work, I really am. Here, I can't take away that I didn't pay attention to my CV. I really didn't. And I don't have excuses to make. There's none to be made.
What is ironic in all of this, and I hope you can see what I was talking about, that it was not a joyful experience for her, not a joyful celebration by any measure of the imagination. What's an ironic twist of fate is that the thing that actually got her in trouble, she did not have to do. She did not have to go to the ad hoc committee. They were not looking for her. They wanted to hear from Shamila Matoyi, the leader of the MPA. But she volunteered. She sent a missive to the chairperson of the committee and said, put me in. I want to come through. And she did not know that they were ready for her, or that they would be ready for her when she showed up. She went there possibly with 2 objectives in mind. Number 1, to rebut the Mpanazi and Kumalo version, but also to the General Kumalo and General Mpanazi version, but also I think to prepare for her campaign to become the next National Director of Public Prosecutions. But it backfired because Parliament was ready for her. She had tough questions for her, asked her about her husband, and I think she was not aware that people knew this for the longest of time, or that this information was somewhere. But clearly it was in the public domain at that particular point, and she had to respond to it because it was brought into the public domain by those members of parliament. Those files then followed her into the interview process for the National Director of Public Prosecutions, and it led to even deeper questions. And I think fundamentally the question that still will follow her, whether or not this process is not successful for her, the NDPP process, the other question that is now going to follow her is she fit to lead the Directorate Against Corruption? That's going to follow her now, because people are going to look at that and say, is she adequately qualified to be dealing with the issues of organized crime, corruption in South Africa? Think about this. Now, the challenge for her going into all of these processes is her role in the General Kumalo matter. Now, Advocate Andrea Johnson is a prominent figure in the General Khumalo matter because of his arrest in June at the airport. And she said it wasn't a dramatic arrest, you know, we just sent 2 guys to speak to him, his security details followed him, etc. They didn't even do that with Malusi Gigaba. Malusi Gigaba did not have that when he had to go to IDAC. Just imagine you're at the airport, you've got a security detail, 2 people come and say, you need to come with us, you have to go in their vehicle, your security guys have to follow in their own vehicle, and then they say, no, it wasn't dramatic, this is calm, it was calm arrest, just a soft touch arrest. I don't think it would have come across that way. Not to General Khumalo, not to anybody also who was aware of what was being dealt with at the time. This followed the arrest of Uzimatala Wetamanyana just a few weeks after, right? Because he was arrested in May, this happens in June. This arrest was effected by her division, IDAC, right? And then this revelation that her husband, Junaid Johnson, works for crime intelligence himself under General Khumalo. And at some point in Parliament, she said something like, you were there long before General Khumalo, almost implying that he should be the one running stuff. But that, I think, put her into the crosshairs in a way that I don't think she'll be able to walk away from, and will lead to people asking if she's qualified to be head of IDAC and if she's involved in trying to protect the people who are at the heart of the Hoshkari behavior, which has been revealed by General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo and General Khwanazi. Some people will start asking that. You know, at some point, after they had, or as they were looking into the General Khumalo matter, she was sending subpoenas to General Fani Masemola, the National Commissioner, subpoenaing information from him, the National Commissioner. And I can imagine what he was thinking when he was reading those subpoenas from IDAC, asking him about an HR matter. This was an HR matter. Something that she says was an oversight when it came to her, but when it came to Khumalo, it was like a state capture. Think about this. What was revealed in Parliament and explored further, right, in the selection process with the NTP job, is that she played a role in getting her husband a job in the Scorpions in 2007 or 2009, there, about 2009. Think about you implicated in this thing, but then you arrest Khumalo for it later. The very same thing that you did. Now, General Khumalo at the Madanga Commission gave an explanation about why he believes things happened in the manner that they did. He gave his reasons why they were arrested, and according to him, it was all to make sure that the people who were dealing with the Big Five cartel and criminal intelligence were neutralized and immobilized, and incapable, therefore, of continuing with the crackdown that they were currently undergoing on the Hoshkari gremlins, who have infiltrated a variety of sectors of society and have relationships with powerful people such as Minister Khumalo. That's what they've said, General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi. Here's what he said in the commission.
After the realization that PKTT was a mistaken identity in blocking the GCI Ops investigations, then one realized that during December, the first objective of the opposition, or say so, was to deal with the project leader. Hence, there were lots of activities that were talking to the arrest of the project leader. Evidence has been led, and I've referred to quite a number of examples. Even the team, PKTT, most of the cases, if not all, they were registered in December 2024, the busiest month. So the closure of PKTT that happened on the 31st of March of December 24, according to our analysis, was the second attempt. The first attempt was to arrest and disrupt the activities that are continuing, and then came the disbandment. So there are lots of cases that has been indicated as part of evidence. One of them is the case that the 7 of us from the division crime intelligence are facing. To relate this case with retaliation is when we deal with projects, there will be a National Executive Committee of Intelligence that is dealing with that project, and no one else is allowed or is supposed to know and do anything about the project. So the accused on this case that were arrested on the 26th of June is the whole National Executive Committee of GCI Ops. What were we looking for? We were looking for a qualified mechatronics person, not a police officer like me. My experience and qualifications were irrelevant to the post. So we first advertised the post internally, and then the process moved on until the panel by then could not find a suitable candidate, which is a policy within SARS. And then that panel recommended for the post to be advertised externally, so as then we can get people that are qualified for the work that for the person that you are looking for. That's how then once the post is externally advertised, it's not only limited to brigadiers and generals. There are posts that are advertised on newspapers of a qualified Reverend Muruti, and those people then, because we are not Barutis police officers, then Muruti who's qualified and registered with a particular Baruti organization that will apply and qualify, come in and be given that rank that was advertised. So in the police, it's not something that does not happen. We have a lot of senior officers that came in from the level of a brigadier. Some, they came in from the level of a major general. Not, or maybe let me make one example, the living example. The current divisional commissioner at the level of a lieutenant general, who is a lieutenant general, is from the National Treasurer Department. 2 years ago was appointed by SAPS as a divisional commissioner, who is a lieutenant general. It's another fresh example that we can see, because SAPS was looking for particular qualifications and experience that SAPS could not find within SAPS.
So the Lieutenant General you're referring to had no policing background whatsoever?
Not at all. He was, I think, after 2 years of being employed, he was then sent to a basic police training, which is normally not for like a full period, because you are called a lateral entry level and you are a senior officer. So you will just go there and get the basics, so as you are able to know how to salute.
So this post was advertised at the level of a brigadier?
Of a brigadier.
Between General Dumsani Kumalo and Advocate Andrea Johnson, if I think about whose version I believe or lean towards, I lean towards General Kumalo. I'll tell you why. Number one, General Kumalo has been in policing for decades and has no scandal until the one which has been drummed up in
sukudlula kuyo indawo athanda uvota yonke into apha. Futhi abantu angizange
what did I learn? And what do I hope for the boy to learn? And how did that thing affect me? So you can leave out a lot of stories, but it wasn't, my daddy was mean. It's like, no, you did the thing, and here's how that day on that choice affected me. You didn't pay the bill. You didn't pay the power bill. So I chose to work 30 hours a week in high school so that there would always be money in our back pocket, because I'm never going to be cold again. Ever. I don't give a fuck what I have to do. I'll never be as cold as I was that night. And that's part of why I hate winter. It's from that. Like, it's the idea of, I remember I was on my way to a gig, and the gig canceled on the way. And I didn't have gas money to get back, because the gig was the gas money to get back to Birmingham. And I had a quarter tank of gas. And I go, I'm gonna let the engine run and keep the car warm, on and off every hour. Get it down to an eighth. And on that eighth of a tank, drive into town, drive to the next nearest city, get a day job, work that day, get the check, and then make that money to drive back home. Damn. But I gotta survive the night, and it's 2 degrees. so you just got to sleep in a cold car. But there's a weird, oh, I've been here before. That kind of kicks in. You don't like it, but you know what you've been through, so you know what you can push through. And there's not a lot of people that know that story. I would even tell that story too. So how will my son even know what he's capable of? He needs to know what's in him. I think all our kids do. I think we owe it to our kids to share with them our pains, our struggles, our fears, our failures, but we present as perfect. And then a lot of us haven't even reconciled with any of that stuff. So your kid come to you dealing with something similar, you don't even know how to help them unpack it. Because you ain't looked at it yet. You haven't looked at that idea of how to move when you aren't confident, or what to do. Hey, I had to quit working with them. I had to fire an employee, bro, and it hurt my heart. But I had to do it, and I'm here to tell you about it so you can understand the fragility of friendship. That's what you hope the long run is from a conversation like that. So, you don't know how it's going to all connect in the long run, but, I just share everything. I just share as much as I can. And yeah, a lot of it does come back to being a good dad, but I think it's just also about having this story of, I also don't want to get too obsessed with changing my behavior solely to influence his growth, because then I'm not being me. I took him, so when I left Daily Show, I took him with me to clean out my office.
Yeah, you wrote about that.
Because he needs to understand, and none of these jobs are forever. None of this stuff is forever. So,
do you think he understood that?
Not yet.
Yeah.
But I've taken him by CNN, and he's come there and understood that. Yeah. He's old enough now to understand the idea of this show and and how it connects. He's Googled me once. He's aware of what I do, but trying to take that veneer off of what fame and stardom and all of that, because he has no perspective on that. And of course,
kids don't care. Yeah, they really don't.
So one day he'll figure out who Kai Cenat is. He'll be like, "Daddy, you ain't famous for shit." KSI or somebody. He'll see real fame, and it'll give him perspective. But you need to know who I am, and I'm thankful that my pops used to take me to the barbershop and these boring ass speaking engagements, and I would sit on the floor with him in a radio station while he did call-in shows. I would just sit at his feet, and he would just take 2 hours of calls from the community. No music, just talking to people.
Yeah.
Brother Wood, this would need to happen with the referendum, and you need a new city tax, and that'll pay for the education. And my dad, whether he was right or wrong, whether they were right or wrong, my pops would just be patient with people and hear them out and have conversations with them. And so you learn pieces of who your parents are when you see them doing the thing they love to do. And so that's important that my son at least sees and sentient about it.
Don't go anywhere, because we got more. What now? Breaking the curses. I often think about how impossible that can be sometimes. And what I mean by this is, we'll all talk about, especially in the age that we're in now, everyone will go, my family did this, and I'm going to be the one who doesn't do it, and my dad was like this, and I'm not going to be that, and my mom was like this, and I'm not going to be that, and I will be the one, and I will be the one. And the great irony of it is you'll end up being the one, just from a different place. Do you know what I mean? And reading through your book, I kept finding myself thinking, maybe the great relief and release in life is not only thinking we're successful when we break the curse, but it's realizing that there's a whole lot of power in just naming the cage.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
This is what it is.
I feel like you may get, because there's no real scale that'll tell us how far or how close you get to being the perfect dad. But just knowing what the cage is that you're in because of your dad, and being able to name it, change it. It's not the exact same thing, but I mean, for me, ADHD, knowing that I had ADHD changed my life, genuinely. I didn't have to change everything about my life, but now I could tell you, I'd be like, oh, that's the ADHD. I know how my brain works. I know at 1 a.m. when I'm craving a chocolate, I know what's happening. Before I would just go, I'm craving a chocolate. Now at 1 a.m. I'm like, oh, hello, old friend. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's what I mean is I feel like that's where you're doing the work, and that's where you and your son will benefit, because you're naming the cage.
Yeah, I think it all helps. I don't think it's a book he'll read or appreciate for another 15 years. I think he's gotta be 20, somewhere in there.
But I think he'll appreciate the results of the book, because you might think the book is for him, but you might find you writing the book is what's been for him.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who can write. I don't know anybody who can write their story honestly, and not be forced to reckon with things that have happened in their life.
Correct.
I tell everyone all the time, I go, write a book about your life, and they're like, who's going to read it? I go, that's not. You shouldn't actually think about that. Go and write a book about your life, and when you're writing it, you start to realize how much you don't even know about your own life. You realize you don't even know your parents.
At all.
We know what our parents did.
Yeah, you only know them through them being in service to you.
Yeah, but you don't know, and I mean know your parents. Ask them a real deep question that isn't, and what I mean about a real deep one is they're actually the ones that seem like they're on the surface.
My mama told me a story one time about in college, how she faked being pregnant on a dude. And we laughed for a fucking hour. Because this is a esteemed black college educated, 3 degrees, and I work in administration, and I make sure these kids get their degrees. I was the first 9 black people at Delta State. We protested at the president's office, and we fought, and I'm the child of a sharecropper, and also I'm pregnant. Like, it was the 70s. You could really scare a dude back then. Like, the technology wasn't what it was now to prove you're a liar. And I'm like, Mama, why you did that? It pissed me off. Just left it at that. So you forget that your parents are just humans.
Exactly.
So yeah, put that in the book. Yes, son. Yes. I stole a credit card, tried to buy some shit, got caught. Let me tell you about that world. Let me tell you about like all of these weird times. And so that, I don't know, man. I just don't know if I would ever talk about any of this on stage. So I don't know what else I would ever have had a platform for it.
But I think that's the beauty of different art forms, right? I never used to understand why musicians would paint sometimes. You know, you'd read these random stories. They go like, da-da-da has a painting, they paint. I'm like, why? Like, what are you doing? Just, you make music already. And then over time you start realizing, and I think this applies to everybody, whether you're an artist or not, because I think everyone is an artist genuinely, not like, oh, everyone's an artist. I mean it. Everyone has something creative in them that they'll benefit from getting out. And I think we take for granted that sometimes we think all of our stories will be told in the places that we think they can be told, but they won't be. Some of your stories will only come out because of your friends. Some of your stories will only come out because you go to church. Some of your stories will only come out because of therapy. Some of your stories will only come out because you're in a relationship. Some of your stories will only come out if they are given the right avenue and stage to come out in. And so in a way I go like, because of the book is a different stage.
Yeah.
I was laughing about you working at Quickcrete with the concrete in your hair. I was laughing at you with the credit, like Roy's credit card fraud. Man, let me tell you something.
It was a good time. We ate good for 2 years.
Do you know what I mean?
It was just to get food. Like that's how it started.
Yeah, the relationship. No, that's true. That's true. With food, yeah.
You know what it was? We just wanted Pizza Hut, bro.
That's all.
We wanted Pizza Hut. It was 96, and it was the beginning of pay at the pump. And in those days in the States, your gas station receipt had your full name, full credit card number, and expiration date.
What a wonderful time.
Insane. Insane.
What a dream.
And I go to a gas station, and I get paid at the pump, and whoever was there before me hadn't pulled their receipt, so my receipt was attached to theirs. And I saw that full credit card number, and I was like, we having Pizza Hut tonight. And I went back to the dorm. I told my boys, I said, boys, whatever you want. Meat lovers, we getting breadsticks, all that. And we ordered like $40 worth of pizza on somebody else's credit card. And in those days, when they would deliver the pizzas, right? This is where racism can help you. In those days, when they delivered pizzas to black colleges, it was, most black colleges are on or adjacent to a bad side of town in a lot of instances. So sometimes the pizza man get robbed. So the pizza man's already paranoid because he's already on 10 about being robbed. But we would walk up to pick up $50, $60 in pizzas with a $10 cash tip in hand. Like driving, literally trembling as we're walking up. And we're dressed as hood as we can, like in black hoodie, black Nike. Like we want psychologically, we're trying to psych you out.
You're trying to invoke racism.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Because I need you to not ask me for this card because you think they're gonna stop you out. Oh, what you think I ain't got the card? Oh, I didn't have the card. All I had was the receipt.
Yeah, but I like the $10 tip though. That's psychological. That's
because no one's tipping. And so we would walk up and we would go, hey man, can I write the tip in? Do y'all take cash? Mm-hmm. Me? Yeah, you man. There you go. Oh, here you go. And there's Parmesan and there's some red flakes for you. And we walk off and he never asked for the card. So you come back to the dorm, celebrating, and you're eating like, we've ordered $80 worth of pizza. We can't eat all this pizza. Oh, the dorm is just, them motherfuckers is floating. Like, you know how they smell them pies in the cartoon and the motherfuckers get the float. So we're in the dorm during Monday Night Football, which is like premier packed TV room, and we in the back like some fucking bosses, and motherfuckers will come up and
pay their respect.
And they come up, and one dude from the football team, he come up and go, hey, I give you $10 for that pizza right now, fathead ass nigga. And it's like a $15 meat lover. He's offering me 10
that you haven't paid for.
Yeah. Nice doing business with you. That's how I started. We just wanted to eat pizza one night. Somebody bought one of the pizzas wholesale, and then a flashlight went off in my head. And so I just started selling food. Like, I was the food dude. And then about a year or two later, I got a work study at the post office on campus. And mind you, the only reason I got the work study at the post office was because I was late signing up to be an RA in the dorm. I just forgot to sign up. I've been an RA for 2 years. Just forgot. And they were like, well, you can go work in the post office. Cool. Mail sorter. Now you have access to the actual tangible cards. At a college campus where everybody is applying for credit cards.
Oh, my goodness.
And in those days, credit cards came already activated in the envelope. There was no sticker. There was no call this number and put in your PIN and your matching zip code.
We could argue that they basically made you a fraudster, if we're honest. I mean, let's be honest, Roy. You had no other choice. I mean, really. This seems logical at this point.
I'm like, this is God. God wants me. So now when we order the pizza, I can show the card. Hey, here's the tip.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'll write in. You still don't get tip. So
the confidence is gonna happen.
And that's where you get sloppy. Because you get too arrogant. And so now with these tangible cards, you can sell clothing. Because you can just go buy clothes.
Oof.
Tell me what you need, get half price.
It goes deeper, man.
So you become the dude. Like pizza's one thing, but now PlayStation, whatever you need, just half price. Just come tell me what you need. I'm Amazon for that part of the campus.
Look at me. I am Jeff Bezos.
And so we take a card in the Dillard's, and we knew one of the girls that worked the cash register, and she was doing us a favor. And this is where, so to do us a favor, to leave more credit space on the card, she undercharged us for the merch so that the card would have more space, which I didn't need you to do, because I'll just go steal another card when it's time to do this again. And she undercharges us for everything. And she's working in like, I don't know, Polo or Tommy, whatever.
Yeah, one of those warm stores.
Correct, one of the designer departments where there are no $7 sweaters.
Yep.
She's ringing up shit for like $6, bro.
Ooh.
Like, this is too low. And so she got caught, and then the dominoes fell, and we're at the house waiting on a pizza. And the Tallahassee police came in. They kicked that door. And this is at a time when Tallahassee only had like 4 or 5 murders a year. So this was some good action. The whole task force coming to the house to take us down. Yeah, it was like, I don't know, 7, 8 cops. And then, we got him. And then
You blew that whistle on you.
here's the fucked up part though. We got arrested. They started searching the house. And then fucking Pizza Hut showed up with that goddamn pizza. And couldn't eat it. And the cop ain't have enough sense to ask the pizza man if that was like stolen. And that's all I remember about the night I got arrested was that fucking Pizza Hut smelled so good and I couldn't fucking touch it. It was sitting right there in the living room, bro. Couldn't fucking touch it. And so got suspended from school. And then during the suspension is when I started doing stand-up. Because I was like, oh, I'm probably gonna go to prison. Well, that makes me sad. Well, let me just try stand-up. Because now you realize the common bond you share with people is your ability to give them things. And the moment I lost that superpower, nobody wanted to talk to me. I had like 1 or 2 friends. And around the same time, I started working at Golden Corral. And Golden Corral was like the first place I ever worked. The first place I ever experienced true forgiveness and benevolence from strangers, coworkers who you don't know me. And then you find out, after a month or 2, you find out I get probation.
Yeah.
Don't allow. I get probation. I don't go to jail. And I'm doing stand-up. I'm working at Golden Corral. I'm riding out my suspension from school. And then my coworkers at Golden Corral found out that I was on probation. And I just remember just expecting to be fired. Like, oh, okay. And then you discover that half the store is on probation. Because we had an owner who hired convicted felons and returning citizens, the tax breaks, but also he legitimately believed in second chances. And so that place at that time in my life was exactly where I needed to be, because the legal system is set up to make you feel like you're gonna fuck up again. And they psychologically tell you, like,
you're coming back.
I'll see you soon, sir. And so, yeah, like that's the type of stuff where I feel like my son should know that. And then it's also interesting in how that helped shape why I try to be as kind as I can to people and try to give chances to people.
Yeah.
Because there was like an 18-month stretch in my life where I could have been discarded. Florida A&M could have thrown me out. Golden Corral could have thrown me out. The school let me back in so I could graduate. Then I go get a job in Birmingham, working at the radio station after I graduate. I was still on probation when I started 95.7. So that only happens because there were so many people that saw me for what I could become. So it changed how I saw myself. So I didn't feel like who I was. I could only see what I was destined to be. And like, that's all I still, to this day, that's still how I carry myself.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't done this now, but I know what's gonna happen over there. Are you scared? Did you? No, let's leave Daily Show, because I know over here,
must be something.
I know how to get there, because I've been at rock bottom before. So this is easy. I can get from here. All right, career's still going. Like, that's how all of that thought process started, was during that first year of probation, just in terms of like figuring out the self-reliance. And that's where everything from my pops and my moms, and being a latchkey kid, and then selling my own stuff and hustling and not asking my mama for no help. I needed that shit when I was on probation, because I didn't have nobody. Ain't nobody trying to help you make the dream happen. And you in school, you back in college talking about you gonna be a comedian. Nobody buying that. Not in a building full of scholars, and not fan music journalism. I mean, I had a classmate, man. I ain't never felt more nothing in my life. And I'm still enrolled, and I'm back in college.
Yeah.
I'm in Jacksonville doing an open mic or some shit, and we backstage, they got the TV on, and I see one of my classmates anchoring the weekend news. We're the same age, and he's the weekend anchor. And I'm
On TV.
On TV. Like, he's on his way. And I'm like, in that moment, I saw him, I was like, fuck, this gotta work. This has gotta work, because I'm never about that. I'm not doing journalism properly. You know, and I ended up doing my own version of it. And, you know, I got lucky as well, because I worked in morning radio at a time where black radio, morning terrestrial radio, was disgustingly competitive in certain markets. And we were one of the few markets, I think it was about 10 cities at the time, that had 4 different black morning shows. So we were the local show, but then you would have Tom Joyner syndicated in. I think Steve Harvey was just starting. There was also Doug Banks. There was also Tony Scott. There was also Russ Parr. So any of those 5 or 6 entities, 4 could be in any market. So when you're the local black show, you have to creatively be way out in left field
You can be
creatively
right.
to compete. So yeah, I can do a lot of crazy, weird ideas. I don't have to just do prank phone calls. I can come up with weird call-in characters. I can come up with parody songs. The Leo Devlin character that we did on Daily Show, that was an old radio character. I wouldn't even have the gumption to pitch it at Daily Show had I not been given that creative freedom to just play in the sandbox and figure it out. And if it sucks, who cares? Nobody's going to remember, because tomorrow's a new day on radio. If they don't like it, it's Birmingham. They're going to call and tell you you're trash, but they're going to give you another chance. Like, that's the one thing about black audiences, is that you can get booed, but you can always come again. You can always come back again. Try again. If it's good this time, we'll cheer. If it's bad again, we'll boo. And each boo is its own individual.
It doesn't count towards the next thing.
No,
it's not a cumulative thing. Individual correction. You don't take it personally. You suck. Keep moving. Are you still mad? Come on, man. Come on, man. You can act like you suck. You know you suck.
Yeah. You know what? It was a different time, though, man. I'm very grateful for that time, because I needed forgiveness at a time where I did not deserve it. And I got an abundance of it. And so that's part of what keeps me gracious. And trying to give, you know, chances to people. I haven't been able to get anything greenlit in a place where I can do effectively for other people what was done for me, especially, you know, people coming off probation, coming out of prison, stuff like that, doing some staff and shit with that. Like, that's the Birmingham plan, you know?
You say that, but I feel like in the same way you sometimes put an outsized amount of pressure on yourself to be the perfect father that you never had. If there's one thing everyone in this industry, and I mean everyone, will agree on, and people don't agree on anything in life, is Roy Wood Jr. has helped them in some way, shape, or form. I'll tell you now, you will be hard-pressed to find a comedian, or anyone who's like tangentially related to comedy, who doesn't have a story about how you've helped them in some way, shape, and I mean everyone. Here's Eugene, who's a random African. Think about it.
In the thick of COVID.
Think about it, though.
When you didn't have to.
Yeah, like me, you name it, the Neil Brennans of the world, every random comedians nobody knows, comedians everybody does know, big comedians, small comedians, like you name it.
Because people were kind to me, bro.
No, you say that, but like, I think, you see, and you saying like, I've never had the chance, I go, man, you take for granted how, and this is something that I've always loved about you as a friend, but I've always like wanted to strangle you on, is I go, you'll focus on the mountains, but you'll take for granted how many pebbles you've piled up. You know what I'm saying? You'll always be like, man, when I get that mountain going, and I'm like, Roy, look how many pebbles you put here, man. That's literally a mountain that you've built.
There's more.
Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, there's more, but I'm saying that's like my wish for you as a friend and as a person. So I always go like, oh man, just look back at some of those.
Yeah, you've always wanted me to stop and just like,
always,
you did
pause,
right.
not even stop, pause.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because I always feel like that light in the tunnel, it's not the end of the journey, it's the train trying to run me over.
Damn.
So I just have to keep moving.
Imagine playing with trains as his kid. What a crazy journey that must be. Play trains like choo-choo. Man, that's the end of my line.
Oh, kids used to die in Birmingham back in the 80s. They used to try and hop freight trains to class.
Oh yeah, that's like us when we moved. Yeah, that's same thing as South Africa. That's what I say. It's like we lived a parallel life.
Yeah.
You know, can I tell you one of the biggest things your book did for me that I appreciate is it brought something top of mind that I think is really important to think about now. And it's, you talk about your journey with your father, partially knowing a man, and I argue we only partially know everyone in our lives, you know, but partially knowing this man for 16 years of your life, him dying, and then you talking about the many fathers and the men in your life that raised you in some way, shape, or form, even in the smallest conversation, even in the smallest instruction, the smallest act of kindness. But what I found myself thinking of when I closed the last page of the book is I went, damn, that's probably the biggest blow that masculinity has taken in society today, is that we have fewer and fewer fathers because we have a smaller and smaller village. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the way we used to live. Yeah, the way we used to live. Like even having a father was like it's like they were all fathers. I mean, this is where the language of, you know, African languages, especially South African languages, tie you to that concept. Everyone was Bab. You know what I mean? So if I was talking to Eugene's dad, I'd say Bab Khoza. You know, Father Khoza, but it's like father, and you know what I mean? Mom Khoza, like, you know what I mean? Mama Eugene, Mama got, like, it's like mom. So there's all the moms and there's all the dads. So all the brothers and all the brothers and all the sisters. So yours directly might not be there, but we always grew up being like, man, there's fathers everywhere, and there's moms everywhere, and yours might not be there. But there are many of them around to give instruction, to give a beating, to give correction, to give guidance, to give whatever it might be. And all I thought to myself was like, imagine growing up now as a young man whose father isn't present, physically or emotionally. And then like where are your fathers?
Isolated.
Yeah, where are your fathers? It's like just what, the internet? Do you know what I mean?
In a lot of cases, yeah.
Yeah, but the problem with the internet that I have is it's a bunch of men.
Shouldn't there be a case, a more serious charges, similar to the doctor who didn't inform the parents that the child is going to come out disabled? Who's going to be held responsible for the deaths? Like if a doctor operates on me and then due to negligence, okay, I will sign indemnity forms, but sometimes due to negligence and they kill you, you can pursue criminally, all right? And so I think there's that as well. But with this, I feel like he'll never pay back the money because he's got the resources. We're gonna fight it in court. They're gonna go to court, and it's gonna be years down the line still in the process. And so I really feel like it's a move in the right direction, but I don't think it's gonna yield that desired result.
Investigations are always about recovering the money, and they're saying, let's get the money, let's get some money back. And I say, let's get profit back. From the project, he had only done 63% of the project, 292 million rand. You calculate the profit, give or take 20%, 30%, he probably made 53 million rands in profit. That is the amount of money he made. But he didn't finish the project. Therein lies the issue. Because if you didn't finish, remember, it's a tender. The tender must be done and complete, and then we regard it as a badly done tender. And that's when we start calculating the profit. But if you were given 200 million rands, you didn't spend all of it on the actual project, and now they want profit back. In my opinion, they should be getting the whole money back because the work wasn't done properly.
Why was he paid the entire money if
don't ask
before
me.
the project was even
Don't
done?
ask
Like,
me.
how does it work?
Don't ask me, Shane. Why was he paid the entire money? Or Phil, rather. Phil, why was he paid the entire money?
Well, I wouldn't know, but here's what I think though. I think the pertinent question is, why is this not a criminal case and it's a commercial case? Why are they trying to recoup the money instead of actually, charging him criminally? Because I believe that we're the only country in the world where somebody could be liable for 23 deaths. And it's okay, no, we're just gonna get millions from him and yeah, we move on as if like nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. I think morally, I don't know, but for me, I'm just thinking, okay, I see the numbers, the millions, but I think, why are we not talking about 23 families have lost their loved ones, and this man is not in jail or held accountable in any way?
Let me defend them slightly and say, SAU is about getting the money.
Yes.
But now there's a criminal case that's likely to happen. Okay. Because now the matter has been referred to the NPA.
Yeah.
But remember, the NPA will look at the merits of it and decide whether this is worth taking to court or not. Yeah. So it's still on the.
You know their reputation.
I didn't say that.
No, but they're toothless, man. They're bad reputation. They always mess up the cases.
Yeah.
With those who case, they always mess up the cases till there's a case on you. You know, I always say like, oh God, that they're useless till they're looking for you. That's what police.
No, not exactly. No, not look for. I mean, we've all had a brush with the law, but not look for me like we're looking for this guy.
Yeah, police have never come to my house and not once they were looking for this guy. No. I mean, of course.
You see that smile on his face?
Come on, Renee.
It's a smile of someone that says, I can't tell the story.
Okay.
No, it's the usual.
What is the usual?
The usual. You get caught driving, she likes it clean. You know the usual. Yeah, come on, feel Renee.
Don't you think that it's a bad image? Because here's the thing, right? So you have the SIU, right, that will go on social media or go out there and announce that they are doing this cases, right? And we are also excited about some accountability that's coming in, right? But they never go anywhere. You've got all these big celebrity names that are like, this one stole this much money, and then you kind of wonder, and then why is this person not being arrested and all of that? So my question then becomes, is it hitting the image of these organizations, right? If there is no end goal that it's now accountability, like criminal charges, or we know that you guys are aware of these crimes being committed because now you are telling us that you are investigating them and you want to recoup this much money, but now you know that these people are criminals, but you're not doing anything about it. Does that not have a negative impact on them?
I think they're doing something about it. we just don't hear the entire story. The way our media reports these things, the sensation is in the looking, finding, and then it's gone, and then it's no longer front page. It's third page, fourth page. It's no longer leading story. However, you're right in saying that not all the cases end up where they're supposed to end up, and we end up not hearing exactly what could have happened.
There are so many. They took Terry Petro's house eventually. Yeah. Remember, she was implicated.
We saw how that ended.
How did it end?
Yeah, they took the house.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cindy, they paid the monies.
Yeah. Oh. And Arthur has been on that trip.
We don't know the other story. Where did that end?
Exactly. You see, that's the point that I was trying to make. That now, to the public, it looks like, oh, but they're not doing anything. Look at, they keep on telling us these people are doing this, but hey, their lives continue just as everybody else. So what's the point?
And we forget very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the news cycle, that's the thing, you know, like there's always something happening. And like you said, sometimes the things are continuing behind the scenes. But I don't know why a lot of journalists don't go, hey, you remember this story, and bring it up, because we always forget there's always something happening.
Here's something that's happening. You guys spoke about it last week.
Yeah.
Floyd Chipman.
Legends.
There's an update. Last week it didn't have a name, this thing that he's doing.
The
consultation. Exactly.
Process, yeah.
Well, it's called Maibuye.
Yeah.
It's clearly borrowing from the old tradition of freedom fighting and all of that. In Africa, in this room, can we say together, we'll be accused of supporting him. See, that's the problem. It's always that if you're wearing blue, you're accused of supporting the DA.
True.
If you're wearing yellow,
who's yellow?
Your Sundowns. Come on, get your things right.
And well done, by the way.
We stay connected, no matter where you are or where we are. Metro FM, it's where you want to be.
bien.
Eh?
The paper lane.
Oh. Sometimes nggak bina petrol ya, dataran.
Still unclear. Okay.
Eh?
Exactly.
Lupa nila. Master.
SABC News, independent and impartial.
It is 3 o'clock. In the news this afternoon, Tshwane Mayor outlines financial plans and Nahau calls for the permanent appointment of community healthcare workers.
Hugo Bros has named his preliminary squad. Hugo Bros has named his preliminary squad. That's to, of course, face Uganda and South Sudan in the AFCON qualifiers. And Munster have parted with their head coach. Details 3:30.
The executive mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, says the city has a 4 billion rand deficit. Moya, together with the Gauteng Finance and Economic Development MEC, Lebogang Maile, addressed the media during a joint briefing in Sandton in Johannesburg today. This follows their meeting where they discussed the municipality's financial state and its impact on service delivery. Moya says they have a plan to accelerate their capital expenditure. 24 cases of suspected fraudulent corruption at the Home Affairs Department have been referred to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations and the Special Investigating Unit. This is a result of investigations by the Multidisciplinary Task Team. The team was appointed after the Lubisi report revealed that more than 45,000 visas and permits were issued fraudulently between 2014 and 2021. One of the members of the task team, Rose Bishop.
In terms of the number of
The delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah.
Wait.
Like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh, I
right? Yeah, really?
Damn.
He was breaking into the house. And then there were the guys
SQ.
with the studio, yeah. And they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop on to
That is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model?
Yeah.
Eminem spoke shit about his mom, and
all the
it's
time.
the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white kid, black friends.
Yeah.
Life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like, Kanibal rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money. Rich man. So how do you then expect, why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point, I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point it was built on something that the public frowns upon.
Yeah.
So how do you expect then a Shebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
yeah. And Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life. And his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say, I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him.
Yeah, because
than he was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Yeah, like I mean, I'm just saying things.
But evil. But you know, the Shebe thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is podcast and chill, so we might as well
say it, bro. Yeah.
Is that I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We are here on the other side, being like, Shebe, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do this, do that, and it's like,
no.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu aka confirm it. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu aka confirm whatever. But we've said like this one. You can just see. Because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounds himself with. And Jiggy, now there's that video with the pipe, right? And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that he got a chance, to be successful, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10-20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also
the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that. This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
Catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Buga love or everything. But it's not in him, it's not who he is. He's living his.
With that again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what, that moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, he can only feel like, a certain, like a portion of ability about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
To the extent that it pertains to the culture of ANC politicians, we know that it has been difficult to win an election without money in the ANC. Whether they are talking about CR17 or CR22 and before.
Yeah.
One of the things we can assume is that some of the internal ANC campaigns have been run through blood money. So, in my thinking, I am not excluding the possibility, for instance, that some of the money that was used to run the CR17 campaign was blood money. I am not excluding the possibility that the CR17 campaign was not the first internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. I'm also not assuming that the CR17 campaign was the last internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. So, if I'm correct, there are aspects of what we know as the ANC that exist because of blood money. The link between organized crime and internal ANC campaigns.
I'm just thinking about this structure question that you brought up about how all of this could work, and when you're talking about the cartel or a cartel controlling syndicates that could be disassociated from each other, I'm thinking now that there is an organized crime faction inside the ANC that it's at least plausible at the moment that this faction doesn't obviously account to the ANC, let alone the people. It accounts to the cartel via syndicates, and this faction controls corruption within the government at local, provincial, and national level, but that then flows back to the cartel potentially. In fact, there may be many organized crime syndicates in the ANC that serve different cartels. And this would be fanciful if we didn't know that many of the members who have already been implicated have come out with their ANC colors nailed to the mast. We know that they are members of the ANC, and we know that there is huge crime in the state linked to how the ANC governs. So there must be some kind of link, line, dotted or otherwise, between the cartel, this particular cartel, and people in the ANC who have infiltrated for the very aim of protecting this organized crime endeavor.
Organized crime is not new to the ANC. Organized crime, in different ways, is introduced to the ANC environment before 1994. I will give 2 examples. The story is told by members of the older generations in the ANC. Let's call them the 1942 generation.
Sure.
The story is told by some of them that in places like Alexandra, they had a problem. It was difficult for the ANC to organize, especially when it came to holding meetings in the evenings, because people were afraid of the gangsters. A leader of the ANC, according to the story, recommends that they recruit the gangsters to the ANC. Now, I will not mention the names of the gangsters, except to say some of them become senior leaders in the ANC. And the question you must ask is whether, upon becoming members of the ANC, or upon becoming senior members of the ANC, do they stop their criminal activities? I will leave that to the audience to decide. But we do know that some of them in exile engage in activities that can only be called criminal. We do know, for instance, that in places like Zambia, some of the comrades engage in organized crime. We also do know, and when I say we do know, I mean we've been told stories.
And just a reminder that you...
Because if I keep on saying we do know, Madanga will call me.
Maybe you should. We'll get the real truth. But just also for the audience, you're not speculating here. You're actually a member of the underground and MK. So it's not as if you're just...
Well, if you put it that way, then let me say this. We do know that in some cases, for transport, those members who relied on organized crime use the vehicles of the United Nations sometimes. We do know this. So organized crime, in different ways, is not new to the ANC. All you see after 1994 is an upgrade in the nature of the activities that are linked to organized crime. You have changes in scale, for instance. So the amounts of money involved are much larger. These comrades have access to state power, and through state power and the access to state power, tap into organized crime. And some of the organized crime is an extension of what started during the liberation struggle. I spoke to you about Brasox.
Yes, yeah.
Now, remember what has happened. Brasox and his contemporaries are now in their 70s and 80s. They are no longer the key figures in organized crime. New figures have risen to the top. In other words, there's been a generational shift from the time of Brasox and his contemporaries to the present. But the phenomenon of a Brasox has remained, to the extent that some of the figures in criminal organizations are young enough to emerge in this conjuncture as the key figures, but old enough to have had links with people in the ANC during the liberation struggle. So the Brasox phenomenon continues to this day. I have no doubt that when you are watching Madanga and you hear some of the names that were dropped during testimony, I have no doubt that one of them or some of them is or are the Brasox of today. But also, the generational shift means something else. Tensions at an intergenerational level have evolved. I'll give an example. In South America, there comes a time when there are serious tensions between the older generation in the drug cartels and the younger generation. And there's an irony here, by the way. J. Edgar Hoover the former head of the FBI. Remember, one of his strategies is to flood, let's say, African American areas with drugs. And lessons that I learned from that is that you can undermine other countries in the same way. So you flood Mexico, you flood several countries in South and Latin America with drugs. And of course, this is one of the ways in which drug cartels get a foothold in South America. During this period, you have the older generation who say, drugs are destroying our communities. We are not going to be involved in drug trafficking. That does happen. You have the younger generation who realize that drug trafficking is more lucrative than all of their other operations. And what they want is to upscale their drug trafficking operations. And that brings generational tensions between the two generations. And that brings about a battle, a succession battle. So the leaders who come from the older generation must be removed and replaced by the younger generation who understand that drugs are more lucrative than the other activities they may have been engaged in. What I'm trying to say is that to the extent that I keep on hearing people talking about Colombia and so on, one of the things we must learn about those drug cartels is that they have been evolving. Even the structures have been changing. So I look at Kumalo again in this organogram.
Yeah.
There is a time when, let's say, when you're analyzing drug cartels in Colombia, you could assume that would be the structure in all cases. That's no longer the case. That has been changing. They now rely on a hybrid of structures. And that is why I was talking about concentric circles, using cells and so on.
Yeah.
There's been that structural evolution when it comes to how the drug cartels in South America are structured. And the lesson for me is that we must not assume that our own drug cartels have been static. So when I look at the Big Five is a product of an evolutionary process. It represents where drug cartels are today. So the drug cartel of the 70s looked different from today's drug cartel. So even here, if you want to stay a step ahead of the drug cartels, you must start thinking of the possibility that they are beginning themselves, as we saw in Colombia, to experiment with a hybrid model of structuring themselves.
Can we turn to the political significance of all of this, Gogo? Because as all of these revelations unfold and as these commissions deliver these shocking truths to South Africa, slowly but surely it's going to have a political impact. We may not know exactly what the shape of that political impact is yet, but it is going to have a political impact. Up to now, South Africa over the last 10 years has been led by the Ramaphosa ANC. Cyril Ramaphosa has been ensconced at the top of South Africa's political structure. What do you think is the impact on him as we sit, and his leadership of the ANC, in the context that we have also heard murmurings that he was considering resigning, but he has sent people out now to challenge that, to suggest that there's no chance that he's resigning after the G20. And so it looks as if we've gone through another process of him, or of speculation over his resignation, and then a decision being taken that no, he's going to stay on at least for now. Yes, so what do you make of his position in the ANC and where things are headed with these revelations?
So your grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be regaled by stories of how a senior police officer, Shamas Mkhwanazi, brought down the government. My own view is this. What Mkhwanazi set in train on the 6th of July means what we are witnessing is the beginning of the end for the ANC. It also means we must not preclude a scenario in which 6th of July ends with the collapse of our government. So the ANC has been having its last supper.
Yeah.
So people, many of whom are religious, keep on talking about the end days. For me, Mkhwanazi is but one sign amongst many signs of the time. And what we're witnessing are the end days for the ANC. Now, when it comes to the president, you're right. If rumors are anything to go by, twice he tried to tender his resignation after Phala Phala. And twice a member of the top 6, now top 7, prevailed on him, persuaded on him not to resign. Now, my assumption is that this member who prevails on the president not to resign thinks he knows what the president is afraid of. In my view, he's wrong. He prevails on him because he doesn't know what the president is afraid of. In other words, there's a possibility that Phala Phala is the tip of the iceberg. And it is on this basis, if the rumor is close to the truth, it is on this basis that twice he tenders his resignation and this member of the top 6, top 7 stops him. But of course, there's another reason why this member may have stopped him. He may have been acting in his own interests. Because remember, the ascendance of a member of the ANC to high office is not the ascendance of an individual.
Yeah.
It is the ascendance of a particular set of interests. So when you look at battles within the ANC, leadership battles, these are not battles between individuals. These are battles between particular sets of interests. So, to some extent, therefore, to the extent that over the past few weeks there have been these rumors that after the G20, the president will resign. We must not look at that in terms of the political fate of an individual called Cyril Ramaphosa. Because there is an extent to which it is not his decision. It's not his choice whether he can step down or not. If I'm correct when I say leadership battles are between particular sets of interests, not between individuals. So the individuals who engage in leadership battle are simply representatives of particular sets of interests.
What's your current thinking on how long the president does survive?
Well, if by 2029 he is still the president, we should be ready for the ascendance of a woman as the Pope of the Catholic Church.
Wow. And of course, this Phala Phala judgment is still coming. It's still coming, and the length of time, we're coming up to a year now. The EFF is even marching to the Concord on the 28th, and it's really sad in my view that the Concord has taken this long. I firmly believe wait, let me take a step back. I don't think the Concord is going to be brave enough to do what in my view it legally and politically should do, which is, and I mean political in the broad sense, which is say that what Parliament did was contrary to the principle of accountability, and they must go back and redo that vote, or start from scratch, or remedy the situation in some way. I just don't think they have the bravery to do it with this president. But if they do, I think that could mark a very quick end to this presidency.
Well, if they do, it means a female pope is in the offing.
Indeed.
I've already said on this platform that Cyril Ramaphosa is the most powerful ANC president since '94. In fact, in my view, since 1991, the ANC has not had a more powerful president than Cyril Ramaphosa. Well, there's something that he seems to understand that was not understood by some of his predecessors. There is no point in being in charge of the state if you are not in charge of the party. Ramaphosa seems to have understood that he must be in charge of both the ANC and the state. When it comes to his control over the ANC, it is my view that Ramaphosa has been the most powerful since 1991. Now, if we go back to the cartels, one of the reasons we're here, with the cartels facing this scrutiny and therefore going through their own crisis because of the scrutiny they're facing. Remember, the ANC was going to be in power until Jesus Christ comes back, which meant that the link between organized crime and politicians in the ANC was going to be with us until the second coming. Last year, that changed. Which means, to the extent that these criminal organizations must capture politicians, it is no longer enough to capture ANC politicians who have lost power because of last year's elections. I can tell you now, they are busy thinking about how are we going to capture politicians outside the ANC. Because in the end, whatever form future coalition governments take, the cartels must still be able to capture the political class.
There's a real problem with this government. It's despicable. I believe Tom Friedman's column in the New York Times just yesterday sums it up beautifully how I feel. I think as a member of Congress, it is my obligation. I was elected to participate. Doesn't mean I agree with people. In fact, I've seen a lot of stuff on the House floor, Betty, you can imagine, with which I not just disagree, I find appalling, including listening to people speak on the House floor. So I'm thinking about it. I'm deeply opposed to this leadership. I also believe it's a responsibility to show up and listen.
Police reported ahead.
let's talk politics for a second. Mike Johnson has a big win on his hands. If half the Democratic caucus decides not to show up to Netanyahu's speech, mark my words, that will be accretive to Donald Trump. So I'm weighing all these things right now. Now, at the end of the day, I'll make a decision.
I'm not sure the American public are fans of Netanyahu. I don't think it'll matter. I think they'll appreciate people taking a principled stand.
Independent voters.
I don't think there's a big pro-Netanyahu movement amongst independent voters. But
there's a big pro-Israel.
So let's talk about that. What's going on? I want to talk about deaths in Gaza from all the weaponry that we have given to them and continue to give to an ungrateful Netanyahu. The other week, we saw 4 Israeli hostages rescued from inside of Gaza by an Israeli military and police operation, returned to their families. A very good thing. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, all reacted with praise, with celebration. None of them, in their initial responses, had a single word to say about the over 200 Palestinians reportedly killed, over 700 injured in that rescue operation, many of them innocent women and children. A lot of people have been asking this for the last 8-9 months. I'm sure you're hearing your constituency. Do Palestinian lives just not matter to the modern Democratic Party?
Let me acknowledge the 38,000 human beings killed in Gaza, 1,200 Israelis, and particularly the innocents. To me, it's all the same. They're human beings. I'm appalled and disgusted. First of all, there are Americans being held hostage. Let me change the lens for a moment. I believe, if anything, it has been the United States and the Biden administration should have been the foremost responsibility to extract our hostages, our nationals. I think there are 6 or 7 still, knowing that they're alive. So the question is, would we undertake an effort to extract American hostages 2, 3, 4, 7 if we knew 200 civilians would be killed in the process? Or that's a tough question. That's a tough question. If you're the leader of a country, absolutely.
You killed 200 people to save 6.
Matt, you look at first of all, I'm a son of I'm a Gold Star son. I lost my dad in Vietnam. One of the most despicable, I think, wars that the United States has ever prosecuted. We've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. We continue to. Look what we did in Japan to end the war. These are philosophical questions that most Americans would never want to be faced with.
But you were a member of Congress, right? You wanted to be president.
Yes.
So let me ask you a straight up question.
Let me answer your question. I believe, as the President of the United States, his or her obligation should always be the safety and security of Americans first. It does not mean dismissing other humanity. But in the case of hostages, when it comes to this, and we've tried this before, we've seen carnage. The fact of the matter is, I think we should extract. And by the way, if that means there are civilian deaths as a result, unfortunately, that's, I think, the cost.
Well, the cost implies there's no other choice. We, of course, know that there was another way to get the hostages out. Hold on. There's another way to get the hostages out. We got over 100 hostages out in a deal in November. You could have got Benjamin Netanyahu blocking another deal. But just I want to be very specific. In your view, is killing 274 Palestinians, including many children, an acceptable price to pay for the freedom of 4 Israelis?
Like I said, I don't. Listen, you want a clear answer? Yeah. You want to make this blank?
Is it an acceptable price to pay?
It's an unacceptable price, but I think it's a price that has to be made.
Wow. Okay, so how many Palestinians would it be acceptable to kill in order to get back to Israel? What's the upper limit?
When we start talking about human lives, every single one life is too many. And let me just.
You just said 274 is a price that has to be paid. I'm saying if it was 1,000, would you pay that?
Because in my estimation, if we look at questions like this in a vacuum, of course, we're going to come up with different answers than in the context of the entire challenge. Because if we are increasingly seeing the United States of America in particular as unwilling to sometimes do what's necessary to demonstrate some strength and
you just said about the history of killing thousands of innocent people.
Robert Boy ungenile ku-chat wamkhuza ngaleyo mbiza, and then the chat, because I went back, I went and rewinded after ngathi nini uyiphuze nini lezi rewind ngibukele la, because I also went ahead so mangimbona he took the first sip and I thought, okay, this one, okay, maybe I can blame the other people. When he took the second sip, phela uvele washaya ikumkwa badla. Angeke ngabona wenza ngamabondo. Maybe ikumkwa badla leya. Uyayazi ikumkwa badla. Yembiza. Bese kasuza thulula. You know what I mean? Inhliziyo imhlungu wena. But at least the toilet are deep-proof clean. Ngoba ngathi that looks like deep-proof. Very deep-proof gas. So I can even see the angle with no. So it's a highway le, ne, and then BRT la, and then deep-proof la, and then I need to deep-proof squares up that same road. Yeah. You know? Yeah. So, but clean lapha ya. You went in ngamnandi, bamvulela ngepondo. Ngena ngepondo phela toilet. Kodwa zasila nanga roll eso lepe. Yeah, zit 1 2. Murhafe pondo. Ibondo. Zasila. Na ufuna ukuthi 1 2 3 4 44. Lama toilet afuna Muslim ke. Afuna Islamic. Engana toilet paper. No, but pick up. Let's move on. I want to wrap up. So I'd like for us to get into Maduro when we're done. Yeah. So yeah, we are going to get there. So the Sam spinning thing. And by the way, I love Sakumzi. I take my girl cousins there on dates. Because the guys they date don't take them out on dates, unfortunately. But I take my girl cousins there on dates for buffets. You know what I mean? It's not a tourist place for me. It's you know, it's home. It's just always, I love that place. So they just didn't know how to deal with a speed stream, and they're gonna get a lot more.
You know, so for next time, please, guys, when these tourists come and they're recording and filming, I understand that it's a buffet. Everyone wants to feel like, yes, you can dish up for yourself. But when it comes to the foreign tourists, dish up for them. Dish up for them. Give them a little selection of everything. Let them try everything. If they leave things behind, it's fine. It's a buffet. You cook over for wastage. We know that. You know what I mean? It's a business as well. You charge the customer for the wastage as well. So give them the full experience and let them try everything, because the locals and the ones that are regulars that know what they want or know what they like, those people are a dime a dozen now in this season, right? Because we've got an influx of tourists. Smooth up. We were in New York. We were in the States. You found me there doing lots of groundwork. That groundwork was about bringing people to South Africa to do business. These promoters that are doing events here, that was part of that groundwork. These festival goers that are now coming here, that was part of that groundwork. Why? Because I saw the traveling from Cape Town Jazz Festival. I saw the traveling from North Sea Jazz Festival. I saw the traveling from Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. And Standard Bank Joy of Jazz is in Sandton Convention Center. You know what I mean? It's in my area. My mother loves jazz. I've always known that the biggest crowd that comes for that is the American crowd. And those are the people that go to the North Sea Jazz Festival, you know what I mean, in the US. So for them to actually come to South Africa is like normal, it's standard. That market follows jazz. Now we're getting this new younger market. We're competing with places like Ibiza. You understand? We're competing with the party capitals of the world. We're competing with the dance capitals of the world. Those dance capitals don't have good music. We've got the best music in the world, so there's no reason why we shouldn't have the best music tourism in the world. You know, so that's some of the ground that we've been doing, you know what I mean? And I worked with Umusito, even in New York, and we're doing some stuff, and he introduced me to a lot of people, like a lot of broad networks. So
if there's somebody who doesn't gatekeep connections, yes, Mr. Musito,
yes,
Ramaile.
That's it.
Mr. Ramaile, you're amazing, bro. Yeah. Like, you're such a connector.
Let's try pause here.
Yeah, pause here. No, like, get straight. Musito!
Yeah, okay. His kids are gonna say we're teasing him. His daughters are gonna say something in some. He was back in the country. He was back in the country. So I saw him actually. You see, Aya, DJ Aya.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aya Proud.
Yes. Aya was with Musito, and then I said, no, it's fine, Musito, I'll drive him around Soweto, because Musito was busy with whatever he was busy with, you know what I mean? He was busy. Either way, we were watching Bafana play against another team. I don't know, it was a game that we won. I was there with Munye, no, not Banyana goalkeeper. Yeah, both the goalkeepers were there. In fact, a whole lot of Banyana players were there. So Musito was there. That's where I introduced Ukim to Umusito. No Aya. So they've been working on this for a long time. Musito has been doing this thing for a long time, and some of those guys, like our brothers, like Abu Musito, you know, Sugar Smacks introduced me to Musito when he found out that I was going to New York. And he said, this is your big brother when you're in New York. You understand? He will make sure that you're good.
Including American celebrities.
You know what I mean? He will make sure that you're good. That's why I was able to be so good in New York. You know what I mean? I used to tell people that, no, I'm very well connected. You know, I've got Amakrotman you know, and that's the thing about Amakrotman. You know, Amakrotman played their role. Like, and there are some Krotmans who are not men, right? So Krotman, it's not gendered. You know what I mean? Abo fly. Some Kumbul fly. Yes, you know what I mean? Now she's better known for state versus Sengati, you know, when it comes to customary law and estates and stuff like that. But she's someone who's been in the game. Apart from her being on Big Brother, she was also seminal to the team that put everything together. So my biggest disappointment was there was too much narrative bending happening from the critics who weren't part of this thing. They didn't know whose pure intentions were part of this. But the first thing you try to twist our narrative. The first thing you should see is that Usbulu Kona. That's a guy with a good heart. It's been demonstrated. Whether you can say whatever you say, if you look at the actions, forget whatever allegations anyone can make. You look at the actions and the impact of his work, it's unequivocal. You know what I mean? You've got someone like myself there. You've got all the people that were out there. Abo Robot Boy, you've got Abo Pops there. These are all good people. You know what I mean? As a South African, see, when these people are involved, you shouldn't be quick to criticize, especially as black people. We need to have rules. We need to have rules. Like, there's certain things that you don't criticize because you see certain people there. When you see us there, you don't just criticize because you got our phone numbers. You don't just throw every single insult under the sun. You know, you're embarrassing our country. You're embarrassing. The South Africans are even ungrateful that Speed is promoting their country. They're even ungrateful about that. They want to destroy everyone associated with it. Everything, every name under the sun we've been called. That is disgusting behavior from our fellow South Africans, and we're bigger than that. 2026, we don't need to do that anymore. Please, of it. You know, it's not that please, let's stop that. And so then I also noticed that when he went to Eswatini, Eswatini Times, Eswatini newspapers, Eswatini, whatever, you name it, whatever media that was in Eswatini was all behind him. You know what I mean? Supporting the whole entire thing.
And I think that the other countries that he visited after us, they'd already seen how much of a great treatment we gave him.
They saw the great treatment
that we gave him.
Yes, and they celebrated it. Yeah, it made it easier for them, but they celebrated it. Whereas here at home, we had so many people trying to clown it, and I don't mind the trolling. The trolling is one thing, but there's certain things that I don't expect from certain people. When you're over the age of 40, I don't expect mean-spiritedness. You know what I mean? And I discussed this with my mother. You know what I mean? Like, just to get my head back and straight, to feel like, am I overreacting? Am I taking this too emotional? She's like, no, this is a spiritual attack. They're attacking your spirit. They're attacking your peace. You know what I mean? You're doing something with positive energy, and they want to destroy it in the eyes of other people so that you feel ashamed of being helpful to people. So that next time you are asked to help, you'll think twice. You know what I mean? You'll have doubt about that. And I don't want to have that energy. And my mother always would please don't let whatever these people are saying stop you from being the child that I raised. So beyond that, the criticism, the media, come on, our media. I was expecting to see MTN News to be all over it. They're online media. But where is Sunday World? Where was Sunday Times? You understand what I'm saying? Where are all these people? Where's City Press that blogs about whatever? Where's Media 24? where are they? Where are our media to actually celebrate this moment? You understand? Where are they to actually tell people the numbers? So I called the journalist that I could call. You know, the only journalist I could find was the Sunday Times journalist, unfortunately. And this is after I already criticized them about it. Sunday Times, we paid for the subscription. Oksana, it's not really like something that we subscribe to because, you know, we want to just read the papers. We also support print media. You know what I mean? I'm supporting print media. Those journalists, when I read their articles, the reason why I pay for the subscription is so that they can keep paying their medical aid. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. That's it. It's got nothing to do with anything other than the fact that I want those journalists to pay their medical aid because I can read all these articles online. And I do read these articles online as well. You know what I mean? So to help these journalists pay their medical aid by supporting these papers, we expect a certain volume of paper. You know what I mean? Like it needs to be thick. Speed is in the country and you've got nothing that you've written about Speed. You don't have anywhere that he's been, anything, lifestyle section and everything else. So I called one of the journalists that I know and I berated her. I went in, I said, no. I said, here is the CEO of Brand SA. Here's his number. You call him. You get airtime from Brand SA right now. Here is Mosito's number. Here is Lerato's number. Leroy Jason. All of them.
Delicious, man.
That's fly. That's fly. Yeah, that's fly. So for those that don't know, her name was Fly on Big Brother when she was Big Brother. Yeah. You know what I mean? Lerato Singat. Or aka Lerato Licious Hotline. You know what I mean? That's her handle. So I said, you need to change this. What I expected to see yesterday was a full page spread on Speed. And that's exactly what they did. So they did a photo shoot on Thursday. You know, they had Leroy Jason, Mosito and everything else, a whole big article on the team that's behind. And I said, you know what, that's my contribution. You know what I mean? Yes, Ningfagi the last minute and everything else, and I was able to play a little bit of a cameo role. Let me thank you for allowing me to participate in this moment by ensuring that your work gets covered properly. Yeah. And fortunately, that journalist has done, you know, the good service. They gave them an entire photo shoot. You know what I mean? Just for this article of the team that put Speed's South African stream together. And I feel like now that it's going to be also in mainstream media, our grandparents, also the parents that were being dragged, you know, from pillar to post to come and see Speed or to get their kids on stream, they are now going to actually be able to contextualize this moment because it's in the mainstream media, which is the traditional format where they get their information and they get their credible information. And shout out to Sunday Times, the editor at Sunday Times as well, for agreeing to that because it was brought to her by one of the journalists, you know what I mean, one of the lifestyle editors. So shout out to them for doing that. And yeah, if you didn't get Sunday Times yesterday, if there's still some stock left at the garage, at least get them. You know what I mean? Let's encourage these newspapers, you know, to stay in print because they hire our brothers and sisters that are ensuring that everything that we do gets the right coverage and the right mileage as well. So, you know, shout out to them. And I think that's the end of my recap on the Speed stream. Is there anything else that you think?
No, I'm just proud of us. We did a great job.
No, thank you. And thank you, South Africa. As South Africans, your greatest advert, the thing that I've always demanded from this show is that I've got one message, and that our value as South Africans is not what is beneath the soil. It was what is above the soil. We are the ones that are above the soil. The gold, the coltan, the tantalum, all of those things, that's not our wealth. Our wealth is our people, our human resources, and the culture. That is it. So that's what we're able to show off. We were able to show Ubuntu. You know what I mean? Simkorisi the spoon. Oh, Daddy Speed.
Yeah. Enjoyed it.
Well, I subscribe to his page as well. You know, Daddy Speed is like, Africa or because like I just started watching him now. Every episode he's crying. I'm like, I know, man. I tell him now.
No. They get fed wrong information about the continent. Continent for what it is. That's why people have been blocking this for many decades by Kenya because of the internet. I'm African American. We don't keep them. We have in the past month. Last week. Podcast or share on Ghana was here, right?
Yes, he's still here. Who can say Joseph?
Speed was here.
Who can say Joseph? How?
Mara, the scientist, she was at Times Square, right? In Victoria. There was also. Is it Young Thug?
Oh, Young Thug allowed to get out of the country.
Yeah. She's a lot of people here. And all the shows were full. All of the shows were full. All the shows were full.
So that it begs the question. DJ Mapurisa, where was your Scorpion Kings show? I need to no, and everything else. Bro, anything I say on this microphone, when I speak about my brothers, it's in their best interests. I will never say anything to bring you down. If I'm criticizing, it's because I know that you've got greater potential than what you're showing.
Let me say, I've never heard you say anything negative about the poor.
Ever.
Ever.
I defend him. I defend him and I attack the people that attack him on his behalf. He doesn't need to speak on his own behalf. So the day that Upori gets on his live and then it's disgusting behavior. Shruti, there's something wrong upstairs. Shruti, there's people that are telling you bad messages. You know what I mean? And for me, is that
this donor. I forgot. And these young women told me that this donor was French American and that this donor's name was Pierre. It wasn't until yesterday, after we went off air, that I presented to you all of this stuff about the DuPont family, that it clicked, and these ladies messaged me and said, "Oh, you figured it out. It's Pierre DuPont. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point." I mentioned Pierre DuPont on yesterday's show, and this took my breath away. I will be honest, I cried really hard yesterday, thinking, my goodness, how could I have forgotten that this donor is French American, that was the big thing. And I was racking my brain trying to figure out that time, because I didn't consider France's involvement in anything. Like, who do I know that's French and has tons of money and is involved in technologies and could possibly be working on a big check that could be kept secret because it's about to IPO and billions are on the line, and that all kind of came together. And I would like an answer about this Pierre, the billionaire French-American donor, and I would like a clean answer as to whether or not it is Mr. Pierre DuPont. Yeah. Because this would be a devastatingly dark story. And my sources are very sure that this is what was on the line, that this was life-changing money, and they are very sure that this individual got a phone call after the assassination, and I think that we deserve to know. I don't think this should be a secret, right? Charities shouldn't be a secret. Why? And by the way, it leads to more questions, like how could you say that you knew that your IPO was going to lead to billions of dollars? How could you promise that? How could you promise that? And did Charlie know? Did Charlie know? And I'm going to be honest with you, I know a lot of billionaires, they don't part with their money like that. They don't part with their money and offer people pieces of their company, people that aren't even their family members. So why was that offer on the table? I have so many questions, and I'm going to ask them publicly, and I think that we demand answers. We should all be demanding answers, because this is now starting to feel very, very dark. It's too French, right? It's just too French. We just can't all be hanging out in Delaware. And there's one more thing that came in regarding Andrew Colbert, very close family friend of Andrew Colbert, messaged me early on, and I, again, was not tracking any of this at the time, but they had said that they felt that Andrew Colbert was acting weird, and I'm sure that's not a big deal. I think we were all acting weird. Colbert was assassinated, but moreover, they had mentioned that specifically Andrew had told them that when Charlie said no to Bibi, he lost out on millions. Now I'm going to say allegedly because it's a tip, but I have a tip in writing. I'm not lying to you. And I thought to myself, that's so weird. How could the spokesperson at Turning Point USA be on the? How could they be gaining millions from that? What is the structure here of these contracts? That even people that are in PR, people that are like running PR departments, are getting tips on the basis of donations. I don't know how this is working, but we need to figure out how this is working. I think it's really important that we learn the truth about what happened. Who's Pierre? Is it Pierre DuPont? And has Turning Point been paid? Obviously, it wouldn't be on this year's taxes. They're not going to file those on this year's taxes, but they would be on next year's. But we can ask now, and I'm asking now. And there's more I want to share, but we're going to take a brief break for sponsors. I'll ask the question, what are you guys doing today to protect your tomorrow? Because it seems like waiting until later is not really an option, because we're already living in the later. You should consider adding gold into your financial strategy, because economies destabilize and the markets get scared. Currencies can lose their value, but gold does not always follow suit. Having some gold means that you're not 100% dependent on one financial system. You'll instead have something tangible, and for me, it's about planning, it's about protecting. And of course, I'm not saying that you should dump everything that you have into gold, because that would be as misguided as sticking with just stocks. But balancing your investments is definitively crucial. If you're worried about retirement or worried about the current economy, then let this be your little nudge. Visit CandiceLikesGold.com to get your free 2025 gold and silver kit and learn about how you can get up to 10% in free silver. Don't wait for the next crisis. Protect your future today. Call 855-815-GOLD or simply visit CandiceLikesGold.com. Again, CandiceLikesGold.com. Also, I've been telling you guys about Beekeepers Natural, because this holiday season may be full of joy, travel, and togetherness, but it also happens to overlap with peak cold and flu season. Between crowded stores, packed schedules, late nights, and extra stress, our immune systems are working overtime just when we need them the most. That's why I am so thankful for Beekeepers Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard of propolis, it's this natural immune supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, that's the best way to think of it, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds. It's been used for centuries to help support immunity. It soothes your scratchy throats. It also keeps you feeling your best. I use the propolis throat spray, especially during the holidays, because it's clean, it's natural, and it's free from all that junk that you can't really pronounce. There's no dyes, there's no chemicals, there's no fake sugars. Beekeepers Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version as well of their nasal spray, and the mist is soft and gentle, so kids actually don't mind using it. Today, Beekeepers Naturals is giving viewers exclusive access to their extended holiday sale. You can get 30% off site-wide, so head to beekeepersnaturals.com and enter code Candice at checkout, or you can just go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candice. This is their biggest sale of the year. Their best sellers always sell out. That's beekeepersnaturals.com and enter code Candice, or you can just go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candice. There is such a thing as a good Fed, believe it or not. There are good guys. There are good guys everywhere. You know, lightness is always fighting darkness, and I received an interesting tip from a Fed that I'm going to share with you now that might be relevant. But Turning Point USA put in a personal request to try to get the Egyptian plane story killed. you know, and I find that to be very interesting. What is it about these Egyptian planes that Turning Point USA didn't want them to be discussed? I don't know. But I am going to find out. I think we kind of have found out in a weird, really effed up way, actually. It makes my stomach turn. I'm going to miss Charlie. I really am going to miss Charlie. And I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that this story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew that Charlie was betrayed. It laughed at me. Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was... Yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. And I think part of the mourning was... the grief that I was experiencing was in large part due to my understanding that this was going to be missional for me. I think I knew deep down that this was going to be missional, and I kind of knew deep down that the whole world was going to be against me, or I guess the whole dark apparatus was going to be against me. Not the world. There are so many good people in the world that are the reason I'm doing this, and who understood instantly and felt instantly what I felt when this all happened. And I think it's sad because I was just reflecting on, I guess, really the last part of my youth. Being ignorant and thinking that we lived in a country that was free and was fair, was a meritocracy, the excitement of me and Charlie in politics. Like, we were young bucks thinking that we were going to change the world because the MAGA movement offered us this opportunity to do it, right? We were going to get Trump elected, and we're going to get people to stop talking about racism and sexism and to understand, like, family is a priority. And I realize now, and I know Charlie realizes now, that we did not see the evil that was around us. And I'm going to miss that youth. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss that young experience. I'm going to miss Charlie going on dates and the girl they liked, and me always being the wing woman, and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date. And, you know, he didn't date many people, and he was just kind of in love with this girl. And he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes, and throw it away if you can. Charlie, he goes, okay. And he's wearing a Turning Point early shirt that somebody, I think, gave to him. Stitched on. Is it stitched on? Is it ironed on? I don't know. But I was like, Charlie, burn it. Obviously, burn that shirt. And it makes me, stuff that makes me cry and makes me sad because he just was so young. You know, Charlie was so young, and he was such a good person. And I'm also going to miss the young conversations that you have when you're vibing with someone and you're speaking about things that you don't understand. As you were coming up in politics, I always felt like an alien. We would have these discussions with donors, and we'd have discussions with people, or people would do stuff, and I would just tell them all the time, Charlie, I'm an alien. I am new on this planet. I don't understand this. I don't understand double speak and, you know, contracts and people threatening to sue. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm an alien. And Charlie always said he felt like he was a time traveler. This is a conversation. I would say, I'm an alien. I just messaged him from across the globe. He said, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home. He felt like Earth was his planet, but I think you found me and time traveled with me. Like the kind of friendship where you can talk about being a time traveler and feeling like an alien, as I've always felt like it, because I don't get it. I don't get the rules of this planet. I don't get the betrayal, the backstabbing, the people that dance for money. It's never made sense to me. When I was a kid, I just felt out of place. And I am out of place in politics. I will tell you that. Because this is what it's all about, right? Selling your soul to the devil. And I don't want to do that. Anyways, that's just going a long way of me saying that I'm going to miss the ignorance of our political youth, thinking that it could be fair, thinking that we could just work hard, thinking that we could run a company, that we could launch this revolution where people were going to be happy in the future because America was the land of the free. I had to mourn that. Now I realized, and as I've expressed, that this is missional. Charlie knew he was going to die young, but there was more that were in those now seemingly prophetic text messages that I was unwilling to share at that time. But I am going to share that now. When he was speaking about his death and the visions that he was having in April 2018, he also said some other things. He didn't just say that he was going to die. He didn't just say that Turning Point was going to be the death of him, but he also wrote this. This is in April, on April 13th. He wrote this. He wrote, "Ish like tonight is what I have foreseen. This won't result in anything. I'll give you the context in a moment. But in our lifetime, we will experience real war beyond anything that we can fathom. Absolute and total destruction." Now, for historical reference, what was going on that week involved, of course, France, right? America, France, Israel, the Middle East, Syria, Russia. And this is the Syria before Israel and the United States overthrew Assad. What was going on was the United States and France were carrying out a series of military strikes involving an aircraft and these ship-based missiles against multiple government sites in Syria. And the official reason that we were told was because the Syrian government had apparently chemically gassed their own citizens, something which Assad had strenuously denied. In effect, if Assad was telling the truth, and I believe he was, because I think there's a war on Christians that's happening, then the West and the United States were implicated in part by a false flag attack to justify a larger military justification. That's kind of something the West does a lot, right? False flag attack, get the media going, we have to respond, and then we just sort of take land. Yeah, that's what we do. Now, France had said in a statement on that morning on April 14th, that France's red line had been crossed. So this was a story which Charlie said, this is not the thing that's coming, but this is a preview of the thing that's coming. Missiles, false flag attacks, chemicals, and the Middle East, America, France, and Israel. It is something. It is something, right? This was the vibe of something that Charlie felt was going to happen in the future. Something Charlie, I used to always say, I told you that, the rest is future. I think we are in the rest right now. We are approaching that future right now. And I didn't feel it then in 2018, but I feel it now. I've been telling you guys, I've been having a lot of dreams. And the dread that Charlie felt in 2018, I have been feeling. I felt it leading up to Charlie's assassination. I pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about bees and organization that was happening in America. I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, sort of coastal events, the Texas floods, that this is not happening by accident. Okay, I have a feeling of a sense of dread that the Fed is taking from Americans right now, and that we are heading toward war. Okay, I'm gonna share that. I feel that we are headed toward war, that they want war by any means necessary, and that you need to be, wherever you are in the world, fully dialed into that. Okay, we can't be stupid this time. We cannot believe what the media is telling us. We cannot believe what the government are telling us. We cannot believe whatever it is, whatever attack that's going to happen, and we're going to be told that it was this guy. We have to start to recognize the pattern of things, okay? The predictive model of this is my red line, then the red line gets crossed and people are denying it. And what happens? Christians are mass slaughtered every single time. Propagandized. Christians in the East to hate Christians in the West. And there's just less of us by the end of it. And these things tend to happen, world wars, when they want a reset because people start waking up. And so I just wanted to express that to you, that I feel that we are reaching that brink right now, and you need to prepare for that. And it feels like an almost inevitability because wars are planned in boardrooms, okay? In boardrooms. They're going to send you and your children and your sons, they're not going to fight. And I don't love a scenario right now that's happening where we have envoys being sent to Russia and Israel and everybody's meeting all this. It feels like something's coming, and I know that you probably sense that dread too. Turning our attention to Turning Point. Did you know, I learned this from one of our sleuths, that Turning Point might potentially now be becoming a real estate empire. Apparently, Tyler Boyer has a younger brother who for 10 years has worked in dental sales. Until Charlie died, because a unique opportunity presented itself at Turning Point USA, where Tyler had begun telling people that TP USA plans to roll out a program to build houses for first-time home buyers. They're going to use Turning Point USA's position and audience to market this idea of new homes. And the marketing pitch is that Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and university was a waste of time, and that it was a waste of money, and that they should get married early, and they should start their lives, and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told me, and I checked that out. They presented some proof of that conversation happening. I think that's interesting. I think we should share that. And I'm sure that that's probably what Charlie wrote. He apparently had a 15-20-year plan, according to Frank Turek. Or was it Rob McCoy? Rob McCoy said that, I think. I think they all said it, honestly, but Rob McCoy did say that. He kept this in his notebooks, and so a real estate empire could be on the brink for Turning Point USA. Amazing. That really is something. Anyways, you guys, we are going to take another break for our sponsors, and then I will get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation, and they can craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score that's required. They are here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is obviously in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Every month you wait, it will just cost you more in interest and fees. The best time to start was probably yesterday. The second best is right now. Don't wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you by visiting pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. Also, I want to tell you guys about Home Title Lock, because if you are a homeowner, you should listen to this. The FBI has been warning homeowners about this type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, which is title theft. Now, this type of theft doesn't happen by breaking down your doors and stealing your stuff. It happens with just a one-page document that has a forged signature that can get filed at the county. And if your title, which is the legal record of ownership, gets transferred out of your name, criminals can then use your ownership to drain your equity or even sell your property. And you won't even know about it until you start getting collection notices and foreclosure notices in the mail. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so that you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Candace at HomeTitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, the US-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it for you. Again, that's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Candace, or use the link in the description below. So what's going to happen now? Threats, lawsuits, lawyers, bankruptcy.
Met with the ANC, they said no. EFF met with the ANC, they said no. PA met, they met, we said yay. Now she comes here. We have been telling people this thing is pure racism. Embarrassing the African National Congress. You know, I must today say something. During the negotiations, I've never seen the ANC being so generous in listening to views. And now Helen Ziller rocks up and say, nothing happens without me here. It is the Mises mentality which took us to exile. She needs to stay away from this thing, because in the spirit, now she talks about clause 24, clause 54, clause 24. The best example I can make you. If a girl, if you decide to marry a girl, the two of you say we're going to get engaged. That's what happened here. The intent is to get married. If that marriage doesn't happen, what recourse does that girl have? She can go to court. She can go to court. The court can fine me for not marrying the lady. But the court can't instruct me to marry her. That's the same thing happening here. She talks about the clause. This is a statement of intent. How are we going to form the GNU? When the GNU gets formed, it will then give life to the document. It will then. Now they want to make Fikile Mbalwe like he doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't read this document properly. My brother, that thing means nothing.
And another thing that she said that she seems to think the ANC doesn't also understand, and I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is as the Patriotic Alliance, is clause 19, which is about sufficient consensus, because it talks to the parties representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly. And Helen Zille says it's not seat in the Government of National Unity, it's seats in the National Assembly. And according to her, that means the ANC doesn't have that 60%. Even if they bring in you as the PA, the IFP, the people that have already signed, they don't get 60%, which means when there's a deadlock, the ANC would have to consult with the DA. The DA would have to rubber stamp whenever there's a deadlock. How do you understand clause 19 of this?
Clause 19, number one, the ANC doesn't have the power to decide what happens in the National Assembly. Let's start there. So how can the ANC bring out the document that says all the parties in National Assembly? Since when does the ANC decide for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter? Sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Helen Zille. She's trying to ridicule them here on your show. I watched the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make that esteemed team like didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zille knows that, you know, for me, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zille said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants
passionate, hilarious, relatable. It's funny. As long as it's a joke, it's funny, right? French people colluding to assassinate people is very funny. French intelligence. Anyways, more to this PR effort to, I don't know, suspend rational thinking, I think. Maybe they have worked so hard to poison us over decades and to dumb us down in the classroom that they're testing, they're seeing right now. They just keep repeating things over and over again. If we will just suspend our rational thinking altogether and follow them, I think that's it. That's what it must be. And Frank Jurek has come out. He's telling us that Blake Neff, we should, even though he seems very insincere, you should know that Charlie told him, Frank, that actually Blake Neff is the smartest man that he knows. Trust the science. Take a listen.
The night before Charlie was murdered, and I'm not just saying this, but I went into his office. This was after we had a meeting. You were in the meeting, Blake, me, you, Charlie, and some other folks. And he was going to dinner, and he
the smartest person and nobody should question him. Like, no, it was a lot. Like, they're telling us everything he said the night before, except for when he texted you guys and said that he thought they were going to kill him. Can we get to that part? Okay, we get it. Mikey's amazing. Blake Neff's the smartest dude we know. It's right here in the Bible. Can we get to the part of the evening before when Charlie said they are going to kill him? Which maybe took place after all of that, all of the compliments that were paid. Guys, please stop. It's so fake and gay. It hurts me. It hurts me. It physically is hurting me. The level of fakeness and gayness that we are reaching at Turning Point USA is starting to make me go ow. Okay? Please, I'm asking nicely. Can you give us something authentic? Because that's not going to cut it. That's just not going to cut it. How dare you question the ghost of Charlie Kirk? Are you suggesting that Charlie could have possibly not had good judgment? Am I suggesting that I've maybe watched a lot of hours of IDTV and it seems like, yeah, it's kind of a common theme that when people die, you should question the people closest to them? Actually, yeah, I am suggesting that it's like a very high percentage of murders that are committed by somebody else they know. I think it's like north of 95% of murders, and no matter how many adjectives you assign to people at Turning Point USA, we're not going to accept this narrative, okay? We're not going to accept this narrative, especially when you're lying and you won't tell us the relevant portions. Who did he think was going to kill him? Andrew Colbert? Can you tell us, Andrew? Can you tell us, Blake Neff? Can you tell us, Mikey McCoy? Or was he just full of fluff? Just full of fluff at the end? Really just wanted Josh Hammer's book to be sold? You're bad at this. You want to know why you're bad at this? Because you're inauthentic. That's why. You're inauthentic. If you start telling the truth, you won't struggle with this issue. Nobody accepts this, okay? In other news and emotional manipulation, Tim Pool was having some sort of a breakdown. I don't really know what it's about. I don't know why he's tweeting about me all the time. I hope he gets well. But I do want to address this absurd point that he's making about why we shouldn't be speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Take a listen.
Watch out. Vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a scumbag, okay? And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating the Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the midterms.
If it's not gonna make them rich anymore, then yes. Like, I don't understand why we're doing that.
She says the stupidest retarded crap, and now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and we don't care about your stupid midterms. We just don't care. Like, they really, this is how they view Charlie Kirk. I just want to say, was anything in his life real? Tim Pool is going off right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You need to keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying to your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie... because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient that people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a, I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us, why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool's upset, because midterms. It's going to be my fault, not the one of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of Turning Point USA for lying and thinking that they're brighter than us and seemingly not caring about the investigation. It's not going to be the fault of, I don't know, maybe actual politicians like Donald Trump, who's the president of the United States, and looked us in the face and said, are we still talking about the Epstein files? No, that's not his fault. The fault is Candace Owens for wanting to figure out who murdered her friend. Don't you guys get it? Like, we're just an algorithm. Why do you care so much about humans? Like, why are you a human? Like, if somebody really dies, you need to focus on midterms. Okay? That's the point of a Tim Pool show. It doesn't matter what you are going through. I don't know why you guys hear this, okay? I don't care if you have family members that are dying, family members who have died, if you have children that you care about, maybe you don't want to live in a world that's run by pedophiles. You need to put that all aside and vote for whoever the hell Tim Pool tells you to vote for. could delay homeowners just like you restructure their loan. I have Piro, and I hope that doesn't stick. I have 1210, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. People in the comments are out here calling Tim Pool Beanie Shapiro, and I hope that doesn't stick. Anyways, you guys, if you'd like to support our show, reminding you that Making a Sandwich is now on sale. It's on Amazon, which is super exciting. Also, if you want to get 20% off the book, you can go to makingasandwich.com and buy directly from us. And we are now shipping to Canada. And for signed copy, that is only available at CandaceOwens.com. Yeah, I need to start promoting my book on social media. That's what I'm on Amazon.
the reason why monetization on TikTok is taking a lot of time. People think that TikTok is the one that's holding it back. It's actually our very own government and the Competition Commission that is actually, because it needs to be legislated.
Oh yes.
You get what I'm saying? Remember, the money that creators are making on this platform, that money is supposed to be taxed. And a lot of these content creators are not paying tax, then you forget. Just because the government is not
They're not?
Your YouTubers should be paying tax on this money.
I mean,
OnlyFans go and pay tax. You get what I'm saying? So the government should and could actually be going after these creators and saying, hey, you're making money from YouTube, this is our cut, where is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not, for whatever reason, or maybe they will at some point, right? So TikTok is trying to avoid that by making sure that they are getting into the right contractual and legal what with the government of South Africa, and that's what sometimes is delayed. That's information that I didn't know, that I had to ask. Okay, fine, what's going on? Because everybody's gonna be asking me about this. Why is this not happening in Africa as it is happening elsewhere? And you find that monetization, for instance, does not only not happen in South Africa. There are other territories of South Africa that it's not happening simply because of the framework that is there that is not allowing it to happen as quickly as it can. But also, let's be honest, these companies take advantage of that. You understand?
Yeah.
Like the tariff thing with the Chinese.
Yeah.
Are we waiving the tariffs for Africa? No, they know they're gonna benefit. It's just an enticement.
Yeah, that thing, man. You heard that thing about the tariffs.
Yeah.
So China, for all African countries has dropped tariffs. So African countries can export, which we don't do, by the way.
Exactly.
To China for free of charge. And my theory is, with the wars happening with America, the tariff wars, America is a huge market for everyone, because they consume, you know what I mean? A lot. As much as they produce too.
Yeah.
But now China is sitting here with these massive tariffs and can't export all these things to America, all these cars, the clothing, the Sheins and Temus of this world.
Yeah.
And now they've got all this backlog in stock that they'll dump on Africa. Because truth is, we don't send shit to China. What do we export to China?
Exactly. So what's going to be that relationship? And I don't mind that.
And also
I don't
they're
mind
baiting
that
us, bro. They're baiting us because they're saying, we are doing this. What are you going to do for us?
Yeah, so
it's supposed to be reciprocal. And once we're saying, okay, fine, we're also going to reciprocate that by not putting on tariffs on China, what then happens? China.
And already our industries
Sorry, you asked me about
your story.
So you got carried away. Yeah, so beautiful story. Dallas has put out a video right now. Okay. Talking about man, Dallas he's back. He's doing very well. He's on his recovery, and he put out a video where he's talking about how he's grateful that God allowed him to survive the stroke, and he's gonna be sharing the journey with South Africa Sound. Me personally, my question on that is, I've seen that whenever celebrities become the face of something, much is expected of them. Much more automatically usually deliver. Okay, what I'm saying? So my question to you, gentlemen, is, do you feel that him becoming the face of this campaign that it's not an official campaign per se, right?
Face of what?
Face of
stroke.
Let's just put it. Face of face off. I fucked up. Now I'm back doing well. I'm gonna be a good boy.
He had a stroke. It's not like he said, hey, stroke.
Okay, let me qualify that a little bit, right? So we all know that when that happened to him, and people started talking about, he was doing lifestyle led to this, right? So here's what my worry is. Okay, let me just put it this way. Here's what my worry is, right? That I'm very happy that he's trying to help people by showing people his recovery, and that it can happen to you. That the grace of God, the grace of God can actually, help you heal and all of that, right? But my concept was, so now if he gets into this, people are gonna get some. Okay, fine. Every time now they see him at a club after this, like
he can't. No.
But not when like a look.
See, but no, he can't.
Yeah, he was taking shots like from there. So the face
but he can't.
Yeah, the face off was there. I just phrased it wrong.
Yes. No. Remember, guys, you must take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
If you make yourself the face or
Survivor.
of survival, of
Yes.
surviving a stroke,
Yes.
and we sort of know your lifestyle before,
Yeah.
because lifestyle decisions can lead up to a stroke. You
Yeah.
know? I don't know what he did. I know he drank and sold alcohol. I mean, he boom boom. Remember, he boom boom. Yeah.
What the hell is it, boom boom?
Bamboo. Bamboo used to like the. He was like the one selling in South Africa or something like that. He's gonna deal with them, and you're all white parties, you know, and it's not only clothes that were white and consumed.
Extremely white parties.
Allegedly, very white parties. Very white parties. Sniff, sniff. All right, so when you now make yourself the face of walking away from that lifestyle, you can't be seen to dabble in it.
Yeah.
Mualav, said he one time almost did this and I just couldn't. He once flushed all the alcohol he had down the drain and down the toilet and turned to God. We can't see him now. We can't see him there at Live. You know what I mean? Like consuming all these things. So I feel like what's Mufasa Salamina Musese? Hauser, yeah, he's the diabetes guy, you know what I mean? We can't see him, playing 50 cents candy shop or something like. But you know what I mean? No. But legit, we can't see him, for example, that's why I'm very careful with my things.
Yes.
I'm very, very careful with my things and having to make yourself the champion of a particular cause, because it might limit you in certain bags, it might limit you in certain activities that you probably are okay with. So if he's chosen that, then of course we can't see him drinking. Like, he's irresponsible.
Now my thing is with that, I think it depends on the angle he takes. Is he going to take the angle of, listen guys, I was living this lifestyle and this is what contributed to me having a stroke? Or is he like, listen, honestly, that is not what attributed to it. Yes, I was going out, yes, I was drinking, yes, I was hosting parties, but that's not what attributed to it. It's a genetic thing, or it's a I think rather let's wait and see what he has got, what his narrative is going to be, because literally all he says,
are you gonna believe him if he says that genetically I was predisposed to getting a stroke? When we know the lifestyle he lived. It's like if I got a stroke today, everybody will say, well shit, he's obese, he's been drinking, we see him on the podcast, you know what I mean? You almost can't even say, I was predisposed, I had a predisposition of stroke.
I think it's in the way that he's going to tell it. Honestly, it's literally in the way that he's going to tell it. How honest is he going to be with us? Because now if he says, no, actually, this is something that I grew up with, it started off as whatnot, or it's something from my family, or in the last couple of years, I was not eating properly. You know what I mean? So there's many ways that he can go about this. Next in terms of things, he had my life. Come on,
that was a stroke of genius.
But so to close that off, yes, that's what he put out. Look, just to be responsible, yes, drinking excessively does cause problems. That leads to stroke. I think it's something called cardiac arrhythmia. Yeah, that's when your heart is beating faster than usual or slower than usual. So excessive drinking and substances. Cardiac arrhythmia.
Do you know what we call it? When you start drinking the
that's the shakes. That's the shakes.
Now your heart is shaking.
That's the shakes, man. Come on.
Yes, that's the shakes.
Shakes and legs.
Yeah.
I have to see for that one.
Yeah, but anyway, it depends on how he packages this. Well, that was
no, but I think him packaging it as I make decisions and this is where they got me will have a bigger impact as far as even changing people's ways and other people saying, oh damn man, I'm not exercising, because that's another big thing, right? But I'm drinking, I'm eating this.
investment banking that most people don't know?
Well, the investment banking that I do, and of course investment banking is now a sort of term that encompasses many different things. Sizwe is the provision of financial advice, so strategic advice, the acquisition, the disposal of companies, large or small, the raising of capital, either in the public or private markets, both debt and equity capital, advising governments, and over the past 40 plus years, I've advised many governments around the world, from those in Latin America, those in the former Soviet Union, to of course in Africa as well. And advising those governments either on raising capital, restructuring their finances, or indeed on some of the privatization processes, bringing the private sector in to play a more fundamental role. And I've done that both in Africa as well as in Asia, as I said, as well as in Latin America. And I think that that is very different from, if you like, the global markets activities of the research, sales and trading in equities, or indeed the provision of finance. When I was initially at Morgan Grenfell, it was in the pure provision of finance. It was acquired by Deutsche Bank. It was a very big move by Deutsche Bank at the time. And then we became a full-blooded, if you like, all-service singing and dancing investment bank that provided everything. So I had lots of exposure to, if you like, the full suite of those activities. And when I came to South Africa, effectively to run Deutsche Bank's business, then we were actually pursuing all of those activities. But my heart truly has been in the provision of strategic advice, whether it be to the public or the private sector, and indeed working at the interface between the public and the private sector to make sure that we can harness the skills and capabilities within business and within the business community, but also recognizing the role, remit, and ultimate responsibility of governments and their sovereignty.
Standard Bank's CEO Sim Chabalala recently spoke about African sovereign debt and said that he believes it's rated four rungs below where it needs to be. I wonder what you make of that suggestion, given that a lot of the thinking around B20 and G20 was trying to extricate the African continent from this debt burden and indeed the debt servicing cost burden to which many African economies are laboring.
Yeah, well, so you're absolutely right. There's two elements to this. The first is the quantum of the debt. The second is the cost associated with it, the premium that people are paying on that debt. There are many countries, including those in Africa, that are, I would argue, over-indebted, that they have too much of a strain on their sovereign balance sheet. And the consequence of that is that their debt service obligations, be it repaying the debt, or the principal, or servicing the debt, paying interest or a coupon on that debt, erodes their ability to actually focus their time and attention, and indeed their priorities, on providing basic support and services to the population at large. Interestingly, the most indebted countries are not in Africa. The most indebted countries are in the West, or indeed the United States. In fact, the argument, as you know, is that if you really want to make sure that the banks aren't going to go after you, make sure that you owe them so much money that they can't go after you. But there's no doubt that many countries, and South Africa is one such, has seen the level of its debt to GDP increase dramatically over many years, and this is a warning signal to many investors and institutions and rating agencies. And I'm sure we'll come on to rating agencies in a moment. The second is the premium associated with that debt, and of course, the lower one's credit rating, the higher the cost of that. There has been a lot of debate, most recently last week in the B20 and G20, as you've said, as to whether or not there isn't a perception premium that's attached to Africa that doesn't actually reflect the fundamentals, the economic and political fundamentals of the countries concerned, and that the rating agencies, very great significance is attached to the ratings that are provided by rating agencies, operate in a rather opaque manner. Nobody really knows what goes on behind closed doors. That's the thesis, even if they say that they're transparent about their approach. And therefore that African countries in particular, but not only, are penalised accordingly. So not only do they have to repay the principal, as I said, but also they have to service the debt with levels of interest that are unaffordable and in many cases inequitable. And of course, much work has been done. In fact, I think that there are now 5 or 6 studies that are contemporaneously in the market, effectively. The most recent was done by our own travel it's an excellent piece of work, which he presented to President Ramaphosa in his capacity as the president of G20 a few weeks ago, and which of course was one of the key building blocks of the declaration that was made over the weekend. And there's no doubt that many of us, I believe, would concur with the conclusions and the recommendations that there needs to be a fundamental reset of the way in which borrowing countries are viewed by those who lend to them, whether in markets, multilateral or bilateral agencies, private or public, as well as I said, the role of the rating agencies. But by the same token, that there needs to be a level of caution and prudence.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Those countries approach their borrowing and having the right approach is absolutely fundamental. My concern, I have to say, is that though we saw, and maybe we'll talk about this, the declaration adopted unanimously, I suppose, in inverted commas, we do have to ask ourselves the question as to how implementable some of these recommendations are without the United States of So they're both key questions because we had worked in support of the government, and I think we need to give credit where credit is due. Government led by National Treasury, specifically by Ishmael Mamoni, played a phenomenal role in terms of identifying how we could effectively remove ourselves and we removed from the fat and grey list. As you said, if you look 2 years ago, of the 40 areas of the division, and we moved, I would argue, at breakneck speed to address each and every one of them progressively, and in doing so, National Treasury and Reserve Bank, other agencies of government worked hand in glove with the private sector to make sure that we could put our best foot forward. Putting our best foot forward was putting in place the reforms, the systems, the processes, the governance, the oversight that is required to give people the comfort that actually we should not be on the grey list, we should stay off the grey list, because we now have financial systems that withstand scrutiny, in particular, of course, with respect to anti-money laundering and the proceeds of crime and corruption. Now, I think we need to, by the same token, acknowledge that staying off the grey list is as important as being taken off the grey list. It was one of the key indicators for rating agencies along with structural reform. And there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that there is more that we can, should, and must do to stay off the grey list. One of them, of course, is making sure that we don't just have the ability to identify but to properly prosecute complex crimes, particularly financial crimes. Secondly, that we have a track record of receiving information, for example, from banks and being able to process that information appropriately. I mean, at the end of the day, all of this goes through the banking system formally or informally. And the banks in South Africa have played, again, a significant role alongside other financial institutions in providing support, the wherewithal, and I think, in fact, the sort of transparency that's required to give the comfort and the confidence to the Financial Action Task Force that we should be removed from the grey list. Now, the question that you ask about how do we stay off the grey list is equally important, which is that it's not just a single event; it's an ongoing level of commitment that is required, and I would say improvement in our reporting, in our ability to prosecute, in ensuring that we have the right systems and processes in place, and ultimately governance. And governance goes hand in glove with transparency and indeed with accountability. And I think that directionally, there's no doubt that we all understand, certainly those in the private sector and those who are tasked with this responsibility within government, as to the import of what you and I are talking about. Because at the end of the day, there's a cost attached. The cost attached is that if you're on the grey list, there are certain sources of capital that are not available, and those that are available attach a further premium to it. So, it's in our national interest to make sure not only that we stay off the grey list for grey list purposes, but for best economic outcomes.
Absolutely, and I wonder where you stand on this debate that's emerging right now as to whether South Africa's economy is turning the corner. On the one hand, there are those who say, well, look at the grey list, look at Eskom, Green Shoots and Transnet. We have, as Colin Coleman, who was recently on here, said, some are saying we've reached the bottom. Others say, well, these are wonderful signs, but really ultimately vanity metrics. Growth is still not where it needs to be, unemployment, inequality, and so we shouldn't celebrate prematurely. Where do you stand on whether we are truly turning a corner, or whether we might actually be, or we might still have a further way to fall?
Yeah. So I think that unfortunately these things are not binary; they're very complex.
Sure.
There is no doubt that there is further that we could go to fall, which life could become more challenging. Having said that, we've made dramatic progress over the past 3 or 4 years, and certainly the way that I look at it is that.
I told him I'm gay.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
And it works.
Yeah, 50's black, so he's allowed to be.
But he's Aussie. I mean, that's like somewhere in between.
Yeah, you're down under. There's a little bit. UFC champ. That maybe gets you. That.
No, come on, that is hyper masculine. That is toxic.
That's toxic. That's toxic, is it? It's toxic. It's toxic.
No, you're beating the minorities. You can't do that. Extremely. I mean, it's the least DEI thing ever.
The movie's about beating up minorities. We can't have the white guys be too successful in that. It'll remind them of history. But what we're gonna do is this. We're just gonna see what happens. That's what we're gonna say. We'll see what happens. We'll leave it at that, eh?
You could be ED. That shit is awesome.
Wait, what's up there? What's up there? I heard you were gonna be a stunt double for Chun-Li. Is that true?
Oh, that could work.
You could be Ed or Luke, yo.
I'm looking at that. Yeah, we can't give away too much.
The black guy's name is DJ?
I tried to get Akash Dalsum. and then they saw a picture of him without a shirt on.
It ain't working. It ain't working. I'll tell you that. Right? They're supposed to. They were like,
I mean, this trip isn't going to be too good for me losing weight, because I'm literally here just doing like a food tour. Yeah, just cooking. Where you eating? Where you eating? Everywhere. Like we were, you gotta hit me when you come to New York, because I'm going to obviously tell you where to go. Everything's last minute with us anyway, but we've got some cool content. Yeah, got a heap happening anyway, so we've got some cool shit. Who'd you cook with while you're in town? Well, just at QCP. We're in town over extra months, and we're going to be. I was about to say. He's going to take us around and show some good spots. If you're with Action, he's got New York locked down. So we've got a few. We've got a few here in New York. We've got Miami doing a heap there as well. Dude, you got to link up with Carbone, with Mario Carbone. Yeah, he's the guy. He's a major food group. And do we reach out? No, I'll connect you guys. But especially if you're down, because I think Mario's. Actually, I don't know if he's there during summer. Miami gets hot during summer, so a lot of the people that live in Miami just dip. So fair enough. But like we got we do have some collabs. I love it. This is very good. So who knows what happens in Street Fighter? Like obviously we're not going to release any information before what is this podcast supposed to be? Yeah, maybe just talking about it and make it happen. Yeah, and maybe talking about it removes all your leverage in the contract negotiations. Now you'll end up doing it for free. That's backfire. Yeah. Well, that wasn't good on the CGI. I figured out. True. It only has that. So maybe there is already chats, and then now we've put it out there. What we've been talking about, maybe negotiations are going to get better for us. Now they're in the corner. They got to do it. I mean, that's if there was conversation around. There's just so many different. You've got to do it, Shenanigan. I like it. I like it, Volk. I like how you look at things. The flat white half full, Anyway, dude, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. We'll watch you as long as you fight, and we'll even watch you cook. That's how That's how much we love you as a fighter, that we watch you cook. That's love. And that is love, and I appreciate it. You know that. I'll make Volk might be we should get over here. Volk might something. Maybe let him cook you a feed or something. Old man loves to cook you a feed. I can see old man Volk take down some babies. Have you seen that video? The guy? BB is bacterial vaginosis. You don't want to say that. That's a minute Monday. Anyway, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, dog. Cheers, man. Guys, Stake is the leader in global betting in U.S. social casinos. Been on top sports, like the UFC, political events, like the mayoral election of New York, and use the promo code FLAGRANT for your welcome bonus. Now let's get back to the show. I'm starving. I'm starving, and I haven't even done anything for my diet yet today. I think it's just the idea that I have to diet is fucking me up major.
Hey, get on the GOP, baby. Get on the Manjaro.
What is it? Is it? Are you doing that?
Yeah, we've been talked about this.
Yeah, but I keep looking at you. I'm like, this guy's a piece of shit. I'm so hungry. I need to eat something.
You can have a salad with arugula, double chicken, with cucumbers, tomato, no dressing.
What?
You can.
What about lettuce? What about olive oil?
No.
What if,
that's Jordan speaking.
Ask him if I can have hot sauce or something.
You can have hot sauce,
Mustard.
but it has to be the one in the fridge. It has to be like the Cholula.
Vinegar.
You know what we can do? Actually, it's 5 calories. We can do like a lime squeeze or a lemon squeeze.
Oh my god. Ask him what I can do to flavor the salad, please. I'm about to pass out. I'm so hungry, please.
Well, you have the right breakfasts, Andrew. Emma informed me you ate breakfast. And I fed you, and then you had overnight oats.
I'm telling you, it's a psychological thing.
You had more calories in breakfast than you ever do.
I'm gonna eat when we finish this pod in like fucking 5 minutes, I'm gonna have an appetite like you've never seen in your entire life.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a salad, and I'm gonna make you a protein shake. That's
I can do that.
Yeah, you can do a protein shake.
Okay,
But it has to be like just 1 pound of water.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and I'm gonna go get you a
I'm gonna start
salad.
eating on boogers if I don't have to. Okay, alright, thank you.
It's like 2 calories each.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you so much, Kiana. Thank you so much.
Just go protein and high fats. I'm not going to eat a river. I'm telling you.
What's that mean?
You do like steaks, butters, chicken, stuff like that.
Keto.
And it's
I'm not even allowed to do that.
It's going to satiate you, and then you won't eat for long periods of
But
time.
apparently I'm not allowed to do that.
Says who?
The fucking muscle doctor.
Wait.
He also got 3 weeks.
He doesn't look.
This is crashed out.
I know, you need.
I got 5 weeks.
You need an eating disorder for that. You need cigarettes and coffee. That's it.
Eating disorder. Yeah.
You need a bag.
I get dream I smoke cigarettes.
Cigarettes and black coffee. Yeah. Yeah. You need cigs. Yeah. Split a baggie, dude.
He probably was crazy weight, contact energy.
I would do crack, but like if I didn't have a daughter, I would smoke cigarettes relentlessly. I would be so addicted to cigarettes.
Yes. The thing with the plus minus, you need cigs, not good for you. Lose weight, get shredded is good for you.
That's another thing. Like
good with that.
We're the vanity muscles. Like I don't think we have time to work legs. We're being very strategic about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the same page right now.
Just
like,
wear baggy pants. I see the kids.
What's gonna be so funny is you're not gonna see my body the entire movie. I know it for a fact, and I'm gonna put myself through torture just to get a fucking ab muscle for nothing. I'm gonna have to like ask the director. I'm gonna have to pull him aside and be like, dude, can you just have like Dawson rip off my shirt or something like that? Like I need one day where I can at least show my body.
Oh man.
For your acting role, you're playing a character who is technically like the manager of Ken.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how much I can give away for that, but I will. So I'm not like fighting in the Street Fighter tournament or whatever. Like, but I got some moves. Like his lore is quite interesting. I was like doing some. Yeah, like he is a joke character. Like he got a shitty Hadouken that goes like 2 feet. Like he's purposely weak because they're trying to make fun of this other video game that was trying to steal characters from Street Fighter.
So you don't need to work out, just look like you.
I actually could do that. But acting is just like, I feel like I don't know the one thing, but like a thing that you respect about like, in an action movie is the actors putting themselves through the process.
Your character's a joke.
Yeah, but at least if I put the effort in to like look good in an action movie, I do get to fight a little.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't remember last action. No. True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It had Tom Arnold in it.
Yeah.
He was not in shape and he didn't need to be.
I'm the Tom Arnold of this movie.
Yeah, and he didn't. And nobody was like, "Why isn't Tom Arnold in it?"
That's the only thing I've thought about for the last 10 years. I remember seeing True Lies and I was like, why didn't Tom Arnold? And I fear that there'll be other people out there, real Street Fighter fans, that won't feel like I did the character Dan Hibiki respect.
Yeah.
I have to get in shape for Dan Hibiki, to honor Dan Hibiki.
You might get too shredded, then it'll be unrealistic.
Yeah.
That's what I was worried about today.
Yeah.
When I was starving. I was like, I think I'm going to get too skinny.
Yeah.
During your third breakfast?
During my third breakfast, I looked down and I felt so hungry, but my stomach looked so full. And I was like, this is how people get fat. It's like the idea that you can look at your body and be like, oh, I have tons of reserves here. Why isn't it tapping into that?
Yeah.
It's kind of infuriating.
You just don't look at your body.
Don't look at it.
Pressing. You just keep. That's how the weight gain happens.
Dude, well, I can't believe you're on the job. Not as an insult, but like I can't believe it.
We talked about this.
No, I know, but I thought that you were making a joke about it.
No, I'm on it.
He's on the jar, he got cheek fillers, he's going all in Hollywood now.
Did we even say that yet?
I don't care. I'm all out here.
I mean, interesting. That's So
I'm gonna get on more shit too, dude. 41. It's over. What do you got? What do you got, science?
I love this. You're just losing weight someplace, you're putting weight in other places. Shifting around.
Have you lost weight on the job?
Yeah, I actually have.
How much have you lost?
I'm working. I'm actually lifting, so like I'm never gonna put on real muscle, but like I look better. I look like I have a foundation to be in shape now, which I never saw before in my life. I was like, oh, this guy could be in shape one day. Whereas before, I'd be like, I don't even see the map. I don't even see a roadmap to it. I don't even see where we're getting there. Now I'm like, okay, there's a path.
I feel like there was a moment when we first met where you were pretty skinny.
Yeah, I could be skinny fat, but like very skinny fat.
But not like...
But never real muscular where like I could lift a lot of weight or like do push-ups with any like real decent form.
How many push-ups do you think you can do?
Oh. Correctly?
Yeah.
3?
No. You can do more than 3.
A real push-up is hard, dude. No, it's not. Yeah, this shit, yeah, I could do a few, whatever. But when they're like, hey, you gotta put your shoulders and your fucking core gotta be aligned, and that's 3.
You couldn't do more. You could do more than 3.
I don't know.
What about pull-ups? Pull-ups.
Sad, bro. Work it out.
A lot of people are warning that this will be the final election and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump are elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election. And these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs, this is the Cheney family. This is, a lot of defense contractors. So
the people with the best interests of the American people at heart.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
the people who really keep the American social
How do you respond to that when, when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point. And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared, I really cared what the media said about me. Yeah. I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit. Right? Like, actually, if you look, I mean, even just you talk to, like, working and middle-class Latino voters, they hate the open border even more than, like, my family from rural Ohio, Kentucky, because they don't like having their wages undercut. That, when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it. I think that you have to have a certain sense of humor about American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump. Because as much as he obviously, I mean, look, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime. He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the whole thing. And oftentimes, like, I call him obviously like every day at this point, talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke. And I think it's in part because he knows, like, that's what's good for me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to go crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left, so now every single day there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about, like, so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch.
It really is.
What do you think about John Kelly, who did come out and say Trump's a fascist and this is fascism and all of that?
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. I mean, John Kelly was fired, right? And look, he served his country when he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump and that. Right. And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even like Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right? 3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies. And now it shows how thin this is, right? Like Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime, right?
But effective.
But effective at like destroying the country.
Well, that's what I meant.
And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's like, finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have. Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's like some hero of human rights, the guy was a disaster. I mean, we invaded Iraq, we invaded, the 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. Threat to democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right? And that's not, like, definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy, that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want, like, to be able to afford groceries and housing.
The worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from Ukraine to the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, there's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of the European countries, and that America should kind of shoulder that burden. And my generation, we saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan. We've also seen lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people, the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia, right?
No.
The collar counties around
around DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war. And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest against your candidacy, Trump's candidacy.
Exactly.
Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. This has been spoken about by, military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson. There are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made?
In 3 kilometers, take the interchange on the left.
Factions of those parties.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are 3 issues where for 40 years Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed, and I'll list them an issue of importance to that, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number 1 is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict, and that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we've fought over the last 40 years have been a total disaster for the American people, and frankly for a lot of the countries we've been fighting it. So foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all 3 of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of, free trade is not good for the American middle class? Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower learned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I picked up on, and a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you call it Cold War liberalism, where these guys remember when America could do anything, right? We could
in 600 meters, take the interchange on the left.
Fix the world purely through American will, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. Russia,
take the interchange on the left.
And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in. If we were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower. We were for a long time. Yeah. Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't. They go back to Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or George H.W. Bush. It was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. Crazy statistic. China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP. Okay, we're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, in thanks in large part to
in 600 meters, take the exit.
That's very difficult, right? Because you have a lot of unelected. We have 19 intelligence agencies, I think. I think it's about 19, which I don't think is enough. I don't think it's enough, personally. But there's 19 of them or something.
I think we had 22 intelligence agencies. That's actually what we really have figured out this all.
That's who.
Take the exit. Then take the ramp.
Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? The DIA, the director.
Take the ramp.
Forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't afford groceries and housing.
Yeah.
Right? So
people
ma-38 weeks kanjena ndlela le i-pregnant ngayo because akakuncomi nje ufuna ukuqonda ukubana ungowakabani kwenzela uba azi ukuthi thatha khona 9:41 ixesha lam bangabusanda ngena enkqubeni ku-KKM lona akekho ublack history dadethu sawuphumla nje kancinci okokoko kuDisemba risheka nakule veki abantwana babuyela bheke esikolweni so dadethu udinga ixesha nje khe ayokuphefumla right mna ndibulina ndizonde nawe ndikubetha u-12 entloko Snake Angel ithi Snake Angel kumandi kakhulu ukubukela xa nephefoma nayo akasishaye sasigingcithiza wam ndidla ngokuthi kuye wena usihloniphe isigingci sakho ndiyala usishaya ngayo hayi mntakamama yho lakatali bayinokubalisa nje ngaphambi kwale ingoma khelani nojene ico change your life ungalibali uboksi udadethu nayo uzawufika ngale ndaba ngentsimbi yeshumi apha enkqubeni ndiyathemba ke into yokubana uyithathile ingcebiso yam because ndithe kuwe mna khawuphakamisele fowuni yakho okanye uthathe nje inspection uthi nje khatha oophaqa bakho apha endlini uwokhe uyotsho evenkileni uyothenga elaa tikiti le-Powerball because eyanamhlanje iqikelelwe ku-156 million yinto endifuna namhlanje ngolwesibini njena uyakwazi and andingethanda into yokubana mawushiye kungafumani because nam ndineenjongo zento yokubana ngolwesibini nge-13 kaJanuwari kuthiwa le Powerball iqikelelwa ku-156 million rand thena uzawufuna uphoswa ayithandwa hayi mimi awunawukwazi naba no-back to school bajongene nathi abanye babantwana bakho bayoqala eyunivesithi mimi khayodlala ukhangele uba namanyange akho nothixo bakubekele ntoni na uzawuhamba kuye evenkileni uyothenga itikiti lakho ungangena naphana kwi-nationallottery.co.za ungangena nakwi-mobile app uthenge ungangena nakwi-cellphone banking app yakho uthenge udlala ilotho yakho pha ungadlala itikiti eli-1 nonke itshipos ilotho ungathengi itikiti eli-1 ndiyakucela laa 10 rand udla ngoyothenga i-apple munch phaa suthenge i-apple munch namhlanje thenga itikiti lakho le-Powerball sithando sam khona nento yoba ungacofa *120 *7529 hash *120 *7529 hash kaphanda man kaphushe man kapleye maybe ungalibali ke xa ngaba ufuna ukudlala kufuneka iminyaka yakho bekadelileyo ngaku-18 okanye bhatala nabakho ntontoni anonymous abadikhandala manje kunge-10 rand manje khangeni bangakwenzeka ntona 156 million hayi mna nobunondikala secaleni uthawuthi ke nokuwa-150 yakho asethi uba akho ndiza konakala phaa yayev good God ndithethe author wodweni into yobana khawuthathe mani ithuba nawe udla zuza ntoni pha ulinde inzuzo yakho ke thuba Nhlanhla Dube, Herhart, Anthony Hamilton, indaba moten iclientele inifukama ngemfesane kwakufika iziganeko zobomi sele kweminyaka engaphezu kwe-30 ii-funeral dignity plans zinceda abomzantsi bangcwabe ngesidima masikuncede unike imbeko kubomi bakho nakwabo basenyongweni kuwe sihlawula zingekapheli iiyure eziyi-24 ukanti uza kufumana ne-accident cover ephindwe kabini nge-clientele funeral plan iiplan zethu ziyafikeleleka khetha ehambelana nezidingo zakho ukufaka isicelo kulula akwenziwa vavanyo lonyango kwaye akujoliswa maxwebhu zibandakanye namhlanje SMS umhlobo ku49708
She can let us know by the end of today. Why? Well, I'm sorry. If you're saying this is happening on the 15th, why am I getting 24 hours to be able to respond to you? That doesn't make any sense. That, for some reason, feels like this is a BS offer and a really cheap PR move. There's no reason to issue a 24-hour response and put this up in the middle of the night, A. B, there's no reason you didn't reach out to me and say, hey, does this work? Can I check some flights, see if I can get in there? Nope. This is it. They put this up there on the 15th. The last week of our show is live. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. So I'm like, okay, caught off guard by this, but you know what? I sense this is a PR move to let me say, you've already said it's live streamed. If an event is live streamed, of course, we can make it work any place. I mean, at any time, any day, we can make this happen, right? Because you're live streaming it. There's no reason I can't show up electronically, okay? I respond to him and I say this, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and instead chose to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person. And 2 p.m. happens to also be the literal time that I do my podcast live every day, which you knew, but we will happily cancel my daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th. If that works on your end, let's lock it in, question mark.
Virtual,
okay.
yes.
We're jumping here. Let's make it happen. Okay, that's the beauty of the internet. That is the beauty of 2025. You can literally be any place, anytime. Just send me a link, right? Any place, anytime, we can join you virtually. In fact, today on their show, they had Andrew Colvett joining them virtually. So they have the tech capability to do this. We have the tech capability to do this. Let's make this sincere and do this for people around the world who do not feel that you guys have been honest reported ahead in terms of answers that you could obviously supply regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, if we needed any more evidence that nothing that they do is genuine and that this was an obvious planned PR move, here is what Blake tweeted out just now before we went live on the show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations and accusations that you have made. We have decided that that response will be delivered during a live stream, as he said, a live stream, on December 15th. Thank you for your response letting us know that you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me? To have a conversation that is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you are trying to be sincere and answer the very many questions that I have brought up on this show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told some glaring lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust that you guys are going to handle this discussion all by yourselves and respond to any and every allegation? And this isn't just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He's being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they're smarter than their audience, right? They think they are smarter than their small pocket donors. They can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. You know, she said she could make it work and we tried, but it has to be physically, she needs to be in person, even though we have shown that we have people join us not in person and it's live streamed and we both have the tech abilities to do that. If she doesn't make this work within 24 hours, we can now say that it's on Candace. This is a disaster, okay? It is a dumpster fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As I said, they're getting destroyed in the comments. Like, really, guys? Really? You're not going to just send us a simple live stream link and let us join you? We've had people on this show live streamed. We can have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. We can do this virtually any place and any time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th or they cannot have me at all. Is that passing the vibe check for you guys? Or does it seem like more posturing and more of a way for them to simply be in the room with themselves as they all lie without any person in the room to be able to fact check those lies, who have researched those lies and who have kept a list regarding the very many lies they are telling, okay? I maintain that Turning Point is engaged in a cover-up. That is how I feel, okay? And like I said, it pains me to say that because this was once a bright spot in the conservative movement. It is no longer. They are using left-wing tactics, calling us names rather than answering us questions. It's everything Charlie stood against, okay? You don't need to call somebody a racist because they're asking questions about what happened with George Floyd leading up to his death, okay? That is a way that you skip over having to debate logically, is you name call. All Blake Neff did was name call yesterday. All the pastors have been doing. It's demonic, it's possessed, it's evil. How about you simply answer the questions and stop behaving like you're a radical leftist? Everyone can see what you're doing. That's why I want you guys to know. It's very clear, okay? I'm not asking people to defend me. You are just genuinely this transparent. So I am sorry that I cannot arrive in person because it's our last week on air before the holidays. I am still very happy, and I will say it again, to make that date and time and place because I'm here and we have the technological capabilities to make it so, make it work. We can move it around and we can do it even at midnight. I will stay awake and I will make that work for you at midnight, anytime. Just send me a link. In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian planes so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha ha ha, Egyptian planes, what we've had to endure this crazy talk about these Egyptian planes. You should be concerned. And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? As you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much emptied out and then had only 4 people, one of which was a foreign dignitary. Now, one of those individuals I can confirm was using the name, and when I say using the name, we are dealing with governments, we are dealing with power, and these people just print passports, okay? These are obviously dead ends. But the name that one of those individuals was using is Walid Mahmoud. Okay, Walid Mahmoud. So we now know that of the 4 people that flew to Delaware, someone flew using the name Walid Mahmoud. Okay, here is where it's going to get interesting, and I don't know if we can show that name, Chris, if we have that, but we can spell it out for them. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But here's where it gets interesting. Okay, Walid Mahmoud had been in Provo before. Okay, specifically, Walid Mahmoud came to Provo on May 27th of this year. Walid Mahmoud came in, and we can also confirm that if you look up the plane that he was on, there is no transponder data which reflects that trip. He was not on the yellow plane. This is what's very interesting. He was aboard another Egyptian military plane, and the tail number for that plane is SUBTU. We're gonna make that the purple plane, okay? Purple plane was not there on the day of Charlie's assassination, but we now have a person that was on that purple plane at the end of May, and then he is going to be on that plane again on the day of Charlie's assassination, both times in Provo. And we can drop that now into our timeline, okay? May 27th, SUBTU flies into Provo, Walid Mahmoud aboard, maybe it's a pilot, I don't know. Then we've got, it departs on June 2nd, and it is not transponding, okay? So you cannot find a record of this on flight radar. Now, why is this compelling? Why is this especially compelling? Because the purple plane, SUBTU, as has been recently discovered by the work of other people, was once upon a time flown with the president of Egypt aboard. And by once upon a time, I mean back in 2023. This tweet came from Project Constitution. I'm going to read it in its entirety, okay? Confirmed. Candace Owens just got vindicated again. The Egyptian government website confirms that Egyptian President El-Sisi flew on SUBTU. Remember when Candace Owens dropped that bombshell exposing that Egyptian presidential plane as the mystery bird tied to those shadowy flights, and just, he's confusing BTT. He's talking about BTU. We were always talking about BTT. Well, official receipts just landed straight from the Egyptian presidency website that on April 3rd, 2023, President El-Sisi touched down in Riyadh aboard that same exact aircraft, tail number SUBTU, for a high-level sit-down with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, okay? So BTU. And again, he's mixing it up with BTT. We can now connect these two planes. Now, before you jump to conclusions and go, well, does this solve this? Does this mean that this was the Egyptian president on board? No. We can actually officially rule out that it was President El-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th because he was photographed at a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May because he was, again, photographed multiple times throughout that week in Egypt, okay? What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt, but he is almost certainly well acquainted with the president of Egypt because planes that fly presidents around, military planes, you're not gonna just, let just some random wealthy Egyptian aboard your jet, right? This person is going to be well acquainted with the president of Egypt, okay? So who is Walid Mahmoud? Who is the person using the name Walid Mahmoud? That is the question that we are left with. Now, again, maybe Walid is the pilot. That could make sense. But what was he or she doing in Provo at the end of May and into early June? These are questions and, honestly, concerns that shouldn't be expressed by me. It should be expressed by every single person at Turning Point USA who is interested in getting to the bottom of who assassinated Charlie Kirk. It should be expressed by our government. It should be expressed by Pentagon and their giggly press secretary and press members. We should be
Hazard reported ahead.
Instead, we're just being gaslit. Everything was so above board on the day of Charlie's assassination that they just can't answer anything. They just cannot answer a single question that we have, and they can't explain why they keep getting caught in little lies. They can't explain that. We're just all ridiculous, and we're harming Charlie's legacy by doing the very thing that Charlie was doing when he died, right? He is responding to questions. He literally died answering questions from people that disagreed with him. And they're now trying to invert reality and make it seem as though asking uncomfortable questions is not something that Charlie would have done. Pointedly ridiculous. And again, ever so
Speed camera ahead.
I don't think they're going to be laughing long because I do think that we are getting close. Alright guys, this holiday season, express your love with a very special gift of premium steaks from Riverbend Ranch. Their holiday bundles are only available while supplies last, and they're going to go pretty fast. For health, and that is Dose. Dose is a powerful, all-in-one wellness shot that helps support gut health, immunity, energy, and all the stuff that really matters when you plunge participants. One shot of Dose for your liver is equivalent to 17 shots of turmeric juice. DoseDaily.co/Candace. That's dosedaily.co/Candace for 35% off your first month subscription. But again, I'd like to stress to Turning Point USA that if you want to make this work, we can do this today, we can do this tonight, we can do this at 1 a.m., we can do this tomorrow, the next day, we can do this through the end of the year. Anytime, okay? Just send me a link and we will appear virtually, which is entirely plausible. This is something that we desperately want. We are incredibly committed and sincere in wanting to get answers. We do not believe the official narrative. I've made that clear. And we do not understand why you guys seem to be trying to protect the official narrative as opposed to joining us in prodding it, okay? I am just saying how the entire world feels. I'm giving voice to how the entire world feels outside of your donor class. Anyways, it's pretty obvious the call went out. Again, this was some sort of a PR maneuver. That's why they're sending out Cam Higbee. They're laughing at everything that we say, everything that we do. That's kind of their new shtick, is like, we're the cool kids, we're just gonna laugh at you, you know? trying desperately right now, clearly, to turn my very real claim that the country of France tried to assassinate me into a joke. The Zio influencers are supposed to influence people into thinking that that is just so crazy and funny. It's so funny. And hopefully with enough of them going out and making videos and peddling the same talking point and trying to turn it into like a cultural joke, you're supposed to ignore the fact that, hey, isn't it kind of strange that either the White House or the Elysee Palace or even the United States Pentagon has formally denied this quote-unquote crazy claim? That's what Hollywood's for, right? You, all of you at home, all across the world, you're supposed to be fat and dumb and easily influenced by celebrities. Because, like, don't you have any famous friends? Does Candace even have any famous friends? Like, don't you want to be cool? You want to hang out with famous people? Famous people say that that assassination attempt is just funny. That's just like an SNL bit. Anyways, the always relatable Ben Shapiro is trying his luck at humor as well regarding my assassination.
Millennium New Year, Y2K, I was in the Virgin Islands sailing around, and I stopped at this island. He told me to see what he bought, because he didn't fix the place up yet. He had just bought it. Oh, I don't remember what year he bought it, but he didn't build it out yet. So I went to see what he had there. So and he wasn't there at the time. So I just went to see what he bought. Oh, so he was in that place. So I was in that. Was Chilean at the place? No. Okay. Just the caretakers were there. The caretakers were there. So you were never there when there was a party and with the girls and all this stuff? No, like I said, we didn't hang out together in the first place. When you heard all the news and the accusations that all these, hey, you know, Bill Clinton was flight log is this, and you see the flight log list with all these famous names that you hear about. I mean, you've seen the names. I don't need to tell you the names. So many powerful people that actually went to the island. Do you sit there and say, yeah, you know, he probably did some stuff he shouldn't have done, and he's probably guilty of some of the things that he was young, you know? Well, he told me he was getting in trouble for being with girls that were too young. He didn't deny that, you know. So I think he was, you know, he was sort of accepting the fact that he was with girls. Now, whether or not he knew they were too young, just, you know, I'm not trying to defend him, but people are telling me that girls have said that they were told to tell him that they were on age, that they weren't underage. This is again, I like to stick with facts, so this is secondhand information. Right. But journalists who have spoken to some, right, have said that they were told not to tell him their true age. When you went into the house, did you see any famous paintings, like, you know, the Bill Clinton painting people are talking about? I didn't see that painting, no. Oh, you didn't see, because this is 2000. Maybe it took a lot longer to paint that painting. Yeah, I don't know what else. It's a legendary painting. So, okay, the Diddy case, are you following the Diddy case at all? No, not whatsoever. You're not a big fan? You don't listen to hip-hop? You're not a hip-hop guy? No, I mean, I like some music, you know, but I'm not interested in Diddy. Okay, well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, you know, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar, right, and all this stuff, and also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay, and, you know, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, you know, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey, man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, that we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do, and then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, you know, how did Epstein even make his money? You know, your impression of the guy, you know, being a billionaire, $600-700 million, what is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money. He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when... He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that. Yeah, he taught math in the school in New York City. Right. Yeah. Well, he was very good at math. Right. Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And there was a lot of corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This has got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s. In the late 70s? Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. You know, he was like the youngest partner on Wall Street, when he became a partner in Bear Stearns. Got it, yeah. And he all the corruption going on. He looks like a skinny Lou Ferrigno here. Yeah. I don't know if you know, does he not? Am I like the only one? Absolutely. Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him, he looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin. That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true. Type in young, yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did? No. Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close.
Look at that. That is wild.
Very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
Is it pop?
That is wild.
Very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas or not really?
Yeah, he gave me a instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd maybe sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 for client A, $200,000, for different people, and they get the gains. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses to whatever he wanted to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, well, brokers not really monopolies. Everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up or the stock went down, those people got the gain of the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the other. So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or no?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now, Jim was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever the money they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great. But Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year. It's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know anyone of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. They make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble with everything, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. Said he spent there it is, okay. The billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Newton, Chicago. It was a very intimate event. And even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, the IVAs, all the stuff that you do, okay? You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax planning services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with him, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly, we sold out in no time. And trust me, it's very interesting the looks you get when you're in the airport, at the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly. People will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? It's a positive review. Place your order and then go back to the interview. Take care, everybody. You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just
friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism or promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have completed the operation of the Negro Civil Rights League. Sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains, token progress.
Now, when you hear this speech is given in the 60s, maybe late 50s and 60s, because he died, I want to say February of
1965, MLK died, Dr. King died April 4th of 68, right? So this message is being given at a time where it's like, wait a minute, were white liberals the same then as they are today? Have they been at it for this long of a time? Where even Malcolm X said this? How do you process what Malcolm X just said in this message?
I totally agree, and it's been the foundation of everything that I have done since then. That's what drove me. I go further by saying that many of the black elected officials and others commit treason against their own people by using race to deflect attention away from their own failures. In Baltimore, Freddie Gray was killed. That's when, to deflect attention away from why are blacks failing in school systems and in cities run by their own people for the past 50 years. If racism were the issue, then tell me why are they failing? But the answer that they give is, well, the police are agents of white supremacy. There's always a racial deflection that prevents them from taking responsibility of why they are running their systems. But many of them are hypocrites because they don't live by the same rules. Eleanor Holmes Norton, Jesse Jackson, all of them sent their children to private schools in Washington while opposing school choice for poor black people. So you have this contradiction, but race really is being used as a shield and a sword, a shield to deflect attention away from their failure to address problems that were promised by the civil rights movement.
How can you manipulate for this long, though? If one may ask, how can you manipulate? 2012, 93% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2016, 89% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2020, 87%. So 93, 89, 87 voted Democrat. And, Malcolm X said this at the year that he said, this is 60-something years. How can you manipulate an entire voting bloc, an entire community for this many decades?
Because race is a very emotional, deeply emotional issue. It's like the state of Israel is to Jews. It's an emotional issue, like abortion is to the right to life. And so it is a deeply, and they know it, and they do manipulate it that long. But also it's because Republicans have not been competitive either. When they were successful. Look at Dick Reardon in L.A. He was the first Republican mayor in 35 years. How did he do that? Dick Reardon planted charitably 2 years before he harvested political. He went to the low-income Hispanic community and said, what is it that you need to rebuild your community? And he brought some of his friends to the table, and they built a state-of-the-art facility so that those communities could engage in after-school activities to teach English. It was only after he planted charitably that those liberal Democratic leaders embraced Dick Reardon. He became the first Republican mayor in 35 years, and when he got reelected by 60% of the demographic. DeSantis in 2018 got elected because of the black vote. He ran against Gillum, right? Andrew Gillum. But DeSantis only won by 32,000 votes because 100,000 low-income black parents voted because of his position on choice in education. They voted for him, even though Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey was brought in to campaign for Gillum. So you have 100,000 blacks voting against Obama and voting against Oprah to elect because they made a decision based upon the content of the issue. And not enough Republicans did what DeSantis did. And when they do, I think they will be competitive. But apathy is what's keeping blacks. Also, if you look at some of those high crime neighborhoods, in the mayor's race, only 8 to 10% of people vote because there's such deep apathy in those communities. But low-income blacks are sleeping giants. They're going to wake up one day soon.
Low-income blacks are going to wake up one day.
Wake up and realize how they're being pimped and how they're being used.
What's the tipping point? What needs to happen for them to wake up?
I think the violence that is you're seeing now, a lot of unrest. 80% of black Americans poll do not support defender police. 80%. But you won't know that by looking at the media. And 60% of blacks do not believe that racial discrimination is the biggest barrier to their flourishing. And so the challenge that we have is and what we're doing at the Woodson Center is giving voice to those people. We have about a couple thousand women who are Voices of Black Mothers United. These are women, moms who lost children to gun violence. They're coming. The leading cause of death of black kids is homicide. In Silicon Valley, it's suicide from TV. And in Appalachia, it's prescription drugs. Well, the Woodson Center brought together representatives from those three communities, called the Mothers Consortium. And it was just common ground there. We united. And so what we must do is we must de-racialize race. But it's not enough to talk about what you're against. You've got to talk about what you're for. We should be for the saving of the children's lives. And so what we're doing at the Woodson Center is mobilizing mothers from those three communities to come together and say that we must do everything we can to fill the hole that's in the hearts of our children that causes them to devalue their life to the point where they're willing to take their own or take someone else's. They're different sides of the same coin.
Did you find out what the reason was for homicide, for suicide, and for prescription drugs? Like, what's the reason?
Emptiness. Emptiness. When you keep telling, when you keep broadcasting to people that they live in a country that despises them, particularly the low-income blacks, that you live in a country that despises you, like the 1619 Project said, that racism defines all whites are villains and victimizers and they're privileged. That message gets communicated to blacks that perhaps the reason that this is happening is because they are unworthy. So the message of unworthiness comes from the very people who are supposed to be social justice warriors. And you say to a child, a white child, that you're devalued because you're privileged and you are an oppressor. Those are really dangerous messages that we're sending to our children when we keep saying to them that they live in a country that despises them because they're white and derides them because they're black. I mean, that's a very poisonous message. And that's why at the Woodson Center we're doing everything we can to mobilize that consensus among the people suffering the problem.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
It is not a race problem in America.
When you say that, a lot of people disagree with you. They would say, how could you say that? You know, maybe maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace because maybe you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army. You realize that you only hate the black. What do you say to the people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek where it was like it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour, and he forced the mule in and it was swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. Conditions have changed, but many of us but again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s, and that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How did we do it? Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach ex-slaves how to read and write. And as a consequence of that study, between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites, 5th grade for blacks. Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months. There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools. But every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities. If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by blacks, not a single student could read at grade level or perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present-day challenges when under segregation we achieved? One other example we gave from our studies. In 1943, blacks were prohibited from being naval officers. Eleanor Roosevelt was persuaded her husband to train them, so they selected 16 black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not the Academy, the Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out. When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. When they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually became naval officers. They called them the Golden 13. You can look it up. That test, the test scores today has never been better. So, again, I respond to people with evidence. The incarceration rates of blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s.
After that, my girlfriend wanted to go to the Juilliard School in New York. Pronunciation, I do apologize. I didn't tell her I thought it would be a bad idea to go to the Juilliard because the admission process is so insanely competitive, and usually only the wealthy get in. We are not. I never thought she would get in. but she did. She found out in the spring that her audition was successful. She had a partial scholarship to go. She is due to go to New York in 3 weeks. I don't want her to go. She said that I can come with her, but I don't want to live in New York. My family is all here. So are my friends, my entire extended family, and my job. My entire life is here, and I don't want to live across the country. I don't think a long-distance relationship will work. I asked my girlfriend to stay here and to marry me. I bought a ring and took a month to plan the proposal. She said no when I proposed. We have been debating about her leaving ever since she found out that she got into Julia. She said I could come to New York with her and find a job there. I work in HR, and she said there is lots of work in my field in New York. I've only been at my company for a year. I can't just leave my job. She said we can get married after she graduates from Juilliard. But when I pressed her, she said she doesn't know if she'd want to move back here after she graduates. Her parents are our only family, and they moved to another state 5 years ago. She said it depends on where she gets a job, and there are no jobs in her field in our town. I've lived here my whole life, and this is my home. I love her so much, and I don't want her to go. She could find another field or career, or we have a college in our town. She could go back to our old college and get a different degree and do something else. My parents offered to help us save for a down payment. We are compatible and we have a good relationship. We have similar political views. We share a lot of hobbies. We both agree that we didn't ever want to have kids. We have other similar life goals. The only difference is that she wants to go to Juilliard and I don't want her to go. I asked her if she was really choosing Juilliard over marrying me and having a house and life here. She said yes, she was. I'm gutted. I love her, and hearing her say that gutted me. That she would rather go to Juilliard than marry me. So I did a brief Google about this school, and apparently it's like a world-class performing arts courses, and so this is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. But I have to say in this, it just felt like the OP was asking her to choose his life plan over hers, basically, as this or nothing. And OP was saying that, you know, they're compatible and they have similar life goals, etc. But this just shows that they don't have similar life goals. She's got like huge career ambitions in her field, and OP seems to be rooted to their town where they grew up in. That's not a minor thing. And she didn't choose the school over you. She's choosing to pursue her dreams over abandoning them. That's a massive difference in my opinion. But a commenter said to OP, I get you're sad and heartbroken, but it is selfish to want her to cut her dreams and aspirations to do what she wants, just so she can marry you and be a little obedient wife. You can't be serious, can you? You even love her if you're not willing to compromise. Sounds like you all may not be as compatible as you thought. Frustrated reply saying, OP has been all me, me, me. Did you notice how none of the things he's been suggesting that even remotely compromises? It's all about how she had to give up her dreams, get a job here so he doesn't have to move. Telling her that she should stay because all his friends' family job is here. Wow, what a keeper, right? And honestly, getting into Juilliard is a huge accomplishment. Even if she got a partial scholarship, she got talent and OP knows it. That's why he's so scared to let her go. Because if he does, he knows she is not coming back to him and his little security blanket life. Will Say Anything says, I don't blame her. You're extremely selfish. You only proposed to her to make her give up on her dreams. A lot of manipulative and controlling men follow that same blueprint. Your entire post is about what you want and how you're unwilling to compromise. What about her? You wanted to give up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at 23 and change her career. Meanwhile, you're unwilling to compromise on anything. I hope she goes to New York and forgets all about you. Special says you're being a selfish asshole here. She's allowed to pursue her dreams, as are you, but it sounds like you're at a totally different places in your lives. You won't compromise, and she also doesn't have to. You propose to try and manipulate her into staying. That's an asshole move. sounds like it's time for you to break up and go your separate ways. And Wabbit comes in, quoting OP, saying the only difference is that she wants to go to Juilliard and I don't want her to go. The commenter then says, the only difference is that I don't want to leave my city and can't consider living anywhere else. The commenter quotes again, saying that she would rather go to Juilliard than marry me. Then the commenter says, I would rather break up than consider a long distance or moving with her. So it's your home, your family is there, your job is there, her family moved. There won't be any jobs in a chosen field in that place, while your profession has demand everywhere. Why couldn't you leave that job after a year? Moving is one of the best reasons to give for a job change. Why does she have to compromise on everything? Not her family there, a completely different career, not the place she wants to be. Then quoting OP one more time, saying, we are compatible. And then says, I don't think you are. She will resent you if she stays. Your emotional manipulation proposal aside, she doesn't want that life. She clearly has talent and passion if she made it into fucking Juilliard. And it's totally okay for you to want that life. It's okay to want to stay in your hometown. It's okay to want to stay in your job. It's okay to not want a long distance relationship. It's okay to want that peaceful married life. But having things in common doesn't make you compatible if the big ideas and hopes about life don't match up. You say you love her, yet you're ready to crush the dream of your loved one instead of hyping her on. That's not love. You're not even willing to consider any of the compromises. That's not love. If you loved her, you'd do what's best for her, not you. Even if it hurts. Read that as not loving her enough. If you indeed love her from your post, you love yourself more. So it was nearly 16 months after that post that OP did come back into update and said, today it is 1 year and 4 months since she said no to my proposal, which effectively ended our relationship. I never felt that kind of pain before in my life. Before this, I never understood when people said that heartbreak was real and was a physical pain. But now I get it. I tried dipping my toe into dating because people keep saying there are other fish in the sea and that I'll find someone. But besides the fact that every woman I meet wants kids and I don't, all it does is remind me of the breakup. I found out she has a boyfriend. She doesn't have social media, but I saw a picture on Instagram from one of her old friends. The friend was on a work trip and said in the caption that they met up for the first time in years. The friend posted pictures and there was a guy in some of them. They were hand-holding and posing like a couple would. So she's moved on and forgotten all about me. She said no to my proposal even though we were in love. Now she moved away somewhere else and has a new boyfriend and has forgotten all about me. It hurt so much when I saw those pictures. We were together for 8 years and then suddenly she was gone and there was a hole in my life. I never would have imagined I would go 1 year and 4 months with no contact. She even said she loved me, but she said no when I proposed. I still have the ring I was going to give her. She broke my heart like it was nothing. Finding out she has a boyfriend has just brought it all back. I know I should move on, but I don't know how to. Mates, sell the ring, block her on socials and get some therapy because she's moved on, because staying stuck wasn't an option for her. And it shouldn't be for you either. You lost someone real. It's almost like OP in this is still framing it like she did something to him rather than, and really you just wanted incompatible lives. She didn't break his heart like it was nothing. She made a real difficult choice between those two futures. And yet, she chose the one where she was going to pursue her dreams, and how can anyone blame her for that? And in the end, he proposed to her to try and trap her into staying, which is awfully manipulative. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
With Piotrans, and we are advising ABC properly, and we are working well together. One of the things that I have raised in the mayoral committee is that we need to include them in the value chain.
I want to move a little bit away from governance. Let's take a step back on the PA story.
No, before you move, you said what I did couldn't it have spread in the city. I'm responsible for roads and transport. If I were the mayor, maybe it would have, but I'm not the mayor. I'm the MMC of Roads and Transport.
Okay, maybe let's look at the mayor for 2 seconds.
And it's spread there.
Let's speak for 2 seconds about the mayor. What is your assessment of Dada Morodo's performance as Joburg mayor?
We are a team. We are working together. There are challenges. A coalition in Johannesburg. It's the ANC got into a coalition. Now the ANC has been used to moving alone, so it's difficult when you've got other partners. But at this point in time, we are working. We are talking to each other. We are being frank, and I think we can then move forward. I think at the beginning there was that sense of I'm the mayor, therefore I make decisions. That's why MMC Chwako, after his speech, raised an issue that we were not asked to do inputs. But we have since regrouped and said, Mayor, this is not how we should be moving. And I think we are in that space now where we are able to talk frankly to each other and say, how do we take the city forward?
There was this interesting thing that happened in the lead up to this formation, the situation of Joburg's government. And part of it was the PA's movement from working with the DA to wanting to work with the EFF and the ANC. And part of the complaints, I remember actually trying to speak to the DA about keeping the PA, but the DA adamant that there's a trust deficit. That there's this issue about trusting the PA, working with the PA. And it's not the first time I heard it. It kind of stays with the PA. Perhaps you can maybe speak to that if I speak about the history and where PA is today.
Siri, I'm going about TA. They are just Helen Zille. John is fine. John Steenhuisen lives reality. He understands reality of South Africa. Helen Zille is still in that white supremacist mindset that only a white man can do it and a black person can't. Helen Zille is still in that mind of authoritativeness. We would agree with John in a meeting with AfriForum, Action and other parties. But John will come back tomorrow with a different scenario. So when Helen Zille spoke about trust deficit, it was not trust deficit. We refused to be guardian voice of Helen Zille or the DA. We refused as the PA. We were voted in, and we've made that very, very clear. In fact, in one of the meetings when we were negotiating the coalition, Helen Zille says to me and my president, Gideon McKenzie, that we must prove ourselves. The Federal Council says that we must prove ourselves with one and prove ourselves. They will then kill us. I said to her, what the hell do you think of me? You think we care about the opinion of your Federal Council? Why should we prove ourselves to you? Why can't you prove yourselves to us? Who do you think you are? I said, Jela, don't talk to us like that. We have nothing to prove here. We have been voted here. We have not done a favor to be here. The people voted for us. So that is the problem. So, and also we are giving the DA, for the first time, the DA is worried about losing Western Cape. The Patriotic Alliance have come in, and the Patriotic Alliance have now taken from them. And we are their biggest threat. We are their biggest competitor. That is why Helen Zille hates us. But when you sit with John, myself and John exchange cigars every now and then when we meet. And when you sit with John, you sit with the Freedom Front Plus, and you are having a bra. You agree on how we should move forward. But John Wabatu, then Magogo, he goes to report. Magogo says, no. Not that way, this way. So and what I'm saying, the Freedom Front has also said.
So it's not me, you're correct. But we'll come back. I promise you I'm going to come back to all of this. I want to go back to the story of the PA's formation. Because, you know everything you've been called. I don't need to remind you that people will label you everything in between. King, Shisha King, you attempted business, we know about your criminal past. You had gone via EFF, the first attempt into politics. What didn't work about that route that worked out with the PA?
All right. Everything about my life and Clayton's life was a journey. Even the EFF was part of that journey. So here is Malema and Shivambu, Floyd. I was always closer to Floyd than Julius. So the president, the current president Cyril, was the chair of the disciplinary
of the NC.
Of the appeal of the NC.
Yes, appeals committee. Yeah.
So I called Floyd. I said, Floyd, you are going to be expelled. You and Julius. He says, no. We spoke to Cyril. We understand each other. Cyril understands our position. I said, no, I'm telling you on authority that you are going to be expelled. And when they expel you, let's get together, form a party focused on the youth. The youth has got more numbers. Let's form a political party. Then Floyd says, sure, let's wait and see. They get expelled. Floyd calls me, hey man, how did you know? I said, I don't know about how I knew.
No, we never tell our sources.
Yeah. So now, Floyd says, hey, it's not a long time. Then I drive to Limpopo, to Polokwane, to meet Julius. We go to Chesanyama. After Chesanyama, we go to his house. I say, brah, after 5 years, you cannot come back as the
predecessors, in particular Kikwete. He centralized power. In some instances, he banned political rallies. And some say he launched an assault on civil society and the press. His death, whilst untimely, came in March of 2021. And many in the world saw the death of Magufuli, whilst tragic, as an opportunity for a reset. His vice president was President Samia Suluhu Hassan, or as people called her, Mama. Several times when I was traveling into Tanzania around 2021, 2022, people with a great sense of endearment referred to Mama as the president. She was the first female president of the country. She comes from the semi-autonomous archipelago of Zanzibar. Love that word, archipelago. And she quickly moved to reverse some of Magufuli's more egregious policies. So she lifted the ban on opposition political rallies. She engaged in dialogue. She extended, she engaged in dialogue with exiled leaders like Tundu Lissu. And she even formed a task force to discuss some constitutional reforms. The end of that was that she published a philosophy of something called the 4 Rs: reconciliation, resilience, reform, and rebuilding. It was a framework really that was intended and marketed to the international community and to the domestic stakeholders as a roadmap back to domestic normalcy. Right? So the history here is important because you begin to arc and understand why what happens then between 2024 and 2025 is tragic. So between 2024 and 2025, these 4 Rs were, they began to be seen as a stalling tactic rather than a genuine commitment to transformation, in particular by some of the people in civil society. And as 2025 approached, the deep state, some would say, this is the nexus, for those of you who don't understand, between the intelligence, the military, and the party hardliners, began to reassert themselves. I vividly remember being in Kenya, I think it was end of 2024, beginning of the year 2025, and there were newspaper articles going around of these Kenyan journalists who were either en route to Tanzania and were sent back to Kenya, or already in Tanzania and were sent back to Kenya on account of the fact that the government of the day was saying that they were involved in fueling up tensions leading up to the election, which the government said were not appreciated. And of course, as I understand it, threw them out of the country or denied them access to the country, right? So this is the system that you need to understand that leads up to this period. Let's talk a bit about what then happened, right? So there is a narrative that's been formed around the Magufuli-Samia continuum, and this narrative requires a bit of deeper understanding and soul searching, because if you only stick to the narrative, you miss some of the subtitles, and some of the subtitles are actually really important. Tundu Lissu was the vice chairperson of Chidema and the most potent threat to CCM's dominance. Says that he was systematically targeted. There's, of course, been much writing about the lawfare against Tundu Lissu. Tundu Lissu also survived his assassination attempt in 2017, and he was shot at, I think it was 16 times or something like this. He returned to Tanzania to challenge President Samia. In April 2025, he was arrested and charged with treason and incitement. And those charges, of course, in Tanzania are non-bailable charges. So there's been a legal maneuvering, effectively, that's been seen by people to remove him from the campaign trail and forcing him out for critical months, during which period he would be campaigning and talking to the citizens. So that's the one end you need to understand, the subtitle of lawfare being used against potential opposition leaders. Then there is the administrative disqualification. So the Independent National Electoral Commission, which is a body, by the way, appointed by the president. And there have been lots of writing here talking about, well, how can it be independent if the body whose commissioners serve are then appointed by the president, has been said to be utilizing bureaucratic technicalities to bar opposition parties from even participating, right? So Chadema was disqualified from the presidential race for failing apparently to sign the code of conduct document by a specific deadline. And you would think for a country like Tanzania, given how material these elections are, that kind of oversight, even if true, should have at least created an opportunity for reconciliatory conversations and allowing for that to take place. But that was not the case. So there have been people who've been saying that candidates like the ACT Wazalendo candidate, I think it's Mbina, Luhagambina, that even he was sidelined using similar procedural grounds. None of this is good. None of it is good. But for me, where it really kind of comes to a head is the third subtitle. And this third subtitle is the issue of the digital siege, if you want to call it. This is the utilization by the state, in effect, to crack down on citizens and using information as a weapon of control. Of course, everything I'm saying here is what has been alleged. There is a commission that has since been established, which commission, by the way, I should tell you, has had its own critics. Whilst the head of the commission was a retired judge, well respected. He's also served on an international platform, I understand. Many of the other commissioners in this commission are former military personnel and former party hardline and current party hardliners. And so it'll be interesting to see where that ends up. But all of that notwithstanding, this digital siege is actually quite important. So between October 29th and November 3rd, we have, shall we say, we have some interests in Tanzania. And I was trying.
They don't want to go back. And they're also lying, saying all of them aren't living a certain way and they have upgrades and this and that. Don't get me wrong, yes, they have cities and this and that, but it's for sure still people in huts. It's for sure still people without AC. It's for sure people still living with 10 homes and all that. They have child soldiers who were taken from their parents and become killers and what's it, Baccarat or whatever name? So you got women have to be circumcised or whatever, their clitoris is cut off. Yeah. Africa can still kick their women's ass. We don't want that. Right. Now, I want to be able to slap a bitch or two and have me 5 wives in the hut, but niggas over here claim they don't want them kind of men. And you got a point on this too. When I went to Africa and I saw that the police officer was an African black man, the judge, the this, the that, I was like, so let me just straight here. Black Americans think we can go over there and you think you can override the police, the judge, the government, all that shit. I said, you still under their law. Like, there's no going over there and taking over shit. You know what I'm saying? Just think about this, homie. We're the outside child who's been discovered. Yeah. Coming back home to a family who don't know us. Yeah. We don't eat like they eat, so they have to correct us. Right. They have to. How you think they're gonna teach us to be Africans? You think they're gonna teach us with love? With what we're bringing with the culture? To understand our relationship, all you have to do is go back and watch Alex Haley's story. The relationship between Hitler and Kunta when they first got there. Nope, them niggas didn't want to hang with the Geechee man. We're not Africans. We're niggers. We was made and created at a certain point in time. We know nothing but what we was created to know. See what I'm saying? We stop at the shores. You know something crazy? Me and you both have white in our blood. That's what I'm talking about. And I know for a fact I do. I know for a fact I do too. I'm 13%. So if we believe in these certain religious ideologies, then how can we go back to Africa when we're the Hebrews? Well, the Jews are a lost tribe with no land, so they have to be shipped around the ground. Right. So how can Israel be a Jew when they have a land? They have somewhere to go. The real Jews have nowhere to go throughout life. That's us. We have nowhere to go. When the Jews get kicked out of a country, they went to Palestine. If they kick us out of every country, where do we go? Everybody else has somewhere to go, except the niggas that was made in America. We're those people that they say are the Jews. But we can't claim it because we haven't tapped into the gypsy side of the economics part of the land. So the Jews can get kicked out anywhere and go anywhere and control the banking system. That's what makes them today's Jews. Do you believe that there will be
progress? Like, let me ask you this on a positive note for black people. What in the future do you see as progress for black people?
Violence. Not violence against each other, but violence against everybody else. Violence is going to be the issue. Violence is going to be the answer for the future. Bloodshed. Bloodshed is going to be the deciding factor, not laws, not a judge. Bloodshed. Because we're claiming rights and freedom now. No group of humans in life have ever gotten their rights without spilling blood. We're not prepared to spill blood. Everybody else getting prepared.
The nigga of America is not prepared, correct? Yeah, no, hell no.
Because everybody else don't have a problem with killing somebody else and not them.
Right.
They won't kill each other. We're the only ones that have a problem with killing everybody else, but not each other.
That's facts.
When Africans meet one another, they're not so quick to kill each other.
Right.
When they realize, oh, you're Nigerian, oh my brother. We don't give a damn, we kill each other. So violence is what we're not prepared for. And we see the world get more violent around us. Mass shootings, that's why everybody's quick to attack us.
Yeah.
Everybody challenging us now. There used to be a time you couldn't catch a white man and nobody challenging a nigga.
Yeah.
They used to really be afraid of us. They really used to lock their doors. They used to walk. They're not afraid of us anymore. They used to be afraid of us and they used to respect us. For one, when a nigga got mad, he used to stare at a white man. And the white man said, "What you looking at, boy?" He didn't say, "What you say to me, nigga?" Staring at nigga. That fierce stare, that's what scared a white man. A solid nigga looking, not a nigga talking. They think that's why they challenge us now, because now we got a group of black men that want to get in front of a microphone and talk. It ain't no more quiet niggas. Got the white man guessing what he thinking.
Yeah.
We telling them what we thinking, what we feel. No, nigga. Them Africans, when they get mad, they don't talk. Them Arab men, the one at the stove do. But them motherfuckers blow up shit, they don't talk. They don't get angry. Motherfuckers that'll go shoot up the whole school. They don't get angry. Right. Quiet. So, nigga, we ain't ready for what's to come. What nigga we know how to control the planes and go be over there looking at shit, showing us what to do. We ain't got no planes where the city have to go look.
No.
When they shut down the phones.
No.
We ain't got no kid that nigga know how to say, "Daddy, let's go take these beans and put them in these cups and sit them out here and grow." They ain't teaching that nigga. We don't know what to do.
And that's what leads to my point of why I'm building that center, because I'm like, we need to be putting kids on at an early age of
archery.
Archery. True, that's it.
Homie, we gonna have to save the bullets for the war. Right? So how we gonna eat? But we can't. So how we gonna hunt? We can't shoot. We gonna have to be quiet. How we gonna hunt? Yeah. Gotta save the bullets for protection. How we gonna hunt?
Right.
Nigga don't know archery. Who know how to fish and catch the fish and gut it? We only hold know how to gut the fish. We're totally dependent upon our enemy.
Yeah. But too, like we talked about earlier, I feel like how they say the revolution won't be televised. In my honest opinion, the only way we're going to progress as black people is through, because like bloodshed, we'll lose that battle.
We will.
But the battle that we can win is how history repeats itself, self-sufficiency. I don't think we should ever build a community where we're together. I think we should spread out, because what we repeat is the Greenwood Tulsa shit. And we say, man, let's just go to motherfucking Tennessee in the fucking woods. This forest costs 3,400 acres.
Well, let me say that won't happen again. So you have to understand, when that happened, it was just the black man and the white man here. Everybody wasn't here.
Right.
At that time, the white man thought, felt, and believed that the black man was his problem. He don't think that no more. He know we're not his problem. We're his commodity. Well, if he lose a war to any other country, we're the spoils of the war. They have to forfeit something. They get to have your women. We're the ones they hand over first. Before they hand over the electricity companies, they hand us over first. We're already at the front of the line to be handed off. Why? Because when their enemies come here playing as friends to position themselves, they're positioned amongst us in our community to put their stores. So when we buying single cigarettes, when we buying outdated shit, that's the money they send back to fund the war that the government can't account for. Them Lucy cigarettes and them crackers, they get out the box and sell them individually they ain't supposed to sell. That's what they send back. The nickels and dimes they collecting and stealing us from, that's what they send their kids to school for. So between the Russians and China since the 70s and the 80s have already been positioning themselves to attack America. We're the spoils of war. That's why when they come here, hey, put them in their community. Keep away from us.
You want to know something so crazy though? That it is, I rarely see men ask you any intelligent questions. I'll drop.
Cause they ain't intelligent. You know this fuck nigga interviewing me. Dr. Umar ain't even this intelligent. That's why he stick with the black and white talk. Everybody our enemy, nigga. We ain't got no brother, no cousin, no. We just got us, nigga.
I just thought about that. I said, man, I rarely can get an interview where a nigga is asking you.
Cause they want to out-talk me. Nigga want to debate me. That's it, man. That's what they want to say. I'm gonna out-talk that nigga. Nigga want to beat me talking.
Right.
They don't want to solve nothing, build nothing, create nothing like you doing.
So are you open to other opinions?
Of course. People don't want to. So this is what I realized. They just want to argue. They don't even want my opinion.
That's facts. I just went through that.
Because I'm saying, I don't want to hurt nobody's opinion. Let's come together, build, create, manufacture, or produce, or pay me for the character. And that's all two black motherfuckers gonna do is argue over their opinion. When they get to their opinion, where the solutions at? Where come on now. And then when we get through sharing opinion, we done divide each other because now half-ass don't like it.
Facts.
And we can't, we had bonded because we done divided over opinions.
Right.
So nigga, what? Come on, nigga. So are we gonna entertain, or we gonna get in front of the camera and really build, or we gonna debate? I realize most niggas want to debate. Because when they get to debating, they don't go back to doing what me and you doing, working in these communities.
No.
They get back on the camera.
They don't do shit for the community.
When this camera come out, nigga, I'm in the community still.
Same.
Still, every city I go to, I'm on camera doing something in the community.
You got a point. They
And I know that when I post it, they don't get no engagement.
None. But if you say some wild shit, they gon' or if I say some wild shit, that's what they gonna post. But all the good shit we do, like how you put up on the boys and ask them what they want to eat and all that.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna go as viral as you saying fuck Charlie Kirk or you get what I'm saying, all that, right? And two, shit, a lot of black men felt it. Just a lot of y'all scared to say it.
Homie, listen, I'm friends. I feel bad for Charlie Kirk. I'm friends with Charlie Kirk's closest friends, people that at the funeral. And it caused a rift between me and them.
Right.
Nigga, one of Charlie Kirk's closest friends, nigga, my bail bomber. Would come get me out of jail for free, would get anybody out of jail for free for me, nigga. Was in partner was his father been doing bail bombing for 50 years. Was talking to my mama to help my mama set up a bail bombing company. That talking stopped because of what I said about Charlie Kirk. But nigga, I said it because I want to show nigga, I talk about white folks too, nigga. I'm a real old nigga.
That's facts. But let me ask you
this too. I did it because I said, okay, white folk were happy when I was talking about niggas. Let me see what this is like. And I did it because they said I have rights. And I thought I had the same rights as white people. And nigga, let me see, because I think I'm white. So I exercise rights like I'm white, nigga. You say I can't say it, my white free speech say I can. So let me show you, nigga. I lost over $150,000 in shows because of that.
Damn.
But I won white folks' respect. They just rescheduled. And I made $50,000 in interview money that week of losing over that $100,000. Now they company, I lost a whole 150 company, made up 50 in interview money as a brand, not as a comedian.
iphelele uyazibonakalisa uba phethe into i-TLB ke ntoni ngoba phinde entopisayo kwelayo icala because nathi silise ikapteni yabo nanku bambeke ebhentshini i-rotation izawuba nzima kulo mqeqesha kukhathani laa nto kuthiwa une-headache yoselekta ayo headache le ndifuna ke bets kodwa uzophendule xa sibuya phaa kwisithathu ngoba ke i-20 minutes sigqibile thina iseliqanda amacala naye makakaphefumle ngoba andazi i-orbit iphethe i-orbit kuselina siyafuna fondeni kwisesebhisi sikhusele kwaphulaphulelo kwanze imizuzu lishumi lethoba uqalile udlala ngorbit college iseliqanda i-TS Galaxy nayo ke iliqanda silapha ke Olympia Park Stadium eRustenburg elona qela ke elibonakala lifuna ukucinezela ngamandla liqela le-TS Galaxy noxa nje into yothusayo intokuba abakabi nayo nenye i-shot on target logama ke ithi i-orbit college yona sele inayo isibonile phaa ngomzuzu weshumi lesixhenxe saphinde sabona nenye i-free kick ke ziyenzeka ezibalile zade sike zantathu zenzeka kanye apha kanye line we-orbit college kuyabonakala into yokuba i-defense okanye i-defenders zabo zinabo ukurhabaxa kanako into yokuba usikhuruzo ifokagasa nosompembe wethu namhlanje uqaphele kakuhle nto leyo imizuzu ilishumi okanye ngamashumi amabini iqalile umdlalo orbit college iseliqanda i-TS Galaxy nayo eseliqanda ngaba mhlawumbi i-TS Galaxy iza lophula irekhodi lalo yabo lesizini ephelileyo apho yabethwa xa kuqalwa kanye okanye kwi-first round yale tumente uzawubonakala xa sezihambile ke ixesha still goalless e-Olympia Park Stadium sebini kwasisithathu ufikile kwakhona kuthi ufika sisahambe nathi loo maqanda awukabikho nto itshintshayo kodwa masikhangele nathi ibhola ngoku kanye emthunzini ngoba ke afuna ukunaba kancinane amathunzi ukhundleke i-Orlando Stadium fondini ejonge ngaphaya ngasekhohlo ukuthi ivilakazi street kudana kancinane kodwa uyakuwela indlela kodwa apha ngasemva kuthi khona umthunzi othi nje uyagquma uyawahamba ubheke phambili masikhangele kwelaa cala lingapha bayibambile abafana abamnyama zizo ke i-Buccaneers sesentoni beka phambili apho ngoko-Orlando Pirates iqabela phezu ko-halfway line kodwa bayithatha bayibusela ngasemva thatha nguDion Hoto wethunzebe kancamaku ka bayithatha isabe kwi-TLB bekezela imbokazi waxosa ibala ngasekunene kuye libone siyema wayithatha lo bhola ukabe zama ukhangela phambili idibene ngokunesiso apho unduli wagxumisa kakanye ekhangela ureli mfokeni bayixuthile phakathi kuGrant Mahaman wayihlaba ngasekhohlo kuye adibane norhape Muralo wayihlaba lo bhola ngasekhohlo ayidibanise ngokapho ngokhalizo okhulu ufuna bani ubeyizama uyifaka kodwa yadibana nala TLB yayiqina yayithatha phezu ko-halfway line bayilwela babini bathathu wakhala usompempe esithi Thabo umfoka Makhele mandibethe wena pho sompempe wethu ntokazi ephuma apha kulo mmandla wasempuma koloni okanye ibhoda inguye u-Akhona Makhalima
What's wrong with y'all? You think people get work hard for business and pleasure mix? Why you think every producer try to order it? Business and pleasure mix? It's just can you mix the business with the pleasure? Yeah, most people can't. Some can. A lot of people can. Oh, it's the nature of the business. That's why most people don't outside the business. I go to the doctor regularly, so I used to push STD, STI, HIV testing in the black community. So I used to always try to create sites, fight.com and everything. So I'm big on HIV awareness, STI, so I'm big on that. But it's ultimately the woman is the final boss. Put ball paper, saran wrap around it. That's what she say do. Yeah, she say concrete. Put concrete on it, but do that. The woman sets the plan terms.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so she was irresponsible with her.
Okay.
Tell on it who gave it to you. Don't just give us a producer. Give us a name so this can be identified.
She did.
We supposed to mark that with the scarlet letter and her too. Yeah, we supposed to shame her too. We shame both of them.
I know in the city, like the hospitals and like people, nurses and stuff said she like by it being so public, it flooded the hospitals. Like it just made more people like go get tested. Like it turned into a positive almost from that negative situation. Like now people are taking it more seriously. Now kind of they ain't really do before.
They've been doing this. Let me just say this. Most I know this time this ass is safe. You got a rubber. Most niggas I know don't have rubbers on it. Most niggas I know if you go to their house and they bachelor pad, they ain't got excessive amounts of condoms. If you go to female house, they don't have excessive amounts of condoms. So after spontaneously go buy a rubber, a... I don't think people really care about age. Yeah, I don't think people care. Yeah, I think, you just care when you hear about it. First, come on, first go off, stop like that.
All right, this is my last question.
I like your question, though.
He said my question is boring.
No. You asked another element that day. Yeah. You had different element.
Okay, so, New Orleans no longer have any more public schools. We only have charter and private schools. Do you think that this was like a scheme or a plot for like after Hurricane Katrina? Because a lot of people were saying we never was really aware of what the Katrina, what they was planning. So now we'll have no more.
You know why y'all wasn't in the world? Y'all wasn't going to the city council meetings. That's why y'all wasn't in the world. How can you be aware when you're not involved?
Right, that's a fact.
Not only you're not involved, you're not invested. So, why do y'all want public schools? When public schools have been one of the worst places that you can send black children in America to be educated because they've been miseducated over the years. So why do you want public schools when public schools have been and are now created to be from a pipeline to prison? Public school to prison. That's a school. So you have a school to prison pipeline through public schools, not through charter schools. So you have the worst public schools because public schools are funded by property taxes. So all y'all in the Methamphetamine County project, well, who funded y'all schools with property taxes? Where your homeowners at?
Right, yeah.
So why y'all want public school when all y'all kids up there fighting? All y'all kids go to jail. Over 50% of your children who end up in juvenile come from school. They're not arrested on the streets. So why are you sending your kids there and complaining about them shutting them down? Charter schools are way better.
All right.
But if you're not actively involved in your children's educational process, it don't matter if it's private, charter, whatever.
It starts at home, right? You said it starts at home.
That's where I was going to. There you go. I like the
All right, so this is my another question. Boosie is dating New Orleans native Rigel. I think that's how you say her name. She's fairly younger. What's your thoughts on age gap relationships?
Nothing wrong with wrong.
Period.
Yeah, they take an 18-year-old and put him into the military. They take an 18-year-old and draft him to the pros. Why we can't take an 18-year-old that's dumb and don't know nothing, running from a mama house, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, look still fresh, she barely know how to wipe it, and got you raised and groomed to be stupid as you wanted to be stupid. This your little motherfucker you want to groom to be as stupid as you need her to be for you. Why y'all in my business? Because I called them the dumb motherfucker. Y'all once was dumb, wasn't you? And you wanted you older, man. So y'all get out the way.
Okay. Master P has recently been super active in New Orleans. He has done things such as like creating a Walk of Fame on Canal Street. He's in charge of the sports department at University of New Orleans, and he's gearing up with a tour of cash money. How do you feel about him returning back to the city after so many years and he's out of his prime from his fame and his fortune?
Oh, he's 20 years too late. Yeah, he's 20 years too late. Ain't nobody going to vote for cash money. You know, look at you. Bunch of old hopping on stage, jogging, doing jumping jacks, mountain climbing, tennis girls. Ain't nobody going together. And they're not entertaining anymore.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I guess my argument is
people done everything.
Yeah, when it mattered, when it really could.
It's never too late. But sometimes it can be a little too late. He a little too late with it. The city's moving in a different direction. New Orleans, a Walk of Fame, when Kendrick Lamar came and performed with us, means nothing during the Super Bowl. To be over sports, and y'all had what y'all had in Las Vegas. Y'all couldn't get that at the Super Bowl, man. We don't dump into anybody buying it.
Yeah. All right, let's get on cash money. Turk is into it with like his band members. Do you think he should just cut ties and completely stop?
Oh no, man, he should apologize. Man, you're right. Turk used to be one of my favorites. Man, Turk started to look like a sucker. And he let that woman talk. Man, you don't, these guys, you don't let your woman speak on your wife or nothing. Don't talk. Men talk business. What is she your manager now? Turk came home talking, kind of sideways, talking to business. Say baby had a fake man. No, homie. So, how you gonna embrace the brother with the loose lips over here telling the whole lot of business?
Right. Yeah.
Man, I got a partner did me like that. It hurt me so bad. I can't even say nothing to him about it. He don't know what I would have told me. Man, I'm not gonna leave my set up, man. I put a name trying to get some business help. Cause I always got some, so nah, man, that hurt me. So, but I don't even know how to say that. Cause it hurt. Cause man, I ain't talking about nothing. I ain't sharing nothing sentimental feeling with my woman about my.
Right. Yeah. All right. So this is really my last question. All right. To summarize and wrap it all up, New Orleans culture, especially when it comes to the music, is always copied and sold without any of the resources coming back to the city. How do you think the New Orleans community could come back together? Does it start here? Do you think the people in the city should come together first before we try to get other people to respect us?
Why would anybody respect y'all? Y'all respect yourself. Y'all leave the nation of murderers. Who want to come here down here? Y'all in Western LA, you guaranteed to be here. And when do y'all come together? So how you gonna get cash money, everybody at the top, when none of y'all at the bottom come together? So to even be more realistic, when last time y'all had a children's kind of show? That's where it started. That's where they cut them, man. When last time y'all found where the high kid rapper around? say? Who got the say TV media platform around here? No Rap Cap Podcast. So Dallas got Say TV, Boss Talk, Dallas Global, Real Life Street Star, Terrence Gangsta Williams.
Wow.
So they got all these big major platforms. So what New Orleans is? If they mimicking y'all style, why y'all ain't got y'all own light and y'all own stage? And every week, every Tuesday, every month, y'all got something going on here. Who y'all hottest comedian? So who's shining the light on y'all? Who y'all waiting to shine the light for y'all then? New Orleans? This is New Orleans. Y'all got a big weekend. Where was a local artist performing it around here? Where a celebrity can go tap in with a local artist. Look who y'all had. Y'all brought business singers, state property to New Orleans, talking about somebody need to come and help y'all. Man, ain't nobody helping the past. Ain't looking to the future. All right, listen, Charles, there's enough of let's get off my city. Shout out to the Ido. Man, what I'm saying, you hear what I'm saying? It's a young rapping like, man, he the next, come on now. Y'all got the light already. Baton Rouge right next door with NBA Youngboy. Y'all got Terrence Gangsta Williams that already created a pipeline for it to go from New Orleans to Texas and plug in any media outlet. Big facts. Charles right in the city. Man, he done created a pipeline for it to go from New Orleans to Atlanta and tap in to Rallo, Famgoon, come on home. Not the Rallo, Famgoon. And then I done went to Miami. Gangsta done created a pipeline with that from New Orleans to come tap in to the Miami niggas, the Miami scene. Man, what y'all waiting on? They money here. They hating, that's what it is. Man, come on, man. Y'all already got a vehicle, but y'all looking for somebody else to do it. Y'all looking for Cash Money to do it. Cash Money brother doing it. But nigga, y'all overlooking it. Okay, now my boy Crypto Jesus gave me some questions for you. The singer Summer Walker, she recently went viral for messing with a rapper. And they say she stated that she don't mind being a side chick. I've been in her long before the info now. I've been shooting at Summer Walker since I seen the Goofy pad, the Rico Reckless. Now, nigga, when I seen him cuddle and snuggle and huggle, I've been knocking at the door, throwing rocks and whistling past the window. Summer, check your DM. No, she my kind. Yeah, she my kind. Ain't no rules or nothing. Okay, so you make the rules as you go along. Ain't that what we do in life, people? Right. So she my kind. So what are your thoughts on the lady and her child or her children being jumped by some students in Chicago? Nothing. Yeah, she's supposed to, we all supposed to be saying, man, that woman wrong. We supposed to all be saying, man, that woman wrong. She had to do them kids like that. She supposed to get a little girl and beat her up. She supposed to grab one of them little boys and stick both her fingers in their eyes. Especially when they grabbed the baby and snatched the baby from him and threw him down on the ground and went to kicking his little punk ass too. Say, yeah, no, I don't feel sorry for that. Yeah, no, nigga, I don't feel sorry. That's nature. We are living we are operating out of survival instincts and savage-minded people. So if you living amongst your people, they been kicking that little boy ass the first time. That's why she had to walk him on woke up. That's why when my son was in the 5th grade, I gave him a pen that was a knife and told him stick him, poke him. So no, I taught my son how to stab him. No, she's supposed to hurt one of the kids, huh? And then, kids supposed to be going to jail until they grown. Every last kid involved, because them kids go hurt somebody again, and this ain't their first time attacking adults. Them kids should be locked up at least until they 21. In a maximum security facility where they have to fight not to be, that'll straighten their ass up. But that was the children of the corn I've been telling y'all in the morning y'all about. Okay, I recently did an interview with Mama Two-Time Finesse mother, and she made a statement. She said that she had 4 different baby dads, we say, 4 different fathers for her children. She stated that if one of the fathers brought some food over to the house for just his child, that she would tell him to take it back if he didn't bring enough for all of them. What is your thoughts? I'm taking the food back. Them babies. I'm taking the food back. I come to you and feed mine. The mother, you let them feed theirs. I'm with that. Yeah, I ain't with you. Say, listen, boy, you better not, I brought you a 10-piece big nugget. You better not share now nugget with your brother, your sister. I'm gonna whoop your motherfucker in the minute. I tried to miscarriage the last baby when she was pregnant with. You know how I do. Y'all sharing the same pregnant. You try to have a miscarriage the baby by putting that long dick at the top of that baby head. I heard in the 70s say that kind of shit, so I grew up doing that kind of listen to my uncle Neil. So now, you mistreat another kid. You don't like them no way. Man, you wrong. You got mistreated by your stepdad. I want her that. Yeah, that's why my mama wouldn't bring no man into the house. And that's why yeah, I got 2 kids by 1 woman, so my kids have to go through that. They daddy got but I'm that kind of too. Yeah. I just seem like I ain't. Yeah. Okay. Especially when we break up. So long we cool, I feed your kid. We break up, you know, feed mine. Okay, so now let's jump back to the Atlanta scene. Future, the rapper Future brother was caught with 21 kilos of and some more stuff. So do you think that's a bad look for Future, or that can hurt his endorsement down the line? He already sold his catalog for that big old lump sum he sold it from. He don't have a bunch of endorsements. he make a bunch of babies he don't take care of, so it's hard for anybody to endorse him with corporate sponsorship. He just go keep the feds on it. They know he was funding his brother a little bit of drug career. Then 21 keys to fit dog, and then he go out to jail and die in prison. But he ain't never coming home. See, they changed the laws on crack, so get caught with a bunch of crack and not go do life. It's some new laws. It's a new fear behind it. And they making it seem like it's a form of national security because it's being sent in by China. So it's in trouble. He might end up over there in the El Salvadorian prison. While keep their head down ball.
Okay, you once stated in the interview that we have become digital slaves. So how do you think we can break that curse?
The curse that comes with addiction, you can't undo. You curse with it forever. Motherfuckers struggle, I don't have struggle with that addiction forever. You already got the addiction. So how you gonna stop now and say, okay, I'm gonna start making money online? You already addicted to watching videos. So it's too late now.
Okay, you're a guy that gets booked to sit down, and voice your opinion on stuff. So how is it that, and how do you handle when someone gives you constructive criticism, and have this ever happened to you?
I don't listen to nobody. Y'all listen now. I read what my mama sent me in the mornings, but I don't listen to nobody. Nobody's been where I'm in, homie. From this position. Nobody's done what I've done. Talked on the internet and just all of a sudden became famous and never set out to be famous. Who can criticize this? It's working. Who can give me constructive criticism if you can't even name what I'm doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. I just know this is working, homie. And I had a plan, not knowing if it'll work. And I had a strategy. I stuck to my plan and my strategy. So I don't listen to nobody. So when people tell me something, I say, well, show me. And that's when they quit talking. Man, I think, man, you should, man, if I was in, well, show me then. You start a platform and show me what I need to do. Yeah, and then that's when people, they stop talking. Because nigga, I don't know how to do this. I'm just figuring it out as I go along. And I'm learning well. But I don't know what to do after this. I didn't know what to do before this, other than trying to monetize YouTube. Losing things, losing accounts, not gaining and progressing. Losing things helped me to build and grow and learn to get to where I'm at now. Had I kept winning, I wouldn't have got on stage to do comedy. I would still been on YouTube, like a song counter.
I've hung out with you plenty of times, and I've watched your success. And when I first come home, I watch you. Remember you had the plaques in your head?
Yeah.
My question to you is, because I witnessed this last night, like it was overwhelming love.
Yeah.
Were you surprised the love you received on Bourbon Street? Old and young. And one more thing, when we was in Hammond, these little young boys was walking down the road. They had to be like about between 9 and 12 somewhere. Yeah. And one of them, the neighbor said, you don't know what it is? They said, that's Charleston White. So for you to touch young people, man, like there's some stuff we haven't seen.
My analytical data, 93% of my viewers are males. Most of them watch me in the morning, late evenings, and nighttime. The age range is from 13 to 65 plus. That's a broad audience. Yeah, nah, I didn't expect that. New Orleans is a mean place. Yeah, New Orleans like New York, Baltimore, it's a mean girl. And don't nothing, I ain't gonna say don't nothing depress y'all, but if you come looking too fly, motherfucker in New Orleans, man, you ain't yet trying to make it feel like, yeah, you regular motherfucker. Yeah, you like me. You ain't nothing special about you. So New Orleans take pride in making a motherfucker feel like they ain't special. Nigga, last night they made me feel special. I watched it. Yeah, so get that in New Orleans. When they you smile at each other, especially on Bourbon Street, because they looking to hit a liquor hustle. Nah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when the youngster with the book bags was running up on you? Charles White.
Man, these young snatching chains. And we just gotta let them keep running. They got some guns in the backpack. yeah, so that we with, he leading the pack as he's the head, he's the spear. But he keep looking back for you. I already see you on the sideline standing off.
Doctor, no. If you're an advertising executive.
Because I'm thinking some ailments
require
maybe leave us to sit in our outbox and discuss what we do. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's 13:57 on the midday liquor.
Music with the coolest DJs. Metro FM. It's where you want to be. Yeah. This is the Midday Link Up with LKG, Grover, and Melbaba on Metro FM.
Joe calling. Let me add my voice to the chorus and wish you a Happy New Year.
Oh, Happy New Year to you, Governor. Did you do anything on January 1st?
No, just stay home. Not much interesting was happening here in New York City on New Year's Day, which is typical. Basically, the entire city was exhausted from partying the night before and staying up so late. And you know, the older you get, the more that takes a toll on you.
Tell me about it. Well, there was Zoran Mondami's inauguration as mayor and the festivities surrounding it. That was going on.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw something about that on the TV.
You didn't attend? Chuck Schumer was there. Bernie Sanders was there.
Oh, well, good for them. I hope they had a nice time. I was at home reading the newspapers, as I am now. And Jimmy, I am blown away by what I'm seeing.
And what's that?
There's this little crime report section here on page 5 for all 5 boroughs. And yesterday alone, there was a murder in Far Rockaway, a carjacking in the Bronx, numerous petty larcenies and sexual assaults. It's just very disheartening what's happening to this city.
Is that more crime than normally occurs in New York City in one day?
I don't know. I've never actually read this little section of the newspaper. But one thing is very clear.
What's that?
This is just the new normal in Zoran Mondami's New York. A wasteland of senseless violence.
One day, Governor. He's been mayor for one day. How could that possibly be enough time to change the crime patterns in New York?
A communist who doesn't even believe in prisons becomes mayor. And of course that's going to be a signal, a flare, for all the criminal scum of New York to go crazy, to unleash a crime wave on our city, the likes of which we've never seen.
Okay, well, what was the crime report for December 31st?
Well, that's New Year's Eve, Jimmy. That day is an outlier. There's always more crime incidents.
Okay, how about December 30th?
I don't know. I threw that paper away already.
Oh, for crying out loud, put aside how insane it is to go by one day of crime statistics. How about the fact that he's keeping Mayor Adams' police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, who herself was never even a police officer. She's a Zionist and from a family of billionaires. Doesn't sound like the move of a radical communist Muslim mayor with a secret agenda to gin up crime.
Jimmy, these January 1st crime reports don't lie. Now, despite the fact I personally committed several of these crimes myself in order to jack up the numbers, the message here is clear. Zoran is soft on crime, bad for New York.
Oh, brother.
And you better believe everyone opposing him is going to softly imply that every crime that occurs in this city is because of Zoran. Which is great because this is New York. There's always crime.
Yes, that's my point.
But now we can blame it on a brown mayor with a funky name.
Don't you think the strategy's going to backfire?
Not really. Not really. Look at what he said during his inauguration speech.
I thought you said you weren't there.
Well, I wasn't there. I was on a rooftop about a block away in the skies watching with binoculars. Anywho, he said we are going to reject the ideology of rugged individualism and embrace collectivism after being sworn in on a Quran. He may have well banged his shoe on the podium screaming, "We will bury you," and then threw that shoe at George W. Bush.
Oh, come on. Anyone who thinks he's going to enact an actual far-left program for New York City is got to be sorely disappointed.
I don't give a shit about that. This is about what we can imply. Collectivism? What do you think that means? Collectively do crime. That's what. He's calling for a crime wave with a pinko tint to it.
Sure.
And honestly, Jimmy, I'm not sure if New York can survive Zoran. By the time he's done, the only person who could clean up this town would be Snake Plissken.
Is this what you're going to do for the next 4 years? Hyperbole and scare tactics?
Absolutely. You better believe it, Buster Brown. You know, I used to cow Zoran by saying he has no balls.
with white people. No, you don't. This is white people with lie in their message. White people like, yes, some bad things happen, of course, but this is a horrible thing. Once you hear a glue to top. This is sarcasm, okay? I want a billion people messaging me on Instagram, please. Do you have to deal with that? No. Okay, listen, guys. Really look at from now on, we're only going to give the right opinions for the rest of the episode. The right opinions for the episode. We shouldn't go back there. And it was fucked up what we did. And you guys do there? Why do you keep saying white people? We get to own everything. That's not the way the fucking goes. Wait, how does it go? Just everybody has their own share. There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. That's how it's supposed to be. There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that. 100%. What if somebody has oil, and there's not plenty where we're at? What you do is you force your currency on them, and then don't we try to let women read? Or whatever. That's not democracy. That's what we realize. Democracy. What is democracy? We preach democracy. The Muslim world has regressed dramatically with the invasion and colonialism. 100%. 100%. I know, because you guys had all the algebra. We had the algebra. We let women own businesses. We let the progress. They have rights. They still have rights. Yeah. Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say that? We know that. Because it's funny. Apparently you're like, oh, I can't believe they laughed when I went to shower the room. But that's not me. That's not me. I'm sure it was you. Fucking. I roped in with this. Talk to me. She's trying saying words like shahada. What do you want me to do? Butter chicken. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Are you? I'm not Indian. Butter chicken. Oh my god, butter chicken is delicious. Thank you. See, look at this. This is cultural exchange. I love butter chicken. Okay, now you exchange something with me. Butter chicken. You need some exchange. Mumbai got some of the best food ever. French fries. Oh, see what we did? See what we did? French fries. Unity. French fries are exceptional. That's the only white food they can think of. Hamburgers. Burritos. Sandwiches. I don't like how hard you hit that sand on the way. Sand. I didn't want to let you know I like that. I was trying to entice you in. I was flirting. Sand. I don't come from the sand region. Okay, I might actually. No. Sure we did overlap at some point. Yeah. People were roaming, like you said. My brother did a big DNA test. He goes back like thousands of years. Oh my god, did he find out he was part of Small Hat? No, Small Hat. I'm sure we all were at some point before the conversion. Did he take that and just like that shit? No, this is very open. Like I'm sure that's what we were at some point. If you think about beginning of time, I mean, what the fuck? What was Adam and Eve? What were they? What were they? It's a good question. Maybe white people can tell us that. Christians. I mean, if we were Christian, if we look at Muslim, Adam might be Indian, bro. Adam was because he was made from mud. All right, still good, guys. Peace out. Thank you very much. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? That's where does this lead to? This looks like the front of a mosque right here. That's why we like 100%. That's a detention center right there. That's so fucked up. Genuinely, what's happening with ICE is really fucking diabolical. It is so fucked up. I agree. So fucked up. And who's gonna finish your roof? It's really I get the podcast now. I get it. Yeah. We got him. We got genuinely, it's really fucked up. I really feel terrible for those people. I really feel awful for them. Yeah. Like, even people who have U.S. citizenship are being picked up. There's no rhyme or reason to the whole thing. It's really fucked. What do you think about them Venezuelan boats? I didn't read much about it recently. It's just the bombing of, is it you talking about the drug? Yeah. Game of Battleship. Yeah, Game of Battleship. I don't know what that, I honestly genuinely don't know. I didn't read about it. So I'll take this seriously. I'm not very informed about it, to be honest with you, but it seems kind of like, yeah, these are fucking drug ship, and you just start shooting down. It's like, how do we know they're drug ships? Exactly, that's my point. And what drugs? It's crazy. Yeah. Also, some drugs, there's a great point. We might want to let up in here. Yes, they do very well. They do let all that up in here. I mean, the only reason why they were mad at Escobar because nobody was getting a piece of that money. That's why all the cash was disappearing. They didn't give a fuck that thousands of murders were occurring in Miami. They're like, wait, where's the cash at? That's where the cash at. But there's so many dead people. Yeah, where's the cash at? Let drug dealers pay taxes? I think that's already happening. They probably don't even pay taxes. It's called pharmaceutical. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. It's like Walgreens. Pisses me off. It's like, we don't sell cigarettes, but we have fentanyl in the back. You're like, oh, we'll never sell cigarettes. We have fentanyl. We have every single addictive drug. Synthetic heroin in the back. You're like, but God forbid you have some nicotine.
I just found out I smoke cigarettes and it's really bothers me.
Are you serious?
Do you smoke?
Yeah, I smoke. You know I smoke cigarettes?
This guy's a smoker.
Yeah.
I do remember.
I'm having a hard time right now.
Do you want to have a smoke?
Oh, look at the Midwalk. Get the Midwalk. Oh, you don't know about the Midwalk, man. Oh, you're talking about the stick with the little filter? Listen, white guy. Okay? If you want to have an actual real Middle Eastern smoke, what are you talking about? Yeah. The docha thing? Nah, I'm not smoking that. Too strong? No. I smoke real weed, but nobody needs that. It's like a tobacco with the wooden pipe in it. Oh, that's a substitute for weed. That's what that is. Yeah, which docha means like being dizzy.
Got it. Or we gotta get the gat. The Yemeni gat. You ever tried that before?
Yeah.
I want to try that.
I was like, I have to be interpreted, bro.
Hey, look at me. I know about you. Shut up. I hate that. I want to try it. Every time I ask the guy. I hate that. Y'all try no racist all the time. The second white guy takes it. I'm not taking this. Like you looking people. The second white people take an interest in your culture. That's me. I know you don't want it. I'm judging you. I'm judging you. Your culture. You approve of the pandering.
I think it's taking interest in genuinely trying. I think it's
it's not your culture. It's not your culture.
Stop speaking for me, Indian.
That was too Middle Eastern. Where's your passport? This guy, You're not leaving. You're not leaving this country until
Again,
that new window.
I have nothing to do with this.
I'm finishing his roof after
Which, by the way, it's leaking. This is a mistake.
Yo, we're just out here trying to have cultural exchange.
No, genuinely.
What's your favorite white thing?
Oh, my favorite white thing?
Yeah, his wife, man.
Let me tell you something, bro.
I'm so glad I had to do it. I'm so glad I had to do it.
My wife. Listen. I'm about to Will Smith somebody. I'm about to Will Smith some motherfucker right now.
We're proud.
I'm about to Will Smith to keep my lifestyle. Yo, motherfucker.
My wife is white too, bro.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, no. Fuck out of here.
No, come on, bro, for real.
Fuck out of here.
Listen, my culture is not your costume, bro.
What do you mean?
Don't be fuck out of here.
Hey, forget about it.
Don't fuck out of here.
I was Italian after I lived.
That's not Italian. That's New York.
Oh, you're Italian.
That's New York.
That's Italian.
Italians don't talk like that in Italy.
In Jersey, though, all Americans are Italians.
This is in New York?
I got talking about it. Is that what you want? Okay, congratulations. You like that shit? I know which one you like. That's more like, don't you also agree with this? No, that's anymore. That's more to make you feel more comfortable. Since you had that haircut for 10 fucking years.
Haven't you watched it like that?
No, I'm not doing it. Which camera do I look at? Nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this.
I'm watching speeches like, yeah, that shit is our confidence.
No, that's fucked up. I'm not dealing with none of this. This fucked up.
No, you walked in the door.
I know.
It's crazy. Everything's going so good.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
Top 3 white countries.
I don't know about country, but London, a great white city. Even though we taking that bitch over.
We gotta get that same.
They own the buildings, we got the people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do like
Make it way more vibey.
Okay. So I think Holland is great. Amsterdam in particular is really a fun time. Copenhagen is really a spectacular.
Oh, Copenhagen, there you go.
Vienna is great too. Fucking amazing.
You would like Vienna, yeah.
I like that a lot, bro. I was really pleasantly surprised in Vienna. No, we just did a tour there and we had a tour stop there. It was really awesome, man.
On the way.
It was such a great city.
You go to Dublin home.
Dublin was fire. No, fuck out of here. I didn't even know he was from there. Actually, now that you say that. Your friend, your pen pal. I heard he lives in Argentina. He might, bro.
You think you got why do you think you know Spanish?
They want to. They want to.
Y'all stand He's sending us messages right now.
Oh, I thought that was Cambodia. What was that? What was that? Is it a prayer?
Yes, you have to you have to balance things out.
Can you give us a good prayer? Can you give us a good quick one?
What do you mean a good prayer? There's many good prayers.
Yeah, just give one.
I mean, a prayer is something within yourself, between you and God. Like, there's things that I say to myself all the time, like just praying with God. There's that, Okay,
so that's personal. That's your personal. That's fair.
I like brothers.
Yeah, but what about that one?
Dude.
What is that?
Have you seen this?
No.
Oh, this is the best dude ever.
What is this?
I think he's like in New Zealand.
Yo, while you get that up, let me ask you a question. Fast forward. Okay,
holy shit.
Listen,
while you get that up, you start on something.
While you get that up, right?
Yeah, pause.
Do you watch Arab prank videos at all?
Arab prank videos?
Yes.
No.
Oh, the little dude?
I can't. It's like there's certain things that are just so incredible. I can't believe it's not part of your algorithm.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
You don't watch this at all?
No.
Oh,
let me try to find
this guy. Yeah, I know. It needs to be on my algorithm. I need to switch it up for sure.
All right. There's always a little person. There's always a little guy, and that's why what I was going to ask.
I'm such a fan of this. Is the Arab dude the little Arab guy?
Well, no, not. You're thinking of who? Because that guy's.
No, he's not Arab.
Yeah, this is
I've seen this guy.
These guys
awesome,
are
bro.
sensational.
Yeah, they said this guy is awesome.
But there's 3 of them. They're like a
I
group,
see him
and
video. He's like dancing and shit. He's hilarious. They always smack this guy. It's such an Arab thing. Just smack the back of the neck.
Yeah.
Wait, can I see this?
Yeah, please.
I don't know this one, but go.
It's not even in the neck. Oh, he's about to get rocked. Oh my God, he's praying to God. He's like, alhamdulillah. He's about to rock. Bro, I love the other dude's like, yo, this is a very Arab thing. Like, oh, it's like, alhamdulillah. And he's just like swearing to God like he's about to go down. You know what I mean? It's the thing to it that made me happy. But the rest of it really sucks. It was like, I want this part of my algorithm, get the fuck out of here. Way better things in my algorithm. This really should be part of your algorithm. Nobody wants to see this.
This guy's awesome. I don't know which part it is. Oh, yeah, it's at the very top. This is like, I think he's from Australia and New Zealand, but he's an imam that does these speeches.
Live simple lives.
Pause.
I can't.
Yeah, we don't know what he's thinking about, so we're about to get him out of trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I just don't like making fun of religious figures and stuff like that. But I think it's really funny though. He just started off.
Make fun of
No. The Ooh brother is hilarious though. But he knows this went
crazy viral.
He has to.
He knows it.
Yeah, he's probably gonna keep doing it. Like, he's addicted to it now. He wants to keep doing it. Yeah, he must be Australian or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell from. I didn't hear enough. I just heard, ew, brother. You have to watch out for the white woman. Ew, brother. Ew, unless she convert to Islam. Yeah. I mean, then you bring them over to us to the path,
Is there any pressure?
Infiltrate the DNA.
All right, let's take a break for a second. When it comes to supplements, you already know there's a lot of misinformation.
bed sheets. Okay, they're temperature rate. You get a post-purchase survey. Make sure to let them know that you're about.
To Islam itself, if you look up the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad, it'll blow your mind.
What does he say?
It'll literally blow your mind. I just don't want to do it any disservice, but essentially is that, the last thing, the big thing in Islam is like, don't misquote thing or misspeak. Yep. It's very, very important to be clear, concise on things. Yeah. But one of them is like, basically an Arab doesn't have a right over another Arab, or a white over another white, or a black over another black. It's just like basically described like.
Was this a thing that impacted Muhammad Ali?
Malcolm.
Oh, sorry, Malcolm. That's right.
When he went to Hajj, when he went to Hajj and he saw everybody wearing the same, same attire. There's no like distinction of who's rich and who's poor or whatever. Everybody's in the same. There's so many colors, like everyone, every walk of life. And this doesn't exist like in Arab culture. Like they're all Arabs. We don't think like, oh, it's a black. This is a very American westernized thing. It didn't exist in our psyche like that. I mean, it did to a degree because Prophet Muhammad, Sallallahu did acknowledge it and say like very clear parameters, like nobody has a right over anybody else. That's very, very clear. But then after that, it's just like you're just Arab. You speak Arabic. I don't look at it like that's a black guy who speaks Arabic. Well, that's a white guy who speaks.
That's a more Western thing.
Yeah, it's a Western thing completely. It's not within our psyche at all.
Can you speak about the first time you did the Hajj? Is that what you said? Like,
I've never done Hajj, but I've done Umrah.
What is the difference?
Umrah is like the shorter version that you could do off, outside of Hajj time. So Hajj happens like 3 months after, so to speak, almost 3 months. It's since we do it with the lunar calendar. So after Ramadan, there'll be like the Eid, and then there's the big Eid, which is Eid al-Adha, and that's around the time everybody goes to Hajj.
So if you go to Mecca, not during that time, it's called Umrah.
Umrah, which is a much shorter, condensed
But
version.
You saw.
Yeah, I've done this. Yeah, I've done this.
3 times.
After my brother died, I went, took my family with me. And then I went a second time a few months later. It just happened like 4 or 5 months later. And then I went on this past trip. I took my son and wife with me.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Yeah,
it was one of the hardest things I've done on this particular trip. It was just really, really tough with my son and everything. But it's amazing how the kid he knew he was in the presence of something. He just immediately started praising. It was so instinctual. It was so dope because it's a kid. I never taught him like, hey, make sure you do this, do that. He just walked in and like knew. It was so amazing.
What is so powerful about it? I had a friend who did it, and he just changed his whole life after he came back. Well, the champion comedian. But what is so powerful about it?
I think from each person it'll vary, but I'll speak from my own experience is that this is like the center of the world, and you know that all the prophets existed and alayhim salam like at some point in time, and you know that there's a tremendous amount of significance in being there, and also the presence of everyone there, the gathering itself, and then knowing that just it's a spiritual thing. You can't really describe fully, but I have the meaning for it. So you get there and it's just like you just feel it, and the energy is just so palpable, And once you do that, once you go through it, and sometimes it's really, really hard. Like it was this past trip, and there's a lot of things you're not supposed to do. Like you can't go there angry. You can't go there mad. You can't like kill any like lizard or roach or anything. You can't kill anything. You have to be pure, like super pure and in a positive mindset. And you have to wash before you even go into Mecca and change the tire and put on the haram, and it has no stitching in it. It's all just like 100% like this cotton covering. Like you just go in and you're just naked. You just like have nothing except you and God and all these people. And just having my son there with me, and my wife was just really incredible experience. It's just so moving. And you're supposed to go from there to Medina and visit the Prophet and the Prophet's mosque. It's incredible. I can't. It's very. You have to just like do it to experience it. Even Medina is one of the safest places on earth. According to insurance companies, it's the safest place on earth for women to go. Anywhere on planet Earth.
Can you tell me about the first time you went? Like, I imagine, how old were you at that time?
First time I went, it wasn't that long. It was 3 years ago.
Okay, I imagine your entire life you built up what this experience is going to be. Yeah. The emotions that you would have. What is happening like the day before? What is happening when you show up that day? Like, are you nervous? Are you excited?
Are you nervous about even back in the desk?
No.
Well, no, at that point,
nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all.
What about that experience? Like, compared to what you built it up to be, to what everybody had told you about?
Sure.
Like,
That's a really good question.
Are you chasing the emotion of it, or is it overwhelming you? Like, what happens the day you arrive?
Well, for me, I was stripped down to zero. My brother had just passed, like maybe 15 days prior. It was a complete out of nowhere. It was the healthiest one. He was a pilot. He was just nobody saw it coming. He like texted us, "I'll hit you guys. I'm charging my phone. I'm at the hospital, getting a checkup in my chest, whatever." And then the next call we got that he was dead. So it just like changed my entire world, all of us. So when I went there, I had a different energy completely. I don't want to say like the leader of the family, but I am in a way. And so my mom, everybody depends on me in a way. And I'm just thinking about his kids, his wife, all these things. And so I wasn't really thinking about like, I was more like, I'm taking my mother for her heart. I'm taking his kids, whoever wants to come with me. Whoever wants to come. Like, I was literally empty. It was about them. It was about everybody else. And to me, being of service to my mother, it's a big deal. And to be able to push my mom to do the 7 laps was a big deal. So all that is there, like culminates to the experience, just brings it all together for me. But it was deeply, deeply powerful. And actually that's why I prayed for my son. Like I didn't know, I said, God, please, and I don't really say this publicly, but I said like, God, just thinking about my brother passing, and my sister was sick at the time too. We just found out about her diagnosis. It was just like, if it's good for me, and give me a son and a great wife, or a child and a great wife and a family. If it's not good for me, please don't give it to me. 8 months later, I was pregnant, expecting a child.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was just that. It was just that, like being there for the family. But it's like, hey, you gotta be. It's depending on which space you're in. And some people go, and it's like forced. And some people do that, and then you say Allah Alam. It's only God knows what's in their hearts and what their intentions are. But for me.
September last year.
And then I couldn't get hold of anybody. The Monday contacted them. But once I started Googling, there's no, I've got all these Hello Peter reviews on how people would scam just like me. Bottom line, I realized that they put me on Jet review without my consent, with using that signature. They populated this Form 16.
Shireen, I mean, the patterns seem to be very similar, and a number of people keep saying, well, the National Credit Regulator needs to get involved in trying to sort these out. Shireen, I'm really sorry that you've been dragged into this really appalling mess, and I think it's fair to say, people like yourself ought to get more protection from this. We'll keep at this story. It's 9 minutes to 5.
John is on X.
At John Perlman.
So, a very interesting story that I read on Daily Maverick. Joy Watson is the author, and it's about a forensic nurse. Now, I must admit, this is a job title that I'm not at all familiar with, but it's an interview with someone called Nontutuzelo Ntwana, who talks about 2 decades that she spent working with survivors of rape and assault, and helping them to, first of all, just get a sense of themselves and try and give them some of the dignity that's been so brutally taken away. But then, crucially, setting about the process of recording important things, J88 medical legal forms, collecting DNA, documenting injuries, and so on. The point of this story, apart from the a representation of the extraordinary work that Nontutuzelo does, is the fact that she is one of only 2 full-time forensic nurses in the Western Cape. Given the scale of GBV, that is an extraordinary statistic. What makes it worse is, as budgets for medical services are being cut, she is in danger of losing her job. So let's understand the bigger picture here, and we ask these questions in the light of Friday's announcement that there would be that gender-based violence has been declared a national state of disaster. Is that going to work if we are actually stripping away some of the key architecture that ought to make things better for people? My guest is Renelle E. Stevens, Program Director and Acting Executive Director at an organization called Mosaic, which is engaged with these issues and trying to get a better service for South Africa's violated and abused women. Ms. Stevens, welcome, and thanks very much for giving us your time. What's going on there? Why do we firstly have so few forensic nurses, given how crucial the work seems to be? And secondly, why aren't we setting about trying to get more, cutting those jobs? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. I mean, that's a very big question that you're asking, and one that I also very recently came into. And so maybe just for full context, and the reason why I'm on this call is that Sister Ntwana was actually one of our forensic nurses, and she has worked at a site in Mitchell's Plain. To tell you the truth, the reason why there aren't as many forensic nurses is actually still something that's quite troubling to me. But I do think that it's a matter of what is available and where one can actually study to further your qualification, not just as a registered nurse, but as a specific forensic nurse. I think that it's a skill that is really, really sought after. We felt that we were extremely lucky being able to find Sister Ntwana, especially since we wanted to open a forensic, unit at a TCC in Mitchell's Plain, just because of the mere need for it. But also the fact that, at the time we didn't have a doctor that could help us open a 24-hour service. And so having the forensic nurse meant that she was able to perform a lot of similar duties, but also at a rate that is affordable, and also being someone who has done this work and not have had a permanent job ever since she had started her role. It made sense for us to have her come on board as our program, as part of the Mosaic's program and offering.
So let's hear about the work that she does. I've described it in its bare terms, but maybe you can give us a sense, Ms. Stevens, of just how crucial the work she does is at the moment when somebody who's been violated, traumatized, feels extremely vulnerable, actually needs not only a service, but a service given in a particular way.
Yeah, with absolute care. Sister Ntwana is probably the gentlest person that you'll meet. I don't know if that photo is actually just giving you a good sense about that, but the role of the forensic nurse is one that will also be similar for a doctor, forensic doctor. And essentially what that means is that a survivor would come to the Tutuzela Care Center. They'll be met by a first responder. A first responder is someone who is trained to do containment, so be able to get a client to a space where they are able to share what had happened and to explain to them what is itself. The Tutuzela Care Center, as you may know, is set up to be a one-stop center where a survivor can get all the care that they need in that immediate moment. So it is in containment, it is the medical forensic examination, it is a shower, it is something to eat, it is the medication that is life-saving, and then also to open up a case without having to leave the center. And the promise is that that all happens within a 2-hour period, which again is in most senses unheard of, but it is a service that is available in South Africa. And where the forensic nurse particularly comes in, her role is to be able to do that very sensitive probing examination, a medical examination that will be used as forensic evidence should a case be opened on the day, later on, if it's not something that the survivor immediately wants to be able to do.
Right.
But it is untampered information or evidence that will be used in a court of law and that will actually hold as evidence. So it's quite a crucial role that you absolutely need to be trained for. You need to understand what the rape kit needs to actually be measuring, what probes you need to be able to capture, and also what needs to happen as a next step from the medical forensic examination.
Thank you so much, Renelle E. Stevens, Program Director, Acting Executive Director at an organization out in Mitchell's Plain called Mosaic. And it really does raise questions. I know we're talking about an individual, but the fact that there are just 2 forensic nurses for the whole of the Western Cape would suggest there is a weakness there. And it brings into focus the conversation we started having on Friday, that what does it actually mean to declare gender-based violence as a national state of disaster if you do that on the one hand and resources for actually dealing with the consequences of GBV are shrinking all the time. Maybe you've got a view on this, maybe you've got direct experience to share with us. Give us a call, 072-702-1702, 2 minutes to 5.
In the last 24 hours, this is what's happened in your world.
One body has been recovered from a river in KwaZulu-Natal as a search for 2 more missing people continued. The victims were washed away yesterday during floods in New Hanover in the Midlands.
The teams are working to recover one body, that of a female that is entrapped in the river. The MEC for Kwapta, Reverend Tlasi Buthelezi, has assured residents that disaster management teams will work right throughout the clock to ensure that those that are missing are recovered.
EWN, in touch, in tune, and independent. When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Stay on the growth track and earn up to 7.87% interest at maturity with a 12-month electronic fixed deposit account. Lock in for maximum growth and enjoy guaranteed returns without monthly fees. #GetMoneyFit with Nedbank. Visit nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
This festive, when your family gathers, feed them the Nando's Festive Fill-Up meal. Feed Auntie, who's in charge of the key to that storeroom. And feed that niece that makes the strict grandparents do TikTok challenges. And that cousin that watches the same movie that comes in part 1, 2, 3, 4, and many more. Yeah, you can feed it too. Gather them all for the Nando's Festive Fill-Up meal for only $3.99. Eat at Nando's and pay 40 Rand less. Nando's, oh, what a place.
You are not to dream repeating. Insurance, pineapple. Insurance, pineapple. Insurance, pineapple. Insurance, pineapple.
And maybe fly, even if Charles wanted to be back here, and just use that to come straight in. And now that Charles is a very
walks back and forth straight. He's not really hitting with angles.
You know, you said that what missed could it have been that shift. Now he's just circled Charles more into his own right hand.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then is that what it is? And then goes there and then just dip that little bit. So if he went in a straight line, he probably could have still slipped and maybe missed, but shifting off as he wanted to step into that right line, he stepped into Ilya's right hand. So if you watch him when he shifts, he even shifts.
So he's moving Charles off center while
he does
shifting.
as he's shifting, knowing that he was going to follow.
So
whether he did that on purpose, I don't know, but but it seems like it was pretty strategic. Even the way he did just shift back, you see him shift off center. Yeah, like so. So usually it's easy to shift to your right. A little bit harder to shift to your left.
Yeah, it's like in boxing, the guys who are great body punchers. Like there's a guy named Miguel Cotto. Do you remember Miguel? He had a really strong jab, but then he would shift and put his weight over his left foot, and then just rip those body punches. And I think the concern in MMA, I would imagine, is like shifting left. There's a foot or a shin that's going to come right to the top of your head potentially. In boxing, when you shift over, there's not much that can hit you.
Yeah,
like maybe an uppercut can be under, but like if I'm this way and you're a conventional fighter, what do you throw, like a knee or something?
So if you keep dipping that way, you're saying?
If I dip this way, and you're conventional, you're fighting orthodox, that fucking game over.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a risky move too.
Yeah. So with the shift, I mean, she like sort of shifted back out of range, but out. So not really with the slip. He ended up slipping with the punch when he decided to throw the two.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to get real technical. All right. So when he even shifts off center. The only thing is when you shift to your left, you shift and then
you can stand if you want.
Yeah. I'm going to stand. Is that right?
Yeah,
still in. So
I'm Charles.
So he sort of when he went here, shifted back, and then he sort of went bang, and then he sort of shifted here. But now look at I'm side.
If I walk straight,
but
then
but I'm off center here.
Yeah.
So if you notice,
so there's nothing I can throw at you.
Yeah, but I feel like off here. But you notice he shifts back, and then as soon as he comes in, he goes boom, and he even shifts his hips straight in. So he shifts back, and then just goes boom.
So now you're walking straight into the right, and you don't have anything with power to I guess I'm like reaching over.
Yeah. So you got an angle, and then again I pulled you.
Yeah.
He's pulled that way. I'm really fixing that. Sorry.
There.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's shifted this way, but again, firing from here across your body would have been hard. So he even shifted, and as soon as he went, he's just went bang.
And then
he's even shifted his. He slipped his head with that left foot.
So what's the strategy against a guy like
Ilya? That makes sense. Hopefully, that makes sense. Watch it anyway. It makes sense.
Tell us. So what's the stragy against a guy like Ilya? Let's say you guys run it back again.
Wrestle the bloke, mate.
You gotta get him down, right?
Him down. Like, that's what you want. You want to see what's going to happen with his gas tank. So even with Ilya, great fighter. Like a lot of the things he does. Like I'm sure a lot of it's well trained, and then he's got so many good instincts as well. Like even him just shifting that way, he's probably trained for that. But then just as soon as he wanted to square his hips up with the right hand, the power was there and put him in a safer position while he was throwing too. So just little things like that he probably trains for, or it's just great instincts. But yeah, we want to see the gas tank, see what happens with it. Because I thought Charles, when he was taking him down and forcing him to sort of wrestle and the grapple, I felt like it was starting to wear on him a little bit. So even when he sort of ended up on top when they grapple, I don't know if you remember, Ilya gets up and then remember he was just staying up and there was kicking him, didn't let him up. He waited. I'm going to wait 30 seconds, kick his legs.
Interesting.
Get my breath back because that probably took a little bit out of him, which I thought was clever. And then the ref stood him up, and then he's like, right, back to
So
work.
now you get a little break. So you would attack the gas tank, and you do that by like grappling cardio, because that's different.
I guess you would have to. It's not like again when you're right.
Serve luxury with Cadbury by any two participating slabs and omelette. T-60s apply.
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user.
Again, when you're right, you're in danger of him landing as well. So with Charles,
it might chip away at your confidence. You know, like I give a lot of credit to Ankalaev. Like when Ankalaev fought Praneta, I think all of us were going, "There's no way he's actually going to bang with this guy," and then he outstruck him. So like, I imagine if you're Charles, you're like, "I'm one of the best fighters in the world. Like, why would I change what I do for a guy who's coming up 10 pounds?" You know, does that chip away against this guy?
Depends on the fighter, I guess. And yeah, you're right. It seemed like he's I'm going to press him and I'm going to show the weight. You know what I mean? But then I just thought that's what I thought was going to happen. That's why I thought he was going to knock him out.
Yeah.
And that's it because he's not so defensive. He's all offense, Charles. So. Easy.
We already know what time it is. You see the lighting. If you're new over here, get ready, buckle up. Let me tell you something, okay? Boners are not just about performance, okay? Never blue chews tip falling back to their house. Steal it.
He's got a
gas tank, dude.
All the rounds on social media and all the rounds in the pantry.
Yeah, that might be a good match. That's a money fight though. Like that's not for Bill. It's not for anything. But if you were the guy that could take out Bonnie Blue, like 1,000 have tried.
I ain't going there. That's for sure.
Now, who do you want next?
Who do I want next? All right. Well, yeah. Look, Mobzar's probably the guy that I think deserves it, right? That's what I've always been about. I've always been about who deserves it. You know,
I'm about you making money.
Yeah,
that's what I'm about.
That makes sense.
I see you with the
most
girls.
Most of the times it's contract fights anyway.
So they have a say in
well, it's contract. So
you get a piece of that. You get a piece of that pay-per-view.
Like pay-per-view, yeah, you're right. But yeah, let's get into that. The pay-per-view system isn't as good as it used to be. Talk to me. Well, I can't give it too much away.
Well, give me an idea.
No, I just mean it's just the way it works is just a little bit different, and that's why you see the pay-per-views now. They're starting to look like they're dropping drastically because it's just the way the system is, and then there's still millions and millions of views, but you only get paid on certain pay-per-views. You know what I mean? It's a hard sort of way. Astrid explained it a lot more, but you're not. You know, everyone's when you see the pay-per-views wise, you're only seeing only a couple of countries, and you know it's only over $40 as well. They're the only pay-per-views, not including your say in England. It's a subscription base, so you know they've got their so you're not including any of those. There's only like I think 3 or 4 countries that they can
contribute to the actual pay-per-view.
How does that change
So it's not,
for you financially? Like, are you like, I can still make as much as I could before, or can you not make quite as much as you could before?
Well, I mean, you can still make money. Like again, the right fights, it's just very hard. And if you've got a Conor McGregor on the card or someone John Jones, I'm like, all right, now you can really make some. They can tie up some of that money compared to what we're fighting for. But it's pretty hard. So even now, good cards like the pay-per-views that you're seeing, good cards at like 300, 400. That's considered really good. Now.
Really?
Yeah, where
when you say 300, 400, you mean 300, 400,000 buys?
Yes.
Whereas like the huge monumental fights might have been at $1 million.
Yeah, I'll say exactly. So it's hard. I don't know. Again, I probably shouldn't be talking this because I don't know enough about it. But it's just not sort of how it used to be. The different like deals, like like TV rights deals and all that. I think it's a little bit different. And now again, you probably got all the streamings and all that as well. Right? So I don't think everyone. The only way to watch it is to buy a pay-per-view. There's other ways people are probably trying to watch it too, right? So there's a lot of things that factor into it nowadays. But
yeah, it's tricky because I don't know. I've heard some people say that. I've heard some people say like currently the UFC is like a star problem. Like they don't have like as many stars as they did. I think that what people need to understand is that like this happens in all fight sports, even the ones that are predetermined. Like it happened in wrestling. Like you go through ebbs and flows.
Dude, even non-fight sports. When Jordan retired, there was the ratings drop.
Exactly.
We didn't have a Jordan yet. Then we got Kobe. Then we got LeBron. When LeBron's gone, same thing.
So it's not like, oh my God, is the UFC over? It's like no. What's going to happen is we had a time where there's Izzy, Josh Jones, like there was like a 5-6 year period where it was like every division had multiple, the Diaz brothers, it's like multiple guys that you needed to watch. And now some of you guys are getting up there, some people are retiring, some people are losing some fights, and a new crop needs to come up.
Yeah.
And you refuse to let that happen in your division. Which is really you know, there's this guy with this beautiful haircut and a great backstory, and you're like, I'm not out yet. So I'm going to take the belt back to fucking
It's a
Australia.
great story, but my story's still going.
I know, they had this guy's story so fucking downtown. I'm watching this thing, I'm getting emotional. I see you coming out, I'm like, nah, Volk's not giving it to him today.
I'm almost 40, but you ain't having it yet. You know what I mean? Nah, it's there is a lot of people. Like you're right, though. Exactly what you said. Like that's just how it sort of goes. But there is so many. So many good fighters coming through. Like I'm watching, like even Joshua Van, another good example. But I mean, even my division, you got you've got Pico that's just come in. Obviously, if he has a couple
Aaron,
of
is it Aaron?
Aaron Pico,
Yeah,
he has a couple of like really good boxing and wrestling background. So that'll be interesting to see. I haven't watched enough of him, but it will be interesting to see how he goes. But then you have, I'm having a brain fart now. This is not good. The fighting nerds.
Oh,
In
God.
featherweight.
Yes. You guys did a face-off recently.
Yes. You remember his
Not
name?
Silva. He's phenomenal.
And he's a great fighter. Great fighter. You got a lot of them actually coming. So I don't think it's too long till you get a lot of names there.
Exactly.
But am I still going not letting them in?
You're not going to let them in.
Core of what I said in the very first conversation. You can solve for 99% of all men that are doing the wrong thing, and 1% of men can populate the majority of the earth with women that choose to be with this one man. At some point, every single person, including women, have to be accountable for the thing that they did and open up their legs to. And we also know that women are the ones that initiate the majority of the divorces. So they're walking away from their households and becoming single parents by choice. This isn't something that they're being forced to. So when he's a great salesman, I gotta give you that. Come on, brother. No, you're phenomenal. Come on, brother. You do the whole crying thing.
Come on,
my
brother.
God.
Come on, brother. You're showing sassiness right now. Come on, brother.
No. This is what
Come on,
you
we
said.
men now, brother.
No, listen.
Come on, we men now.
Oh my God.
Come on now, brother.
I didn't know a man, and so as a result, I was looking for love, and so I had this child. You know what I hear? Excuses.
Let me add on something real quick, right?
You're a great salesman.
This man right here.
I see why you got a great product.
This man, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. This man right here. I don't want to attack Antoine. Let me say that. No, hold on.
My life is perfect.
I want to make sure my words is accurate. Let me not try to attack Antoine. Let me say it like that. It's toxic to teach a woman to stay in a home where there's no form of love or safety or security, because that teaches the woman, the young child, it teaches the young girl that she should grow up and stay in a relationship with a man that's abusive, that attacks her mentally and physically, emotionally. We have to understand the majority of women will not leave a place where she feels safe. She will not leave a place where she feels loved. Men keep screaming that women are leaving men or divorcing men in high numbers because these women are no longer happy. They no longer feel safe. They're not being financially provided for. They're taking care of grown men. And I know brothers, right, that are amazing fathers, amazing fathers, and raising their bonus children. These bonus children aren't curses, they're blessings. And any man that's able to lead another child that's not biologically his, I salute you. Because the average man will not understand that. Again, Antoine was raised in a home with two parents, which is beautiful. Like I can't.
He's saying that like that's a knock on me.
Hold on. No, I'm saying it's beautiful.
He keeps mentioning it like that's something.
Hold on.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Brother. No, it's beautiful that he was raised in a home with two parents. But a lot of people didn't have the privilege of seeing that. So they're making mistakes, brother. They're making mistakes. She fell in love with the wrong. She fell in love with the wrong man. Whatever happened. But ladies, do not allow this man up here to make you feel like you're not deserving of a man. Or man, if you're in a relationship with a woman that has children, do your thing. I salute you. It takes a real man to be able to step up and be a father when no one else is.
No, it's not about do your thing. It's about going back to the thing that you committed to in the first place. And again, they always keep saying, do your thing. I'm surprised you ain't said queen at some point.
Queen?
Do your thing, queen. Do your thing, queen.
Let me ask you
No. At some point, you need to hold your parents accountable, right? Because again, we keep hanging this on the hats of men instead of hanging it on the hats of the people that came before you and put you in this position in the first place.
I agree.
So let's remove this whole thing that it's on men. It's not. It's not on all men. That's bullcrap.
What's not on all men?
It's not on this whole narrative of what we see in the culture. This is not a black man thing. The majority of men. So stop making up this narrative of an abusive household. Was he abusive? Wait. No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, let me finish. What? This is my question to you. Was he abusive before you opened up your legs to him?
No, can I speak? That's cool with you.
I asked you a question.
Brother, we have men that are some pro-finessers. They will give a woman a representation of themselves. And when they've got their hooks into the woman, they turn into something different. No woman in her right mind is going to be in a relationship with a man that's negative, Nancy, breaking her down mentally, physically, and spiritually, not providing for her financially. No, they get the hooks in her. And then when he feels like he's got her in love, and all she knows is him, he turns into something different. All I'm saying to you, brother, this is why I need you to hear this. I need you to hear this. Every woman that has had a child and is not with the man aren't bad people. And every man that had a child and not with the woman is not bad people. We keep saying a man shouldn't be with a woman that has children. Why? Because she have her children, but this man has children and children aren't with them. We have to make sense of this. Why do we keep saying, man, don't be with a woman with children, but we're not saying nothing about the man that's not taking care of his children or there for his children?
I want to actually ask that question right
That's like a Little Mermaid movie that you just made right there.
Let me ask this real quick, because I want to know if you also feel that way about men as well, because you got a daughter yourself. If you're giving her some instruction, would you pretty much instruct any woman? Is it the same rule that women should also stay away?
I would not tell a woman that don't have children to marry a man with children. Okay. I'm not biased on this. I'm consistent across the board. I don't think that it's in a woman. Could she possibly marry a good guy? Could a guy possibly marry a good woman? Absolutely. But I would never advise it, because I would never tell somebody to do something that I wouldn't do myself. I'm consistent in that. And let me correct them for a minute. Please. Nobody said that they were bad people. Okay. That's just not your people. Everybody that's a good person is not for you. Everybody that's in a situationship is not supposed to be a part of your network. Every person that's doing something good or well, they don't deserve to necessarily be in your life, because your journey is different. And so I never said anybody was a bad person, but I would never advise a man to do something that I wouldn't do myself, and I would never, ever go and talk to a woman that have children.
Well, when you say they're not your people, what does that mean?
And what I would tell her is to go back with your child's father. And it doesn't mean that she can't have love. If you can finesse a man into doing it, then do so. But I would never advise my guys to do that.
When you say not your people, what does that mean?
It can mean anything. It can mean that we're not equally yoked. Maybe we don't need to do business together. Maybe we are going in two different directions. Maybe we have two different belief systems. It's a lot of different things that can identify whether or not a person is your person or your people and not.
Okay, so are you telling people they should be in relationships even though it's toxic just because of the child?
I never said that.
So when should they part ways?
I don't think that they should have got it together in the first place, because you know who a person.
We're already there, brother. We're already there.
I specifically said no. I don't address if we already there.
Right.
I address. Literally. You have to take ownership and responsibility for it. I don't believe that people are getting finessed like you painted the picture. I believe, because that's to say that women aren't smart. Because how did you get so smart afterwards, but you wasn't smart enough to be able to identify that he was a POS when you got with him? That's literally telling y'all that y'all idiots. You're not an idiot. You're not dumb. Most women know who the dude is that they got with and who they chased before they got with him and opened up their legs to him. You know that. That's why they say get married. Marry before you carry. That's why they say that.
So let's, because I get you pretty much talking prevention.
Correct.
Not necessarily in the situation, but I actually want to go to the situation, because right now our culture is facing this situation in large numbers, Anton. So I want to get your consult for the people now in the situation, because we get your stance, not putting us there.
I told you, go back with your child's father.
But here's the thing. If we have identified as well, to Yada's point, that the brother is, at this point, not working on himself, pretty much unqualified at this point to lead and manage a family, may not even have the desire to, do you still recommend that woman put herself in that position? Or should
what position specifically?
To be in a relationship with this type of man? Or should she go about parting ways and trying to find, just run it, be a single
Listen,
mom?
I took my vows serious. I don't believe in parting ways. It's death till death do us part, in sickness and in health. For richer or for poor.
These are single women though, by the way.
Well, you said part ways.
Well, again, a woman who got pregnated by a man, they're not married.
That's your husband. That's your husband. What are we talking about? You can't take it back. Ain't no take backs. We in this. It's me and you till we die. We gonna figure it out.
I don't believe
No. They asked me the question.
I never believe I'm hearing this.
We gonna figure it out. We gonna work it out. We gonna do it. We gonna make it happen. We gonna take on the world, and we gonna take over the world. It's some things that we're gonna have to figure out together. But you just can't leave after you got somebody pregnant. You can't leave after you get pregnant. What you talking about? That's your husband.
Man, listen, hold on.
That's your husband.
Listen to me. Listen to me, ladies. If you're in a relationship with a man, you're pregnant, or if you have children by this man, and this man is not being a man in your life, leave him. If this man is breaking you down mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, leave him and make sure he gets himself together. And if he can't get himself together to keep you in his life, that's not the man for you. Leave. I don't care what this brother talking about. That makes no sense, and it's devilish. It's too many women being killed by toxic men because they want to stay for emotional reasons of the children. Think about yourself. Because you can't properly protect your child if you're being abused on any type of level, if you're not being provided for on any type of level. Love yourself enough to know when to leave. If not, you will pour this childhood.
Yeah, I put it in season 1 of my show. It's absolutely true.
But that's from real life.
Absolutely true. She sewed it in the lining of her purse. And so I was just remembering just watching my mom, like, who is this human being? It's like, you don't know who your parents are until like something like this happens.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know if they're good under pressure or horrible under pressure. My parents were unbelievable under pressure.
Yeah.
And it's like the first time you see them so uneasy when everything's been so wonderful up until then, and you just see her like turn it on. And yeah, she sews it in the lining of the purse, and she was getting my sister and I. The whole plan was I'm gonna get my sister and get my sister and I out of there. She was gonna come back to Kuwait, finish out everything else, and then meet us in the States. That was the whole idea. And so on the way to Jordan, we had to stop in Baghdad, and they were searching all the suitcases because they were finding any valuables they would just take there or tax you or whatever. You know, you gotta pay a fee. You know what I mean? So that's what the thing was. So my mom stayed on the bus actually, and she because she had a little bit of money left over, and she just didn't know where else to put it, so she just like hid it under clothes. Right. Well, they were just throwing the clothes out of the suitcase. She was like, oh my god. So she told my sister and I to get off the bus, and while they were searching everything, the soldier sees my mom never got off of there. But while she was on the bus by herself, she messed up all the clothes. She had some like orange peels from the drive, so she just poured all the trash all over it. And then the soldier comes up on there, starts yelling at her. The sergeant sees him yelling at a woman. He gets pissed off at him. He jumps on the bus. He's like, what's wrong with you? You know, look at her suitcase. It's obviously been searched already.
Orange peels everywhere.
Such a distraction. Such a good thing. And she goes, look at her face. That's not a face of a liar. And he goes, apologized to her, and we left him. My mom fucking pulled that off in the most stressful circumstances.
That's unbelievable. I heard that
that's
after,
just a snippet.
No, I want to get into all of it. I heard after season 1 came out, they executed that soldier. No, is that true?
He probably died of natural causes. He was like, it's probably 60. I hope they
reached out to him. You got to reach out to him.
I don't know how to get a hold of him. I was 9 years old.
Good old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're thinking of. I want to talk about DK Khaled. You ever seen orange peels?
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole. Good
old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're thinking of. I want to talk about DK Khaled. You ever seen orange peels?
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole.
He's like a hippopotamus.
He thought it was just an apple. It's the same thing. It's just like,
living life.
Yeah. There's nothing really to say about him, to be honest with you. It was more so I opened the special that way, and even like I'm saying this now, you're not gonna see it coming. It's really just a dope opening to something that I've never seen in a stand-up special before. So I wanted to like do it that way. But yeah, it's just like I was kind of like the idea is that over the last 2 years of writing a TV show, of the only Palestinian television show in the history of American television, and feeling all the stress of that, and then at the same time you're kind of seeing what everybody else is saying and what they're doing and what's going on. As comedians, that's what we do. We say the thing out loud that everybody's thinking, but nobody's saying. Right. So when I do that, and I've done that, that opening line in like 30 countries, and
they go crazy.
They fucking lose their mind.
Is there a part of you that, like, when you see that opening line just crushing so hard, is there a little part of you that's like, I hope that motherfucker doesn't come on board now? You can't take away my whole business.
As a matter of fact, it is a lifeline. But it's intended to be a lifeline. Like, yes, it's
not too late. No,
it is from a lot of people's minds for sure. It is too late because it's going to look fake no matter what, right? Yeah. But it's like the opening line, and then there's the ending of the special where I do this time bit. It's like a poem, slash comedy bit slash, trying to encapsulate everything that's been going on the last 2 years. And in that portion, I do, it's like hey, it's never too late kind of thing. It's never too late. It's a chance for him to do something about it.
Is it wild to see American, like in your lifetime? Is it wild to see Americans start to care about the struggle?
Yes.
Yes. Like, what is that like? Do you feel? Is it confusing almost to see it?
No, it's more like about time.
Of course,
because it's like I've been talking about it for so long, and there's been a massive struggle for me in the business itself, and all the hurdles that I've had, like of telling me like change your name, go to LA, don't tell me Palestinian. Like, what's going on? Like, why do I have to do that? Like, I just never really understood that fully. I got it, but I didn't understand it fully, to be honest with you.
What made you stay true?
It's impossible. What am I gonna? I can't pretend to be something else. Stand-up is the essence of stand-up is being yourself on stage, and it takes years of practice to be yourself on stage, and just shifting that. You'll be something else. I mean, you can think of an example, probably.
Yeah.
Carlos Mencia. I want to start that shit. I was hoping you said, to be honest with you. Go on.
The thing about Carlos, though, is he looks so Mexican.
Yes, Honduran.
He got treated whatever racism Mexicans get. He probably caught that.
Yeah, like if you look at.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm saying like it would be a part of
like
myself.
Al, are you even black? You can't tell.
Well, yeah, that's fucked up. What guys came for this, man?
Hold on.
It's some bullshit, bro.
Black people can speak up here. What percentage are you?
I'm 50% black.
Okay, so you get to say it. You get to say it.
I can say what, bro?
It's a declaration. You can say that word that he says when no one cares.
I that word with sand in front of it.
When you first heard the sand version, what did that feel like?
It was 9/11. It was like I've been in the country like 10 years. I didn't even know this slur even existed.
9/11 inspires some fire racing. Some real fire racing.
You didn't tell 9/11?
No, in Houston it was like, yeah, of course. There was
that.
If we're talking about Houston, by the way, he says
it's the most diverse city. I know.
I don't know anything.
It's the most diverse city in America. Legit, 100%.
It is the most diverse city, and they love telling you that. And they love telling you that. It's a fact. It's a fact, and they love telling you that after they say the N-word.
That's their justification.
Yeah.
No, I heard that New York is the most diverse.
Feel free to just make up a.
I'm just saying. We're going off. What are you going off of?
Forbes magazine, which is never wrong. It's the most diverse city in America.
Ford said that shit. Forbes. But in New York, like we don't fill out the census, so nobody. It's only white people fill out. So it feels more like
census in Houston.
I think they try. Yo, Rhode Island. My bad, I missed you guys last time, but we're coming back. March 28th, theatreshows.com for tickets.
Best show I've ever done. Hopefully the best show you've ever been to.
Hoboken and a bunch of other cities. I'll see you guys there. Thanks so much. MarkettingOnLive.com.
Legit, like the neighborhood I grew up in, Hayleaf, which is like just had so many amazing people come out of there.
Yeah.
It has like 90 languages spoken in that neighborhood alone. It's pretty supporting the school system.
Houston is like the first level of the video game of America.
Yes.
For like immigrants. You know, like if America was kind of complicit in doing some fuck shit to your country, we go, all right, y'all can come, but you gotta survive Houston. Yes. And then after that, you get to have this American experience. It's all like the Cambodians go there and like the Vietnamese as well. Yeah.
I don't know about the Cambodian population, but I know there's a huge Vietnamese population and a huge Nigerian population as well.
100%. But and I'm sure you can tell the difference, obviously, between the Cambodians and Vietnamese just off of looking at
impossible. Impossible. Let's just say Vietnamese.
Shout out to Cambodians though, for real. We love y'all, we appreciate y'all, and we're glad the war stopped.
I'll tell you exactly where the studio is.
We need to repair it. Shout out to Cambodians. The Cambodians.
What's happening?
Listen, Mo is on here. Obviously, we're talking reckless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen, we're the only people in America right now that believe that Muslims should hear jokes. I think we're the only one, two, what are we, 5 of us?
Yeah.
We're the only 5 comedians that believe that.
It's so.
How did you feel about when
so
you?
disgusting, bro. It's the whole.
I'm glad you talk.
It's so disgusting.
I cannot wait to talk to you about it because
it's so disgusting, bro. I find it so wildly appalling. First of all, like even the comedians that went there talk about it, and they liked it. They fucking laughed.
Like they're shocked.
I know. Just hearing some of the fucking comments, or even like the guys like on podcasts talking about, oh, we're making sure the guys that didn't get invited, that didn't get to go to the shows, talking about doing this kind of shit. Fuck you too.
What was that thing?
Fuck you too.
Yes. What about that?
No, they were like, it was like different podcasts. No, this bullshit, bro. It's like really upsetting because
I wish I got that guy from Saudi.
It's straight up like exactly. It's just straight up that like casual racism, bro. It's fucking insane.
It's the biggest low expectations.
It's insane, bro. It's so wildly appalling. And then first of all, for me, from my perspective, bro, I'm a Palestinian roaming around in the streets. Like no matter where I go, I'm dealing with something. And also like me going to that region, going to Saudi Arabia, going to Riyadh itself. How many Palestinians that reached out to me after the show that they brought their kids, man? I'm so it makes me emotional, bro.
Yeah.
That my kids got to see you on stage, got to say the things that you got to say, and it was completely free reign. You got to do what you want to do. So fuck you for your casual racism. Fuck you for not wanting to push the needle forward. Fuck you for not like even like considering of being upset that the film industry's there, NFL is there, the UFC, everything is there. Everybody's there. You want to pick on comics, the most freest art form on planet Earth, probably the last free art form on planet Earth. We can actually push the needle forward, and you're talking about this is the issue. I find huge beef with that. And you're talking about like 284 journalists killed in Gaza, and nothing about that. Nobody's like having a beef with doing shows in Tel Aviv or anything like that. Fuck that, bro.
Talk your shit.
I'm being. This is the truth.
We the best. We the best comedy. It's comedy with us.
It's like I really find it to be appalling, bro. The casual racism is fucking insane. And I'm a Muslim. Yeah. My brother's buried there down the street. You couldn't stop me from going there and performing for my own people. And as far as money's concerned, it was very much like in line with what I get paid in the Middle East. It wasn't like I went out there and like, oh my God, I got 6 yachts. No, it was very much in line for what I got paid. Tell them how
rich you are. Tell them.
I'm not that rich. No, it's not taxes. I pay all the taxes. That's the one thing I don't fuck around with in America. I pay all the taxes.
I'm more afraid of those 3 letters than I should.
100%. give a fuck. I'm comfortable. I've been in worse situations than a detention center. I've just been chilling. I made good things happen in a detention center.
I love that that's your perspective. And maybe like ours is different because like we performed in the Middle East before, so we knew what to expect of that. But like the funniest thing is when you see these people who like identify as very progressive, and it's like their expectations of people are so low that it doesn't match up with the progressive ideals.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't believe you do that. Like, I couldn't believe
it. I just can't believe you would just go and perform for these animals. Let's just say it. Just fucking say it.
Say it.
Just say it.
Exactly.
Just say it. And I've been dealing with this shit my whole life, and I don't want to hear anything about it, especially like from comedians attacking other comedians. It's really fucked up, and I just really don't like that. That's not where we need to be as comedians. We need to be, you know, more thoughtful and have real dialogue and not just trying to throw people under the bus for absolutely no reason. I'm just really just shocked by it. I was really, really blown away by it. I couldn't believe it. In Houston, my hometown, the place where I brought the first ever narrative sitcom, you know, to that spot, is millions of dollars of revenue is coming to the city from me bringing a show, way more than I ever made on a TV show. And, you know, I stood for Houston. I love Houston. I still live in Houston. That's my town. That's my shit. They couldn't wait to shit on it. No. They couldn't wait to shit on it. Somebody putting it out there like, shame on you. Shame on you, motherfuckers. Shame on you. Shame on you. All I've done is give up so much. You think it was easy to film in Houston? You think that was an easy pitch to fucking go to Netflix? But hey, I want to really film this as realistically as possible, as grounded as possible. And Houston, Texas, a place that has no structure for film and television. And the moment I go over there, you want to throw me in, fuck you.
You've already been over there.
Houston Chronicle.
Yeah. But you've already been over there.
I've already been over there. I've been over there, and I'm a Muslim, bro. I'm a Muslim. It's an obligation to go to Mecca. I have to go to Mecca as well. It's like part of that system. And my brother's buried there. I lost my brother 3 weeks before my first season came out. Like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
I want to give you a chance to push back. This is people say like, well, the government paid and you're accepting money from the government. I want you to speak on that.
What do you mean?
That somehow that makes it immoral. I don't agree.
Where does all this money come from? It all has one source. This has nothing to do with it. I sold tickets there. That's what I think about. I think about going there as pre-negotiated. I go there and do that. Nobody's sitting there, no royal family sitting there writing checks to you to do that. It's part of a big fund.
I think they don't realize that people had to buy tickets to go to the show.
People had to buy tickets to go to the show.
To be honest, I wish they didn't. I wish it was free.
They book people who can come out and sell tickets. And we could have done a much bigger venue probably. I was last, you know, one of the later ones to be added. Fucked up enough. I was booked on October 7th. Which was like, why did you do this to me?
Dubai, October 7th. We flipped. Bro, they were exhausted from celebrating. Okay,
that's not funny. You can't say that. You can't say that. They can't do that. I ain't saying shit. I ain't saying shit. That was funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
No, but it's good to hear that perspective, and like it is funny.
Bro, the casual, I can't stand it, bro.
I think it was fake, bro.
Fucking
I'll be honest, I think it was fake.
Yeah,
like there are people who fell for it, but I think that a lot of it was started by bots. Because literally 2 weeks after, we all said this, so like in 2 weeks, nobody will even make a peep about this, and it has completely died down.
Yeah, it is.
And then what has happened in Saudi over the next 2 weeks?
I think it was a negotiating thing. Somebody was negotiating something, and that's what created the pressure. That's probably what it was. And then even the fans, like maybe like creating a little fuss to like create some negotiating leverage. I don't know. I'm just speculating here.
You're saying between countries?
Maybe, maybe it's the case, or agencies, or whatever.
People did hop on it though. CNN was on it. Comics on it.
I think it's not there's any distraction that they can fucking come on. Like they just start doing it. The part that really frustrated me is like really pissed me off is that I'm nobody even like you just lump me into this shit, and me being Palestinian, me being my background and the everything that we've done as comedians to try to push the needle forward and try to just be truth tellers hopefully and storytellers, and then there's people that even took the money and came back and fucking apologized. Like, that's just crazy, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. These people want the fans in Saudi. I mean 50% I think the population is actually Saudi. I think something like that. And who's the other 50%? You know, who's the other 50%? So it's just like, it's not like we were sitting there performing. We were performing for real fans, people that had appetite for this, people that wanted to see this. And I can't tell you enough, like, the amount of emails that I got from, like, people, like, parents that brought their kids out, or Palestinians that were there, that were like, oh my God, I can't believe you said those things. And it's just, it's so empowered and free.
Because a lot of people that talked about it, they're going to go out on tour around the world, and they're going to start to realize that, like, you know, there are rules in certain countries that might not align with their progressive policies or politics, and we're going to see if there's any pushback. I don't think there will be. I think the whole thing was fake in the first place. And nobody actually cared.
Exactly. Here's another thing too. It's like even some of my fans were like, I expected better from you. I was like, well, I expected better from you actually, because I thought you would trust me. I thought you would trust me to be the same person no matter where I went. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't change. There's a lot of people that do change. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. People that go to a certain country and then they become like monkeys for that country. Like, no. I'm myself, no matter where I go. It's very important to be thoughtful in the things that you say, and I'm very, very like technical with it. And I've been doing this shit for a long time. No, I don't know. I genuinely don't really have examples. I'm talking about myself only. That's the only person I can speak for. Is like, I expect more from you as well to trust me and to know like everything that I've done with the show and how groundbreaking it is, and what I did with that last episode in season 2 is nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that. Like, I can't wait for you.
Think you've gotten your credit? You think you've gotten your credit for?
I got it from the people, man. Like the amount of tickets that I've sold on the road and people that want to see it from every background that you can think of. That's what I don't care what anybody else says. I don't care what industry says or anything like that. They, you know, the numbers on the road and the people that have come up to me, no matter where I am on planet Earth. That's my award. That's how I feel like it. And if there's many, you know, there's things coming up, and I hope they do recognize it because it's good for the next future filmmakers, and I think it's the right thing to do, just because objectively it's so dope.
I was telling you, I have not gotten a chance to watch season 2. It's been on the road too much. Season 1 was awesome. Season 2, from the people, I hear like unbelievable praise. Unbelievable, like it meant something to people. And I think you you are kind of the man of this moment, whether you want to be or not. I just think you don't really have a choice, and you've risen to the occasion. But I'm just very proud of you as somebody who's been doing 15 years watching this whole thing happen.
No, it's genuinely like something that I feel like is my life's work, you know? It's like a life purpose, like to go into something like this and get this off my chest was not an easy thing. Where first season I was kind of like, you know, it was pandemic, I was divorced by a year and a half, I was dealing with so many things, but the first Zoom room ever, and I think, you know what I mean? It was like so many different things in the air, and people telling you should do this, not do that, and you feel confident in a particular storyline, and you start picking at it enough where you start losing confidence, like fuck. And I went into the second season, like nobody's touching that. Me, these are the guys, I love y'all, you come with me. If you don't, I can't have this like doubt shit, you know. I can't have, you gotta trust yourself completely, and I did that to the fullest extent, and nobody really meddled in what I had and the vision that I had, and it was just, to me, it was like a perfect piece of art.
You're single now, right?
No, I'm married, I have a baby.
Again?
What do you mean?
You said you got divorced.
I divorced in the first season 1, that's 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Shit.
6 years
I know
ago.
you got a baby. Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to put out there. Congratulations, that's amazing.
No, it was awesome. I don't know, I got remarried.
The girl I met?
Yeah, you did meet her, right? Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Did you come back home? Did you come back home?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on.
Brown girl?
Oh, she's brown, yes. I've always been brown.
What type of brown?
Always been brown.
What type of brown? What type of brown?
Portuguese?
Wait, Portuguese sound white.
Spanish?
So you only went back to Mexico once, huh?
Three times.
Hold on.
Here's the thing. We've known each other since 8th grade.
They got you.
And we know
white girls, bro.
she's not white.
What is she?
Portuguese. She's so stupid. She's
Spanish and Portuguese. That's Spanish. That's your opinion.
Yeah, I know, but she's not, bro. But North African influence like crazy.
Now, don't even try. That's
true, though. What do you mean? History?
Listen. Did you revert her?
No, she converted herself.
Oh, really? With no influence from you?
Zero. Yes.
Get out.
This was the first time, too, to be honest with you.
No, zero. It's for real.
Really?
She was pregnant with our son, and it was like she was about 3-4 months pregnant, and she just woke up like just crying, just like very, she just wanted to do it from her heart. It was beautiful.
Wow. Yeah. And then what is your reaction to that?
God. Are you sure? No, you have to like. I genuinely like don't like to press about these things. I think it's my responsibility is like to surround the family with like good vibes, good spirits, and things like that. And that was like came from her, and I just wanted her to be sure 100%. Like I don't want this to come from like I got to do it because you know. No, you got to feel it in your heart, and it has to come. And the rest is between you and God and divine.
So now she's on board.
She's on board. Yeah, she's amazing. But and I've known her since 8th grade, and all these years went by, and we rekindled. We never dated like back then.
Long game.
Super. My mom met her like 5 minutes later. My mom gave her a ring. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Oh,
yeah, she was like, "She's so dope, bro."
She like white girls too, huh?
Oh, you're the worst. Top 5 worst.
Fuck out, Brady. You give me the fucking top spot.
There's a lot of worse. There's a lot worse. She's still into top 5. Everybody has top 5. Top 5.
She's cool, and you want stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, does it put more pressure on you to be 100% like committed? Like, you gotta be. Is she about it?
And now you're just like a convert, you know?
Yeah. There's like extreme examples of people who convert and things like that. It hasn't been like it's been a very natural and like smooth thing. You know, my whole thing is like compulsion in religion is also bad too. So I was always taught that it's like the balance. My way is the middle way is what the proper supposed to say. It's like my way is the middle way. So you always have to be balanced in everything that you do. You can't be too extreme in everything that you do.
But she's not just like pulling out hadiths out of nowhere, and you're like, oh shit.
I'm shocked that you're pulling out hadiths right now.
I love it. Mark has been trying to relate to you all the time. Every time you're like, shut the fuck up. I love it. It's a fucking lame thing.
I enjoy this one. Enjoy it. It don't last long.
Hey, because he's free.
I'm gonna take Shahad after this, bro. Who knows? He's trying to get
it's not that big a deal, but just cleanse your
Don't talk about it.
You can't do it. It's okay. You want to go to hell? It's not a big deal.
But you can get me out though.
You can get him out.
Yeah.
Following the Diddy case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big fan? You don't listen to hip-hop? You're not a hip-hop guy?
No, I mean, I like some music, you know, but I'm not interested in Diddy.
Okay. Well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, you know, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar Wright and all this stuff, and also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay. And, you know, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, you know, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey, man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, and we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do. And then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, you know, how did Epstein even make his money? You know, your impression of the guy, you know, being a billionaire, $600-700 million, what is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math.
Right.
Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And he started corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. You know, he was like the youngest partner on Wall Street when he became a partner in Bear Stearns.
Got it. Yeah.
And he all the corruption going on.
He looks like a scheme of Lou Ferrigno here. Yeah. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him. He looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
And young. Yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
Is it pop?
That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas or not really?
Yeah, he gave me a for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, you know, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd maybe sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 from client A, $200,000, you know, for different people, and they get the gains. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses to whatever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, well, brokers not really monopolies. Everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people had the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or not?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, you know, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now, Jeffrey was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, you know, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and you know, money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever the money they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great, but Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year, it's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know anyone of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. You know, they make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. He said he spent there it is, okay. The billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Newton, Chicago. It was a very intimate event. And even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you know, you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, the ILITs, all the stuff that you do, okay? You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax planning services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with them, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly shirt, we sold out in no time. And trust me, it's very interesting, the looks you get when you're in the airport, in the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly. People will come and smile at compliment you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? It's a positive review, place your order, and then go back to the interview.
License it, huh?
Doesn't when you need to enjoy the method, the money I like.
kufika kwinsimbi yeshumi elinesibini. Apho siva khona amabali okwenyani sifunde kubantu ngabantu. Masixolelane no-TSI-DI umhlobo wenene FM.
Hashtag APM. Umhlobo wenene FM.
David himself is sitting right next to me. My man, how are you, my man? It's good to see you. How you doing? I can't complain, man. I can't complain. First of all, how's life these days for you? Let me just get this straight, because we're sitting here in the aftermath of a presidential debate. You are unapologetic about who you're going to vote for, and you have been telling everybody and their grandparents, do you see what's going on the left, et cetera, et cetera. What has life been like for you over the last couple of weeks or so since that debate has taken place?
Since that debate has taken place. I mean, this is probably the most, if we were to talk about a, person who is the face of a league, in sports, you're a sports guy, if you were to say, what is the worst performance the MVP or the face of the league has had in a finals game, in a fight where you're so disappointed, who would you say, right? And no matter who you ask, left, right, or center, everybody will tell you this is the worst performance we've ever seen in the history of any presidential debate. Doesn't matter who you put up there.
Reagan versus Jimmy Carter?
No. This is
Barack Obama versus Mitt Romney, the first go round?
Well, Romney got it the second go round, and then Romney on the third go round. I was on a flight one time with Bill O'Reilly from Burbank to Vegas, and this was an event he was doing back then, I think, with Mr. Just like, I don't know, whatever the time is when Romney and Obama are going back and forth. And I said, hey, what the hell happened? Romney had the lead in second debate. Third debate, he got all stopped. He says, because Romney got feedback from his marketing team that single women voters don't like the way they were hard on Obama on Benghazi. He took that counsel and he lost. He could have beaten Obama, but he didn't go strong on the third one. No, there's never been anything worse than what we saw here. We've never seen anybody show up, being able to deliver a single message, allowing Trump to have that one hit to say, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know what he just said, and I don't think he even knows what he said. So now the real thing is going to be how quickly the DNC is going to be able to replace. If so, if not, There's many moving parts, but we're living in uncharted territories right now. We're going to see what's going to happen.
You know, it's interesting because you've talked, and we'll get into all of this because I don't know too many people you haven't interviewed, to be quite honest with you. You sat down with me years ago. This is before you brought me to your studios here in Florida. We sat down when you came to see me in New York City. You've interviewed the late great Kobe Bryant. You've interviewed a plethora of other notable figures inside and outside the world of sports and whatever, but I know what level of passion you have for this particular subject. Are you of the mindset, even though I know that you want Trump to win, are you of the mindset that in Biden's case, he should step out of the race or he should finish the deal?
Do you trust in his way to communicate any message with anybody? Do you trust him? Because this is how it works in the world of business, okay? Let's just say, Stephen A., you're running a $3.5 trillion a year company. Let's call this company USA, okay? Let's say I, on behalf of you, I'm going to go negotiate with another guy named Xi or another guy named Vlad. Let's just call him Vlad. Or let's call another guy named Zelensky, okay? Or another guy named Raisi or whoever, Khamenei, that's running Iran, the late Raisi. Would you trust Biden on behalf of you to go negotiate with any one of those guys? I don't think you'd say yes to that. I would. Exactly. So we are the owners of this country. We're the voters, right? We are voting for somebody on behalf of us to go negotiate in a favorable term for us. It's very simple. You have to negotiate favorable terms on the $200 billion we gave to Zelensky. You have to negotiate on favorable terms to put the fear in, Putin to not do what he's doing to, Ukraine. You have to put the fear in Xi. So to me, it's not that simple. It's not even about, me and Trump are not friends. I've never worked directly with him to have like a conversation. You probably had more interactions with him one-on-one than I've had with him. I've met him at a UFC fight. Dana made the introduction. I've been to Mar-a-Lago a couple times. I've met his son. I've met him. I've met Don a couple times.
I've never seen him since 2014.
That's the
last time we saw each other. When we were at a game, at the Knicks game, and he introduced me to Bill O'Reilly at that particular moment in time. And I was the person he called in 2015, when he was trying to purchase the Buffalo Bills. And he said to me on the phone, he said, Stephen A., I want to get the Bills. He said, but I got a feeling these folks are going to get in my way. And his exact words to me, and I've said this publicly, so I'll echo it to you. He said, if them fuckers get in my way, I'm going to get them back. I'm going to run for president. That's exactly what he said. He said this to me in 2014. Wow. He said it to me in 2014, trying to get the bills. The price for it was $1.4 billion. Yeah. You know, he wasn't able to get it, and there you have it.
Yeah. So think about, by the way, I spoke to him and I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. It's one of the first things I told him. I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. I think that would be an entertaining interview if you interview Trump.
I wouldn't run from it. I'd gladly interview.
I know you would. And I think it'd be very entertaining for everybody to watch. And if they're watching it right now, they ought to consider it, especially if they did Logan Paul. It'd be a very different kind of an audience to speak to because a big part of the audience listens to you. So for me, I just did 3 interviews today. Today's, whatever the day is, day after 4th of July, we're sitting here. You're working the day after 4th of July. Most of America right now is like, no, it's my 4-day weekend, all this stuff, right? We're grinding, we're working. I asked one of the guys, I said, hey, you're interviewing today. He says, yes. So you sure you want to work for a company that's working on 5th of July, day after 4th of July? He says, I asked the question myself, right? Do you think President Biden is working on the 5th of July? Do you think he's working 6 days a week the way Trump would do? Do you think he would pick up the calls? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than a Newsom? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than any of the other candidates? So the fact that they have him over a Trump as a candidate, I trust Trump in the locker room to sit down and talk to these guys with G. Did you hear the story that when Byron Donalds was on State Steel, the other fellow that was with him that said, hey, what's the best Trump story that you have? He said he goes one time and sits and talks to the Taliban, and he says, hey, I want you to know something. We're about to exit Afghanistan when I get reelected. When we do, I swear to God, if you do anything to any of my soldiers, even a hair, if anything happens to them, I'm going to kill you. I'm telling you this respectfully. I don't want to have problems with you. Trump gets up, takes out a sheet of paper out of his pocket, hands it to the man with a picture of his house and his family, and walks out.
Wow.
See, I want
Byron Donald told that story.
Byron Donald's associate next to him on Sage Steele's, I'll give you the link afterwards, told the story. And guess what? Do you believe that kind of story? I do. I do believe he would say something like that. I think we need strength today. We don't have it.
Let's get into you for a quick second here. For people who don't know you, just read it from my notes because I want to make sure I have it right. Immigrated to America when you were 10 years of age after your parents fled Iran as refugees during the Iranian Revolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were eventually granted U.S. citizenship. Of course, you joined the U.S. military, served in the 101st Airborne after high school. Is that correct?
It is correct. Okay,
so look at the Patriots. I see you. Launched PHP agency, an insurance, sales, marketing, and distribution company before you turned 30. Yep. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you think about yourself as a person living here in America, as a guy, family fled from Iran, you're here in America, this American citizen that you are, this pride that you have. Talk to me about what your vision is of what America should be.
What America should be. Okay, so take a look at it. Your the greatest guy in sports commentating ever, right? You're the GOAT. Everybody calls you the GOAT.
I don't call myself.
I'm not saying you calling it. We get to say that. But you're the GOAT in the face of. If I want to find out what something happens with, hey, LeBron James contract 2 years, $102 million, and he didn't decide to take a lower contract to get, Paul, $104 million or whatever it is to get Paul George or DeMar DeRozan or any of these guys, and Klay Thompson had the option. They went elsewhere. What does Stephen A say about this? Oh, okay, got it. All right, I agree, disagree, but I want to know what you have to say, right? Okay. You're black. I'm Middle Eastern. Stephen A had a 1.8 GPA in high school. I don't think you had a 1.8 GPA in high school, but I had a 1.8 GPA in high school. Parents got a divorce to each other twice. They married, divorced, then remarried. I'm born, then they're divorced. Okay, that's my upbringing. My mother side, they were communists. My dad's side, they're imperialists. So their biggest, they were both the same religion, but politically they were on the complete opposite ends. One side, my mom's side, they would say rich people are greedy. My dad would say poor people are lazy. So who's right, who's wrong, right? When I was 14 years old, I come home one day, and I asked my mom, I'm like, Mom, politically, what are we? She says, we're Democrats. I said, really? Yeah. Why are we Democrats? Because Republicans are for the rich and Democrats are for the poor. I said, no way. Yeah. I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. I didn't say it just like that? Just like that. Wow. I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. And I have no clue what we're talking about. I can't stand politics because politics divided two people I love the most. I'm not.
me, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power, the power that Trump's using? Trump's using his power of the presidency, the power that he's given. Stewart said, it's enough with the he is a Hitler. Stop doing that. What would you effing do if you had the presidency? Okay, so, and first of all, John, they can't stop doing that. You know the Democrats can't stop doing that, how dare you, and they can't stop calling him a fascist. Secondly, you know what they would do if they had Trump's power. You watch them do it. They made everyone take experimental medical treatments. They locked us down. They closed people's businesses. They they ended a war in the worst way possible and started another war.
They charged him with a felony for selling his house to Jon Stewart, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that's what they did, and then they prosecuted their political opponents. That's what they did. But they had that power. What would you do? That's what they did. You saw them do it over the last 4 years. You know damn well what they would do. They used the power of the FBI to sink 5,000 of their agents out of political movement to disband it, discredit it, and criminalize it. That's what they did. You know damn well what they would do.
What they do, they withdraw the someone who tells you what they actually think. Like Will Harris. And look at someone who tells you what they think, like the Scum of the Earth. That's what they would do. They really want to come on. All the states what she thinks. But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First of all, triple dynamics. Every action is met with a very small overreaction. These patterns are sick. They are offensive.
So this is when Trump was giving out pardons. They're like, these are sick. Right? Remember that? But then when Biden did it.
They were preemptive. They are un-American. This is one of the most egregious and despicable acts in American history. This is sensible authoritarian talk. I caution you to class. Major and submissive liberal pride.
But they're talking about Trump giving pardons to the January 6th people. Oh my God. Yeah.
You heard John said the last thing, I should take it as the submissive liberal crying, which is like funny, it's true. He did take that.
He did take that.
Submissive liberal crying 101. Isn't it Is it an abuse of power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of the king. And then we say, oh, by the way, with the power, you're going to get all like kingly balls, right? This part-time host and occasional funny man, Jon Stewart, calling out Democrats and establishment media for their incessant hypocrisy and fear-mongering about Donald Trump and the Republicans. Welcome to Nerd News. I'm Nerkish, and it looks like it's one of those rare times when the left goes so far that...
No, this isn't neurotic. This is Nerk News.
Even liberals like Jon Stewart are forced to point out their lies, which have been almost too many to count since the start of President Trump's second term. Here's Stewart slamming top Democrats and the media for doing the only thing they know how to do. Try to terrify Americans into doing what they want them to. The return to 1600 Triple Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. Then we have weekend. Serenity now. Then we can finally catch our breath. Begin to move forward. Intentionality. Friday night massacre. Late Friday night purge. Ensuing purge. The purge. Ah! Trump is ushered in the purge! I couldn't take full advantage. Although this is misinterpreting. What is this purge about exactly?
In 300 meters, continue straight.
They got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many. I have no idea. What Trump did violated the law. You can't just fire these people. Title 5, Section 403 of the U.S. Code of Federal Law. An inspector general may be removed by the president. What? So what's the purge? What's the... Why?
Continue straight. Then, turn left.
Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? Oh, you can do it, but not in that font! That kid knows font! You know, just like Bill Maher, Stewart only seems to see the problems of big government when a member of the opposing party is holding office. I mean, kudos to him for acknowledging it, but the expansion...
Turn left. Then, your destination will be on the left.
Praxis. And they wanted... I don't know what happened to them. And this isn't even like shitting on them. They just wanted to build... Yeah, a startup linked to Peter Thiel wanted to build the next great city in Greenland. Like, they wanted to just get out of here. Make the laws, and they were like, we're not into this. All of these tech people believe to some degree in a post-American future. Whether they admit it or not. They're not going to admit it. They all love Jesus now, which is interesting. So they've all found him. We trust that? We trust that conversion? Is that authentic? Nope. But all of these people want a post-American future. And they love these ideas, right? Yeah, let's buy a piece of land, let's start small, run it on crypto, see what happens. Fully kind of libertarian, feudal state run by crypto. So what do you do concept of the future, where nation states are going to be at the very least subservient to the new tech reality. What do you need? You need kind of this digital police state that everyone's going to have to live in. And that's where you bring in Palantir. The New York Times article here, the Trump administration has tasked Palantir, Peter Thiel and Palantir, with building a database of Americans. Their financial info. So Peter Thiel, Palantir is founded by these guys, Alex Clark, Joe Lonzo, and Peter Thiel. I met Joe Lonzo in Austin. I went to his house. Nice guy, very smart. I described him on the show. He no longer likes me. That's fine. This is a pattern for me, right? This seems to be a pattern. I don't think it's right. He had a great big swimming pool, and I love swimming, and I love a big pool. Most people don't have them. He had a huge pool. I think it was 80 feet. Doesn't matter. I'm being sued. I met him. He no longer, I think he's actively involved with Palantir. He's doing some other startup. He's doing some other. He wanted to build another city to compete with Austin or something. Everyone's got a fun idea at these tech gigs when we go. Everyone's got a fun idea. Everyone wants to do something revolutionary. And so, in March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal information. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since, but behind the scenes officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they have turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. This is where you have to start questioning if the Trump administration is like some type of op. Meaning like, is this real? Is the administration that got elected to purge the deep state actually using the deep state to compile a list of data on all the people that live here? This shadowy company Palantir that works with the CIA and the military, they do all this fun stuff. They export all their technology all over the world to places, fun like Israel right now. I don't know what they're doing. I guess setting up breakfast stations for the Palestinians. Perhaps not. But this shadowy company is compiling a list of data of the American people. The Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon, when Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts, as well as new contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. So Palantir has received $113 million in federal government spending since Trump took office. This does not include a $795 million contract the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to two other agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, about buying its technology. The push has put a key Palantir product.
Mansa Musa, give me Nelson Mandela.
Yeah. These are pretty good, I guess.
Top 5 Asians of all time.
Who's the one that had all the offspring?
Genghis Khan.
I guess he's number 1.
Wasn't he like a dictator or something?
Oh yeah, he was
a nice guy.
Brutal tyrant.
Not a nice
You
guy.
can't make him number 1.
Why not?
Come on.
If like 50% of Asians have a piece of his DNA in them.
Now you go. What does that mean?
That's some bad shit, bro. Some bad shit is what that means.
Jesus, Genghis Khan was wild.
All right, can we go top 5 Asians? Can we just say it?
I'm trying to think.
Bruce Lee's in the top 5.
That's the thing. Like we're hesitant to put Bruce Lee because he's an action star and martial artist. But why don't we talk about global impact of Bruce Lee?
It's not even close. He made.
What did he do globally for Asians?
What did he do? Did he reinforce a lot of stereotypes that exist to this day? Yeah. What do you mean?
Bruce Lee was so dope that every other race acknowledged him as like the bar for something. You remember the Last Dragon?
For the Bruce Lee impact, man.
Let me tell you something.
You remember the Last Dragon, bro?
To this day, if you get into a fight with an Asian dude in the street and he fucking, you're gonna be like, you got it, bro. Right. That is the effect of Bruce Lee.
People don't know what that is, though.
What is that?
Like the stance you just made. I know it because I'm old enough to know it.
Any stance.
Alright, nah, that's not true. You do that karate kid shit, I'm beating the shit.
What if he goes like this? What if he goes like that? What if he goes like that?
See, that's different. That's Dragon Ball Z.
If he goes like that,
that's different. But I gotta see some shit glowing. If you do this shit to me, I'm fucking you up. I'm fucking you.
It was an Italian kid.
Yeah, I don't believe you know that.
But if he was an Italian kid, Karate Kid was an Italian kid.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
What about my man, the Dodgers right now? Greatest baseball player of all time.
Yeah, the Dodgers dude.
Shantani here.
Oh, Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth.
He could have gone on the blacklist.
No, Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani. He's up there.
It's crazy we're struggling with this one. They have the majority.
No, it's crazy. Chris is struggling with this one, yo. I'm about to take your yellow card, Chris. I'm gonna take your yellow card. I thought you knew something about Asians. This is crazy.
Come on, bro. I need. Can we? All right, why don't we change
the top Germans?
Can we just name 5 Asians? How about that? Why don't we just name 5?
Rush Hour was that fire to people?
No, Rush Hour was crazy. Rush Hour was crazy.
Rush Hour was that fire that he gets the top 5. Trump Asians to bring it back.
Yeah, he's like mandatory. We need another Rush Hour. You know that shit affected Trump in a meaningful way.
This is for Asians. I'm not gonna lie. Like it seems like all
Dalai Lama.
Yo, Dalai Lama up there.
Dalai Lama.
We still don't know what he did. We don't know what he did. Really.
I didn't know the Dalai Lama was Asian. What else, Chris?
Hello Kitty. Goku.
Ali Wong.
Goku.
Man, to be honest with you, Asians? It's kind of a boring list.
Yo, it is. You know what it is?
Boring list, yo.
You know what it is? Asians dominate in terms of like successful. This guy right here. We might have to put, right here. You gotta put Jensen Hong. You gotta put Jensen Hong.
Jensen Hong.
You gotta put Jensen Hong.
Jensen Hong is up there. See, President CEO in the video.
You gotta put Jensen on there.
Alright, I got top 5 Asians. Jensen Hong, Bruce Lee, Ali Wong.
You're putting Ali top 5 Asians of all time.
Ali Wong?
Of all time?
Yes, bro.
That's disrespectful to the Asians. No offense to Ali.
Ali Wong.
Alright, let's start over here.
It's my top 5.
Well, let's do this.
Alright, what else we doing, y'all? It's been an interesting week, man. I wanted to know your thoughts on this topic.
Tell me.
Jason Derulo doesn't want to work with anymore. We have to clip this. This is interesting. Now remember, I'll scroll up because I want to read this right. I want to read what happened, but I think people forget. I'm going to read the headline. The headline says, Jason Derulo, I'll never work with women again. Jason Derulo delivers shocking comment after sexual harassment case against him. Which I forgot. I mean, so many people was getting me killed. I didn't even know Jason Derulo got caught up in this. But let's click on what he said.
There was a lawsuit not too long ago by an artist who was like hired to your label. It was dismissed. It's fine. What did you learn going through that? Never work with women. Oh, come on. There's truth in every joke. But it's a sad truth. Like, I will never be alone in a room with a woman that I work with. Ever. It's too risky. That case was dismissed twice in 2 different states. And there's hardly no mention of it online. When that case was brought up, it was on every single blog, every single front page. And I lost so many very good relationships off of a story that was not even slightly believable. She said that you sacrificed a goat in a sexual ritual. All people read was the headline, right? And that's all it takes to lose everything. That's a crazy.
In 3 kilometers, use the left lane to take the M39, Allendale Road exit toward Midrand.
Crazy story. That's what we're told. So, with that being said, how can I be comfortable being in a
something else. Go scroll to the headline, Chris. The media is still doing it because they'll put a headline, "I'll never work with women again." Jason Derulo. You understand what I'm saying?
He just said never being alone in a room with them.
But listen, even if he did say I'll never work with a woman again, he said it in jest. He said there's truth in every joke. My thing is just the context of why he said that. If you don't understand the context of why he said that, I don't know what to tell you. I thought he explained that very well just now. He's like, if I was with a woman and she just made up some crazy wild shit and it became a headline everywhere and I lost millions of dollars, why would I ever put myself in that situation?
Now, let me
his PTSD is real.
Let me pose something to you.
Okay.
Let's say that there's a girl and she had a horrible encounter with a dude from a certain race. You guys pick your race. And then she said, I just never want to be alone in a room with a person of that race anymore. How would society view her? Society might, and she got an actual reason because she did have a bad situation with them, and she's now painting that.
In 800 meters, use the left lane to take the M39 Allendale Road exit toward Midrand.
And she's like, this happened to me with a person from this race, and now I don't feel comfortable. And we would deem that person racist, and that they're.
But the reality is that's what we all do. We do those broad generalizations, right?
Well, we deem them wrong, right? Societally, we go that's. Like,
well, it depends. If I have a
use the left lane to take the M39 exit, then slide left onto the ramp to Kyalami.
And we would look at you and we would say, hey man, don't paint all white people like this. You would encounter with an asshole.
Yeah.
And I guess in this circumstance, we should also tell him, hey, you had an encounter with an asshole, and it's probably not a good idea to paint all women with that.
Slide left onto the ramp to Kyalami, then merge onto Allendale Road.
Why can we not acknowledge his PTSD?
You can say you have PTSD over the situation, which I thought sounded very authentic.
Yeah.
Without saying I'll never be in a room with a woman again.
I mean, it's easy to say that to you. You ain't scooters, Chris. You want all scooters off the streets of New York because of one bad encounter, because you stepped out on the sidewalk and somebody in the scooter came. You wanted all scooters. You never said that dumbass driver that was riding the scooter.
I said if they're going the right way, I have no problem with it.
You never have said
on the street.
You never said that.
Right way. No, right way on the street.
Chris, you're not
on the street. Wrong way. Sidewalk. They gotta go.
No, you wanted scooters off the street. You said it here on this podcast.
Scooters traveling at a safe speed in the right direction, obeying traffic laws. It's very easy.
In 300 meters, turn left.
Immigrants?
Are they?
I don't know. Do you have an issue with immigrants, Chris?
I do not. No matter.
The assessment of evidence in the court of public opinion is the least robust. So people come to quick conclusions about who's an angel and who's the devil. And when we look at what we've heard so far, it is becoming increasingly difficult to decide who's lying and who's telling the truth. Because I think in one of our conversations we said that in the absence of a rebuttal and cross-examination, people are compelling. And now what has happened is that we heard the first round of allegations. Let's say the first round of allegations by Mkwanasi, and those who have testified in support of those allegations. They were compelling in the absence of a rebuttal and cross-examination.
Sure.
We're now in the middle of those who were accused or against whom allegations have been made, giving us the other side of the story. And when you listen to some of them, they themselves are compelling in the absence of a rebuttal or cross-examination. So it's becoming increasingly difficult to decide who's lying and who's telling the truth, or who is not telling the truth and who's telling the truth. Now, in an intelligence environment, let's take one example. Brad Muhozi says one of the things he was investigating is an allegation that the king of the Zulus, Mrs. Zulu, and Mkwanas are CIA agents. Now, of course, in a court of law, it would be much more difficult for Brown Muhozi to prove that than it would be, for instance, in the court of public opinion. Because one of the ways in the court of public opinion in which you decide whether evidence is compelling or not is our attitude towards those who are accused. In an intelligence environment, one of the things you have to do is to distinguish between a risk and a threat. A risk is more in the medium to long term. a threat is more imminent. Now, if I get evidence against you in an intelligent environment, what I must decide is whether this evidence belongs to the paradigm of a risk or to the paradigm of a threat. If it belongs to the paradigm of a threat, it means it is what you must neutralize is more imminent. Now, you are not going to use the methodology of a court of law to come to the conclusion whether this threat is real or not, because you don't have that time. So what you are going to do is to say, is this a risk? Is this a threat? If it's a risk, you can give yourself more time to investigate. If you come to the conclusion that it's a threat, you will say to yourself, it's imminent. And therefore, you need to put in place an intelligence project to neutralize the threat. But another thing, we tend to confuse information with intelligence. There's a difference between intelligence and information. Information becomes intelligence when it becomes a product that can be used by a decision maker to put in place a project aimed at neutralizing an identified threat. So intelligence is a product that a policy or decision maker can use to neutralize threats or to activate an intelligence project. Information is just that, information. It must still be converted into a threat. So if Brown Mukhosi says Mkhwanazi, he was told, is a CIA agent, until that information is converted into a product we call intelligence, it remains nothing more than information. That must still be converted into a product we call intelligence. Because of course, you don't want to be provincial commissioner of a province to be a CIA agent. You also don't want the king of the Zulus to be a CIA agent, because that poses both risks and threats. And therefore, when the information arrives, one of the conversations that must happen is about turning that information into a product you call intelligence, on the basis of which you can institute a project and then neutralize the threat, or make sure that the risk does not become more imminent and becomes a threat. So we do need to distinguish between information and intelligence. And when I listened to Brown Mukhosi, I got the sense that he was not distinguishing between information and intelligence. And that is why, under cross-examination, particularly on the allegation that Mkhwanazi and the king are CIA agents, he struggled. And that raises another question. It raises doubts about his claim that he's an agent. Because when you listen to him, the language is that of an agent. He talks about things like legend building, misdirection, and that language is language used in an intelligence environment. So if you limited yourself to the language he uses, he is an intelligence operative. But when you listen further, you then realize that actually he cannot distinguish information from intelligence. You can also blame his handlers in that respect. That you are my handler, as many people think, by the way.
Well, they don't know who's who. Who's playing which role? Because apparently you're also my handler. So.
No, let's keep it that way. Because one of the things you deploy in this environment are deception and counter-deception strategies.
There you go, legend building.
Yes. So, yes, he uses the language of the intelligence environment. But when you listen more and more, you realize he can't distinguish between information and intelligence. He treats information as intelligence, and he institutes a project on the basis of information that has not been converted into an intelligence product. And when you look at him that way, you then begin to doubt whether he is an agent, the agent he claims to be, or you begin to doubt the skills and knowledge of the handlers. Because when I listened to him talking about his handlers, I didn't get a sense, first of all, of what the strategy was behind his recruitment. When I listen to the decision he makes himself about who and what to investigate, I didn't get a sense of what the strategy was behind that decision. And that raises questions about whether, in this environment, qualitatively, we have the right people. So if Brown Mukhotsi is emblematic of the quality of agent in our crime intelligence environment, we should be worried.
Absolutely. Then it's no wonder that we have a massive crime problem.
Exactly.
What did you make of Kat Maklala's testimony before the ad hoc committee? Because since we've spoken, as you say, we've now heard from Brown Mukhotsi and Kat Maklala. These are two crucial pieces of the puzzle.
Well, Kat Maklala is an example of something else which worries me as a matter of national and state security. I remember in government we had an HOD, a DG, who used to say to us, the rules exist to protect us from ourselves. You have ministers, you have commissioners, you have lieutenant generals, senior officers in the police who have no problem with having meetings with someone like Matlala. Which means they don't understand the link between the personal and the national security. That is why, for instance, in the Soviet Union, the moment you were appointed the secretary of the party, immediately they put in place measures to protect you from yourself. I'll give a wild example. Let's say the comrades know that you tend to leave no skirt unturned. So they know that they need to protect you from that weakness. Because you may compromise state and national security when you become a victim of a honey trap, for instance. Or let's say you love money, you have a weakness, you love money. You must be protected from yourself by making sure you don't fall victim to people who lure you by using money. And this is a pertinent example, because it's very clear that in the upper echelons of the police service, you have people who are easily lured through money because that weakness has not been managed. And so when you hear former Minister Ted, General Sibiya, and of course we heard recently that Mkhwanazi himself met Matlala.
You're taking it from West to China. We cite everything with manufacturing, industrialization, it's a pipe dream. Everything we gave it away because of greedy politicians. So, like us, the old school, we are forever chasing. Once to Japan, no Instagram account, you are forever, you never grab it, a degree corner. Bachelor of Science. As you are chasing Bachelor of Science, but no, Bachelor of Science, you must do programming. Programming is no longer, you are forever chasing. The masses are forever chasing. They'll be poor, in perpetuity, because they've been excluded. And people believe, Uguti, I am voting, I'm making my mark. If voting gave you power, they would not allow you to vote. If voting gave you power, I wanted to say this. South Africans, they believe, Uguti, you must march, you must protest, you must say, it's all good to bring awareness, but you have passed the age of awareness now. I remember in the 80s, 85, we're comrades, very few. I emphasize this every time. Very few of us were comrades, not even 1%. Majority of the people, they went to pop culture, drinking alcohol, dancing to, Cheryl Reid, and dancing to American music, Dogama Ball Bottom, that's what they wanted. What I was trying to say is that I asked one guy, because we're singing about marching. So one day we'll march to Pretoria. I asked this comrade of mine, he was 24 years old, and I said, marching to do what? He didn't have an answer. He says, no, just to show them we want this freedom. But marching, why do you believe in marching? But marching do like King they marched. And marching, like Dr. Amos Wilson saying, it is a powerless action. He said, powerless people do powerless things. Marching is one of them. You march, let me say this. You hand in a petition. They read it, they don't respond. What are you going to do? I'm going to march again. I saw now, people were saying we are shutting down the country. They deny them permits. You take your petition or your request, you give it to the very same people, the very same government that you want gone. The very same government says, please sir, grant us permission to march. And then they say no. What are they going to do? And then you cannot even revolt, you can never kick back because they know, because you have no power. In the 80s, we knew what to do. We did not ask the apartheid government, we need permission to march. We need to protest. When we needed to shut things down, we did that. Stairways, we did that. We did not ask for a permission. Consumer boycott, rent boycott, nobody. We were taking permission with as a quail. We just did that. But people who are marching, singing in the streets like children, must get over that. We've been marching for so long. How many times can we march? Marching is a waste of shoes, and it promotes the televangelists, the organizers of the march, aware or unaware, because these are people in the front line. They become celebrities, and then they are highlighted to media. They are co-opted into politics, into business. They leave the masses behind. In the main, that's what has happened when many groups came. Now this issue I'm foreign. I said to people, at least if you're protesting, you know what you retain the power. You say, okay, fine, I don't want Cyril Ramaphosa. Cyril Ramaphosa is invested in a certain wine company. We look into that, okay, we're not buying that product. You say, okay, fine, our impact, we're not buying that product. Are we hurting ourselves? Are we employed there? No, we are not employed. No, we are boycotting this project. I mean, now it's easy, it's digital. You look, let's say maybe you're fighting Motsibe, you check Time Bank, it says, okay, fine, it's something operating somewhere, online or somewhere. Our people are not employed. If they are 1%, okay, fine, we can sacrifice that. We boycott that, we vote with our wallets. Indians, they don't take they don't sing in the street, they know what to do. They support their own businesses in Rosebank, Johannesburg South. Nobody tells them in Durban. Nobody tells them. Jewish people, they know. Tina, South Africans, blacks, we want a leader, we want a Messiah, because we identify ourselves with the people of the Bible, people who are always running away from something across the river Jordan. Moses is from there. We want Gideon to save us, Joshua. We are always wanting leaders like children. We want heroes to save us. Other nationalities, they don't have that. I think Jewish people, probably they're less than 60,000 today. They came here, 500,000 coming from the east. They're less now. There's about 15 million people in the world. 15 million people in the world. We probably own more than half of the world. They don't do it, they don't rally, they don't sing, they don't shout. Japanese don't do that. They don't sing, they don't do it. Chinese don't do that. They listen. Come on G20. They say, okay, they want us to do this to ban the coal usage. When they go to China, they say, no, they're mad. We are doing what to do. They go there with their local agenda. Sometimes they don't argue. We want to make bold statements. No, and then you're isolated, you're targeted, you're killed. One day, they sit there. They listen. They go, okay, climate change. No. If we adopt this climate change, we are killing our industries. They go to China, they say, more coal, proliferate if you must. So we are there, like children, hoping with someone, will feel sorry for us. When you march, you hope with your morality will be transferred to your oppressor, and your oppressor will feel what you feel. And it's not a situation which, no, there are 5 million people marching, 10,000 people. I want foreigners go. They say, there are 5,000, let us go. No, they're laughing at you. You're dancing like children and starting, so pretending to be carrying a machine gun that you don't have. Yes, no. That's nonsense. I hear people saying, we do it. We march, we sang. No, we did not do that. I was one of the students, youth, against police vehicle, hippos. I know what I'm talking about. I was always in the forefront. I was always scared, burying our own Everlon cemetery, running to Cliff Street West. I don't know how many times I've been arrested in Cliff Street West, in the houses. We did not march during apartheid. Apartheid government did not allow us to march like they did in 1976. They'll shoot you. They shot us the graveyard before we lowered the coffin. They said, we give you 5 minutes to disperse. Before 20 seconds, it could expire. They shot live ammunition, R1. We ran away, we fled. They beat up the pastors, they beat up everyone. The only savior was Winnie Mandela. If Winnie Mandela was there, Winnie Mandela would intervene. Thanks to Winnie, because she had that aura and she was carrying with her the international spotlight, which is Jackson. They were supporting her. Apartheid government did not know what to do with Winnie Mandela, like they did not know but we did not march. Marching started when Mandela was released in 1990. Anyone who joined the struggle in 1990 after Mandela was released, I don't recognize that person as a comrade. He's an opportunist. If you joined 1990, 91, 92, 93, 94, you're just an opportunist, because those days you could not be killed. But if you joined 1986, 87, 80, before 1990, you could be killed. You were targeted. You were known, which was the comrade. You were hunted. We did that. Oliver Tambo said, make this country ungovernable. He was in London with our enemy, Michael Thatcher. We made the country ungovernable. He turned against us because he was in London. He was told about open hammers. Went to him, but listen, stop your nonsense. Because all the cars, the company cars, the Benetic, I love Soweto, I love Alex, I love Tembisa. Because of us. That was not matching. Consumer boycott is not matching. Message saying, okay, check us. Rent boycott is not matching. As a quiet stairway is not matching. We shut down the schools. I was one of the students shutting down our progress about TJ. It's badly called. Said, no, there's no school. We did not write 86, 85. It is not right. What about later, March? 86. We had a few months. Curriculum 86. We never wrote it as a Soweto. Like they were shut down 76. For 4 years. People came back to school. So many in 29 as went to Form 3. The third high school, third year high school. That was not matching. We see it. Spare my plastic to tell you, okay. We encourage our churches with my church
kulo iqela loMzantsi Afrika. Esitshilo ke mphulaphuli nazo i-HSBC 7 siyaqala ke ngomso apha kweli kunjalo nje laseKapa okanye ke sakulungiselela ke mphulaphuli sakulungiselela sicecesele into okubana noko imidlalo ihamba njani. Kodwa ke masibaleke siqale sijonge usithathu umonabisi kaJim Longo sive into okubana ihamba njani na i-draw ye-FIFA World Cup. Brajimza siyaphila sasithathu kakhulu bhuti, khawumbi ingaba ngoku zihamba njani izinto, amaqela noko sele kulungiselwe. Sivile uba nguRio Ferdinand ozabe watsala la maqela.
baninzi wena abantu abazosebenza bezilungisele kakhulu futhi kuphandle ngoba lokhu kukhona high clamo Dani Ramirez kube khona Kevin Hart yakula kaloku kuba emelika ithenda yokuba kwenziwe zonke izinto ezibabona futhi inikwa Kevin Hart naye kuzabe khona abantu bakhona ke nabanye ke abazawube bencedisana nabo. Kodwa ke ujonga nje iqhinga loMzantsi Afrika eliphaya kuDani Urban i-president we-South African Football Association uqeqeshe kofana Bruce uVincent Trika team manager Errol Mandlala
uVincent Brajimza lo umuntu ombuza ngoba team manager wabafana.
Hey ukufuna kodwa akhoda zawubayiza lo yathi omsebenzi kusina wanhloko iyakhumbula ke TNT ukula plus kai kwa sokika ngexesha sithetha nawe ngamaqela ngamashumi amane anesibini ahlele engenile kanye esethe ayikunya kuzayisizakala begabe yehlabathi kanti ewonke kufuneka abe ngamashumi amane anesibongo 48 okuqala na ukususela into yokuba indebe yehlabathi yaqala ukudlalwa ngo-1930. Isizathu ke sokuba sibe namaqela angamashumi amane anesibini uzawufika kuba kaloku kusadlalwa imidlalo ye-playoffs. Kahle ke ilizwe lase-Afrika libe namaqela alishumi okwangoku amaqela alithoba i-right ukuba lithi kahle amaqela alishumi ukuba i-DRC nayo isekhona playoffs.
Nkosi kakhulu Brajimza, masibambe ngazo zozibini uzawuphinda ufumane ke mphulaphula amagqabantshintshi njengoba inkqubo yezemidlalo ihamba phaya emveni kwentsimbi yesixhenxe. Luksi masibuye ngomso ngokwemveni kwentsimbi yesithathu.
Tumente ye-AFCON Morocco 2025 izabe kusasazela ngqo yonke imidlalo engama-52 nesabithakisa ijansi ku-SABC 2, ku-SABC Sport, ku-SABC Plus nakwisikhululo sikalamathothobo ze-SABC. It's game on everywhere.
Is a new drug used to cure opioid addiction and post-traumatic stress disorder. And a lot of ex-military are using this. A lot of veterans are talking about tremendous benefits to their bodies that they're seeing from using this. And not a lot of people know about the drug. I had no idea what it was. Joining me today is a veteran that is taking Ibogaine. Mike, thank you for joining me. Of course. Mike, tell me, what is
R59 southbound Pafuchana Drive konengozi elapho Solomon Mahlangu Drive phanga ku R21 highway nalapho uzawudibana nengozi ngokunjalo ku N1 southbound ungekafiki Pioneer Road uzawudibana nengozi nalapho KwaZulu-Natal ku N2 uma phaya eShepstone siyakuqala seThekwini ungekafiki eManzi Mjoti sikhona ngesithuthi esikhalela umgaqo apho kanti eWestern Cape Estrand Mel Street neBroadway Boulevard khona ingozi elapho kaphela kamqhuba kuthi konje kakuhle phela veki benhle ingabe nasibazama ungalixhoba lengxaki emalunga nezomthetho ukubanjwa okungafanelekanga ukubethwa idivorce engaphikiswayo iingxaki zerenti imiko yokondla kwaneengxaki ngezabasebenzi i-clientele legal ikunika inkonzo namagoja iiyure eziyi-24 ngemini ngeprimium yenyanga efikelelekayo. SMS umhlobo u-31222 umhlobo u-31222 i-clientele general i-FSP egunyaziweyo nesemthethweni engena-inshorensi yobomi. Imimiselo iyafumaneka online usebenza amaxabiso aqhelekileyo.
We couldn't find the suspect and his family. And in order to get him out, we decided that perhaps
indima udala indima nabatshiya bonke awushishipeko madoda usathemba ngodle uthi ebhutolo nonke abokudrive ngasayincelela ku-management mayinivule manitshale zilime ziyetyeni lonkqubo kha ndingatsebi ekaphungela
Very excited. We have a new manifesto for Ballot, which I think is a great blueprint.
17:43 ixesha lethu siya kumkhono phambi kwentsimbi yesithandathu sesakushiya ngoku kodwa hamba sikushiye lixesha lolwaluko ephondweni Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Poison Leaders soncola kunye nabo namhlanje emnxebeni bazokhangela umkhosi kwathi nomgqodala lakho
who they thought would be carrying this out.
Actually look at his policing record holistically and think this is a clean crop. That's what I thought about General Dumisani Khumalo, which is why I've given him the respect that I've given him on this platform. If he had come across as a shady character, I wouldn't have. There's nothing there. There's somebody being in policing for 30 plus years, and nobody can come forward with anything except to say that a mechatronics expert from BMW was hired by a panel that he was sitting on when they were trying to get expertise to deal with those type of things. He's not related to her, doesn't know her from above, so that's what they were looking for. They didn't have those qualifications in South African police service. I lean towards him. However, Advocate Johnson, this is now I'm doing the comparative, has shown multiple issues with honesty, multiple issues around the performance of her role, and also has not given credible explanations for the very same thing that she has been persecuting General Khumalo.
That was one of the promises.
But her answers, even the fact that she was saying she doesn't discuss work with her husband, I was like, I don't know. Some of the things that she said are extremely impressive. She said, you know what, she said, pillow talks lead to what? I can't remember the phrase. And Julius Malema said that was reasonable because he doesn't discuss the details of the EMF with his wife. He just discussed high level, but not the details. But Mr. Malema and his wife are not politicians together. I can believe it to a degree. She's not a politician, man, for anything. But Mr. Johnson and Miss Johnson are actually in the same profession. They have the same background. It will be like two basketball players saying that they don't talk about the details of basketball at home. They will talk about big goal average. They will talk about rebounds. They will talk about assists. Because it's normal. They will talk about the plus minus. That's what basketball players will talk about because they know what those terms mean. They will talk about those things. You know, in the NBA, in basketball, right, American basketball, which is NBA, there's a power couple, right? On the women's side, there's this basketball player called Aja Wilson. She is a legend in the WNBA, Women NBA, MVP of the NBA, the Women's NBA. And she has a relationship with Bam Adebayo, a bad man, a leading player in the Miami Heat. Now, if you told me, or if they claim that they don't discuss plus minus, that they don't discuss the over-under, they don't discuss field goals, they don't discuss rebounds, they don't discuss any basketball stats, or any basketball details, or any basketball figures in their relationship, I would be flabbergasted. I would actually call them out for being not only mendacious but audacious. Mendacious audacity is what I would call them out for having. Because I would expect them to talk about LeBron James, Steph Curry, to talk about, what's the name of this, Wembenyama. Wembenyama even got my guy LeBron James out of this Emirates Cup that they're doing now. Wembenyama, what a phenomenon in basketball. If Aja Wilson and Bam Adebayo say they don't talk about Wembenyama, I know Banamanga. I know that for a certain fact. Now, I don't believe her when she says she didn't discuss the details of her workplace with her husband, because I think that there's just no way. There's just no way. I don't believe it. But now, I want to submit a final thought to you for your consideration, eminent dissectors, dissection nation. I want you to think about this. I do think it will be difficult for Advocate Johnson to be nominated for this role, even if there are people who wanted her. I think that her parliamentary performance and her second performance in this interview have made that ship sail. I think the ship has sailed. I think she may face further difficulties in the coming months. She did not submit, for example, certain documents.
That's literally the point. The entire point.
To the ad hoc committee, and Honorable Nombalo is going to be looking for those documents. He's going to be looking for them. Her reasoning style is something that I think is worth just discussing a little bit before I get to my final thought. Or based on principles, if you think about it. It's based on her. The approach is, trust me, bro. I did not, I do not, I could have, but it's not in line with the regulations, the rules. Even in Parliament, when they asked her about this affidavit, you know, they said that Fatal Adams submitted an affidavit on the 22nd of November. They asked for that affidavit. This is a document number is looking for. Then she says, no, I can't give you that affidavit, even though the affidavit from the 6th of January is public because she says the Section 27 affidavit is confidential. Nombolo asked her, why is it confidential? She can't answer.
And when Trump
She can't give any authority except to say, I said so. Kwamla. Logic. Kwamla. That kind of logic is capricious, it's arbitrary, and it's not based on rule of law, and it's not based on administrative justice or administrative law or legal principles. When people do this logically, because I said so, that's not compelling or persuasive. They're looking for those documents, and it may very well be that as they continue to look for this document, and as her boss, Shamila Batoy, continues to be in the grinder and in the grill on this side, she'll be able to protect her. And as she leaves that position, that she will no longer have the protection that she was enjoying prior.
You want to win, you will never win unless you let go of the anger. You have to let go of the anger. Stop being mad that Meghan Trainor lost weight. Stop being mad that Tucker Carlson criticized Trump. Stop being mad that Hassan Piker said things you don't like about Hamas. Whatever, who cares? I don't agree with Hassan Piker on a lot of stuff, but it doesn't matter. You have to lead by not being insufferable cunts. I'll say it again. You have to lead by not...
The people who watching, if you're trying to look for a non-frustrated, egotistical woman, where do you begin to look?
Non-frustrated, egotistical. You want to have ego, or?
I'm saying, like, if you want a woman that's not a frustrated, egotistical woman, where would you begin looking?
Third world country.
And you know this, man.
You got to go where they put cayenne pepper on everything, 'cause, you know what I mean.
Just to make the water clean.
You got to go somewhere where sandals are more prevalent than regular shoes. The president has been assassinated. 9 out of the last 10 presidents have been murdered.
Some sort of
you
a
gotta go
farming
somewhere
event.
where a bitch carrying a baby and a basket at the same time.
Some sort of a farming event.
Yeah, where you go somewhere where women actually need men. Women don't need men in America.
Nope.
The system is set up to where they can be providers.
Well, I mean, like what you're saying, Craig, is right, because like I was at something with Bill Bellamy. Bill Bellamy did something Sunday night, and it's always a nice crowd. And I saw the great brother Sugar Shane Mosley.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff they talked about with his divorce.
Oh yeah.
You know it's not fair.
You ever
It's
hoop
not
with him? I met his ex-wife and I hooped with him.
You hoop with him? You seem like he a cool motherfucker.
Down to earth dude. And I watched the Super Bowl at his crib after they got divorced.
No.
Yeah, so I met his wife separately, but I used to hoop with him. He played, Sugar Shane Mosley hoops like a nigga that don't have a place to live.
He just be going at it.
He be diving on the floor, foul. He plays hard, you know what I mean? I really got newfound respect for him after I hoop with him, because he played like it's for bread and water, you know what I mean?
But the point I'm trying to make is Sugar Shane Mosley and the brother who was married to Tiana Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Amon
Shumpert.
What is it?
Are they divorced?
Yeah.
They really took it up the ass in court.
Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way.
Huh?
He did, he's saying.
You know, his wife was managing his money too. Sugar Shane Mosley, she was his manager.
So what's up? Hey, he took it up the ass in court. Both of those brothers, to the point where I'm saying to you. Now listen, I'm going through a divorce. And I'm here to tell you it's the worst shit in the world as far as it go with your business being public record. Somebody saying this about you, saying that about you. Somebody, they want you down so bad they lie on you. I'm hurt from what I went through.
Yeah.
But I can honestly say, I don't think I would ever go through that again.
Man.
I can't understand men in America who've been married twice or more. I just can't understand it.
Yeah.
How, if you see how it go, why would you do it again? See, when you get to court, you find out you're powerless. When you get married in the United States of America, you're in a 3-way contract. It's you, your wife, and the government.
You're mine now. You belong to me.
I'm going deeper into this. I got a comedy skit. I'm talking about this stuff. But when you get married in America, it's a 3-way contract. This ain't no shit where, oh, I worked hard and I got this. No. If you get married, you have entered a 3-way contract between you, your wife, and the government, gentlemen. They don't teach you this in school. They want you to find out the hard way. The government has more power than you and your wife in this contract. Mm-hmm. They determine what happened with your kids. They determine what happened with y'all money. And they basically the big dick of the house. That's the government. So there needs to be classes, in my opinion, to educate people. I didn't say men. To educate people on exactly what they're getting into. Because at one time in this world, a marriage was between man, woman, and God. No. A marriage is basically saying, I'm such a sucker for this person. I'm willing to allow them and their government to run my life. And if it go bad, that person and their government determines what happens to me. Are you ready for that with your hard working ass? It don't matter how hard you worked. If you allow this to happen to you, you're going to lose. Unless you hit rock bottom. If you ain't got no money. If you ain't got no money, don't worry about divorce. But if you are a person who finds ways to work and rise, you don't need a marriage license in the United States of America. I'm just giving you the game. I hope you listen to me. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. And if you're a man, especially if you're an African-American male, you're on the tail end of this contract. You're the least important person, and they're going to show you that. Especially if you got kids with them. Especially if y'all got property or properties. Especially if your big black ass done bought a Rolls Royce. Who do you think going to leave with that Rolls Royce? The government don't want it because they got Rolls Royces. They're going to be like, oh, he bought a Rolls Royce with his black ass? Get that knucklehead ass heifer who half naked at the BET Awards his Rolls Royce. Just to destroy you mentally. Because it's coming, brother. Marriage is an old concept. Don't do it. Get a contract where both of y'all decide together what y'all gonna do with each other in case this sucker ass union goes sour. And if you fucking need hoes, or if you look happy, it's gonna go sour. Mark my word. Craig ain't never been married. Darlene ain't never been married. No. My man Mac walking down the stairs. Mac was fine.
And I'm paying attention. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean
No,
to be
you good.
rude. I'm trying.
You said
Wow,
marriage. Take
okay.
my brother out there. We don't want to only expose my brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's a lot. Come on, this is like a, how do you say it?
I ain't never heard nothing bad about that brother.
No, he good folks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he good folks.
He even said at least the stuff go to his kids.
Right.
When I feel like the judge basically gave her his shit.
Does he?
And I'm saying like it ain't gonna go to the kids because when the money get low, everything is sold for the low.
Are all those kids theirs together?
I don't know.
Most of them is grown too. One of them is a fighter. He about to
So
fight
they're probably
for
from somebody else.
Well, I wish him well.
Yeah. No, he went through some cold shit. He you know the cool thing about Sugar Shane, he always smiling. He don't never seem like he having a problem. You know?
Right.
Always smiling and talking positive.
Good energy.
Yeah, he good dude.
Every time I see the brother, I see good energy. I didn't see him. He didn't see me, but I'm just saying. I be like, okay, that brother, he cool right there. But I'm saying him, Iman Shumford, and men all over the nation. There is a way to take the assets from you. It's called marriage. All because you didn't want her pussy getting beat up in the game. Because that's why most men get married. They don't want that particular pussy to be out there in the streets doing what it's going to do eventually.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
And just like with a non-marriage relationship, you can make contracts nowadays. I mean, and if the person's like, oh, I'm not trying to deal with that contract, well then what are you afraid of? If you really love the person you're attracted to.
Malcolm Brooks, you smile to keep from crying.
Who? You do?
I smile to keep from crying sometimes. I'm not the type of person who's down a lot. Whenever some shit happened to me, I am glad that I'm still around kicking. And then on top of that, my hustle is, I don't care if I'm not making a lot of money or if I am making a lot of money. I'm level with it.
And people
All I need is a fast car to peel out in front of a bitch.
People got to be, listen, man, woman, they got to be careful. Once you start really bringing in some pretty decent numbers in the bread department, you got to be safe. That's all.
You really shouldn't be marrying somebody that has less than you. Y'all just supposed to be together. Because
why should you marry somebody who has less than you?
Because I mean, it's supposed to be an alliance between families, you know, to strengthen political and financial ties. It's not supposed to be done for love. They ain't no love is for prostitutes. You loved that side bitch 2,000 years ago, but the actual marriage was to strengthen community and further everybody, not just the two people involved. So, you know, that's why
they would be like, this is a good union between this family
and that family. Like in your case, back in the day, if you married your wife, your people and her people would have got together. Like, well, what the fuck is going on?
Like, how do we? Yeah, what's happening?
I gave you 12 cows for this bitch. Well, give me my motherfucking livestock. It wouldn't just be simple. It had to be death, and then we ain't
The
born.
father would have to pay for the wedding, right?
Well, there's two different
Father of the
types.
bride?
There's two different types.
Is it the father of the bride?
The father of the bride.
The family, right?
Yeah, the father.
It's
That
supposed
family
to.
pays, right?
Yeah,
Right.
they're
Yeah.
supposed to pay for the daughter. Like, oh, now
Do you think that ever happens now?
Hell no.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
Because
it
for
does.
some
Wait, Craig, I'm sorry, because you be having the coldest thoughts. I want to see this. Where do you see the father pay for the bride, D?
In my family. In my family and a bunch of my friends.
Who?
What do you mean who? Everybody. Everybody in the family. Not only that, if the guy was really young, because a lot of my aunties don't want to put him back, got involved with guys.
I mean, putting it in their ear, but you know that other people have also
done it. Yes.
And so it's like, what's the point? But if it's like breaking a person and introducing to them and seeing, and which is, I know, probably like creepy and gross, but a shock of this can happen to you. Not like a professional that they do this, with a smile.
And you find that because psychology of it surely is multi-layered, but you find that it's in doing it to a person who, one, doesn't expect it, two, doesn't know that I do this. The thrill is in getting someone who's never done this.
Yeah.
And I want to see how they will react in this moment. And it's first, and you keep adding more things. It moves from the ear to the nose because their whole entire experience. I'm hoping for a pun here, man. I gave you a nose. I gave you a nose. You didn't see it. So it could be any of those elements that go with it.
But why hasn't it happened in South Africa that we have somebody, a big name, a very problem? Because we know it's happening in South Africa. Everybody is missing somebody. Why is it that in South Africa we haven't gotten to that point yet?
Because the people whom it's happening to, they haven't been brave enough to say.
But what quantify that? What is brave? Bravery is in one coming out in public to say it, or it should go with lay charge?
Lay charge?
Wait, I don't get. Wait. What are you talking about now?
Same scenario
Men
in South Africa.
But why would the woman they charge if they get it paid and they're agreeing to it?
No.
We just said that being a freak is not a crime.
No. He's talking about a DD trial.
Oh, okay.
In South Africa. In the South African context, where it's small and sorry, man. Let me use somebody else.
It's okay. It's an example, man.
I'm saying it definitely happens.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Humans are humans.
Exactly.
America too.
It just hasn't made it that far. Look at how long it took the DD trial to even come to where it is. It was unbelievable for the longest time. It was rumored for a good year, 2 years, 3 years. And yet eventually it happened and it's in court. But the point is, events like those happen all the time. We are surrounded by freaks.
Yeah. It's not a crime. As long as everybody is
is happy to be in there.
No, people are saying, some of them, okay, I'm not talking about those people so that they don't say that we are, shaming people. No. But there are certain people who will consent at the time, but for whatever reason, whether it's monetary remuneration or whatever interest they have, will turn around and say, no, but I didn't. I was talking. Like, for instance, okay, they just keep it to the Americans so they can sue us. I'm here with this current wife right now who's going around naked, right? You see, we are seeing it in our face that, okay, she's doing, but you can come in 10 years after they break up and say, I was forced. We need to do that and I was forced. And we are supposed to listen to her and believe her because what people present and what's happening that we don't see, carries value.
You know what? A case like this happens all around us. We just don't see them. There's crime happening next door to where you live, and you're not aware of it.
Oh yeah, apparently. Apparently, speaking of that, you know the paras who carry these big trolleys with apparently they transport some. There's contraband, some there's bodies in these things, and we think it's tins. And I was like, it's right in our face. If you want to get rid of literally they could because nobody ever stops those cars.
Check what they
Nobody
have.
ever stops those cars. Just move to it and get out the way, you're annoying. And you're thinking they got cans for recycling. It could be a body, it could be drugs. In plain sight.
There's a movie that plays on that.
Yeah, there's a movie that plays on that where these guys were transporting something and it was Amapara, exactly the same. Yeah, in place.
Yeah.
It could be anything. Nobody ever stops those guys.
Next time you see them, you're going to question.
Yeah.
They are invisible, these guys. Nobody ever pays attention to them. Nobody will ever stop them.
Invisible.
They are invisible.
Yeah.
They are around us all the time, but they are invisible.
You don't see them. Even at
Damn, that's a good one. I'm not gonna look at them the same way again.
Yeah, bro. Things happen, eh?
Something invisible as well. Corrupt South African police.
Hey,
yeah, man.
They're invisible. Because now we're dealing with a South African police, a crime intelligence head. We're allowed to mention names here, right?
Yeah. No,
all right. Lieutenant General Tumsani Kumalo and 6 high-profile, high-ranking co-accused. They are being charged, and they appeared in court on Thursday, facing fraud and corruption for getting people jobs.
Yeah, there's another one was no experience whatsoever, and she's like a top cop. She's given a top salary.
Yes,
it's crazy, right? In a country that's rife with crime, and you'd think that is one of our priorities, but
when I saw
law enforcement doesn't even take law enforcement serious.
When I saw that, the first question I asked was, and I'm not trying to justify corruption, are cops paid enough? That's the question that crossed my mind. Are they paid enough for them not to be tempted to do such?
So, nigga, we because we're arguing over different belief systems amongst us, we can't see what's to come because we keep looking back. Right. So the greatest thing I can say is history repeats itself. History repeats itself. Somebody has to be a slave again. So you don't have the skills, you don't have the hand skills that the immigrant has to fix the roads. You don't have the skills that the non-English, Spanish-speaking Mexican or Latin can't read English, but he can listen long enough to get past an interview to go show he can do carpentry work. So we don't have that. We don't know coding. We don't understand the algorithm. We don't understand content creation. We don't understand that when you make a video, it's not about likes and views. It's about engagements and impressions. All right. So we don't know that. So what else will we be left to do? Play basketball, football, or consume? We're already the largest consumers on earth. What's there left to do? Put them niggas back in slaves and chains.
And that was leading to my next question is like, what I was saying too is the future is this, which is a dark future for black people.
Yeah.
If we don't figure out how to pipeline and create jobs, trades, and keep the dollar circulating within the black community all at the same time, just like the Jews do. How? Because think about it. We go to a white man's school to pipeline to get into a white man's job. We don't hire each other. So we don't have any tech firms. We don't have agricultural pipeline. We don't have an app development pipeline. We don't have pipelines to hire ourselves. And I feel like the future of black people, which that's why I'm building a museum in Atlanta, which I told you, because I realized if we don't tackle the issue now of teaching people how to get into these industries and create our own pipelines, we're going to be slaves, and we're going to be the worst group.
So with that being said, you're at the top building, but you started from the bottom. Right? I got to the top to go back to the bottom to finish what I started. I can't come teach what he teaches.
Right.
I got to teach what I know and what I'm an expert in. Re-socializing our culture.
Right.
Prison don't rehabilitate. We need something to re-socialize us, right? So meaning, when our kids go somewhere, they don't know how to say, excuse me, thank you, may I, please.
Right.
So, can I see that? We try to finesse and hustle. We don't play fair with nobody. We want to get over. If it costs 10, we want to deal on everything.
Right.
So we have to be re-socialized in the way we think and how we see one another.
Right.
So now, nigga, it's so many components, because if we don't learn economics, we still angry and resentful toward our father or our mother. We still hate our baby mama. So we still ain't solved the inner issues.
Right.
So that's why I keep saying, nigga, look in the mirror. Nigga, fix that motherfucker in the mirror. So one thing I can say about you, you're an honorable husband, you're a great father, so you got traits that you can stand before and fix. I course.
Right.
It's a lot of niggas, they ain't right kind of men. They might in a position to help, but nigga, internally they ain't right. They still angry about something. They still resentful. I ain't never seen you angry. It's been 4-5 years. I ain't never seen you angry. And no disposition where you've ever presented yourself.
Nah,
you've always come off as logical, rational individual.
I can take it there though. So
I know. But no man of great status lets you see that. He thinks through it.
Right.
Because if you see that, then he's not rational. Then now you got it.
Right.
Man, a man is always a thinking man.
Right.
And only the strong can show compassion for me. That's why you can take it there and don't.
That's facts. I think the thing about me is I see that if somebody doesn't step in, and because how I see it is when I create this museum and facility, I'm going to directly step in, and everybody's going to do their part. Like you said, you're going to help with the re-socializing and reprogramming and fixing the hurt and dealing with the hurt and moving past the hurt. My job is to, for one, let's just say a young kid has an idea. How do we get him funded? There you go. You get what I'm saying? How do we get this funded? How do we get him around the right people? How do we develop our own Shark Tank? So that's the mission. You get what I'm saying? Create resources and alternatives. We don't have no resources to create alternative. Okay, young, hey man, listen, I know y'all want to get a kid 10 years. Right. We got something that save y'all some money and help everybody. We don't have no alternatives other than going to prison on the regular. There's no other alternative. Okay, what's that? Military or job? What are the alternatives we have? There's no trade schools. There's no entrepreneurship program to develop. There's none. You have to get in trouble to get some resources. So a single mother whose kid is at risk of getting in trouble, but not a delinquent, has to become a delinquent for that mother to have resources to get help. When he get in trouble, they're gonna make sure you get anger management, they're gonna get him some counseling, get him seen about, see what kind of drug. If he's at risk and not in trouble, then where's the resources? That's where your finish coming in. The Jews got to finish with resources. That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. I have to build my own village and say everybody is welcome here. And like you said, even that part of resources, like for instance, I did it with my son. If I was not rich and I was poor and I depended on the school system, because my daughter is a little bit more advanced. My son was delayed, but he became advanced because we had the money to pay for an extra tutoring. So we've been paying for private tutors since he was 3 years old. Now he's 6. He's ahead. I'm a private tutor from about 5 almost to 6th grade. See what I'm saying? So think about this. I had the idea of, and this is the crazy thing, right? So I know that private tutors cost about $20 to $25 an hour, right? So with the profits that I'm gonna make from my museum, I'm going to encourage others, if you want to save on tax or whatnot, just whatever profits I get, I'm going to at least pay $2,500. So that's like what? You know, how many is that? Maybe like 100 tutors, right? So $2,500 an hour, that's $7,500 a day, right? And if I can make $75,000 a day, 10% go to getting kids tutored. Like, and if I get 100 kids tutored, like throughout the week, you know, maybe 3 hours, and then every teacher get a chance to make $75 after they get all these shit like that.
And then have somebody like me come in and say, man, we can go get some newly recent graduate students, good in math, English, and get them start us a non-profit 501c3 to help students with learning deficiencies and get Title IV after money to come through the federal government that'll fund the program, pay the kids. Exactly. So it's the knowledge that we put us together. We got some bad motherfuckers.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, this is the thing that I feel like, for one, at the bottom level, we're lacking going private tutoring for our kids, because the reason why the whites, Asians, Jews, all them are ahead of us is because their kids get better learning than we do. And they get better one-on-one learning than we do.
And they have summer programs, which is another alternative that still engages their academic minds during the summer.
Yep.
Our kids lose everything from May to August because their minds are not engaged. They don't pick up no books. They ain't went on no vacation. So the learning stops when school stops. But niggas, education starts at home.
It does.
I knew mathematic tables before I got to the school.
But how are we going to expect a bunch of single mothers to?
We don't. I expect the village. I don't expect the same. I expect the village.
So that's what I'm saying is, black men, we got to realize that it's too many broken homes to depend on women to fix our culture.
You said something earlier. I meant to chime in on.
What's up?
You said when you see a need, you got to meet it. Right. That's what a man does. I don't care what household, I don't care what block. When a man goes somewhere and see a need, he meet the need.
We need private tutoring. Because the reason why we need it, in my honest opinion, is like you said, like, it's too many young black boys who could have been something but lacked the foundation in the beginning. So nobody sparked his mind to be smart. Because at the end of the day, and let me ask you this, do you believe that it's certain people who can't learn in the classroom setting but they're better in the private setting? I'm trying to say.
Everybody know, all teachers, instructors, and professors and academic people know that there's different styles people have to learn. Right. I may be auditory, you might be oral, so I can see it, hear it, and know it. You might have to write it down. So we all receive and retain information different. If you look at the America's educational system, it's broken and it's been failing for years. If you go by state to state, they fight over the education budget, which is one of the biggest budgets in every government, right? They're failing. So it's not about our kids learning. So it's not upon the school system to learn. They say it takes a village. Where our village is, man.
Right.
So I see you being in the village. I see
I'm doing it, and all I'm doing is I'm waiting. And the thing is that I want people to understand too is I'm trying to rush this shit. East Point is holding back the permits, and I'm telling them, look, I got this mission going on, but you know how this shit go with politics. They want me to, well, you didn't invest in my campaign, or I'm running for mayor, so you gotta give me $5,000. So I had to go through all that.
It's called breezing poem.
You know how I go.
Paying to play.
You know how I go.
That's where the nepotism comes in.
Yeah, and it's all black people, by the way.
Nepotism.
Yeah.
Everything in black people world is nepotism. Meaning, if your family don't know this person, you don't get in that. You can't get in that spirit.
No.
And that's what's hindering us.
But I'm trying to tell them, look, I get it, but I got this mission. At least let me build this shit, work on it. They like, look, until you scratch all our goddamn backs, we're going to goddamn take our time. And I had to do it. I understood. I was like, look, that's all you had to say in the beginning. At the same time, I'm on this mission.
The problem you're trying to solve hurts a lot of funding in other places. There's a book that's called The Revolution Will Not Be Funded. Right. And it's written by the Women's Jewish Council. and it breaks down the intent and the purpose, the sole purpose of what nonprofits were created for. They was called the nonprofit industrial complex. Every politician have some money that they can use. It's called a pork project. They can say we finna go study grasshoppers fucking and dedicate $2 million to it. There's a lot of aid to go outside of our country. The aid that we need benefits capitalism, but it keeps us in destruction. Our pain and our problem is monetary gains for systematic institutions in America.
Well, even Rockefeller said he doesn't want a nation of thinkers, he wants a nation of workers. And I feel like once I understood how this nation is ran, like I'm like, okay, if they don't come in court education, who the hell gonna be the police officer, who's gonna flip burgers at McDonald's, who's gonna work at Verizon, who's gonna work at all these Fortune 500 companies that's on the stock market that they themselves invest in on every dip. So all the circulation.
So it's the Chinese Americans, it's the Russian Americans, it's all the foreigners who was here, that grew up with us in our educational system, who went to school with us but really don't understand our culture because we're not taught in schools.
Right.
Everybody else is. Right? So they're gonna be the police officers. They're gonna be the firemen. That's why you see now President Trump is calling for them to come on.
Yeah.
They're not calling for us. They're not saying let's get rid of these immigrants and get these jobs back to our niggas. These are good paying jobs our niggas once had that the immigrants get. You think real Americans is building that building right there? I watch them every day.
Yeah, hell no.
Those are immigrants who can barely speak the language. So they're not championing for us. They're not advocating for the niggas to be put in a better position.
That's what I'm trying to tell niggas. We gotta save ourselves. We have to create a pipeline for ourselves because no one's coming to save us, and we gotta stop begging and asking them for laws and talking about let's vote on this one.
They told us they wouldn't go save us. They saved us out of slavery.
Right.
They came back. They saved us by giving us civil rights. Okay, y'all on your own now. They're not coming back anymore.
Right.
They said, if you read their documents, if you read the arguments in Congress, from now, they're not, I think maybe 10 years ago, they revoted, they extended the rights of the civil rights. They're not coming back to save us. We on our own.
And they clipping us when we run the race.
It's every group for themselves.
Yeah.
So we have no ally. The greatest ally we have, homie, to sustain us is try to find some kind of way to create an import and export outside of America. And the ideal relationship is Black Americans and Haiti. Haiti still have their land. Haiti still have the same resources in the ground, if not more than what Africa have been taken out of. They still have their resources. Haiti have even said, hey man, y'all come over here. We can grow food over here that Haitians can't, right? Haitian own Gildan, which is a textile industry that produces $1 billion and some dollars a year. Who fucking with textile more than niggas? We wear clothes, we make shirts, we need to be, Trump took it out of Mexico, gave it to Haiti. We supposed to be going over there trying to build some kind of
Liars! You're all liars!
What's going on? What are you doing?
You're the boss of Temu. You're scammers. You said if people download the Temu app, they could get a tablet for $1,000. Why can't I get it?
But the promotion is real. Where did you download them?
Does it matter?
Major theme here is that those who benefited from and live in the world of white privilege still see black progress as a threat, unless it's black progress they endorse or black progress that doesn't immediately present as a threat. I respect what Elon has achieved. I deplore his character. I don't like him. Elon Musk is a hypocrite.
On this episode of the Afropolitan Podcast, we sit with Lucy to talk about the cost of building audaciously and what it means to lead the next defining movement for Africa.
When does that happen for us in Africa? Where can they fuck around and give the right people the leadership reins for this 4 years?
A part of our problem is that Simba's still waiting for Mufasa to die.
We see the tweets, and every single day what we see is we love Afropolitan. This podcast is underrated. This is the best podcast ever. But the problem is 82% of you are not subscribers, but I know you guys are watching. So I need you to click the subscribe button so you can join the Afropolitan family. Thank you, Lucy. So people who are listening to our podcast, they may be unwinding from a long day. They might be in the gym. They might be on their way to a road trip. And I want you to speak to every African entrepreneur who may be tired, frustrated, exhausted, maybe even on the edge.
Sure.
And tell them one truth they need to understand about building in Africa.
That it is the easiest now it has ever been. So whatever it is we are struggling with, and for sure there are many struggles, foreign exchange, currency availability, protection of your IP, import-export, regulatory framework, policymakers that don't understand what we do, debt capital markets that are shallow. Even with all of those things there, for yours and my generation, it's the easiest it has ever been.
That's so interesting. That's fascinating. I'm sure people are going to start arguing in the comments.
I'm sure. But let me just say that the question you've asked me is about the rule, and what people will argue is the exceptions. And exceptions don't disprove the rule. So you can show me many entrepreneurs who did it the generation prior to yours and mine, who had it easier. But those are individual cases. On the whole, as a rule, it's easier now than it has ever been.
And do you see one specific industry that is really just skyrocketing, or you think it's cut across multiple?
Yeah, I mean, I think anything online, right? I think we've all kind of ridden the online wave, right? So anything online, for several reasons, but in part because those amongst us who are no longer amongst us, who are in different parts of the world, can actually make a difference in the online space without physically being here and without having to leave their lives behind.
Yeah.
And so as a consequence, that kind of rising waters has lifted all ships. I think anything online is without question the easiest sector that's springboarding at the moment.
And actually, I want to go into, because you said anything online, and I think it's interesting how you have been online before people even knew.
Amen.
Well, the internet said.
I saw YouTube videos from like 16 years ago. So I want to know, like, what made you?
Sorry, let me interrupt you. I saw one of those videos and I was looking so crusty, and I heard the Lord say, "You're not ugly, you just broke."
Yes.
Anyway, I interrupted.
Yeah, but I just want to know what convinced you then, like even 15, 16 years ago, to join online when probably no one even thought to do this.
So it's one of the struggles I actually had in
for you in real life.